and he awoke to find himself transported to another realm. From a naive university student, he had transformed into a domineering CEO, yet this was merely the beginning. Each time he met his demise, he would transition into another world, alternating between student and tyrannical executive, from the executive to the prime minister, from the prime minister to a survivor in a post-apocalyptic landscape, and from a survivor to the leader of a dark sect. Chapter 1. The first day in the world of dominance. Note asterisk, this narrative features dual male protagonists, with the primary character being the recipient of affection. The dominant character is pure in body and mind. In July, the asphalt roads radiated a searing heat beneath the sun's glare, rendering the entire city akin to a steamer. The buildings and trees along the street appeared slightly distorted, and the passers-by could only sense the oppressive warmth with each breath. However, seated inside the vehicle, and he felt as if he were plunged into an ice cavern, his body covered in goosebumps. Just moments ago, he had awakened from chaos, realizing he was inside a speeding, unfamiliar car. Disoriented, he quickly regained his senses. It was illogical that he, who should have been asleep on the hard bed in his university dormitory, now found himself in an unknown vehicle. In the driver's seat, the rearview mirror reflected a face with sharp, hardened features, devoid of emotion. The driver, clad in a crisp black suit, possessed a gaze as piercing as a blade, emanating an aura that warned, "Do not approach." He certainly did not appear to be a benevolent figure, and he pondered, was he being abducted? But who would dare to abduct an unremarkable university student from his dormitory in broad daylight? And how did they even gain access to his room and remove him? Were young men no longer safe sleeping in their dormitories? And E was bewildered. This was utterly irrational. Just as an E was on the verge of shouting out in panic, an unbearable pain surged through him unexpectedly. A tsunami of fragmented memories inundated him, forcibly piecing themselves together. Countless images flashed through his mind, gradually coalescing into a coherent narrative. He understood. It was not abduction, that he had transcended into another realm. He swallowed back a cry, feeling weak and defeated in the car. He couldn't comprehend how he had crossed over. There had been no car crash, no head injury, and he had not encountered any peculiar artifacts, all of which were the typical prerequisites for such a phenomenon. How had this happened? When had fortune smiled upon him? And E gasped sharply. Could it be the passive talent associated with his orphan status? Well, that seemed plausible in this era. Such occurrences were common. The laws of web fiction were unyielding, and he felt he had found the explanation, inhaling deeply to quell his tumultuous thoughts. After a few moments, he began to piece together the identity he had assumed. The original owner of this body was also named an E, sharing his name. Unlike him, the original and E hailed from a prestigious family. The group was renowned worldwide as a formidable conglomerate. From a young age, he excelled academically, graduated from a prestigious institution, and seamlessly took over a portion of the family business upon graduation, experiencing nothing but smooth sailing in every endeavor. Moreover, he was of mixed heritage from 8 countries, possessing striking features, and was adored like a star throughout his upbringing. Truly a favored child of destiny, a quintessential winner in life, evoking envy in others that, however, in Yi's expression, turned wooden. Mixed heritage from 8 countries. What kind of absurd scenario was this? How could one possibly mix such diverse ancestries? What complex calculations would be required to determine the genetic lineage? This was utterly bizarre and decidedly abnormal, and E, still grappling with his tumultuous thoughts, arrived at a simple conclusion. There was something amiss. At that moment, the seemingly menacing driver spoke. "Mr. And we have arrived." The driver, Lin He, was said to be a retired Special Forces soldier, an impressive figure, though when he found it difficult to grasp the specifics. Lin He opened the car door for an E, slightly bowing in a gesture of invitation. And Yi's heart skipped a beat as he endeavored to maintain the aloof demeanor befitting Mr. N, awkwardly exiting the vehicle. Lin He closed the door and stood a respectful distance behind him. How exceedingly elegant. Once he had gathered his thoughts, and he followed the memories in his mind to the company. Entering the private elevator, he ascended to the top floor where the CEO's office awaited, greeted by a chorus of voices exclaiming, "Good day, Mr. N." Ani maintained a stoic exterior, while internally he was overwhelmed. This was so unfamiliar. Upon finally stepping into his designated office and closing the door behind him, he exhaled deeply, allowing himself a moment of respite in the expansive leather chair, staring blankly at the ceiling for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later. System, are you there? Activate. Silence enveloped him. After a prolonged wait, the air remained devoid of response. Ani, oh no, did I ask there no golden finger? Is this not a benefit for travelers? He felt a twinge of disappointment. Never mind. Since I am here, I shall make the most of it. He took a deep breath, attempting to reassure himself. After all, this identity in this world is far superior to my previous one. This is an extraordinary stroke of luck. A domineering CEO. Surely, that is not a role just anyone can assume. How many yearn for such a prestigious destination? Indeed, I have stumbled upon a great fortune. And he convinced himself, gradually straightening his posture and trying to reignite his ambition. Upon entering, the secretary team had mentioned there were documents requiring his signature, which had been placed on his desk. Since he had arrived, he resolved to fulfill the responsibilities that came with this new identity and strive towards a brighter future. A smile spread across Yi's face as he confidently reached for the documents laid before him. And as expected, he found them incomprehensible. The intricate terms and reports resembled an ancient script. He struggled even to locate the signature line. He was utterly at a loss as to where to sign. To embark on a journey only to meet an untimely demise. How often does it make a hero weep? Tears welled in the corners of Yi's eyes. Perhaps the countdown to the group's bankruptcy had just begun, hastened by his incompetence. Fortunately, fragments of the original owner's memories surfaced at a critical moment, providing invaluable assistance. Yi grappled with several documents, muddling through them. Thankfully, the memories indicated that these matters had already been discussed and there were no significant changes today. Only signatures were needed. The details were convoluted, and Yi realized he would need to methodically sort through them. After calling someone in to retrieve the documents, Yi sat back in his chair, sifting through the memories in his mind. The memories related to individuals were manageable, as recognition of familiar faces prompted automatic recollections. This was evident during his journey through the company. The challenge lay in the realms of business knowledge and decision-making logic. Fortunately, the original owner's memories provided a foundation. Though understanding came slowly, it was not entirely elusive. Perhaps his mind had sharpened since his transcendence, and he contemplated for a moment, recognizing his own limitations, yet he understood that he was not entirely devoid of potential. However, there was no need for haste. Given the identity he had traversed into, a plethora of opportunities for growth awaited him. After all, he was the sole heir of the group, and his parents were still in the prime of their lives, while his grandparents enjoyed robust health. A smile graced Yi's face. Indeed, this journey was truly worthwhile. He had ascended from the status of a mere stable boy to that of a Roman nobleman. A remarkable gain. Indeed, fate proved to be equitable. Although he had acquired wealth, he had also shed his burdens. Chapter 2. The day after entering the world of the dragon overlord with a heart brimming with joy, the afternoon gracefully slipped away as he meticulously sifting through his memories. Around 5:30, a gentle knock echoed from outside the office, and he straightened up, adjusted his attire, and called out, "Come in." A young man entered, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and impeccably dressed in a blue suit, a subtle smile gracing his features. This was Li Xian, the original owner's chief assistant. Li Xian stood before his desk and announced, "Director, and the itinerary is prepared. We may depart." It was then that Yi recalled the evening's banquet he was to attend. Prior to that, he had arranged for a dinner reservation, as he knew he would hardly find enough sustenance at the event. This banquet was in celebration of a partner's birthday, and with his parents currently abroad. It fell upon him to represent the family. With this thought, he nodded and said, "Let us go." He rose, regaining the demeanor befitting director, and, as before, Linny drove while Li Xian occupied the passenger seat, briefing him on work matters. Soon, they arrived in an upscale Western restaurant. As a newcomer to this realm, Yi had little prior knowledge, but fortunately, the original owner was a connoisseur of Western cuisine, relying solely on the remnants of muscle memory. He navigated the dinner with composure. Truth be told, he found the food rather unremarkable. He believed that the exquisitely plated dishes paled in comparison to a steaming bowl of beef noodles. Of course, it wasn't entirely unpalatable. Perhaps it was merely a matter of personal taste. As he headed to the changing room to don his banquet attire, he casually instructed Li Xian, "From now on, please arrange for Chinese cuisine." Li Xian did not question the request, but simply replied, "Understood." At 7:30 in the evening, the elongated limousine glided into the hotel, awash in dazzling lights, and he arrived at the banquet venue's entrance. Lin silently drove towards the parking lot, while Li Xian, carrying a meticulously packaged gift, followed closely behind and into the resplendent banquet hall. After presenting the gift to the designated recipient, and he adorned himself with a flawless smile and approached the birthday celebrant of the evening. In his recollections, the birthday honoree was named Du Ting, and he narrowed his eyes. The surname Du Gu carried an air of distinction. Du Ting was celebrating his 60th birthday, appearing vigorous and radiant, as if he could conquer another 60 years. Quite impressive indeed. With a smile, and he greeted him, "Uncle Du Gu, happy birthday. Wishing you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and a brightness as enduring as the sun and moon. You truly are more vibrant than ever." Upon hearing this, Du Ting laughed heartily, patting Annie on the shoulder. "Ah, Xiao, you have arrived." This was followed by a series of warm praises from the elder to the promising younger generation, creating a harmonious atmosphere where hosts and guests alike reveled in joy. The relationship between the An family and the Du Gu family was generally superficial, yet they projected an image of intimacy in front of outsiders. After exchanging pleasantries with Du Ting for a while, and he made way for others who came forward to express their greetings. Just as he stepped away from the center of the banquet, a multitude of acquaintances surged toward him, akin to bees drawn to honey. And he maintained the smile befitting a person of society, engaging in cordial exchanges with those around him. At that moment, a hand, imbued with a playful force, casually draped over his shoulder. Turning to look, he was met with a head of flamboyant golden hair and a youthful face that exuded a sense of reckless abandon. The others present, perceiving the familiar rapport, discreetly excused themselves, creating a private space for the two. And he cast a glance at him, and immediately his mind conjured the identity of the individual before him. This person could be described as both a childhood companion and a mischievous friend of the original owner. Having grown up together, their families involved in business. His name was Huang Chan. Huang Chan was not known for his virtuous character, yet he was undeniably talented and had secured a stable position within the Huang family, largely due to the influence of his formidable father. Although Huang Chan was not inherently malevolent, he could be classified as a minor mischief maker. The original owner shared a close bond with him, one that transcended mere brotherhood. They were akin to brothers, though not by blood. Huang Chan, his body languidly draped over an grumbled, his voice tinged with the scent of alcohol. "Ancestor, you finally arrived. I was utterly bored. If I had to listen to those repetitive platitudes any longer, I'd wear out my ears. I arrived on time." And he extended his hand, gently pushing Huang Chan off his shoulder. "After 20 years of this, you still haven't grown accustomed? Some things one can never truly adapt to. Don't you know me? I am a free man." Huang Chan, swayed by Yi's push, straightened himself. Suddenly, as if recalling something significant, his eyes sparkled with curiosity, and he leaned conspiratorially closer to Yi, his expression brimming with intrigue. "However, today's banquet is rather interesting." And he brushed off non-existent dust from his shoulder. "Interesting? This is the first time I've heard you describe such an event in that manner." Huang Chan, with a mysterious flourish of his finger, replied, "That is something you're unaware of. Today, both Dugu Yuan and Yang Sisi have graced us with their presence. There will be quite a spectacle." And Yi's heart skipped a beat. Dugu Yuan? That name sounded extraordinary, almost as if it carried its own dramatic soundtrack. Reflecting on it, he quickly recalled that Dugu Yuan was the second son of Dugu Ting, overshadowed by an astute elder brother and a favored younger sibling. As the middle child, he was often regarded as the neglected second young master of the Dugu family, a pitiful creature struggling to survive in the cracks. At school and within the Dugu household, He was the one most frequently bullied. Whether by relatives, household servants, or peers, none regarded him with respect, seizing every opportunity to belittle him. He was akin to a tender sprout in the field, utterly pitiable. A sense of foreboding enveloped an E. Such a name, such a background, radiated an ominous aura. Setting aside the fact that the Dugu family was an affluent lineage, even if Dugu Yuan was overlooked, he should not have fallen to the level of being bullied by all. Moreover, Yang Cece seemed to be Dugu Yuan's fiancée, and she, with her lofty demeanor, regarded him as though he were nothing but refuse. This combination of names and character configurations feels oddly familiar. Chapter 3. On the third day of entering the realm of the overbearing dragon, and he inhaled sharply, contributing to global warming. What's wrong? Why are you silent? And with that expression, Huang Chan gently nudged in Yi's arm, pulling him from his reverie. Cough. And Yi cleared his throat, then draped an arm around Huang Chan's shoulders, forcibly leading him into a shadowy corner. What's the matter? Huang Chan's face was filled with confusion. Why are you being so mysterious today? And Yi brought Huang Chan to the corner and replied, It's nothing. Just a bit tired after a day's work. Huang Chan expressed his sympathy. I understand. That position you're in, TSK. Once this is over, I'll treat you to a couple of drinks. A drink can wash away 1,000 worries. No need, thanks. And he coldly exposed him. You just want a drink, don't you? Huang Chan's face flushed. How can you falsely accuse me? What did you mean when you said there would be a good show to watch? And he interrupted. Didn't Dugu Yuan and Yang Cece frequently appear at the same banquets before? Was it not entertaining then? Huang Chan's face immediately morphed into a rather lecherous expression, his eyes narrowing with amusement. Today is not merely about appearing at the same banquet. Today, Yang Cece is holding a significant surprise. And he scrutinized Huang Chan's lascivious expression. A big deal? It wouldn't be a cancellation of an engagement, would it? Huang Chan's eyes widened in excitement. I heard from Miss Yang Cece's friend. Where did you get your information? Huang Chan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Well, in Dong, you are quite well informed. And he stood there, dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. What? The engagement cancellation trend? Huang Chan's expression grew even more animated. What does that mean? What is this engagement cancellation trend? Share the inside scoop with your brother. And he pushed him away. Back off. Why are you so nosy? Come on. Tell me, don't be stingy. Just as Huang Chan was pestering an E, the grand doors of the banquet hall swung wide open. A tall and striking figure entered against the light, the newcomer possessing a face so handsome it bordered on sharpness, his lips curled in a charmingly wicked smile, moving with a deliberate, commanding presence that captivated the room. The moment an E laid eyes on him, a shiver ran through his body, an influx of information flooding his mind. It turned out that he had not only traversed realms, but had also unwittingly stepped into a narrative. He had entered a story filled with elements of engagement cancellations, harem intrigue, business warfare, underworld dealings, and opulent families, an utterly ludicrous tale with a title that screamed absurdity. The Return of the Dragon King, a business tycoon's frenzy. In essence, the male protagonist, Dugu Yuan, was initially an uncherished young master from a prominent family, overshadowed by an elder brother and younger siblings, paradoxically neglected within the affluent circles, a castaway of the elite, and publicly humiliated by his fiancée's abrupt engagement cancellation. Yet, unbeknownst to all, he harbored extraordinary talents. Since middle school, he had covertly amassed his strength, gradually developing his own commercial empire. During this period, an array of enchanting secretaries, delicate employees, captivating CEOs, and charming teachers surrounded him, all utterly enamored. Ultimately, he made a triumphant return, crushing all his former tormentors underfoot, ascending to the pinnacle of the business world, reveling in boundless fortune and enjoying the pleasures of life to the fullest. And Yi's role was that of the rival CEO, competing for the affections of various beauties, serving as a foil to the male protagonist who consistently outsmarted him, leading to his continuous downfall and embarrassment. Through a series of miscalculations and betrayals, and he found himself confined to a mental institution, while his family members fell, one by one, like heroes rescuing their grandfather. under the hands of Yuan, ultimately leading to the ruin of the Yin family's legacy, with lives lost and minds shattered. At this moment, Yi's gaze was fixed intently on the alluring figure making its way to the center of the banquet. Now was the moment of breaking off the engagement. In this charged atmosphere, a suppressed curse erupted from Yi's throat. Damn it! Beside him, Huang Chan stumbled in fright, nearly colliding with the champagne tower. What the hell? Brother? Huang Chan exclaimed, eyes wide, staring at Yi's almost contorted face. Are you possessed? And he whipped his head around to look at him, causing Huang Chan to instinctively take a step back. Brother, are you all right? And he gritted his teeth. I am fine. In the storyline, Huang Chan ultimately met a similarly tragic fate, and his family fared little better. However, throughout the narrative, Huang Chan had been mindlessly egging an Yi on to pursue the various beauties of the male protagonist. One cannot deny that their eventual downfall bore much of his influence. Huang Chan felt a chill run down his spine under Yi's gaze, cautiously extending a finger to poke Yi's arm, as if touching a bomb that could explode at any moment. As long as you're fine, that's good. Just take it easy. At this moment, at the banquet center, Yuan stood before Du Ting, exuding an air of arrogance and dominance, radiating an unmistakable aura of superiority. It was utterly baffling why anyone would perceive him as a pitiable figure. Was the world's perception clouded by a frosted lens of ignorance? And he was puzzled and incredulous. There was something amiss in this world. Seeing Yi seemingly calm down, Huang Chan's curiosity reignited, and he leaned in, adopting his usual disdainful tone. Look at Yuan. He truly resembles a hapless wretch. And Yi's silence spoke volumes, a testament to his shock. After holding back for too long, he finally couldn't restrain himself, fixing Huang Chan with a look of utter disbelief. Are your eyes clouded with clam meat? Where was the pitiable appearance? Huang Chan retorted, Are you trying to say crap? And Yi snapped, Is that the point? And Yi fell silent, left speechless. Huang Chan, baffled by his reaction, muttered as he scrutinized Yuan again. How is he not pitiable? Suddenly, Huang Chan's voice faltered, his face displaying uncertainty, his eyes reflecting a rare confusion. Actually, he doesn't seem all that pitiable. It is indeed peculiar. His gaze feels somewhat unsettling. How strange that I previously considered him to be a pitiable figure. Chapter 4. On the fourth day of entering the world of the overpowered dragon, Yi raised an eyebrow, squinting at Huang Chan. After surveying his surroundings, he discovered that the expressions of those nearby mirrored Huang Chan's earlier demeanor, their faces still adorned with cheap and hypocritical pity and schadenfreude, as if they were collectively afflicted by a selective blindness. And he found himself at a loss for words. However, analyzing the current situation, it was understandable that, having traversed into a novel, the people around him would be influenced by the plot, rendering them oblivious to the reality before them. The power of the narrative is indeed both tyrannical and absurd. Moreover, judging by Huang Chan's behavior, this blindness induced by the plot was not particularly severe. A simple reminder could set things right. Of course, it might also be related to their roles as antagonists within the storyline. Yet, for now, these were merely conjectures. At that moment, a woman's voice resounded loudly within the banquet. I want to annul the engagement. Today, I must annul the engagement. And he focused his gaze, and indeed, it was Yang Cixi. Huang Chan momentarily forgot his earlier perplexity, his eyes lighting up as he rubbed his hands together in excitement, pulling Yi toward the eye of the storm. This juicy gossip was something he simply had to witness up close, and he stumbled slightly, his mouth twitching as he was dragged forward by Huang Chan into the throng. The banquet hall had become so silent one could hear the flutter of a mosquito's wings. At that moment, every attendee wore an expression of undisguised shock, as if they had not anticipated such an event. It was utterly fascinating, and the glint of gossip and excitement sparkled in everyone's eyes. To be honest, Yi was equally astonished. Only someone with a questionable mindset would create a scene at their fiancé's elder's birthday celebration to demand an annulment. Even if she succeeded in her endeavor today, and indeed, she would, once the banquet concluded, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Such foolishness could only be described as earth-shattering. Standing at the center of the banquet hall, Dugu Yuan's expression was dark, almost as if it could drip with the weight of his ire. The faces of the other Dugu family members were equally unappealing, resembling a collective application of inferior black paint. And he thought to himself, "Oh dear, Yang Cece is in for it." He recalled that in the original plot, Yang Cece acted similarly, and her fate was not much better than that of an Yi in Huang Chan. The distinction lay only in the severity of her demise. Dugu Yuan gazed deeply at Yang Cece, the corners of his mouth slowly forming a cold, cruel, textbook-like, bloodthirsty smile. "Ah, splendid. You wish to annul our engagement?" Yang Cece, like a proud peacock, lifted her head high, regarding him with disdainful eyes. "Of course I want to annul our engagement. Just look at yourself. What about you is worthy of me? I intend to marry only the most exceptional man in this world, for instance." At this point, a hint of bashfulness appeared on Yang Cece's face. Incredible. Dugu Yuan's expression was exceedingly grim, as if the vast grasslands above his head could accommodate a stampede of horses. Through gritted teeth, he declared, "Do not regret this." His concern was not for Yang Cece, but rather for his own dignity, which, in the eyes of others, was virtually non-existent. However, since Yang Cece dared to act in such a manner, he would ensure that her path would not be an easy one. Dugu Yuan voed sidoni. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their struggles. He was determined to make Yang Cece pay for her foolishness today, 100-fold for the humiliation endured. Upon hearing Dugu Yuan's words, Yang Cece's disdain only deepened. Regret? Ha ha ha. Regret for breaking off our engagement? That day shall never come. She yearned to deliver further disdainful remarks, but was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous command. Enough. Dugu Ting stepped forward, his demeanor as cold as ice, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Miss Yang, since you hold my Dugu family in such low regard, let this engagement be dissolved. I shall pay a visit to your esteemed parents." Yang Cece's haughty bravado faltered for a moment, a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of her mouth. Yet, she remained silent, lifting her noble head in defiance, intending to turn and leave. And he placed a hand on his forehead, bemused by the absurdity of this utterly ridiculous engagement dissolution taking place before his eyes. It was simply unfathomable. Beside him, Huang Chan did not share the amused expressions of the onlookers. Instead, he stood frozen, turning to an E with a perplexed expression. "Why do I feel that something is amiss?" And he affectionately ruffled his hair. "Congratulations, you've gained some sense." Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, hushed but rife with speculation. Dugu Ting, the wily old fox, maintained his composure, cheerfully urging the guests to continue enjoying the banquet, as if the earlier exchange had merely been an inconsequential display for entertainment. And he silently acknowledged his shrewdness. Truly, the old are often the most cunning. Dugu Yuan seemed to exchange a few words with Dugu Ting, who shot him a venomous glare before dismissing him with a wave of his hand. Just as Dugu Yuan took his first step out of the venue, and he found himself frozen in place, Huang Chan, filled with confusion, babbled nonsensically, but not a word registered in Yi's ears. At that moment, his surroundings became a cacophony. It felt as though thousands of frantic, uncontrollable ducks were squawking into his ears, their cries piercing like sharp needles into his mind, leaving him with an unbearable headache. The shouting resonated with fervor, as if someone were passionately proclaiming something, causing an E to instinctively take 2 steps back, nearly losing his balance. Startled, Huang Chan quickly reached out to steady him. "What is wrong? What is happening? I knew something was off with you today." However, and he had no inclination to respond. The overwhelming noise consumed and shattered his focus. His throat felt constricted, and he could only chant silently within his mind, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Fortunately, as he continued to wish for silence, the clamor gradually began to subside. The sounds of conversation had diminished significantly, as if certain voices had been filtered out. Gradually, and he began to discern some words whispered in his ear. Clear phrases surfaced. "No way, sir. This is somewhat haphazard. Is the author mentally challenged? This is absolutely hilarious. Can it be so? Has the author's mind been caught in a door?" Young Cece will surely regret this. I can already predict what lies ahead. The male protagonist's eruption. His ex-fiancée weeping bitterly. The male lead flaunting his charms with another beauty, culminating in a dramatic annulment that serves as a resounding slap in the face. The author must be a single-celled organism. Such a plot elicits no response from me, merely ripples of indifference. And Yi's expression turned stony as he pushed aside the warm water Huang Chan had offered him and remarked, "I'm fine, just a bit tired." Chapter 5. On the 5th day, in the realm of the overpowered dragon, if I am not mistaken. Those sounds at the edge of my hearing must be the book reviews. A live commentary, perhaps, that follows the plot's progression. This might be his golden finger? The ability to hear comments seems rather intriguing. However, it is evident that he cannot follow the storyline. I wonder if the comments will also evolve alongside it. Seeing Huang Chan's concerned gaze, he reassured her, "I truly am okay." Huang Chan remained skeptical. "If anything comes up, let me know. And remember to get checked at the hospital later." And he nodded, feigning a look of weakness. He politely declined to engage with others who approached him and stepped forward to bid farewell to the members of the Duga family. Perhaps, noticing his pallor, they refrained from saying much. They might even have wished for everyone to leave sooner. He notified Li Xian via his phone. And after parting ways with Huang Chan outside the hotel, and he got into the car and departed. Seated in the vehicle, and he rubbed his temples. Although the surrounding sounds had diminished considerably, they continued to buzz intermittently. He had tried to control it earlier, but to no avail. Thankfully, the noise had begun to fade. From the earlier moments until now, all the comments he had heard were related to the annulment of his engagement with Duga Yuan, and he speculated that the comments he could hear were either plot-related or could only be perceived after interacting with the protagonist. It was not a constant stream of readers' comments. And he exhaled slowly. Regarding his inability to control when he would hear comments, it might be a blessing in disguise to only catch them at critical junctures, allowing for some semblance of tranquility. Ding! His phone chimed, and upon checking, he saw a message from Huang Chan. "Huang Chan, remember to get checked at the hospital. Your complexion has been off all night. Your health is the priority." And he maintained a composed expression and replied, "Okay, you need not worry." He then looked up and instructed, "Let us head back." Lin He, yes. For the sake of convenience, and he did not reside with his family. Instead, he lived in a luxurious apartment not far from the company. Upon entering the apartment, he was greeted by a chill and emptiness, and a so-called elite atmosphere that struck him like a slap to the face. In simpler terms, it appeared as though no one had ever truly lived there. In a pristine house adorned in shades of black, white, and gray, the empty rooms epitomize a stark stereotype, weary in both body and spirit, and he found himself too exhausted to voice his frustrations. After a hasty wash-up, he collapsed onto the lavish bed, reputedly of considerable worth, and succumbed to slumber within mere moments. A night of restful sleep ensued. The following morning, awakened by his biological clock, and he felt considerably rejuvenated. Based on past experience, he anticipated that he would soon arrive with breakfast. Groggy yet determined, and he sat up in bed and stretched languidly. Shortly after he finished his morning routine, he appeared bearing the morning meal. A smile graced Yi's face as he indulged in the delightful repast. Ah, the bliss of being catered to, both in attire and sustenance. After enjoying breakfast, he made his way to the office, ready to embark on a day of work. A light rain had fallen the previous night, leaving the air imbued with a refreshing coolness and humidity. With unwavering focus, he traversed the lobby, Lenny shadowing him closely. As he walked, it seemed as if he were enveloped in a spotlight, drawing the gaze of those around him. The employees cast him adoring glances, their eyes filled with admiration. Upon entering the elevator, the atmosphere shifted, filled with suppressed gasps of disappointment. Seizing the moment as the doors closed, he glanced back, noting several employees halted in their tracks, their expressions animated. A barely perceptible twitch played at the corner of Yi's mouth. Indeed, this was but a tale. He was certain that in the realm of reality, the employees would not be gazing at him with infatuation, but rather wishing to hang him from a lamppost as a decorative spectacle. Their murmurs would not be a forlorn sighs over his absence, but could only be the fervent hope that he would remain absent, allowing them to indulge in idleness. Accompanied by their cordial greetings to him and his entire lineage, the elevator ascended directly to the top floor. As the office door closed behind him, it sealed off the clamor of the outside world, and he casually tossed his phone onto the expansive desk, and, in an instant, he felt as though his bones had been extracted, sinking into the generous leather chair with a contented sigh. At that moment, the office door creaked open. Chief Assistant Li Xian entered, bearing a stack of documents, his demeanor as meticulously composed as ever. "Mr. N, please review these documents," he stated. And he nodded, gesturing for Li Xian to place the files upon the desk. A vehicle came to a halt outside the gates of a group. A striking Rolls-Royce Phantom, with its audacious lines, parked defiantly, completely disregarding the no parking signs. A well-trained security guard approached promptly, a smile on his face, eager to remind the driver that parking was prohibited in front of the company entrance. "Sir, I apologize, but parking is not allowed in this area. If you require parking, please turn left ahead to access the underground garage." The driver in the car immediately furrowed his brow, seemingly poised to respond. The rear window of the car gradually descended, revealing a sharply contoured face etched with disdain. He let out a cold snort, his gaze condescending, as he spoke with haughty arrogance. "Do you look down upon me?" The security guard, suppressing a torrent of expletives, responded with a polite smile. "Sir, you have misunderstood. That was not my intention. This is company policy, intended to ensure smooth traffic at the entrance. I kindly ask for your understanding and cooperation." The man snorted again, seemingly recalling something, and instructed the driver, "Head to the parking lot." The driver cast a frosty glance at the security guard before preparing to drive away. The guard maintained his smile, saying, "Thank you for your cooperation." Once the vehicle had departed, the guard's smile instantly faded, and he spat in the direction of the taillights, exclaiming, "Bah, what a piece of work! Insane." Before long, a young man, impeccably dressed, approached the company entrance accompanied by the same driver from earlier. The man's expression was grim as he hastened towards the front desk. As he passed by the security guard, the driver shot another cold glare at him. The guard muttered under his breath, "What a damn nuisance." The young man, with a haughty demeanor, addressed the front desk, stating, "I wish to see an E." Chapter 6. The sixth day in the realm of Dragon Awoke. On the front desk was attended by a sweet-faced young woman. In a cheerful tone, she inquired, "Good day. Sir, may I ask if you have an appointment?" The man, who was none other than Yuan, furrowed his brow and replied, "No, arrange it for me." Such presumption seemed natural to him. The young woman responded with a light chuckle, "I apologize, but without an appointment, you may not be able to go up immediately. If you wish, could you kindly provide your name? I can inquire about Mr. N's schedule for you." Yuan's expression darkened further, but he restrained himself and replied, Yuan, "Very well," she said, picking up the phone at the front desk to report the situation upstairs. Soon after, she hung up, her smile still radiant. "Mr. Dugu, I apologize, but Mr. N is currently presiding over an important meeting. However, you may wait in the adjacent reception room, and we will notify you as soon as the meeting concludes." At that moment, a well-dressed employee with a name tag appeared at the right moment. "Mr. Dugu, this way please. I will escort you to the reception room." Yuan's countenance was grim, his expression stormy as he followed the employee to the reception room. "Mr. Dugu, this is the reception room. Please wait here. We will inform you once Mr. N's meeting has concluded." He paused briefly before inquiring professionally, "Would you like something to drink?" The driver stepped forward, hastily responding in a stiff tone, "No need. You may leave." The employee promptly complied, retreating and disappearing outside the door. As the guide vanished from sight, the driver approached Yuan with a malicious expression, whispering, "Boss, how dare they insult you like this? I suspect it is in Yi's doing. They are deliberately sidelining you." Yuan, seated on the sofa, let out a cold laugh. "They will pay for this." At this moment, an E was engaged in a meeting. Thanks to the original owner's memories and wealth of knowledge, he navigated such situations with relative ease. By the time the meeting concluded, nearly an hour and a half had elapsed on the clock hanging on the wall, and he returned to the office accompanied by Li Xian. "Li Xian, please ask Zhang Chang to come to my office shortly," he instructed. "Certainly, Chairman N," Li Xian responded, quickly adding, By the way, Mr. Dougie Yuan is here for a visit and is currently waiting in the reception room. And he paused in his tracks. Dougie Yuan? The plot radar within him instantly activated. This development was not present in the original narrative. At this juncture, shouldn't the Dragon King be preoccupied with dealing with the Yang family, enacting a revenge tale of not underestimating the youth? What could prompt him to seek out this predetermined antagonist? He had no intention of meddling in Dougie Yuan's affairs as per the original plot. He preferred to let them unravel on their own. The timing of Dougie Yuan's visit made any wonder if the will of this world had intervened upon noticing his reluctance to fulfill the role of a mere pawn. And he could not help but entertain such thoughts, sending a shiver down his spine. With a furrowed brow, and Yi inquired, "Did he mention what the matter is?" Li Xian shook his head. "No, he insisted on seeing you." And he massaged his temples, a flicker of resignation crossing his eyes. "Very well. Let us see what he desires." In the reception room, the atmosphere was stifling. Dougie Yuan stood impatiently by the window. Had it not been for the presence of only his driver, he would have already unleashed a tirade. How audacious of an Yi to keep him waiting for so long. Did he truly believe himself to be a mere plaything? How ignorant! They had no idea of the formidable existence they faced. Click! The sound of the door lock being disengaged interrupted Dougie Yuan's fervent inner monologue. He turned to see an Yi, impeccably clad in a tailored suit, standing at the entrance with an insufferably insincere smile plastered across his face. Simultaneously, an Yi's eardrums were bombarded by the familiar cacophony of the comment section. As the voices of the audience flooded his ears, an Yi maintained an impeccable smile. "Welcome, welcome. My sincerest apologies for the delay. I was in a meeting and was unaware of Mr. Dougie's arrival. It is quite remiss of me." And he gestured for Dougie Yuan to take a seat, while he himself settled onto the opposite sofa, discreetly signaling Li Xian to prepare refreshments. It appeared that engaging with the male lead might indeed grant him access to the comment section. After all, the narrative unfolds alongside the protagonist. Upon seeing an Yi, Dougie Yuan reigned in his haughty demeanor. "Not at all. It is I who am being presumptuous by paying a visit." And he maintained his unyielding smile. "You are too kind, Mr. Dougie. May I inquire what brings you here today?" Upon hearing the question, a mysterious smile, tinged with a sense of condescension, appeared on Dougie Yuan's face. Crossing his legs casually on the sofa and intertwining his fingers atop his knee, he assumed a posture reminiscent of a sovereign upon his throne, almost as if the words, "I am formidable," were inscribed upon his forehead. And he remarked, "Such rudeness is unbecoming." Dougie Yuan flashed a charming smile. "I come today, at the behest of my esteemed elder, to bestow upon chairman and a grand fortune, uncertain whether director and harbors any interest in collaboration." "An E, damn. What are you laughing at? I'll knock your teeth, ask you." And he maintained an impassive expression. "Oh, I'm not quite sure what Mr. Dougie is referring to. I will be eager to hear more." The satisfaction on Dougie Yuan's face deepened, as if he could already envision an E capitulating to him. He chuckled and cast out a bait. "Director, and I presume you have heard of the significant event in the eastern part of the city?" And he raised an eyebrow. The matter in the east? Indeed, he was aware. He recalled the infamous rumor surrounding the sinkhole in the plot, which purported that a new commercial center was to be established in the Eastern District. Consequently, the land prices there began to soar. Notably, the largest parcel was acquired by the Dougie family, with Dougie Yuan exerting considerable effort in the process. Ultimately, however, it was confirmed to be mere speculation, resulting in substantial losses for the Dougie family. Logically speaking, such a grave loss should not have occurred, yet that particular land was situated above a large industrial facility, which rendered it contaminated, and he found this outrageous. How could such baseless rumors arise concerning policy matters? Subsequently, various negative tales about the land emerged, resulting in an absurd drop in prices. This directly led to the Dougie family's construction on that land becoming a derelict project left unfinished. As for the illogical occurrences, and he could only attribute them to a narrative flaw. After all, this was a novel. How could it possibly be devoid of inconsistencies? Some authors, indeed, compose works replete with flaws, do they not? Chapter 7. The seventh day in the world of the overpowered protagonist. Contemplating these matters, and he was already prepared to decline Yuan's proposition. Nevertheless, refusal must be executed with a touch of subtlety. Thus, and he replied, I have heard some whispers. The incessant stream of commentary in his ears almost prompted a laugh. He quickly masked his expression, ensuring Yuan remained oblivious to his amusement. Upon hearing Yi's response, Yuan began to speak at length, his words flowing like a torrent, painting an exuberant picture of the potential collaboration. As if Yi's mere nod would propel them to the pinnacle of the Forbes list by the morrow. Yi's gaze wandered, his thoughts drifting to the commentary section. This man is undoubtedly the second male lead. He is certainly destined to face a reckoning later on. It feels rather cliché, yet another familiar trope. If you wish to read, go ahead. Has the author never studied literature? Aside from a devilish smile or a cold glare, how has the protagonist not yet suffered cramp? I've read only a few chapters, and the male lead has already flashed that devilish smile over 20 times. The content is quite good, the prose commendable, yet how many female leads are there? Does this even qualify as literary merit? Yuan, brimming with confidence, asked, So, director, and what do you think? Shall we collaborate? His assured tone pulled Yi back to the present. Evidently, he believed that with his persuasive tongue, Yi would inevitably agree to the partnership. And Yi, with an unperturbed demeanor and a gentle smile, replied, It certainly sounds like a promising venture, quite exhilarating indeed. As the corners of Yuan's mouth began to curl into a triumphant smile, he was abruptly met with Yi's unexpected shift in tone, as calm as if discussing the choice of lunch. How about this, Mr. Dugu? Please send me a detailed proposal for our cooperation. We will conduct an internal review and discuss it further before providing you with a response. Shall we? Yuan's smile froze instantly. A proposal? After his passionate and vivid discourse, he was now being asked for a proposal? Was this reasonable? Was Yi unwell, or simply unable to tolerate him? Yuan's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he spat out two words through clenched teeth. None. And he raised an eyebrow at the opportune moment, feigning a troubled expression and elongating his tone. Ah, this. He shrugged, seemingly at a loss. Mr. Dugu, this presents a dilemma. Without a proposal, a concrete plan, and a risk assessment, how am I to present this to the board and my colleagues? Surely, we cannot commit to such a significant project without proper documentation. Or do you perhaps have other written materials to substantiate your grand vision? Yuan abruptly stood up. Director, isn't the potential of this project enough to entice you? Or is it? And Yi, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, waved his hand. Please, sit down. No need to get agitated, Mr. Dugu. We must adhere to the regulations. It's for everyone's benefit, wouldn't you agree? I suggest that once you have prepared a comprehensive proposal, we can sit down for a detailed discussion, shall we? Yuan snorted coldly. Since director exhibits such a lack of sincerity, there is nothing more to discuss. He swung his arm violently, storming out with his equally ashen-faced driver, who looked as if he had just lost his parents. The door to the meeting room slammed shut behind Yuan, causing the air to tremble. Li Xian stood beside Yi, having witnessed the unfolding events, utterly bewildered. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Director, this Mr. Dugu, is he? And Yi, devoid of expression, nodded, completing Li Xian's sentence. Yes. He seems to have a few screws loose. Perhaps it's a factory setting issue. Li Xian's mouth twitched in an effort to maintain his professional demeanor, succinctly agreeing. You are correct. And Yi sighed. It seemed inevitable that the plot would take on a life of its own. Today was simply chaotic, merely serving to provide the male leader reason to act against him. Standing by the window, Yi gazed down at the street below. He caught sight of Yuan, who had just exited the company premises. Never mind. We will face challenges as they come. There will always be a solution. After all, with Yuan's walnut-sized intellect, the trouble he can cause is limited. And he turned around. Let us go back. Li Xuan raplia, understood. He silently commended his boss. In the comments section, is the male lead a fool? No, the male lead isn't a fool. The author is the fool. No, the author must be writing with their toes. I'm dying of laughter. Brothers, I can't take it anymore. This is too painfully awkward. No way. Surely no one reads novels with common sense. The refreshing nature of this book instilled in me a newfound confidence in my intellect. I could not help but offer a 1-star review in retaliation. Yet, I stand apart, granting it a 6-star rating. The prose may be somewhat extravagant, but it perfectly captures the book's absurd essence. Ha ha ha. 100 more ha's omitted. Why does this antagonist seem so remarkably normal? Moreover, that security guard exudes an air of clarity. In such narratives, rational individuals seldom survive. Come, let us wager on how long this villain will last. The betting has commenced. How many chapters until Ndong meets his demise? I bet within 10 chapters. I wager 5 chapters. 3 chapters. No more than that. An ES expression darkened. Unable to speak, is it? If you cannot articulate, then remain silent. Oof. Dugu Yuan exited the building with his driver, casting a glance back with a grim expression before returning to the vehicle. As the driver navigated the road, he indignantly remarked, "Boss, that an E is truly ungrateful. We approached him with courtesy, and he made you wait for so long. He didn't even come out to greet us. This is a blatant display of disrespect." Dugu Yuan's countenance darkened as he interrupted sharply, "Enough. No more talk. He will pay for this." The driver maneuvered the car onto the street, passing by the earlier obstructing security guard. Sensing something, the guard turned to look. The driver, filled with malice, raised his hand and made a slicing motion across his throat, as if to convey a warning. The guard remained expressionless as he spat loudly at the retreating taillights of the car, muttering, "Bah, a couple of lunatics. What bad luck." The driver continued towards Dugu Yuan's bar. After enduring such a humiliating experience, Dugu Yuan, by all accounts, should seek solace in intoxication. Although it was still morning, who decreed that one could not revel from dawn until the next dawn. Chapter 8. The 8th day in the realm of the overpowered in July. The peak of summer's oppressive heat enveloped everything. The car, traversing the road, felt akin to a steamer perched atop a pile of firewood, rendering it nearly suffocating. Dugu Yuan requested the driver to lower the temperature by 2 degrees, yet it did little to soothe his inner turmoil. Not only him, but every passerby appeared equally irritable. The slightest provocation could incite an explosion. When their vehicle came to an abrupt halt, Dugu Yuan erupted, "What is happening?" The driver leaned out the window to survey the situation, only to be met with an irksome cacophony of voices. "Can you drive? Can you drive? If I can't, can you? Didn't you see that you were too close to me? Have your eyes grown on your backside? I nearly collided with you. Nonsense. You were the one tailgating. If your skills are lacking, stay off the road. Did you flunk driving school?" Just as the 2 middle-aged drivers were on the verge of escalating their verbal sparring into a physical confrontation, a timid and delicate female voice unexpectedly interjected, "Please, could you stop arguing?" Her presence starkly contrasted with the volatile scene unfolding between the 2 men. Is it not better for everyone to be more peaceful? Just as the agitated Dugu Yuan was on the verge of exploding, he inexplicably turned his head at the sound of a voice. There, beneath the shade of a tree by the roadside, stood a girl, clad in a simple white dress. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders. Her petite face, innocent and pure, bore a pair of glistening eyes, reminiscent of a startled fawn. In that fleeting moment, Dugu Yuan felt a refreshing stream of tranquility cascade over him, cooling his spirit and lifting his heart. His previous irritation vanished entirely. The quarrel had been between 2 middle-aged men, who, upon noticing the beautiful girl by the roadside imploring them to cease their bickering, felt a surge of compassion, yet could not suppress their inner thoughts. "What business is it of yours? Mind your own business." The girl, startled by the sudden outburst, trembled, her eyes welling with tears, as if she had suffered a great injustice for merely trying to mediate. How could they scold her when her intentions were pure? Dugu Yuan, sensing the girl's distress, descended from his vehicle, enveloped in an aura that quelled the oppressive heat with an unexpected chill. In the upper echelons of the Group's office, an E was engrossed in reviewing documents, but the comments filtering through the air drew his attention. Indeed, it seems that at pivotal narrative moments, comments emerge. But didn't he just leave? What could possibly be happening now? An E strained to listen. Curse. Shout louder. What the hell? The arguing drivers suddenly felt a piercing chill. Is the male lead an icebox? It appears that this is indeed one of the female leads. Given her portrayal as a delicate flower, it's hardly a guess. With such a frail demeanor, it's a standard setup. I can bet there's a beautiful secretary involved too. With a hand pressed to his forehead, and he contemplated the unfolding narrative. According to the comments, Yuan was likely enacting a hero saving a damsel in distress, the object of his valor being his fated little flower of an employee. Recalling this female lead's characterization, one cannot help but exclaim, what a fragile creature emerging untainted from murky waters. At that moment, Li Xian entered, delivering a work report and accurately catching the last 3 words, his professional demeanor momentarily shadowed with seriousness. Little person? Chairman, is there a little person we need to address? And smiling, articulated each word with deliberate emphasis. Not a little person, but a little one. The concluding tone held a profound significance. Li Xian felt a jolt, questioning his sanity. Had Chairman lost his mind? His professionalism compelled him to suppress his myriad doubts and proceed with his report. Chairman and General Manager Zhang has already delegated the tasks. The preliminary plan for the new quarter's market promotion has been established, with the theme confirmed as Yuan's segment. Stop! Yuan interjected. She is merely a pure-hearted girl. What do you intend to do? The 2 drivers replied, what have we done? 2 bewildered drivers stood frozen in place, their faces etched with the philosophical inquiries of who am I? Where am I? What nonsense is this fool spouting? What had transpired? Was it merely a cordial exchange of ancestral greetings? Who on earth intended to harm the woman by the roadside? The young girl, known as Xiaoyu, observed a handsome man emerging from a luxury vehicle, advocating for her justice. Unable to contain her blush, she lightly bit her lip and cast a flirtatious glance at Yuan. She gasped softly, recognizing his identity as her boss. Yuan keenly perceived the admiration emanating from her, a swell of pride filling his heart. He donned an oily smile, his expression radiating righteousness as he addressed the 2 drivers. As long as I am here today, none of you shall lay a finger on her. Feel free to test that. The drivers retorted. We had no intention of touching her. Initially incensed, the drivers reconsidered upon noticing the opulent vehicle behind Yuan, weighing their options. To test this could lead to disaster. And look at that man. His gaze is far from innocent. Assaulting a lunatic isn't a crime. Forget it. The cost of collision is too great. Let's leave. In unison, the drivers exchanged exasperated eye rolls, muttering as they retreated to their vehicles, accelerating away and leaving Yuan and Xiaoyu locked in a poignant gaze on the bustling street. Beep, beep, beep. The jarring sound of horns pierced the air. Are we moving or what? Are you insane? Blocking the road? One frustrated driver yelled from behind. Yuan and Xiaoyu both exclaimed in unison. I never anticipated this. She bit her lip nervously, feeling nauseous from the tension. When will these authors change their descriptive style? The male lead is truly remarkable. He brings me such joy. The author is a genius, delivering so many surprises in just 2 brief chapters. They truly understand the art of performance. So many elements packed into such a short span. The driver behind them was indeed a talent. She found him amusing. I hope the male lead continues his wild antics. It gives me such a sense of superiority. What a fool. Chapter 9. The 9th day in the realm of the Overlord, and he couldn't help but let out a laugh. Puffed. The serious report on market penetration strategies in 3rd and 4th tier city engagement by Li Xian abruptly halted, a puzzled frown adorning his brow. And he waved dismissively. It's nothing. Please proceed. Li Xian complied, pondering internally, is this plan really that amusing? Has it even made director and laugh? Am I simply lacking in humor? On the curb, interrupted from their intimate exchange by the blaring horns, Yuan irritably signaled for the driver to move the obstructive vehicle. He then turned his attention to the innocent girl standing by the roadside, a trademark devilish smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Thank you for rescuing me just now. Xiaoyu's voice was as delicate as a whisper, trembling just enough to convey her fear. They were so fierce. It truly frightened me. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a poignant demonstration of vulnerability that was utterly heart-wrenching. Dugu Yuan watched as her eyes reddened, feeling an increasing dissatisfaction toward the two drivers from earlier. He thought to himself, it would be best if I never encounter them again. Otherwise, I shall ensure they pay for their transgressions. Glancing at the girl before him, on the verge of tears, he consoled her. Dear miss, since you have spoken so valiantly, there is no need to shed tears for men lacking in gentlemanly decorum. There are still many good men in this world. He left the thought unspoken, allowing only an ambiguous chuckle to escape his lips. Xia Yu lowered her head, using the motion of dabbing at the corners of her eyes to perfectly mask the fleeting twitch of her mouth and the eye rolling that nearly reached the heavens. When she lifted her gaze again, she presented a visage resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoking sympathy as she murmured, "Thank you for your comfort." Dugu Yuan stepped closer, close enough to catch a whiff of her perfume. May I have the honor of knowing your name, miss? Xia Yu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, blushing as she replied, My name is Xia Yu. And you? Dugu Yuan, he said, extending his hand with a crooked smile. It is a pleasure to meet you. Beautiful miss. Xia Yu, shyly extending her hand, withdrew it swiftly after a brief shake, her cheeks growing even warmer. Dugu Yuan found her bashful demeanor immensely endearing, and his smile widened. Miss Xia, would you do me the honor of sharing your contact information? Xia Yu glanced at Dugu Yuan's expression, then lowered her head, gently nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Dugu Yuan and Xia Yu were engrossed in their budding connection, while an Yi was equally absorbed in his own affairs. He was entangled with various documents, lost in a state of romantic fervor, utterly captivated. As noon approached, the phone on the desk rang abruptly. Anyi answered succinctly. What is it? Li Xian's voice came through, Director, and Mr. Huang has arrived. An Yi paused for a moment, then realized Li Xian was referring to Huang Chan, instructing, Let him in. With a click, the office door creaked open. My good brother, how are you feeling? I've been so worried about you. Even before he could be seen, Huang Chan's boisterous voice resonated as the door opened just a crack. His golden head followed suit, bursting into the room like a lively cannonball, plopping himself onto the sofa opposite an E with a thud that nearly caused it to groan under the weight. I say, he sprawled out, lacking any semblance of decorum, as if the office were his own living room. Ever since I got home last night, the more I thought about it, the more something fell off. You, who usually looks strong enough to fell a bull, looked as pale as if coated in a layer of putty. Are you really all right? Did you go to the hospital? He leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Confess, did you encounter something sinister? I felt an unusually heavy aura at that banquet last night. That Dugu Yuan fellow is decidedly eerie. Excellent. Following the issue with his head, Huang Chan has now developed a new theory of supernatural encounters. Huang Chan wore a genuinely perplexed expression, tinged with a hint of apprehension. I'm serious. The more I think about it, the more I feel that Dugu Yuan is not quite right. He exudes an unsettling aura. If he were right, it would be quite surprising. And he lazily lifted his eyelids, casually signing documents while nodding in a perfunctory manner. Congratulations, Huang de Calming. Your IQ has finally begun to surge towards the human average. He handed a signed document to Li Xian, who stood nearby. Li Xian, please deliver this to Zhang Chong. Li Xian accepted the document with a blank expression, slightly nodding. Yes, Director, and hey, how can you speak like that? My friend's brilliance would make even Einstein refer to him as a master. Huang Chan exclaimed in dissatisfaction, then suddenly sat up straight, his eyes sparkling with gossip. Oh, speaking of strange encounters, do you know whom I saw on my way here? And he finally lifted his gaze from the pile of documents, giving him a look that seemed to say, Please commence your performance. Dugu Yuan, Huang Chan exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his voice rising an octave. That peculiar character, guess what? And he remained unfazed internally, even feeling a hint of amusement, yet his expression remained composed. What happened? Crying by the roadside? Crying? Huh. He was busy putting on a show, Huang Chan described excitedly, spitting as he spoke. Right at the intersection, just 2 streets away. That ostentatious Rolls-Royce was parked right in the middle of the road, like a barrier. He was putting on a melodrama with a little girl in a white dress, who looked like she could topple over at any moment. What a scene. Huang Chan animatedly mimicked the events, as if narrating a story. There stood Dugu Yuan, chin raised as if reaching for the heavens, shouting at two drivers who were amicably exchanging pleasantries. "Stop!" And then Huang Chan leaped forward, striking a pose like a great bird spreading its wings. With a swift motion, he blocked the little girl, his gaze disdainful, as if a deity had descended. "As long as I am here, no one shall harm her." My goodness! Huang Chan exaggeratedly covered his cheeks. The audacity, the grease. I nearly lost 3 teeth on the spot. After finishing his imitation, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The best part was, a long line of cars was stuck behind, horns blaring, and someone directly yelled from the window, "Are you moving or what? Are you crazy, blocking the road here?" Ha 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 ha. You should have seen Dugi Yuan's expression, as if he had swallowed a fly. Chapter 10. The 10th day in the presence of the dragon Ao Tian, and Yi's lips curled slightly, in sync with Huang Chan's description, as if he could hear the familiar barrage of laughter and comments echoing in his ears. He took a sip of his coffee, concealing his amusement. "Oh, and then?" "Then nothing. Once the cars passed, I left." Huang Chan shrugged, looking bored. "Just got rejected from an engagement and smoothly transitioned into this." Such mental fortitude, impressive. He gave a thumbs up, dripping with sarcasm. "So," and he set down his coffee cup, "our young master Dugu, after experiencing the public humiliation of a broken engagement at the family banquet, the very next morning stood in the scorching sun in the middle of the road, rescuing a damsel and successfully capturing her heart?" "Precisely," Huang Chan exclaimed, slapping the table again, but a rare hesitation and confusion flickered across his face. "However, this situation seems a bit too coincidental." It was as if fate had scripted the encounter. A peculiar sense of eeriness permeated the atmosphere, and he silently commended Huang Chan for his keen intuition. Wasn't this unexpected meeting a new player's gift bestowed upon the male protagonist by the will of the world? Achievement unlocked. Harem 1. Huang Chan hesitated, rising with a furtive glance around, akin to a thief. He then edged closer to an lowering his voice with an expression of incredulity. Let me tell you something, but don't think I'm crazy." And he raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Huang Chan grasped Yi's shoulder. "You see, just now when I spotted that young lady, my mind went awry." His eyes widened, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Do you know what my first thought was? To snatch her away and present her to you." His face expressed a mixture of shock and bewilderment. "I'm not your eunuch. Why should I manage your harem? Moreover, that young lady is not mine to control. She is a person, not an object belonging to Donggu Yuan. Why should I resort to abduction? When did I, Huang Chan, sink so low as to become a trafficker?" He tugged at his golden locks in distress, pondering aloud. "Could it be that my true desire lies in becoming your chief steward? Has your imposing aura evolved to the point of distorting thoughts?" And Yi's lips twitched. "That is entirely unnecessary. The aura of dominance belongs to Donggu Yuan, not to me." He disdainfully swatted away Huang Chan's hand resting on his shoulder. "Sit properly and refrain from fidgeting." Seeing Huang Chan's face riddled with existential doubt, and he kindly offered a more absurd explanation. "Perhaps having such thoughts isn't your fault. It might be that Donggu Yuan has cast a spell on you. You did mention he is rather sinister." Huang Chan was taken aback. "Really? Isn't that illegal?" And with a nonchalant demeanor, lifted his coffee cup. "Not all. Donggu Yuan wouldn't resort to such tricks, but the plot certainly would." How to describe the narrative of this world? It exuded a vibrant beauty, characterized by an overwhelming absurdity. The midday sun streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, cascading over a dining table adorned with pristine tablecloths and exquisite cutlery. And Huang Chan had just finished their meal, engaging in casual conversation. "I say, Huang Chan began, picking at his teeth, when a figure halted beside them. "Apologies for interrupting," came a warm, melodious voice, imbued with just the right amount of politeness. They looked up to find a tall man in a tailored dark gray suit standing by their table. His hair was meticulously slicked back, revealing a smooth, full forehead and a strikingly handsome face, reminiscent of classical sculptures. "Mr. and Mr. Huang," he accurately addressed them, his smile deepening. "I am Xiao Xuya. An Yi and Huang Chan exchanged surprised glances, taken aback. Xiao Shuya and Yi's mind raced through the original narrative database, concluding with the bewildering result. No such character existed. However, it is intriguing that a character with the surname Xiao appears as a villain at the conclusion of the original work, seemingly overlapping with the business of Du Gu Yuan. This serves as the author's subtle foreshadowing for a potential second antagonist. Is he perhaps a rival who will serve as a stepping stone in the future? Yet, could the current Xiao Xiuya be the unfortunate figure that the original protagonist ultimately encounters? Mr. Xiao, do you know us? An Yi inquired, rising to extend a polite hand. Huang Chan, slightly more restrained, followed suit and shook hands with him. Xiao Shuya elegantly reciprocated the gesture, his long and strong fingers exuding a cool temperature. Mr. An E from Incorporation and Mr. Huang Chan, the young master of Yawa Industries, are well-known figures in the local business community. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you, and I hope you will forgive my boldness in approaching you. His gaze lingered on An Yi's face for a brief moment. Mr. N's presence is truly more impressive in person, far beyond mere hearsay. His tone was genuine, devoid of mere flattery. An Yi sensed the focus in his gaze, which was oddly devoid of malice, perhaps bordering on excessive enthusiasm. He maintained a polite smile, replying, "You flatter me, Mr. Xiao. Please have a seat." He gestured toward an empty chair nearby. Xiao Shuya graciously took a seat, exuding an air of relaxed elegance. During their conversation, An Yi learned that Xiao Shuya was the president of Yuanshan Group, headquartered in another province. His visit to the city was aimed at expanding the company's business landscape and establishing a branch office. His discourse was witty and insightful, striking a balance between humility and confidence as he discussed macroeconomics and emerging technologies with An Yi and Huang Chan. He even displayed some knowledge of An Yi's recent projects, while Huang Chan injected humor, creating a harmonious atmosphere. An Yi found chatting with Xiao Xiuya to be quite pleasant. The latter's thoughts were clear and his logic sound, devoid of the exaggerated traits often found in fictional characters, resembling a competent and relatable business elite from the real world, entirely unlike the charmingly sinister Du Gu Yuan. As evening descended, An Yi, weary from a day spent buried in paperwork, drifted into the elevator of his apartment like a tired fish. Just as the doors were about to close, a slender hand with distinct joints reached in. "Wait a moment," came a gentle voice once more. The doors reopened, revealing Xiao Shuya, who entered with a stack of what appeared to be heavy art books, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, a few unruly strands of dark hair falling across his face, a rare crack in the meticulous image he had maintained earlier that day. Chapter 11. The 11th day in the world of Dragon AOT on Mr. Xiao, and he expressed his surprise. Upon recognizing him, Xiao Shuya's eyes sparkled with delight, his joy unmistakable. "Mr. N, what a coincidence. You live here too?" "Indeed," and he nodded, noticing the effort it took for him to carry the books. Instinctively, he reached out to offer assistance. "Do you need help?" "Thank you," Xiao Shuya replied with relief, providing a floor number that happened to be one below An Yi's. His tone was light, tinged with the fatigue of moving, yet undeniably cheerful. "I just moved in today, and things are still a bit chaotic. I never expected to become neighbors with Mr. N. What a delightful twist of fate." He paused, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked at An Yi. "It truly is remarkable." The elevator ascended slowly, emitting a soft hum, as two individuals engaged in a conversation about the trivial inconveniences of moving. Xiao Zia expressed her exasperation regarding the chaotic preparations at the branch office, a tangled web of issues, where even finding a decent place to reside felt akin to waging a war, ultimately leading her to hastily settle on this location. Fortunately, she now deemed this decision to be profoundly wise. Her gaze seemed to casually sweep over An Yi's slightly fatigued yet still handsome profile, and suddenly she spoke, her tone laced with a tentative curiosity. "Mr. N, do you live alone? Is your girlfriend not with you?" Upon asking, she appeared slightly taken aback, her eyes flickering momentarily with a hint of regret. "How presumptuous of me to broach such a personal topic right away." An Yi chucked it, refraining from a direct answer and instead countering with a question. "What? Is Ms. Xiao traveling all this way to expand the market?" bringing along her girlfriend as a supportive partner, balancing both career and romance. Xiao Zia immediately shook her head. Mr. In, you jest. I have no girlfriend to speak of. After a brief pause, her tone shifted to one of utmost seriousness, her gaze locking onto an E with unwavering focus. To be candid, I have traversed life thus far with a blank slate in terms of romantic experiences. I have never encountered someone who could truly stir my heart. The elevator fell into an abrupt silence. Xiao Zuyu's eyes burned with intensity as she continued, each word clear and deliberate. But I firmly believe that if I were to meet that destined person, I would recognize them at first glance. Without a shadow of a doubt, that sensation should be unmistakably vivid. And he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. He turned to face Xiao Zuya, whose eyes were crinkled with sincerity, and he felt an overwhelming surge of complex emotions that sent shivers down his spine. What was happening? And he swore he saw a blend of excitement, joy, shyness, and an overwhelming affection reflected in Xiao Zuyu's gaze. Goodness, it seems you two are a chart-topping CEO in matters of the heart. What is this? A tale of love at first sight? Is this not a narrative where a straight man leads a harem? When did the storyline shift and the narrative become tainted by an unexpected twist? Intriguing indeed. Thank heavens he is gay. A week later, at a business negotiation meeting, the crystal chandelier illuminated the space with a brilliance that could blind the most discerning eyes. While the air was saturated with a blend of caffeine, high-end perfumes, and the scent of wealth. And E, once a naive university student, had adeptly acclimatized to this environment. Accompanied by his assistant, Li Xian, who always exuded an air of polished sophistication, he stepped into the venue with a steady stride. His gaze immediately fell upon Xiao Zuya seated in the front row. She sat upright, her deep gray suit impeccably pressed, radiating an aura of elite professionalism. It was as if she had eyes on the back of her head. For the moment an E entered, she turned with precision. Mr. In, what a coincidence to see you again. And he responded with a standard business smile, internally lamenting. The frequency of coincidences this past week surpasses our company's KPI completion rate. Well, one couldn't blame her for being too charming. He straightened up, maintaining a calm facade. Ms. Xiao, indeed a coincidence. Just then, he noticed another striking figure, Chang Tongxin, the CEO of Tongxin Capital, capturing attention in the crowd. Chang Tongxin was impeccably dressed in a sleek black and white ensemble, her long hair meticulously styled, and her makeup refined yet devoid of any flirtation. Her gaze was sharp and composed. Engaged in hushed conversation with several seasoned investors, she exuded a formidable presence and displayed a lucid logic. This portrayal aligned perfectly with Yi's recollection of the original narrative depicting a beautiful CEO. However, the woman before him emanated such an overpowering aura and remarkable capability. Her demeanor as unyielding as the Siberian permafrost. She bore no resemblance to a foolishly infatuated damsel swayed by a mere beguiling smile, willing to become a member of a lecherous man's harem. What a pity it was for such an exceptional woman to willingly accept a role in a greasy man's entourage. The original narrative was undoubtedly a product of wishful thinking from the author. Perhaps it would be prudent to remind her, for she might awaken to the truth, just as Huang Chan eventually did. In a shadowy corner of the back row, Dugi Yuan cast a resentful glare at an E upon his arrival, likely still harboring grievances regarding the proposal. And he thought, what a nuisance, I can't be bothered with him. At that moment, he overheard the murmurs from the comment section. Is this woman being introduced extensively? She must be the female lead. I knew it, a beautiful CEO, a staple in business war narratives. Oh, a new character, the beautiful CEO. Has the author finally decided to grant the male lead a more suitable harem? Is the author's mind muddled? What with the fiery red lips, voluptuous curves, and soul-snaring gaze? Couldn't they use a different descriptor? The author must have flunked prenatal education. Same old cliches. Poor reviews. The commentary continued. How can they speak like that? This book is fantastic. Author, I support you. I'm just an ordinary guy, and I love reading it. Oh dear, this antagonist named in Dong has reappeared. Is he nearing his demise? It must be soon. as he only serves to make the male lead appear more foolish. And he nearly lost his composure at the mention of demise. What nonsense! He and E would live long and prosper. As the meeting unfolded, discussions grew intense, and E and CEO.Yet, representing local giants and emerging forces respectively, spoke with considerable weight. Chang Tongxin showcased her precise investment acumen and astute negotiation skills, directing several probing questions straight to the core, garnering discreet nods of approval from the seasoned veterans present. And he observed that when Dugu Yuan exaggeratedly painted a grand vision for the land in the eastern part of the city, Chang Tongxin subtly furrowed her brow, her fingers swiftly documenting something on her tablet. During a break, an E bid farewell to CEO.Yet, and, catching a glimpse of Chang Tongxin standing alone by the floor-to-ceiling window, appeared to be lost in thought while gazing outside, he casually approached her, coffee in hand. "Ms. Chang, do you seem to harbor some reservations regarding the Eastern City project?" He inquired directly, his tone calm. Chang Tongxin turned, puzzled as to why the sought-after and E would wish to converse with her. She keenly noted the chilling gaze of General Manager Xiao directed at her from a distance. Chapter 12. The 12th day in the realm of the overpowered protagonist Chang Tongxin regarded him with scrutiny. Mr. and possesses remarkable observational skills. She continued cautiously. I wouldn't call it doubt. Rather, I find that certain core data sources and their supporting evidence, along with contingency plans for unforeseen risks, appear somewhat lacking. Subtext. The presentation was ornate yet lacked substance, akin to a castle built of sand. And he chuckled softly, lowering his voice and adopting a tone reminiscent of idle gossip among friends. General Chang possesses a discerning eye. However, the young Master Dugu has recently been basking in the limelight, likely with his thoughts not entirely focused on the project. He smiled, saying, I heard he recently played the hero on the streets, passionately engaging with that young lady, their relationship progressing rapidly. Youth, after all, is characterized by vigor and passion. And Yi's words were suggestive yet discreet, refraining from a direct critique of the project while skillfully conveying several key notions. Dugu Yuan is neglecting his responsibilities. His actions are ostentatious, and his personal life is quite eventful. Chang Tongxin hesitated slightly, her fingers pausing around her coffee cup as memories of Dugu Yuan's somewhat frivolous demeanor on stage resurfaced, along with the lingering, unabashed gaze he cast upon her from the audience. And Yi's remark was like a small stone tossed into her tranquil heart's lake, causing a subtle ripple. Deep within her, an inexplicable flutter stirred, not from infatuation, but rather an instinctive warning. She gazed intently at an E, whose eyes were candid and whose smile was gentle, as if he were merely sharing a tidbit of amusement. She said nothing, only offered a slight nod. Thank you, General, and for sharing your insights. This seemingly casual remark etched itself into her memory. As the meeting concluded, Chang Tongxin excused herself to attend to company matters. Just as Dugu Yuan was preparing to approach her with a charming smile and confident stride, his steps faltered midway, his smile freezing into a mere expression. He could only watch helplessly as her elegant silhouette vanished through the door. And he lifted his documents, concealing the smile that danced on his lips. Generalin, might I have the pleasure of joining you for dinner? CEO.Yet timely extended the invitation. Our last hurried departure left much unsaid, and I am eager to hear your deeper insights on the collaborative points mentioned earlier. Upon noticing the subtle tension in Xiao's gaze, and E smiled and graciously agreed. He turned to Li Xian, who trailed behind him, and said, There's nothing pressing today. You may leave early. Li Xian's eyes brightened, his voice rising in excitement. Thank you. Generalin, after Li Xian departed, and E and CEO.Yet chose a quaint, serene private dining establishment renowned for its exquisite dishes. The server presented their selections. Please enjoy. Then, with a soft step, he exited the private room. As the door gently closed, it muffled the outside clamor, leaving only the soft trickle of water and the faint strains of a Guqin melody. The air seemed to momentarily solidify, infused with the aroma of the ingredients and a palpable tension. CEO.Yet broke the silence, elegantly lifting the decanter to pour a luminous white wine into an Yi's glass. its amber liquid reflecting an alluring sheen under the light. "General, and do try this Alsatian Riesling," he said, his voice as warm as ever. Yet his gaze bore a heightened focus. The refreshing minerality and citrus notes perfectly complement this steamed grouper. Naturally, he poured himself a glass too, his long fingers cradling the slender stem as he gently swirled it. And he lifted his wine glass, the cool sensation invigorating him. He took a sip. The bright acidity and abundant fruitiness were indeed delightful. What an exquisite wine! Not only does President Xiao possess a keen business acumen, but his taste in selecting wines is equally exceptional, he praised sincerely. "That's wonderful to hear," Xiao Xiuyan replied, his smile deepening. The corners of his eyes and brows illuminated with joy. To elicit such satisfaction from Director was a privilege for this bottle of wine. He added, gazing intently at an E, the implication unmistakable. And he cleared his throat discreetly, maintaining a composed demeanor, feigning ignorance of the underlying message, and naturally shifted the topic. "President Xiao, you mentioned in the meeting earlier the integration of AI smart homes with urban complexes. That is indeed visionary. It seems that the Yuancheng Group has made significant inroads in the realm of smart cities." A fleeting hint of regret flickered in Xiao Xiuyan's eyes. He understood An Yi's intent to divert the conversation and did not press further. Setting down his glass, he began to articulate his ideas with clarity. "You are correct, Director An. Our core advantage at Yuancheng lies in our foundational algorithms and big data platform. AI smart homes should not merely consist of isolated smart bulbs or voice control curtains. They ought to serve as a neural endpoint in the future of smart cities." His pace was measured, his words precise. Imagine a vast urban complex, guiding from parking lots, analyzing foot traffic in stores, regulating environmental temperature and humidity, to managing energy in each household, coordinating security measures, and monitoring health. If these data silos could be interconnected and optimized collaboratively while ensuring privacy and security. He gestured as if painting a grand vision. It would lead to unparalleled efficiency and a revolutionary leap in user experience. An corporation is a leader in high-end residential and commercial real estate development, and your recent breakthroughs in smart home hardware are widely recognized. If we could collaborate, embedding the AI platform from the project planning stage, we could create a true model of intelligent living. He looked at me, his gaze brimming with anticipation and the thrill of a worthy opponent. "This would be transformative, Director An." And he listened intently, his heart stirred, setting aside the disconcerting pie charts. He was genuinely impressed by Xiao Xiuyan's commercial vision and perspective. The concept was bold, cutting-edge, and highly feasible. President Xiao's blueprint was indeed exhilarating. And he lowered his glass, his expression turning serious. Breaking down data silos and optimizing collaboratively was indeed the direction of the future. However, significant challenges lay ahead. Data security compliance was a red line. User privacy protection was foundational, and the compatibility and standardization between different systems posed considerable difficulties. "You speak the truth," he acknowledged. Xiao Xiuyan's admiration deepened. "This is precisely what we need to explore in depth and resolve together." Yuancheng holds core patents in data security and privacy computing, while incorporation excels in hardware ecosystems and user engagement. A strong alliance is essential to navigate these obstacles. He picked up the communal chopsticks and naturally served An a piece of tender fish, saying, "Do try this. It is cooked to perfection." Chapter 13. The 13th day, inside the dragon's domination, An gazed at the plate before him, noticing an abundance of fish. Isn't this service a tad too attentive? Is there an undercover agent from Hadaleo among us? How infuriating! I might be tempted to indulge. He expressed his gratitude and continued. Standardization is indeed a significant issue. Presently, the smart home sector is fragmented, with protocols that are incompatible. To advance industry standards, substantial influence and a shared consensus are imperative. This is precisely the essence of our collaboration. Xiao Xiuyan spoke with conviction. Given the stature and influence of an S corporation in Yuancheng, it is not beyond possibility to spearhead the establishment of an open alliance for intelligent living, promoting the formulation of unified standards. Only by expanding the cake can everyone partake. At that moment, the surrounding clamor surged, and he furrowed his brow. What is Doug Weewan up to now? Is he once again entangled with Xiaoyu? Recalling the incessant comments from earlier in the week, and he felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He truly did not wish to hear about their affections. He was not interested in their melodramatic antics of a domineering dragon king and a charming flower. Comments. Silence. Fortunately, the comment section was not as he had imagined. Whoa. This commercial negotiation has taken an unexpected turn. Where is the promised antagonist's lack of intellect? Has the author been possessed? This segment of the negotiation is surprisingly coherent. Shocked. It turns out that director is not only a typical person, but actually possesses some intellect. Is this a positive development? Does this not further highlight the male lead as a complete fool? In the previous segment, Doug Weewan was in a fit of impotent rage, vowing to make director and pay. Was director and competing with a male lead for Chong Tongshin? Their meetings were described so ambiguously. Surely not, as I find the dynamics between Xiao Xiuyin and director and to be far more suggestive. What does it mean when Xiao Xiuyin gazes tenderly at an E, stirring his emotions? And he finds himself blushing slightly at the sight of this handsome man. The air thick with tension almost spills off the screen. What? Are they attempting to delve into some romantic subplot? Damn, feed me nonsense. I can't bear to watch any longer. As an E engaged with Xiao Xiuyin in a discussion regarding the cost optimization of edge computing node deployment, he couldn't help but overhear the comments, his lips twitching involuntarily. And he looking at this striking man, blushing, defamation? The author is slandering me, and he felt his resolve harden. Yet, was the plotline merely tethered to Doug Weewan? He instinctively glanced at the animated and bright-eyed Xiao Xiuyin across from him. Setting aside any improper thoughts, this individual was indeed an excellent business partner. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away quietly. The dishes on the table had been largely consumed, and the bottle of Riesling was nearly empty. Xiao Xiuyin, still eager, requested the waiter to bring a pot of fine Biluacan tea. The elegant aroma of the tea wafted through the air, dissipating the effects of the wine and rendering the atmosphere more relaxed. Xiao Xiuyin observed in Yi's face illuminated by the light, feeling a stir in his heart. He set down his teacup, his voice softer and more subdued than before. Director, I thoroughly enjoyed our conversation today. Engaging in discussions with you invariably ignites new sparks of inspiration, making time seem to fly by. His gaze was both focused and gentle, and a sense of deep affection quietly surfaced. And he lifted the teacup, using the rising steam as a veil. You are too modest, Mr. Xiao. Your many ideas have profoundly inspired me. Just call me Xiuya. Xiao Xiuya suddenly interjected, his eyes glimmering with a hint of barely perceptible anticipation. We are friends now, aren't we? Constantly addressing each other as Mr. Xiao or director and feels rather distant. And he gazed into Xiao Xiuya's sincere eyes. The words of refusal danced on his lips, but ultimately, he nodded. All right, Xiuya. Xiao Xiuya's eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, as if filled with starlight, and his smile radiated warmth. And his call was utterly natural, as if rehearsed countless times in his heart. Noticing the late hour, and he glanced at his watch and appropriately suggested concluding their meeting, as he had an early meeting the next day. I'll drive you home. Xiao Xiuya immediately rose, his movements swift as if fearing an might depart. It's right along my way. All right, I appreciate it, and he replied. They exited the private dining establishment, and the cool night breeze dispelled the lingering ambiguity of their earlier conversation. Xiao Xiuya's car was parked nearby, and he graciously opened the door for an his hand elegantly positioned above the door frame. Well then, such attentive service, an remarked. The vehicle glided smoothly through the nocturnal traffic. The driver navigated with great steadiness, while soothing piano melodies filled the cabin. Xiao Xiuya occasionally raised the partition, engaging in light-hearted conversation about the city's twinkling lights and amusing industry gossip. His tone relaxed and natural, perfectly balancing the atmosphere, neither allowing it to grow stale nor becoming excessively familiar. Reclining in the comfortable leather seat, and he listened to the music and gazed at the vibrant nightscape outside, gradually unwinding from the day's tensions. Setting aside complex statistical diagrams, he found his time with Xiao Xiuya remarkably pleasant. The car soon arrived at the apartment parking lot. We arrived, the driver announced, coming to a stop. Xiao Xiuya and E entered the elevator together, both pressing their respective floors. As the elevator reached its destination, Xiao Xiuya turned to an E, his gaze deepened by the elevator's overhead light. "Good night," and E. "I had a delightful evening." His voice was low and melodious, laced with a hint of subtle affection. "Good night, Xiuya," and E waved, returning a genuine smile. "I thoroughly enjoyed our dinner and discussion as well." After a brief pause, he added, "I will ask Li Xian to compile a preliminary proposal regarding our collaboration and send it to you promptly." "All right, I'll look forward to your message." Xiao Xuya's smile deepened as he watched the elevator doors close, lingering until an ES figure vanished before slowly turning to depart. An E exhaled a sigh of relief. Today's exchanges had been rather overwhelming. The commercial prospects were exhilarating, yet Xiao Xuya's increasingly unabashed gaze was quite another matter. He took out his phone, the screen illuminating with a new message from Xiao Xiuya's personal number. "I hope tonight's meal was to your liking. I look forward to our next encounter." And he gazed at the message, his fingers hovering over the screen for several seconds before he finally replied, "Looking forward to our next encounter." He put away his phone just as the elevator doors opened with chime. Chapter 14. The 14th day in the realm of Long Aote. On the following day, in the shadows of a street corner, inside a black sedan, Du Guiyuan wore a countenance so dark it seemed capable of dripping with water. He fixed his gaze intently on the direction where Chong Tong Xin had entered the community, his fist striking the steering wheel with a forceful thud. The blaring horn echoed jarringly on the road. "Chong Tong Xin." He spat the name through clenched teeth, his eyes ablaze with resentment and furious indignation. "You dare to reject me, Du Guiyuan? Just wait and see. Woman, do you truly believe you are turning down the affection of whom? That is the love of the Night Emperor." He retrieved his phone and dialed a number, his voice icy and cutting. "It's me. Find something for Chong Tong Xin to do. I intend to make Tong Xin capital a mess." "Comment section? Huh? What? Oh my goodness. Did Du Guiyuan really show up early in the morning with 999 roses to confront Chong Tong Xin? Ha ha, ruthlessly rejected." His face turned green. Powerless rage, threatening to take down Tong Xin capital. Is this the extent of the male lead's ambition? I don't understand. Is this not a male lead Dragon King story? So the current development is one of the female leads has rejected the male lead's affections, and he, humiliated and enraged, turns against her. Now he aims to target the female lead. Moreover, does the antagonist male supporting character seem to have ulterior motives? Wait, what is happening here? Is this still a male-oriented narrative? Fascinating. I have seen many Dragon King stories, but this peculiar twist is a first for me. I am impressed. In his apartment, Anise sank into his comfortable single sofa, attempting to relish a rare, leisurely morning. Listening to the commentary around him, he let out a helpless sigh. With no pressing matters this morning, he had intended to rest in his apartment. However, unexpectedly, shortly after having breakfast, the commentary erupted in his ears. He listened intently, grasping the essence of the unfolding situation. Apparently, early in the morning, Du Guiyuan had approached Chong Tong Xin with roses, only to be rejected, leading to his furious retaliation against her. And he covered his face in despair. How could Du Guiyuan be embroiled in so many events throughout the day? Does he possess such boundless energy? What about his business empire? Is it something to be disregarded? Yet again, it was the same refrain. You love me, I love him. He loves his own. Just go to work for a couple of days. With an expressionless face, he munched on fruit, the crunch echoing in the silence. Before picking up his phone, utilizing the resources of the family, and he applied for several anonymous phone cards. Selecting one, his fingers danced across the screen as he composed a succinct yet explosive warning message for Chong Tong Xin. Du Guiyuan intends to harm Tong Xin capital. Means unknown. Prepare swiftly. Just as Chong Tong Xin had rejected Du Guiyuan's inexplicable advances, She received this warning message while adjusting her clothes in front of the mirror. She cast a fleeting glance. It was a message from an unfamiliar number. Her gaze hardened. A fissure of anger appeared on her face, not from fear, but from sheer disgust. How dare he? As for the authenticity of the message, she deemed it highly probable that it was true. Just 10 minutes earlier, when she had resolutely declared her lack of interest, the expression on Du Guyuan's face, a blend of shock, humiliation, and fury, had prepared her psychologically, though she remained uncertain of his intentions. Was he targeting her company? Chang Tongxin took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure as her mind raced. There were only a few possibilities: malicious short-selling, spreading rumors, poaching the core team, creating negative incidents to undermine investor confidence, or, her eyes narrowed, employing certain underhanded tactics to create legal or operational troubles for me. Let us wait and see. Perhaps it would be wise to take the initiative? However, Chang Tongxin hesitated, her gaze returning to the message, suspicion deepening. Who sent me this information? Anyi, she murmured to herself, ruling out all impossibilities. In an instant, her mind flashed back to the negotiation meeting, recalling In Yi's seemingly casual yet precise reminder. Did he have a grudge against Du Guyuan? Moreover, it had been merely 10 minutes since I rejected that scoundrel Du Guyuan. How could news travel so swiftly? She felt a twinge of apprehension. Director and truly well-connected. She immediately instructed her subordinates to monitor Du Guyuan's movements and to investigate the source of this phone number. The priority was to stabilize Tongxin. Internal audits, court data backups, reassuring key personnel, and monitoring public sentiment. These were her areas of expertise. In her apartment, An Yi calmly retrieved his phone, concealing his accomplishments. Du Guyuan was a narrow-minded individual, vengeful, and not particularly rule-abiding in his dealings. He pondered his choice of words. Since he had made a threat, he would surely act, and likely without scruples. Yet it mattered little, and he took another bite of his apple, given the stature of the family. Chang Tongxin would not trace the information back to me. Furthermore, even if she suspected it was my reminder, it did not matter. As long as I didn't foolishly reveal myself. Du Guyuan was not truly fearsome. Fear him? Nonsense. And he leisurely finished the last bite of his apple, tossing the core precisely into the trash can 3 meters away. Before my transmigration, I was an ordinary college student, afraid of everything. After becoming a domineering CEO, if I still feared, then what was the point of my transmigration? Just as he finished speaking, the doorbell chimed, and he went to open the door, revealing Xiao Xiuyan standing outside. He had changed into comfortable dark loungewear, his hair slightly damp, as if he had just bathed, and he held a covered stewing pot, wisps of steam escaping from the seams. Xiao Xiuyan wore a warm smile that could melt ice and snow. And good morning. I hope I haven't disturbed your rest. His tone was so natural, as if visiting was a daily ritual. I made some calming soup this morning, thinking of you since you've been working so hard lately. As he spoke, he effortlessly stepped inside. Come, try it. My soup-making skills are exceptional. He strode directly toward An Yi's dining table, carefully placing the stew pot down, his movements flowing as if he were in his own home. An Yi, perplied, questioned. What is this? A breach of decorum? Moreover, his hair was slightly damp, a few unruly strands cascading over his smooth forehead, with droplets of water trickling down his cheek and sliding into his collar. The top 2 buttons of his collar were undone. What was he attempting? Was it an act of seduction? If this continued, he might just succumb. Chapter 15. The 15th day in the presence of Long Ao Yin, and Yi observed Xiao Zia effortlessly placing the aromatic stew on his dining table, then naturally walking toward the kitchen to fetch bowls and spoons, leaving An Yi in a state of bewilderment, questioning his own identity and whereabouts. Zuya, and he attempted to regain control of the situation. This is too much trouble for you. Really unnecessary. Xiao Zia returned with 2 exquisite bone china bowls and spoons, raising his clear and innocent gaze upon hearing An Yi's words. Not at all troublesome. I made too much. One person cannot finish it alone. As he elegantly lifted the lid of the stew pot, a rich fragrance immediately filled the air. While he looked at An Yi with sincere anticipation, knowing you've been working hard lately, I added some calming herbs to the stew, just for you. On you it. Everyone works hard. The refusal lingered on his tongue for a moment. But gazing at the glistening bowl of vibrant stew and Xiao Ziyu's sparkling eyes that seemed to beckon him to taste, and he found himself inexplicably seated. The stew was warm and fragrant, imbued with a slight sweetness from the herbs, sliding down his throat and spreading warmth throughout his being. It was indeed delightful. How is it? Xiao Ziya sat across from him, hands folded on the table, eyes focused like a student awaiting a teacher's evaluation, making Yi feel somewhat uneasy. It's very good, and he replied honestly, taking another sip. Zuya, your culinary skills are wasted. You should consider opening a private kitchen. He jested. Xiao Zuya's eyes instantly brightened. His smile dazzling. I'm glad you like it. If you ever wish for more, just let me know. His tone was so natural, as if preparing stew for an was his rightful duty. And he nearly choked on the stew. Any time. Is he serious? Is he teasing me? The neighborly breakfast concluded in an atmosphere that was both warm and tinged with a hint of ambiguous intimacy. Xiao Ziya diligently cleaned up the bowls and spoons, returning them to their rightful place with the familiarity of home. And before leaving, he reminded Yi, make sure to rest despite your busy work. I have some calming essential oils that work quite well. And he stood at the door, watching Xiao Ziyu's upright figure vanish at the elevator, touching his seemingly flushed ears. His heart a tumult of emotions. This guy's advances are rather relentless, aren't they? Stewing soup, offering essential oils. What's next? Warming my bed. How infuriating. The thought sent a small thrill through him. The following days passed as if all was tranquil. Within the presidential suite of a top luxury hotel, the atmosphere was somber. Dugi Yuan, clad in a velvet robe with the collar wide open, swirled a glass of red wine as he bellowed into his phone. Useless. It is indeed a difficult task to unearth the dark secrets of Tongshin capital, is it not? Tax issues, fire safety violations, labor disputes. Anything will suffice. What? You've investigated and found everything compliant? Nonsense. There is no such thing as a spotless company in this world. Keep digging. I demand you unearth the truth, even if it means searching 3 feet into the ground. Moreover, I care not what methods you employ. Within 3 days, I wish to see at least 3 members of Tongshin Capital's core team submit their resignations. Money? I have an abundance of it. 10-fold, 20-fold. Throw it at them. His voice suddenly dropped to a chilling whisper. Furthermore, I require a few discreet individuals to pay a visit to their company and orchestrate minor accidents. Perhaps a water leak in the servers? A fire in the archives? Do you grasp my meaning? He hung up the phone and took a deep gulp of red wine, his gaze dark and menacing. Chong Tongshin, how dare you refuse me? Just wait. You cannot fathom the consequences of offending the king of the night. He approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down upon the city lights. Lost in a reverie of his own strategic prowess and control over the situation, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. Not far behind him, on the grand bed, Xiaoyu lay with her clothing half disheveled, her meticulously styled curls slightly tousled, and her innocent, charming face inexplicably contorted with rage. She ground her teeth in frustration. Over the past few days, she had listened to Dugi Yuan incessantly muttering the name Chong Tongshin, piecing together the unfolding events from fragmented remarks. Upon searching online, she realized that this name most likely referred to the CEO of Tongshin Capital. Naturally, if she possessed even half the wealth of Chong Tongshin, she would not waste her time on the foolish Dugi Yuan. To think of refusing him, she wouldn't even spare him a glance. Such a lowly creature. She would have the security toss him out. What remained in his mind, aside from base desires and that ludicrous thirst for revenge? From the very beginning, she understood that there was no genuine affection between her and Dugu Yuan. Yet he dared to plot how to win over another woman right before her eyes. Was she not worthy of consideration? Most importantly, after indulging him for so long, he ought to provide her with some benefits. Should he not? Financial support, perhaps? The imbecile had issued countless empty promises, yet she had seen not a single coin. Did he truly believe she was an innocent, naive flower, devoid of worldly ambition, solely devoted to him? How could Dugi Yuan still be alive with such blindness? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Xiao strove to suppress her dissatisfaction. When she lifted her gaze again, her face donned an expression of perfectly timed innocence and concern. Barefoot, she approached the floor-to-ceiling window like a fragile little kitten, silently extending her delicate, fair arm to entwine it around Yuan's. She leaned her soft body against his arm, seeking his warmth. Brother Yuan, her voice was sweet and soft, laced with a hint of timid concern. Is something troubling the company? She tilted her small face upwards, her eyes glistening like a frightened fawn. Simultaneously, a gentle, pale hand brushed against Yuan's open shirt, her fingertips cool to the touch. Please do not be angry, she pouted, her tone endearingly innocent. Being upset is not good for your health. Yu worries for you. She stood on her tiptoes, leaning close to Yuan's ear, her breath fragrant as orchids, and with a tone imbued with admiration and certainty, declared, Moreover, Brother Yuan is the most formidable person in the world. There is nothing you cannot accomplish. I firmly believe in you. You will effortlessly resolve all challenges. Chapter 16. The 16th day in the realm of the dragon. Chang Tongshin's efficiency was astonishing. Within a mere few days of receiving the warning message, Tongshin Capital commenced operations with the precision of a finely tuned war machine. Internal audits were meticulous, and the core team remained steadfast after receiving a generous retention package and a clear pathway for advancement. The public opinion monitoring team worked around the clock, scanning the internet for any hint of disturbance like a radar. Simultaneously, Chang Tongshin's counteroffensive quietly began. She did not directly target Yuan, as that would be too overt. Instead, she leveraged her vast network and keen instincts to discreetly investigate the less-than reputable enterprises and financial sources under Yuan's name. She inadvertently allowed several well-informed investors within her circle to catch wind of rumors regarding Yuan's malicious intent to short Tongshin, thus fortifying a defensive line in the capital market ahead of time. That afternoon, he was having coffee with Xiao when Chang Tongshin, passing by, hesitated for a moment before instructing her driver to stop. Director and President Xiao, what a surprise to see you here. I came specifically to greet you. I hope you don't mind. With a clear objective, she approached directly, and he lifted his gaze from his conversation with Xiao, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. Oh, it is you, General Chang? Chang Tongshin moved closer to the two, and he rose to greet her. They shook hands, the atmosphere delicately charged. The honor is mine, General Chang, and he remarked with a nonchalant smile. Chang Tongshin maintained her composure, her smile poised. Indeed, I just finished a meeting nearby and was pleasantly surprised to find both of you enjoying coffee here. It would be remiss not to say hello. Your presence at the last negotiation was truly impressive. Xiao glanced at the two, smiling at each other, before diverting her gaze. Taking a sip of her coffee, you flatter us. Her tone is flat as tepid water. Chang Tongshin paused, her perceptive gaze sweeping over and Xiao. And he interjected to break her contemplation, casually surveying the surroundings. It seems, General Chang, that you are in good spirits. I take it everything is proceeding smoothly? The glint of amusement deepened in Chang Tongshin's eyes. Thanks to Director, and the situation remains quite tranquil. However, she pivoted her tone, directing her gaze at her implication clear. The tree may wish for calm, yet the wind persists. Some audacious flies are prone to buzz about, disturbing the peace. Fortunately, the fly swatter is already at hand. And he understood, realizing that Chang Tongshin had not only stabilized the situation, but was also prepared for a counterstrike. He raised his glass, concealing the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. General Chang, your decisiveness is commendable. Dealing with flies indeed requires a thunderous approach. Otherwise, they simply multiply and become a nuisance. They exchanged a knowing glance, an unspoken understanding permeating the air between them. Left to the side, as if merely a backdrop, Xiao observed the two engaging in a game of charades, her fingers tightening slightly around her coffee cup, her lips pressed into a straight line. A hint of barely perceptible bitterness laced her voice. It seems the two of you share a profound connection, truly enviable. And he remarked, Your tone is rather acerbic. Suddenly, Chang Tongxin shifted the conversation, her tone tinged with curiosity. It appears that director and general manager Xiao are inseparable, aren't they? Last time, at the negotiation meeting, you fought side by side, dined together afterward, and now you are here enjoying coffee. She recalled the way Xiao Zuya looked at Ni, distinctly different from how she regarded others. I've seen you two together quite a few times. And Yi's heart fluttered. Yet her demeanor remained composed. General Manager Xiao is a remarkably insightful and capable partner. Our business visions align, hence we communicate frequently. Chang Tongxin nodded knowingly, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Oh, merely business partners? It seems to me that General Manager Xiao is quite attentive to Director and she deliberately elongated her tone, and he felt her ears begin to heat up. This Chang Tongxin had an exceptionally keen gaze. Suddenly, the previously silent Xiao Zuya set down her coffee cup, lifted her head, and a perfectly curved smile graced her lips as she looked directly at Ni. Her voice was deep and melodious. Director and is exceptionally talented and capable. I hold her in high esteem and admiration. In the evening, Ni concluded her day's work and returned to the apartment building, appearing somewhat fatigued. As she entered the lobby, she spotted a familiar tall figure leaning against the wall by the elevator, engrossed in his phone. The warm yellow light accentuated his striking profile and shoulder line. Upon hearing her footsteps, Xiao Zuya raised her head, and, upon recognizing an E, a natural smile blossomed on her face. An E, what a coincidence, just returned. And he observed the seemingly calculated angle of their fortuitous meeting and the unabashed joy in her eyes, silently mocking. Coincidence? I suspect you've been waiting here. General Manager Xiao. However, looking at her warm smile, and he felt her weariness strangely dissipate. She approached, her tone unexpectedly relaxed. Yes, just returned. Are you waiting for someone? No, Xiao Zuya replied, putting away her phone, and seamlessly walked beside and E to wait for the elevator. I just took a stroll downstairs and bought a few things. She raised a bag in her hand, revealing fresh strawberries and blueberries. Seeing you return, I thought we could go up together. As the elevator doors opened, they stepped inside side by side. In the confined space, the fresh, pleasant scent emanating from Xiao Zuya enveloped an E once more. You seem rather tired, Xiao Zuya remarked, tilting her head with concern. It's fine, just dealing with some trivial matters, which can be taxing, and he replied vaguely. Well, Xiao Zuya said, gently without pressing further. Even amidst busyness, one must take care of their health. I bought some fruit, very fresh. Would you like me to bring you a portion upstairs? It's a good way to replenish your vitamins. Her tone was as casual as discussing the weather, and he gazed into her sincere, caring eyes and resignedly nodded. Very well, thank you. The elevator arrived at Xiao Zuyu's floor. With a soft chime, the doors opened. Goodbye, Anyi. Xiao Zuyu's voice was low and gentle, laced with a barely perceptible tenderness. Take care and rest well. He stepped out of the elevator but did not leave immediately. Instead, he lingered outside, gazing softly at an E within the confines of the elevator. Goodbye, Zuya, an E replied, his voice emerging as he stood inside. As he watched the elevator doors slowly close, reflecting Xiao Zuyu's tender gaze, and Yi's heart seemed to skip a beat. Chapter 17. The 17th day of immersion in the world of the overbearing hero. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang, as expected. And he opened the door to find Xiao Zuya standing outside, holding a beautiful glass bowl filled with pristine, glistening strawberries and blueberries, meticulously destemmed. Here, fresh fruit to replenish your energy, Xiao Zuya offered, his eyes radiating a warmth that could drown anyone in affection. And he reached for the cool, refreshing bowl. Just as his fingertips were about to brush the bowl surface, Xiao Zuyu's fingers seemed to inadvertently push it forward. And Yi's fingertips grazed the warmth of Xiao Zuyu's hand, sending a tiny jolt of electricity coursing through him. He looked up, meeting the deep, smiling gaze of Xiao Zuya, and in that moment, the air between them seemed to suspend. After closing the door, and he leaned against the cool door panel, cradling the vibrant bowl of fruit in his hands. The sensation of that fleeting touch lingered at his fingertips, along with the unabashed tenderness that overflowed from Xiao Ziyu's eyes. He picked up a plump strawberry and took a bite. The sweet juice burst in his mouth, tinged with a hint of tartness, mirroring the complexity of his emotions at that moment. That guy really knows how to make an impression, he sighed, resigned, as he reached for a blueberry. Oh well, let it unfold naturally. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the dazzling cityscape outside. His phone lit up with a new message from Xiao Ziya. Do you like the fruit? I hope it brings you some joy. And he stared at the emoticon for a few seconds, his fingers hesitating before he finally replied, It's very sweet. Thank you. Good night. This time, he hesitated for a moment before adding a small moon emoji, sending it, and he felt a warmth creeping up to his ears. He raised a hand to cover his face, thinking, oh no, and he, get a grip. Why add a moon emoji? ISNT, that just telling him he has got to you? Xiao Zuya, that sly fox, must be down there grinning with delight, while he wrestled with his inner turmoil. His phone vibrated again insistently, and he struggled to retrieve it, holding his breath as he opened the message. It wasn't T from Xiao Zuya. It was a voice message from Huang Chan, his friend. The background noise as chaotic as a nightclub. Come out and have some fun. I've discovered an incredible place. Hurry, I'll send you the address. Following was a barrage of bar coordinates. And he thought, this is akin to being offered a pillow when one is drowsy, or noise when one is already perturbed. He certainly had no inclination to visit some hot spot right now. His fingers flew across the screen as he typed a swift reply. Not going. Tired. Staying home to meditate. Just moments after sending the message, Huang Chan's phone rang with an ear-splitting urgency. Damn. Cultivating immortality. Come on. Shut up. And he interrupted him with irritation. I'm really not going. Keep this up, and I'll block you. With that, he hung up and swiftly silenced his phone, tossing it onto the sofa. At last, the world grew quiet. Downstairs, Xiao Shuyan gazed at the small screen, feeling a warmth radiate from his fingertips. He pinched his flushed earlobe, a smile growing ever more evident in his eyes. Reflecting on his recent series of actions, he believed he had navigated the situation with ease, appearing far from flustered. His late-night strategizing had not been in vain. Chang Tongxin's counterattack was akin to a meticulously executed surgical operation, calm, precise, and lethal. Instead of directly confronting Du Guyuan, she targeted the vast, yet fragile foundation of his clandestine enterprises and the intricate web of financial sources that lurked in the shadows. A month later, an anonymous report, rich in detail and fortified with a clear chain of evidence, was deftly delivered to several key regulatory departments. The report pinpointed Du Guyuan's shell companies, which serve as white gloves for money laundering, illegal fundraising, and the funneling of profits into sensitive projects. Simultaneously, several astute financial media outlets received internal leaks regarding Du Guyuan's strained financial chain and significant compliance risks afflicting some of his projects. Though the language was cautious, the identity of Du Guyuan as the second son of the Du Gu family was sufficient to stir considerable ripples within the capital sphere. Du Guyuan found himself in dire straits. Several of his crucial accounts were temporarily frozen under investigation. Numerous important projects that relied on gray capital instantly ground to a halt. To make matters worse, several investors who had previously shown great interest suddenly adopted ambiguous stances, refusing calls and ignoring messages. The nature of capital is to seek profit while evading harm. Sensing the hint of blood, it fled faster than a rabbit. The capital market possesses an acute sense of smell. The defensive lines laid by Tongxin Capital, combined with these coincidental negative reports, caused Du Guyuan's credit rating to teeter precariously. Moreover, what plunged him deeper into despair was the cold gaze of Du Guting, which resembled that of someone looking at a heap of irredeemable garbage. The resources of the Du Gu family? Forget it. It would be a miracle if they could even keep their own house in order. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Du Guyuan raged in his luxurious suite, shattering an expensive antique vase into countless pieces. He roared in the phone, investigate. Find out who did this. I want him dead. His eyes burned red, reminiscent of a trapped beast. His first thought was of Chang Tongxin. However, he quickly dismissed the absurdity of that notion with a self-deprecating laugh. While he sought to bring her down, how could she possibly know? Besides, She was merely a woman. What power could she wield? Then, his expression hardened. It had to be an E. Who else possessed the energy and motive? Anya. It must be you, that relentless scoundrel. His teeth clenched in fury, resentment boiling within him. Surely, and E was envious of his acquisition of a land in the southern district. He had left him hanging before, fearing retribution. However, the individuals he dispatched for investigation returned with news that struck him with an even greater sense of dread. All was calm on Yi's side, and it appeared that he had grown quite close to the newly arrived Xiao Shuya. The two were seen entering and exiting together, and they were even photographed dining together on multiple occasions, radiating an atmosphere of camaraderie. What was even more outrageous was that rumors of their supposed romance began circulating online, with sensational headlines proclaiming, rivals or lovers. The Yin family's helmsman and the new noble of Yuanshan in close proximity. Two men, rumored to be involved romantically? How could that be? Du Gu Yuan felt as though his intellect had been insulted, yet a more terrifying thought struck him. They must have collaborated. Xiao Shuya. The name was not unfamiliar to Du Gu Yuan. He was the rising leader of Yuanshan Group. Had they joined forces? The combination of An's and Yuanshan's strengths was beyond what he could currently contend with. Panic and rage intertwined within him, nearly driving him to the brink of madness. He snatched up his phone, dialed another encrypted number, and spoke in a hoarse, frantic voice. Advance the plan. Target that an individual. I want him utterly disgraced. Immediately. Right now. Chapter 18. On the 18th day of entering the dragon's realm in the study, and he was engrossed in a book. When the sound of comments reached his ears, he had already perfected his control over his facial muscles, not even twitching an eyebrow. He wondered what mischief Du Gu Yuan was up to this time. He divided his attention, tuning into the real-time critiques pouring in. Is Du Gu Yuan truly the male protagonist, or merely a buffoon? I can't take it anymore. I'm reading a tale of the Dragon King. Chang Tongxin is impressive, but why is he seeking revenge on Directorin? He hasn't appeared in many chapters, has he? Suddenly popping up? Is he really the scapegoat? TSK. Isn't this the nature of such a narrative? The male dies, the female takes over. I bet next. And he will be ruined, bankrupt, and dead, while Chang Tongxin joins the harem. Just like that. Especially since an E is an aberration in the male genre. It's an affront to us straight men. Aberrations should be burned at the stake. Author, get a grip. Why write this character? Does the author not realize that the male genre is our paradise? Exactly. Aberrations be gone. Anyi, Cipicus. Revenge on him? Which plot is this? From the comments. It seems Du Gu Yuan is such a fool, he hasn't even uncovered that Chang Tongxin is the mastermind. P.S. just placing blame on him? Is it truly a baseless vendetta? And Yi's resolve hardened. His fist clenched tightly. The following morning, an Yi emerged from his apartment building, sporting faint dark circles under his eyes. He had contemplated Du Gu Yuan's revenge plan for quite some time, pondering how to retaliate. Just as he reached the entrance, a familiar figure appeared. Xiao Shuya was dressed in casual athletic attire, his hair slightly damp, and his cheeks glowing with the healthy flush of post-exercise vigor. Upon seeing an E, he beamed, his smile brighter than the morning sun. An E, good morning. And he gazed at his athletic, sun-kissed appearance and blinked. Good morning. His response was lethargic. Xiao Shuya effortlessly walked beside him, their shoulders brushing, his keen gaze landing on Yi's face, his brow furrowing with concern. You don't look well. Did you not rest well last night? Yes, a bit, and he replied vaguely. What about you? Xiao Shuyan furrowed his brow, remarking on the emergence of dark circles under his eyes. After a brief pause, he added, has something occurred? If you don't mind, please share it with me, and we can devise a solution together. And he stifled a yawn and couldn't help but chuckle. It's really nothing significant. As he gazed into Xiao Shuyan's eyes, filled with sincere concern, resembling two warm springs, his initial inclination to brush it off dissipated entirely. All right then, thank you. Ultimately, and he succumbed to Xiao Shuyan's earnestness, offering a resigned smile tinged with a hint of candor. Are you truly willing to assist me? Xiao Shuyan nodded with seriousness, indeed. This time, and he appeared remarkably composed, despite the troubling warmth creeping back into his ears. Raising an eyebrow with a touch of teasing and challenge, he queried, "Mr. Xiao, do you dare to boast without even knowing the specifics of the trouble? Are you not afraid of facing peril?" Xiao Shuyan noticed the faint blush on his ears, his eyes sparkling with deeper mirth, akin to honey-laden sweetness. "No matter the matter, as long as it concerns you." Guiyuan's revenge was as swift and vindictive as anticipated. Rather than confronting the group and Yuanshan directly, he resorted to the most despicable yet effective means of inciting public outrage. Suddenly, a barrage of negative reports surfaced online regarding a high-end residential project affiliated with the group. Did group cut corners? Homeowners lament about leaks and cracks in their new homes, accompanied by indistinct images of fissures, the filth behind luxury, and group allegedly forced demolitions, leading to the demise of the elderly. The language was vague, with a self-proclaimed insider penning a melodramatic narrative filled with hearsay, seemingly reminiscent of soap opera. Yet it fanned the flames of public animosity towards capitalists. Rumors about Yi's chaotic personal life began to circulate, suggesting a mysterious man accompanying him, hinting at a possible patronage. Accompanied by suggestive photographs of Yi and Xiao Shuyan together, the online discourse escalated, with topics like group's avarice and Yi should exit the business world briefly trending. Li Xian stood before the desk, reporting, "Mr. N, as you predicted, public sentiment monitoring indicates a concentrated outbreak of negative topics regarding our company and your persona at 7:32 this morning. The peak traffic is unusually high, indicative of orchestrated manipulation." Adjusting his glasses, he continued, "Currently, the topic's popularity is artificially inflated with low actual discussion, making the overall public opinion manageable. The PR department is on standby, and contingency plans have been activated in response to this smear campaign," and he quickly regained his composure after an initial wave of anger. Rubbing his temples, he directed Li Xian, "No need to engage with the online trolls. We will suppress this forcefully. Let us quell the trending topics and proceed as planned." "Understood." Li Xuan Raplia. And he tapped his fingers on the desk, adding, "Coordinate with Mr. Xiao. He has uncovered some information." "Certainly. I shall attend to it immediately." Li Xian nodded, his demeanor serious. "Then, Mr. N, I will take my leave." And Yi, noticing his expression, couldn't resist a smile. "All right, go ahead. And don't be anxious. Once this matter is resolved, I'll double your bonus and grant you a week of paid leave." "Yes. Thank you, Mr. N." Li Xian's lips curled into the faintest semblance of a smile as he held his head high and strode out with purpose. Soon after, the official account of the group issued a sternly worded lawyer's letter, stamped with a bright red seal, warning against several notorious rumor-mongering accounts and the companies behind them. The letter included detailed quality inspection reports, compliance documents, and notarized records from the prior demolition. In the wake of the scandal, it was quickly uncovered that one of the individuals involved was Xiao Zuya from Yuanshan. Both Yi and Xiao Zuya maintained a surprisingly consistent and cool demeanor, neither denying nor clarifying the rumors. When pressed by reporters, Xiao Zuya merely smiled and remarked, "Mr. N is an exceptionally talented partner and friend. We share many common interests and enjoy each other's company." This ambiguous, slightly flirtatious attitude only fanned the flames of gossip further, successfully diverting some attention from the negative news surrounding the group. Privately, in E.T. Xiao Zuya, "So, am I truly an exceptionally talented partner and friend?" To which Xiao Zuya innocently blinked. "I am merely stating facts," and He chuckled, "When might I be able to change my role?" And he scoffed softly, "We'll see." Chapter 19. The 19th day in the dragon's shadow, simultaneously. Xiao Zuya mobilized Yuanshan's formidable technical team and public opinion monitoring system to trace the origins and pinpoint several hidden command nodes and financial flows of online trolls based overseas. The evidence chain pointed directly to an offshore shell company, Rainbow Shell Investment Company, controlled by Du Guiyuan. Upon the revelation of this Airbus company name, though no one knew it was his, it was enough to send Du Guiyuan into a frenzy. He gritted his teeth. "It's you and E. You've indeed conspired with Xiao Zuya. Just wait." Witnessing the favorable management of public opinion, Du Guiyuan let out a venomous smile. "This is all you're doing." 2 days later, at a large commercial complex construction site under the group, a series of unfortunate incidents occurred. Core materials were swapped for inferior products, nearly being poured into load-bearing columns. Fortunately, due to the group's exceptionally stringent quality inspection process, the issue was caught at the last moment. In the dead of night, the core power supply system nearly short-circuited and caught fire due to unknown reasons, leading to the capture of a homeless man attempting to douse the power supply system with water. The workers and site manager quickly secured the area and called the police, shocked that such events could transpire. Normally, they wouldn't conduct patrol inspections, but due to recent directives to enhance safety training and night patrols, they had been on heightened alert. Though they lamented their already exhausting workload, news of a salary increase quelled their complaints. Thankfully, they had intensified their patrols. Otherwise, the consequences of a real fire would have been unimaginable. They would have faced dire repercussions. Just when they thought the situation had stabilized, a group of newly hired workers suddenly caused a commotion at the construction site, unfurling banners at the entrance and tearfully accusing the group of being heartless, withholding their hard-earned wages and compromising safety. The spectacle drew the attention of passers-by. Workers exclaimed in disbelief, "What is happening?" Project managers were equally astonished. "What? Why are there more disturbances? Get out of here! What nonsense are you spouting?" Fortunately, there was no accountability pursued regarding the matter. An E personally presided over the project department. On one hand, he cooperated with the Labor Department's investigation, unearthing the small-time thugs who orchestrated the disturbances. Following the trail, he swiftly obtained confessions, leading the police to discover that the mastermind behind the arson was none other than a notorious street thug known as Scarface Chong. And he recalled this individual from the original narrative, where he had repeatedly assisted Duga Yuan in unsavory tasks, acting as a loyal hound at Duga Yuan's side. Now that he had been apprehended, it was akin to severing one of Duga Yuan's limbs. Upon hearing the news, Duga Yuan nearly erupted with fury, smashing the last item in the room that was within reach. "Useless! Fool!" he roared at his confidant. "Will he betray me? Is it possible?" His confidant trembled. "Young master. He should not. Scarface Chong's mother and sister are still under our care. If he dares to speak out." A glint of cruelty flashed in Duga Yuan's eyes. Scarface Chong's family was firmly within his grasp and would not dare to betray him. As long as his subordinate accepted his guilt, he would naturally ensure the safety of their family. Once he dealt with an E in Xiao Xiuyan, he would certainly orchestrate a rescue. In the comments section, can we talk about this? Duga Yuan is so pathetic. Is he really the male lead? Is the author deceiving us? The author is a lowly creature, unable to fool anyone. Has the male lead accomplished anything since the beginning? He is either suffering setbacks or facing humiliations. When reading a Dragon King narrative, one expects face slapping, yet all the slaps seem to land on Duga Yuan's face. I'm bewildered. Is this really face slapping? The author has a unique understanding. Why let a character engaged in same-sex relationships triumph over the male lead? Is the author testing us? And Yi's lips twitched. The commenters were as endearing as ever. Without them, who else could bring him amusement? Noticing that the previous 2 waves of attacks had yielded little effect and instead exposed his position, Duga Yuan became increasingly frantic. He decided to go all in, attempting to leverage foreign capital to launch a precise and large-scale malicious short-selling attack on An's core business. Simultaneously, he enlisted the help of a mid-level insider at an S firm who possessed crucial commercial secrets, intending to steal the core plan of the Smart City collaboration with Yuanshan. This individual had been bribed during Yi's previous humiliation and was now perfectly positioned for use. Yi, did you anticipate this? Prepare to meet your demise. However, this intelligence was promptly relayed by Chong Tongshin's infiltrator within Duga Yuan's camp. Chong Tongshin immediately sent the news to Yi. The situation was dire. Malicious short-selling combined with a leak of confidential information could deliver a severe blow to an S firm. Fortunately, Yi had been prepared, collaborating with his core team in the office to formulate a counter-strategy, and the atmosphere was not overly tense. Upon receiving the news, Xiao Xiuyan promptly interrupted an important meeting in another province and boarded a private jet to rush over. He arrived in a flurry and went directly into an ES office. Although the situation was not overly critical, the multitude of issues had left an E feeling somewhat fatigued. He had just hung up Huang Chan's call, who had been clamoring on the other end, insisting on taking his brothers to the physical exorcism of Du Gu Yuan, and E had refrained from involving him. At that moment, Xiao Xiuya entered the room. Upon seeing An Yi's bloodshot eyes and the fatigue etched upon his brow, Xiao Xiuya felt a pang in his heart. He circumvented the desk and approached An Yi directly. "I am fully aware of the situation," Xiao Xiuya stated, his voice deep and steady, imbued with a reassuring strength. "As for the foreign capital, Yuan Chen's network in Europe can serve as a constraint. The mole, Li Xian, is already collaborating with my team to close in, and we have him secured." Regarding the core plan, An Yi remained seated, gazing at him, while Xiao Xiuya crouched before him, looking up, and he could not help but stroke his forehead. "There is no need to worry. My parents are still abroad, and they are aware of this matter. They are currently suppressing Du Gu Yuan's influence. He will not be able to create any significant waves." He paused, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. "I propose we activate Plan B immediately." Plan B? Xiao Xiuya was taken aback. It was a more radical, yet riskier contingency plan they had discussed privately. "Indeed, we shall deliberately leak to Du Gu Yuan a meticulously revised copy of the core plan, one that would lead him to ruin." An Yi's gaze was resolute. "That fool will certainly fall for it." Xiao Xiuya fixed his unwavering stare on An Yi, his heart pounding fiercely in his chest. "Very well, I will bear the risks." Chapter 20. The 20th day within the dragon's grasp, An Yi stared blankly at Xiao Xiuya. This man had interrupted an important meeting and hurried back under the cover of night, unhesitatingly mobilizing his most critical resources, even willing to shoulder the greatest risks, all to aid him. This unreserved trust and support surged through An Yi like a warm tide, instantly dismantling the last barrier of hesitation within him. A whirlwind of emotions tightened his throat, igniting an impulse. He suddenly rose, and before Xiao Xiuya's startled gaze, stepped forward and embraced him tightly. Xiao Xiuya's body stiffened momentarily. Then a wave of overwhelming joy coursed through him. Instinctively, he returned the embrace with fierce intensity, as if trying to meld An Yi into his very essence. Resting his chin on An Yi's shoulder, he greedily inhaled the scent that belonged to him. The office fell into silence, save for the rhythmic sound of their hearts beating like drums and the mingled breaths that intertwined. After what felt like an eternity, An Yi gradually loosened his hold, lifting his head to meet Xiao Xiuya's deep gaze with a newfound seriousness and a hint of relief. "Xiuya, thank you. Not just for this, but for everything." Xiao Xiuya's heart thundered in response. He gently caressed An Yi's cheek, his thumb brushing against the dark circles beneath his eyes, his voice trembling with suppressed emotion and tenderness. "An Yi, you know that my actions have never been motivated by a desire for your gratitude." An Yi's face flushed slightly as he took a deep breath, seemingly resolved to make a significant decision. His voice, though soft, rang with clarity. "I know. So would you formally be with me? Not as partners, but as lovers." Upon finishing, he nervously pressed his lips together, his ears burning fiercely. A wave of immense joy erupted in Xiao Xiuyan's mind like fireworks. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. And feeling a bit flustered, he pondered for a moment before decisively leaning down to bestow a solemn and fervent kiss on An Yi's forehead. "Yes, An Yi, I am willing. This is my heart's deepest desire." An Yi remarked, "Is it really that quick to kiss?" Darn it, he couldn't be outdone. Summoning his courage, he cradled Xiao Xiuyan's face and, under the astonished gaze of Xiao Xiuyan, pressed his lips firmly against his. Not even the sudden influx of comments could disrupt their moment. As their heartbeats intertwined, breaths mingled, and all their emotions, affection, excitement, and ecstasy, melted into that passionate and clumsy kiss. Comment section. They are really together. They are truly in a relationship. Big fool, what are you doing? This is a male space. No invitation for you. Non-tone, get out. Stop. Stop. Quite good. Embrace the men. More men on top. Hee-ha. Now that's impressive. Great idea. Count me in. No jokes at this moment. We have a spy in our male space. Not my type. Outright rejection. just as an E and Xiao Shuyan were lost in the sweetness and thrill of their newly defined relationship. A knock resounded at the office door. Li Xian stood outside. Director and President Chong has come a visit. And E and Xiao Shuyan separated, their breaths slightly disordered. They exchanged a resigned smile, deciding to prioritize their work. And he resumed his seat, striving to calm his racing heart. Xiao Shuyan naturally moved a chair closer and sat beside Ne. In that moment, he effortlessly extended his hand and, shielded by the spacious desk, deftly clasped in Yi's fingers, squeezing them with a hint of playful pride. The flush that had just faded from Yi's ears returned with a vengeance. He bit his lip to stifle a smile and cleared his throat. "Please, President Chong, come in." Chong Tongxin entered with a commanding presence, her high-heeled shoes clicking assertively against the floor. The words she had intended to say were swallowed as her gaze swept over an E.'s slightly reddened ears and Xiao Shuyan's clearly triumphant expression. A knowing smile curled at her lips. "Congratulations to both of you," Chong Tongxin teased, though her eyes held sincerity. "It seems I arrived at just the right moment." She placed a USB drive on Yi's desk. "Here, your share of the funds. The insider bribe by Du Guyuan, along with all evidence of his collusion with foreign capital, is all here. This includes the sources of funds he attempted to leverage for short selling and several key accounts." Xiao Shuyan smiled. They had already obtained this information as well. Chong Tongxin paused momentarily, casting a sharp and determined glance at an E and Xiao Shuyan. "Isn't a bit too lenient on that scoundrel, Du Guyuan? With merely this evidence and that old fox from the Dugu family maneuvering behind the scenes, it's hardly lethal." She raised her head, her words imbued with an unwavering conviction. "All of Tongxin Capital's liquid assets are ready to enter the fray at any moment, collaborating with you to execute a reverse harvest on Du Guyuan's short-selling plan. Let him truly experience the meaning of utter ruin." And he picked up the USB drive from the table, exchanging a knowing glance with Xiao Shuyan. And E beamed brightly, addressing Chong Tongxin. "General Chong, great minds think alike. I share your sentiment," Xiao Shuyan added earnestly. "Then let us collaborate joyously." Chong Tongxin smiled with satisfaction, her expression radiant and grand. "A delightful partnership indeed. By the way," she said with a sly wink, "remember to invite me to the wedding banquet." Time flew swiftly. Outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling cityscape illuminated the night, seemingly crowning this magnificent victory. Yet, the atmosphere within the room was not merely one of unadulterated revelry, but rather a blend of tension released and the spirited satisfaction of ambition fulfilled. Chong Tongxin elegantly reclined on a leather sofa, her fingertips delicately gripping a stemmed glass filled with decanted red wine. She gently swirled the glass, the deep crimson liquid leaving enticing traces along the crystal surface, her lips curling into a cool, alluring arc. I wonder how the vultures feel after being bitten back. I heard that the arrogant manager from the foundation Du Guyuan approached has submitted his resignation this morning. How delightful. Chapter 21. The 21st day in the realm of Dragon Outyin Xiao Shuyan sat casually at the edge of the spacious table, his long legs crossed, holding a glass of wine. Yet his gaze was magnetically fixed on an E. Upon hearing Chong Tongxin's remarks, he chuckled softly, adding, "A significant loss was inevitable. They thought they could share a slice of the pie with that foolish pig, Du Guyuan, only to discover they had bitten into poison. Yuan Chun's friends in Europe have been incredibly helpful this time, teaching them a harsh lesson." And he stood by the window, facing away from them, holding only a steaming cup of tea instead of a wine glass. The weariness of recent days seemed to wash over him at this moment, yet his mind remained exceptionally clear. He turned to face them, a calm smile gracing his features, as if the dust had settled. The testimony from the scar-faced man and the chain of evidence, coupled with the irrefutable proof we provided, is more than sufficient to condemn Du Guyuan. His illicit sources of funding, records of illegal transactions, and orchestrated sabotage are enough for him to enjoy a leisurely retirement behind bars. The most exquisite part is our little gift. And he chuckled. Du Guyuan truly treasures that enhanced core plan. I heard he went all in, mortgaging everything he could and even resorting to high-interest loans, all sunk into that project destined to be a black hole. It said that the project is on the brink of collapse, with financial losses vast enough to swallow an aircraft carrier. Utter ruin? I dare say he will never recover from this in 18 lifetimes. Xiao Shuyan placed the wine glass on the table, her tone unembellished as she added, initially, the Duga family intended to extricate him. But alas, the news regarding the development in the southern part of the city has been confirmed as mere rumor. Coupled with industrial pollution, that piece of land has turned into a veritable hot potato, firmly ensnared in their grasp. Now, they are akin to a mud Buddha crossing a river, wholly preoccupied with their own plight. Chang Tongxin elegantly sipped her wine, her eyes glinting with a cold, ruthless delight. Indeed, the last few prime assets under Duga Yuan's name, including those discreetly concealed under his lover's name, I have successfully acquired at the lowest point. Tongxin's cash flow is now abundantly fortified. She set down her glass, directing her gaze toward an E in Xiao Xiuyan, her smile radiating genuine congratulations. This battle had been triumphantly won. Xiao Xiuyan stepped away from the table and approached an E, naturally draping his arm over his shoulder in an affectionate gesture. He turned to Chang Tongxin, raising his glass. This is the fruit of our collective endeavor. An E, nestled against Xiao Xiuyan's solid arm, felt the comforting strength emanating from him, a balm for the fatigue that had accumulated over the days. He turned his head towards Xiao Xiuyan, his eyes openly warm as he softly replied, "Yes, thanks to everyone's efforts." Then he faced the two, lifting his teacup in place of a wine glass, toasting to their collaboration, to a fruitful partnership and resounding victory. Cheers! An E, Xiao Xiuyan, and Chang Tongxin chorused in unison, their glasses and teacups gently clinking together, producing a melodious sound that marked the conclusion of their flawless hunt. The heavy iron door clanked shut behind them, severing the last vestiges of light and noise from the outside world. Dugu Yuan, clad in an ill-fitting gray-blue prison uniform, his hands and feet shackled in cold iron, was roughly shoved forward by two impassive prison guards as he stumbled into the dimly lit corridor of the detention center, laden with the scent of disinfectant. His once meticulously styled hair now hung disheveled over his forehead, and the face that was once accustomed to projecting an alluring charm now bore only desolation, fear, and profound resentment. The luxurious tailored suit he had once worn had been replaced by coarse prison garb, the stark contrast rendering him profoundly uncomfortable, as if countless ants were gnawing at him. "Hurry up! Stop dawdling!" one of the guards impatiently urged. Dugu Yuan, startled by the command, nearly lost his balance. He whirled around, his bloodshot eyes glaring defiantly at the guard, a remnant of his former ruthless demeanor lingering within their depths as he bellowed. "Do you know who I am? I am Dugu Yuan, a member of the Dugu family. How dare you treat me this way? Just wait until I get out." "Shut up," barked another guard, cutting off the remainder of his words. "Dugu Yuan? Never heard of you. Here, you are merely a number." The guard's voice was cold and unyielding, extinguishing the last flicker of his delusional hopes like a bucket of ice water. He was pushed into a cramped, musty temporary cell. The iron door clanged shut once more, leaving only the sound of his heavy breathing and the jarring clank of his shackles echoing in the confined space. "No, this cannot be happening." Dugu Yuan leaned against the frigid wall, his body uncontrollably sliding down until he finally collapsed onto the unforgiving concrete floor. He cradled his head, fingers deeply embedded in his hair, emitting a low growl akin to that of a cornered beast. "And Xiao Xiuya, you wretched lot. Bastards! You have plotted against me. May you meet a terrible demise." He furiously pounded the ground, the handcuffs clanging against the concrete with a resounding thud. Blood quickly seeping from his joints, yet he felt no pain, only boundless hatred and overwhelming despair. He recalled the core project he had heavily invested in, which had collapsed in an instant, leaving him with nothing. He remembered an E and the other's precise strikes in the capital market, obliterating the last vestige of hope for a comeback. He thought of the shocking investigation results released by the regulatory authorities, as if he had been stripped bare for all to see, and most hauntingly, he envisioned the traitor he had once deemed his last hope, weeping and pointing fingers at him in the face of irrefutable evidence. They were all traitors, worthless fools, He cursed hoarsely, spittle flying. Now, he was ensnared in a prison of his own making, a great fear coiling around his heart like a cold serpent, leaving him breathless. What awaited him was a lengthy prison sentence, the scorn of his family, and utter disgrace. What the Dark Night King? Merely a complete farce. And he listened to the cacophony around him, the smile on his face growing ever more pronounced. What in the world? The male lead has gone bankrupt and been captured? Has the author lost his mind? Is this the Dragon King genre? Is this fool of an author deliberately misleading us to our doom? Why would the female lead team up with the male supporting character against the male lead? And they succeeded, with 2 male supporting characters at that. What is this? An assault on the male demographic from non-tone. Why was the delicate CIUU's first reaction to abscond with the money? And she succeeded. She ran off to another city to open a trendy milk tea shop. She didn't even spare a glance at Du Gu Yuan. She laughed when Du Gu Yuan was captured. Truly a solitary soul. Silly male-led. Silly author. Chapter 22. The 22nd day in the world of the overpowered protagonist. And the morning sunlight streamed in like freshly brewed orange soda, clear yet invigorating. The light filtered through the sheer curtains, gently casting a fluffy golden hue across Yi's apartment bedroom. The air was infused with the scent of incense, and he had already donned the neatly pressed shirt and trousers that Xiao Xiuya had prepared for him, adjusting his cuffs before the mirror. Xiao Xiuya approached with 2 cups of coffee, handing one to Yi. Today, he wore a soft, ash-gray turtleneck sweater, shedding the sharpness of the commercial world for a touch of homely warmth. "Good morning, my director," and Xiao Xiuya's voice carried a languid morning warmth and concern, his gaze lingering on Yi's face as he gently traced the lingering blush on his collarbone. "Did you sleep well last night?" And Yi accepted the coffee, taking a sip that dispelled the last vestiges of fatigue. He turned, casting Xiao Xiuya a look that clearly conveyed his thoughts. Too weary to engage further. What do you think? Truly exasperating. Asking questions one already knows the answer to. Xiao Xiuya stifled a chuckle, placed his coffee cup down, and approached Yi. He remained silent, merely extending his hand to deftly adjust Yi's collar, which was already quite neat. "Don't move, it's slightly crooked," Xiao Xiuya said with a serious tone, his fingers long and gentle, inadvertently brushing against the skin at Yi's neck, sending a subtle shiver through him. Yi's heart skipped a beat as he met Xiao Xiuya's deep, focused gaze, filled with tender affection akin to a tranquil harbor. Yi, Xiao Xiuya's voice was low, wrapped in a layer of honey. Yi responded, his tone unconsciously rising at the end. Xiao Xiuya swallowed hard, suddenly clasping Yi's hand that hung at his side. Yi paused in surprise, but almost instinctively, he reciprocated the grip, their fingers intertwining perfectly, palms touching, warmth merging. "I have been pondering," Xiao Xiuya's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible tension, yet was predominantly resolute. "We have been together for quite some time. Should we contemplate our next step?" His gaze was intense, filled with anticipation and a trace of shyness. "Quite some time," Yi replied. "Has it not been just a few months?" However, as he gazed upon Xiao Xiuya's face, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, Xiao Xiuya's eyes sparkled with astonishing brightness, as if stars had fallen within them. He tightened his grip on Yi's hand, a radiant smile blooming on his face, one that could melt anything. He leaned forward, bestowing a gentle yet immensely cherished kiss upon Yi's lips. "Really?" His forehead rested lightly against Yi's, their breaths mingling, sunlight casting a warm golden hue around them. "Our next step has only just begun. Yi, my beloved, I wish to plan every single day of our future together." Yi nuzzled his face against Xiao Xiuya's. Truly, a week later, Yi reclined against the comfortable chair, while Xiao Xiuya stood behind him, his hands naturally resting on Yi's shoulders, gently massaging. A long, almost sighing breath escaped Yi, his body surrendering entirely to his lover's skillful touch, even his spine relaxing. He blissfully closed his eyes, his thick eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath them, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting in a subtle smile. "Finally, some peace," he murmured, his voice laced with contented languor. Earlier, Huang Chan had unexpectedly dropped by, just as he and Xiao Xiuya were embracing, delivering a shock to Huang Chan's psyche. He recalled the thunderstruck expression on Huang Chan's face, unable to comprehend how his steadfast friend, the formidable On Dong, who navigated the business world with prowess, could have bent for the equally illustrious Xiaozong. Then came Huang Chan's earth-shattering exclamation. With a sudden movement, he raised his hand, clutching his chest as if protecting a rare treasure. His face a complex mixture of terror and embarrassment. In a tone that suggested a tarnished innocence, he trembled. You wouldn't harbor any unwarranted feelings for me, would you? He paused momentarily, seemingly feeling insufficiently persuasive, then with an air of gravitas added, although I am indeed strikingly handsome, charming, and adored by all, I am a steadfast and unwavering man, as straight as steel. And he felt the atmosphere grow heavy, her temples throbbing with a sense of absurdity rising to her head. Xiao Ziyu's previously gentle smile instantly froze, replaced by a veneer of extreme politeness, yet icy enough to chill. Mr. Huang, please conduct yourself with dignity. An E painfully pressed her forehead, feeling as though her intelligence and patience were being ground into the floor by Huang Chan's nonsensical ramblings. Rest assured, do have some self-awareness and find a mirror to reflect upon yourself. Huang Chan, seemingly oblivious to the blatant mockery, merely clicked his tongue, casually brushing back his bangs. He cast a flirtatious glance and pouted. Look in the mirror? Why? To admire my unparalleled beauty? In that moment, An felt that uttering another word to this absurdity would be a waste of her very existence. With all her composure and a hint of forceful intimidation, she managed to eject this noisy and narcissistic character. Reflecting on Huang Chan's antics, she couldn't help but chuckle. What a character. Xiao Zuya lowered his head, gently placing a kiss atop her hair. Though he doesn't quite know how to articulate himself, he paused, seemingly recalling the earlier farce, then added with a hint of barely perceptible jealousy and distaste. Such delusions. Ha ha ha. And genuinely burst in a hearty laughter this time. She reached out to caress Xiao Ziyu's cheek. All right, don't stoop to his level. He simply loves to joke, and his words lack any discretion. Rest assured, he holds no intentions towards you, and I harbor no thoughts for him either. Xiao Ziya clearly appreciated this comforting touch and straightforward explanation. He lowered his head once more, this time landing a precise kiss on the tip of her nose. Yes, I understand, it's all in jest. Suddenly, An seemed to recall something of utmost importance. Her body tensed, springing upright from her comfortable chair. She held her phone screen towards Xiao Ziya, seriously waving it before his eyes. Ahem. Each word was crystal clear as she declared, My grandfather and my parents wish to meet you. Xiao Ziyu's expression, which had just been warm and slightly languid, instantly froze. After several seconds, he seemed to regain his ability to speak, his throat struggling to produce an incredulous and impactful single syllable. Ah? Instinctively, he inquired, his voice wavering. Right now? Author's note. I've added 2 additional chapters as a temporary extension because I have updated the subsequent chapters to this volume. However, due to platform restrictions, I cannot delete or rearrange published chapters, nor can I repost them. Hence, I must write at maximum capacity, hoping for the best quality. How frustrating. An stood before the misted mirror in the bathroom, the overhead light cascading down, casting a cold white hue over his outline. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, realizing that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. He raised his hand, pinching the soft flesh of his cheek between his thumb and forefinger, noting that the texture felt softer than before. Hesitantly, he lifted the hem of his nightgown and pressed gently on his abdomen, where the formerly firm contours appeared somewhat blurred. An gazed silently at his reflection, and amidst the fog, his face appeared oddly round and unfamiliar. He mused to himself, it seems I have gained weight. Ever since being with Xiao Zuya, he felt as though he had been coddled into a state of complacency, his self-esteem soaring, convinced that everything about him was splendid. Even indulging in an extra bowl of rice could elicit extravagant praise. Now it seemed the consequences had arrived. It's all Xiao Zuya's fault. With a disgruntled expression, and he lowered his head to wash his face, droplets cascading along his jawline into the basin, producing a soft splashing sound. He resolved that from that day forth, upon returning home, He would dedicate an additional 2 hours to the gym. That very evening, Yi's plan was set in motion. He intentionally left work early, declining Xiao Ziyu's invitation to a newly discovered restaurant renowned for its delectable braised beef brisket, opting instead for a protein bar before diving into the gym at home. Equipped with amenities akin to a small studio, the treadmill hummed energetically as Yi sweated profusely, envisioning the return of his defined jawline and sculpted abs, imagining himself parading before Xiao Ziyu with pride, while he was gritting his teeth and performing back exercises at the cable machine. The door to the gym was gently pushed open. Xiao Ziyu appeared, holding a steaming cup of something, leaning against the doorframe. Having just returned home, he had removed his suit jacket, rolling up the sleeves of his shirt to his elbows, revealing his well-defined forearms. Observing Yi's flushed face and damp hair, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes before he broke into a gentle smile. Why is Arndong so full of vigor today? His voice, naturally magnetic, caressing Yi's ears like a feather. Exercise is beneficial, but don't overexert yourself. Breathlessly, Yi shot him a glare, his hands still moving. No, I'm fine. I'm doing great. The amusement in Xiao Ziyu's gaze deepened as he approached, setting his cup aside. All right, you're the best. Here, replenish your fluids. Freshly squeezed vegetable and fruit juice, enriched with kale and chia seeds. Very healthy. And he stood up and instinctively took a sip. To his surprise, the taste was sweet and refreshing, devoid of any unpleasant grassy flavor. However, after that initial sip, he hesitated to drink more. Xiao Ziyu, ever accommodating, reclaimed the cup and took a sip from the very spot Yi had just used. Then, thoughtfully observing Yi's flushed earlobes from exertion, he remarked leisurely, however, post-exercise muscles require timely massage and relaxation. Otherwise, soreness will ensue tomorrow. Shall I assist you? Yi replied, no need. Is it truly a massage? A weasel wishing a chicken good fortune is hardly sincere. Really no need? As Xiao Xiuyan stepped closer, his fingers casually rested on Yi's taut shoulder blades, which had tightened from exertion, and he jolted, nearly springing from the apparatus. The warmth of that hand, applying just the right pressure on his sore muscles, nearly coaxed a sound of comfort from him. Why you step away? You're interrupting my training. He urged him to retreat. Xiao Xiuyan, with an agreeable demeanor, withdrew his hand, maintaining his smile. All right, I won't disturb you. Continue, and I shall observe from the side. With that, he indeed dragged over a chair, sitting leisurely with crossed legs. His gaze focused intently on Yi, and he thought, how can I possibly train like this? Under the scrutiny of those tender, appreciative eyes, Yi felt each of his movements transform into a stiff and comical display. God knows what he found admirable. Was he admiring Yi's trembling softness? The originally planned 2-hour high-intensity workout, under Xiao Xiuyan's silent encouragement, became an excruciatingly prolonged ordeal. After an hour, Yi could endure no more. Drenched in sweat as if pulled from water, collapsing onto the yoga mat to catch his breath, Xiao Xiuyan promptly approached with a towel and water, squatting beside him, effortlessly wiping his sweat with the towel from forehead to neck, his motions gentle and meticulous. You've worked hard, he murmured softly. 2 hours is truly too long. Take your time. Gradual progress is best. Yi, too exhausted to lift his eyelids, let out a few weak grunts. Xiao Xiuyan leaned down, placing a delicate kiss at his damp hairline, then with a tone of delightful discovery, said, Darling, have you noticed? Yi, feeling drained, replied, Noticed what? Your appearance after exercising is particularly attractive. Yi exclaimed, Xiao Xiuyan. His fingertips lightly traced Yi's warm cheek, his tone assured. Your complexion is vibrant, your eyes sparkling. You radiate health and vitality. Yi, bewildered, thought, delicious. One odd description. Is this how one gazes at food? Act like a human, and keep your distance. As autumn settled in, Xiao Xiuyan orchestrated a 3-day getaway, charmingly labeled as a retreat to embrace nature, with a destination being a resort town renowned for its hot springs and mountainous scenery. He remained highly vigilant, given Xiao Xiuyan's past misdeeds. He harbored serious doubts that this was yet another meticulously orchestrated romantic escapade. Could he really go? On the eve of their departure, he solemnly opened his suitcase. Inspecting the meticulously prepared athletic wear and running shoes that Xiao Xiuyan had selected, it seemed he was earnest this time. Was there anything else to pack? Xiao Xiuyan's voice drifted from behind, followed by arms encircling his waist, his chin lightly resting on Yi's shoulder. The warmth of his breath brushed against Yi's ear, causing him to instinctively retract his neck. "No, I'm just looking," and he mumbled, attempting to ignore the distraction posed by the person behind him, and continued folding a few breathable, moisture-wicking t-shirts. As Xiao Xiuyan's gaze swept over the suitcase, a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes, yet he said nothing. He merely nuzzled into Yi's neck and softly remarked, "We must rise early tomorrow, so it's best to retire early tonight." On the following day, Xiao Xiuyan took the wheel himself, and Yi sat in the passenger seat, watching the scenery swiftly retreat outside the window. The towering buildings of the city gradually gave way to rolling hills and forests adorned in autumn hues, lifting his spirits unconsciously. Xiao Xiuyan drove steadily, soothing melodies emanating from the car's sound system, occasionally reaching over to gently clasp Yi's hand. They had reserved a private Japanese-style hot spring inn, featuring individual courtyards with an outdoor bath, where steam curled gracefully into the crisp air. After placing their luggage, Yi watched Xiao Xiuyan warily, ensuring he made no unnecessary movements. The afternoon's plan was to hike the nearby mountain trails, and Yi, invigorated, donned his professional gear and strode ahead with determination. The autumnal landscape was rich in layers, a vivid tapestry of red, yellow, and green, reminiscent of a spilled palette. The air was crisp, imbued with the sense of earth and fallen leaves. In the initial stretch, Yi indeed moved swiftly, inhaling the fresh air and feeling every cell in his body clamoring to ignite. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiuyan followed leisurely, clad in simple casual attire and a pair of sneakers. He did not rush to catch up. Instead, he frequently paused to capture Yi's determined silhouette with his phone, or to photograph a cluster of resilient wildflowers or a uniquely shaped stone by the roadside. After approximately 40 minutes, the incline steepened, and Yi's initial enthusiasm began to wane, his breath growing heavier, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. In stark contrast, Xiao Xiuyan remained composed, even offering a thermos at a timely moment when Yi paused to catch his breath. "Take a sip of warm water, drink slowly," he advised, unscrewing the cap to reveal water at the perfect temperature. Yi accepted it, gulping down several hearty sips. The warmth coursing down his throat provided significant relief. Observing Xiao Xiuyan's unruffled demeanor, Yi felt a twinge of incredulity. "How is it that you possess such stamina?" Xiao Xiuyan smiled gently, placing the cup down and naturally reaching out to dab the sweat from Yi's brow with a handkerchief. "I often engage in social gatherings and occasionally need to maintain my fitness. I do exercise regularly, you know." Yi reflected on this, and indeed, it was true. Yet, he too exercised, albeit perhaps not as vigorously as Xiao Xiuyan. As their journey progressed, Yi's pace noticeably slowed. Xiao Xiuyan no longer trailed behind, but walked alongside him, offering subtle support when Yi clearly struggled. At steep sections, he would precede Yi, then turn back to lend a hand at the elbow. Upon finally reaching the viewpoint at the mountain summit, the vista opened up before them. The distant mountains appeared like ink on canvas, and the forests were a riot of colors, as the setting sun slowly descended, casting a warm golden glow over the world. "How beautiful!" Yi couldn't help but exclaim, feeling that all the weariness from the climb was worth it in that moment. Xiaoxia stood beside him, yet her gaze was not upon the scenery, but rather fixed on Yi's glowing profile, illuminated by the setting sun, and the pair of eyes that sparkled with the sight of the magnificent landscape. He softly murmured an acknowledgement, uncertain whether it was in response to the vista or the person before him. As they descended, twilight began to envelop the sky. Yi, utterly fatigued, felt his legs tremble beneath him. With utmost ease, Xiaoxia took his backpack, slinging it across his own front, and gently grasped Yi's hand, cautioning him about the slippery path. During their return journey, Yi was almost half supported, half encircled by Xiaoxia, too exhausted to utter a word. He was left with an insatiable yearning for the hot spring. Upon their arrival at the inn, the moment he submerged into the outdoor bath, a contented sigh escaped his lips. The warm spring water enveloped his weary limbs, loosening every pore. Leaning against the edge of the pool, he closed his eyes, feeling the day's aches gradually dissolve. The gentle sound of water rippling signaled Xiaoxia's entrance as he quietly settled beside Ni, allowing him to relish the moment undisturbed. After a while, Yi sensed a pair of hands resting on his shoulders, applying just the right pressure to knead his sore muscles with a finesse that almost elicited a moan of pleasure. Yi sighed, his eyes narrowing in bliss. His guard completely dissipated in this ultimate comfort. "You must be exhausted," Xiaoxia's voice emerged softly amidst the steamy air. "If you don't relax your muscles, you'll struggle to walk tomorrow." And he mumbled a vague response, surrendering to the gentle ministrations. The steam from the hot spring flushed his cheeks crimson, and his mind grew slightly hazy. Instinctively, he leaned closer to Xiaoxia, seeking a more stable anchor. Noticing this subtle display of dependence, Xiaoxia smiled tenderly, his movements becoming even more delicate. That night, Yi fell into a deep slumber, in a state between dreams and waking. He felt the warmth of another person enveloping him, a gentle hand kneading his still tender lower back. Nestled in the familiar embrace and the reassuring scent, he nuzzled into the warmth, succumbing to the depths of sleep, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. This person has been rather honest today. Xiaoxia, holding him in the darkness, chuckled silently, planting a soft kiss atop Yi's delicate head. On a weekend night, the moon hung high, stars sparse, casting a veil of serene tranquility over the outskirts. In the living room, only a few warm wall lamps were lit, their gentle glow outlining the furniture with a tender touch. Yi and Xiaoxia nestled together on a spacious sofa, sharing a soft blanket. The television screen displayed a popular urban idol drama, reaching its climactic moment in the rain, where the male lead removed his suit jacket and, both domineering and tender, draped it over the female lead's head, leaving himself drenched. His gaze deep and expressive of his confession, and he watched with great interest, instinctively commenting, although the plot is somewhat cliched, this scene is indeed captivating every time." Xiaoxian casually draped his arm over the back of the sofa. At his words, he turned to glance at the screen, then at the glimmering eyes of the person beside him, his eyebrows subtly arching. "Is that so?" His voice betrayed no emotion, yet his arm tightened slightly, pulling Yi closer into his embrace. Getting caught in the rain can lead to a cold. Yi sighed, the romantic atmosphere shattered by a dose of realism. With a playful nudge of his elbow, he retorted, "Could you perhaps indulge in a bit of charm? This is an idol drama. It's all about the ambience and the feeling." Xiaoxian readily nodded, "Yes, my mistake." He picked a washed strawberry from the fruit plate and offered it to Yi's lips. "Try it. It's quite sweet." Instinctively, Yi opened his mouth to taste, the sweet juice spreading delightfully across his palate. It was indeed very sweet. His attention shifted to the strawberry as he resumed watching the television. As the plot reached the misunderstanding segment, the antagonist stirred trouble, causing the protagonist to run away in tears while the male lead stood there, visibly frustrated. "Ugh, I really don't like these misunderstanding plots." And deeply absorbed in the narrative, couldn't he help but murmur, leaning slightly forward in his seat. Xiaoxian's deep voice resonated above him, laced with a hint of playful mischief. "If it were me, I wouldn't allow such misunderstandings to occur." And he turned his head. Xiaoxian reached out, gently wiping away a smudge of strawberry juice from the corner of his lips. The gesture was both natural and intimate, yet his gaze remained fixed on the screen, his tone calm, yet resolute. "First, I would ensure that no irrelevant individuals could come close enough to create misunderstandings. Second," his eyes deepened as they met Yi's, "if you were truly upset, I would not merely stand there feeling regret." He leaned in closer, his breath brushing against Yi's ear, his voice low and alluring like a cello. "I would immediately bring you back, binding you to my side, and continue explaining until you believe me. Or rather, until you are too exhausted to entertain any wild thoughts." The implication in his last words was unmistakably charged with fervor, and he felt his cheeks flush, even more vibrant than the strawberries he had just eaten. He abruptly turned back to the television, his heart racing, the on-screen romance suddenly losing its allure. "You, just focus on the show. Where do you get all this nonsense?" He attempted to sound stern to mask his fluster, but it lacked any real impact. Xiao Shuyan chuckled softly, the vibrations resonating through his chest, clearly felt by an E, who was nestled close. Satisfied to see the faint blush creeping up in Yi's fair neck, he ceased his teasing, tightening his embrace, resting his chin gently atop his head. As the episode drew to a close, the misunderstanding resolved. The lead couple shared a passionate kiss against a backdrop of dazzling fireworks. Ani gazed at the almost surreal perfection of the scene on screen, unable to resist murmuring, "The director's aesthetic shots are remarkable. Many fireworks scenes don't look as beautiful as his. Do you like it?" Xiao Xiuyan's voice was tinged with amusement. "It's all right. I just think the visuals are quite lovely," and he replied casually. Shaxian hummed softly, choosing not to speak further, merely retrieving her phone and seemingly nonchalantly tapping it a few times. After a while, as Ani was about to rise to fetch some water, a sudden sound echoed from the distant river outside the manor. Whoosh bang! A brilliant firework soared into the sky, erupting in a splendid display amidst the night. Shortly thereafter, a second and third burst followed. Although not as grand as those seen on television, they possessed a unique romantic charm under the hazy moonlight. Ani's eyes widened in surprise as he rushed to the window. What day is it today? Why are there fireworks?" Shaxian leisurely approached from behind, enveloping him once more in her embrace, her gaze fixated on the flickering lights reflecting in Ani's sparkling eyes. "I have no idea," she replied casually. Perhaps someone who believes the aesthetic of idol dramas is quite appealing wanted to show something more genuine to their beloved. Ani was momentarily taken aback and turned to look at her sharply. "You." Shaxian bent down, kissing his slightly parted lips a fleeting touch, her eyes glimmering with a tender smile of triumph. "The tropes of idol dramas may be fictitious, but what you wish to see, I can make a reality. Although time is short and the scale may be modest, can we make do?" Ani gazed at the ongoing, exclusive little firework display meant just for him, then glanced at the man's deep, smiling eyes, unable to resist saying, "But it's currently a prohibited time for fireworks." Shaxian chuckled lightly. "That applies to the city. We're in the suburbs, in our own manner, so it's perfectly fine." Transformed into small animals. Unrelated to the main text, Ani awoke to an unusual sensation. His face felt ticklish, as if brushed by something furry. Drowsily, he attempted to raise his hand to scratch, only to realize he appeared to possess no hands. This realization jolted him awake. His perspective was notably lower, and the furniture in the room appeared colossal. He tried to sit up, but all he saw were two pristine, fluffy paws resting on a dark blanket. Stiffly, he turned his head, observing his body covered in fluffy, long fur with a compact, rounded shape. He had transformed into a ragdoll cat. His eyes sparkled a vivid blue, akin to glass beads, and he boasted a tail even fluffier than he had imagined. Meow. What is happening? The sound that escaped him was a soft, melodious meow, utterly lacking in intimidation, instead resembling a playful coo. Panic surged within Ani as he attempted to leap from the bed in search of a mirror, but his feline coordination failed him, nearly sending him tumbling off the mattress, his soft limbs landing gently on the carpet with a muted thud. Just as he was disoriented, a massive shadow loomed over him. Ani cautiously lifted his head, his fur bristling and froze in place. It was a gigantic Doberman, with sleek lines, robust muscles, and a glossy black coat. Its limbs and muzzle were a striking rust red. It stood there quietly, its dark eyes unblinkingly fixed on the fluffy white ball of fur on the floor. Ani's heart raced. The dog was enormous. It could swallow him whole. He instinctively attempted to retreat, yet his unfamiliarity with his limbs caused him to stumble awkwardly, nearly losing his balance. The imposing Doberman stirred, lowering its head and gradually approaching. And frightened, shut his eyes, emitting a pitiful, ineffectual whimper from his throat. The anticipated pain never came. Instead, he felt a warm, moist sensation gently licking the fur atop his head. And he slowly opened his eyes, bewildered. The Doberman had crouched down, its massive head nearly level with his own, and it leaned closer, nudging his cheek with its cool, damp nose. This gesture was so familiar it was almost maddening, and he stood frozen, a ludicrous thought surging through his mind. Tentatively, he emitted a faint mule meow. CEO.Yet. The Doberman's eyes seemed to glimmer momentarily. It responded with a low, brief sound woof. It even attempted to nudge Yi's soft body with its head, as it had countless times before, trying to envelop him in its embrace. However, given the size difference, this action nearly toppled an E over. Meow. Be careful. An E, exasperated, lightly swatted the dog's nose with his feeble paw. CEO.Yet immediately halted, a semblance of remorse flickering in his gaze. After a moment's thought, he extended his paw, which was nearly half the size of an E, and gently brushed against Yi's back, as if grooming him. And he mused, all right, confirmed. Even transformed into a dog, this fellow's essence remains unchanged. After some time adjusting, and he managed to awkwardly control his new furry form. He stumbled towards the bedroom door, with CEO.Yet following closely, his massive frame carefully guarding Yi's side, fearful that he might trip or collide with something. Upon reaching the full-length mirror, Yi finally caught sight of his current appearance, a strikingly beautiful ragdoll cat, with blue eyes that seemed to hold the cosmos within them, albeit with a rather dazed expression. The formidable Doberman beside him slightly tilted its head, intently observing the little cat in the mirror, its tail subtly swaying. The scene exuded an oddly harmonious beauty, and he attempted to leap onto the sofa, but failed, his claws snagging on the sofa cover and causing him to slide down. Before he could make a second attempt, the Doberman lowered its head, gently grasping the soft flesh at the nape of his neck, effortlessly hoisting him onto the sofa. And E, sprawled on the sofa, felt utterly defeated. Meow. Let me go. CEO.Yet willingly released him and then effortlessly leaped onto the sofa as well. He adjusted his position, encircling an E within the warmth of his body and limbs, lowering his head to begin grooming, licking from the head down to the back. An E protested. What are you doing? Do you really think you're a dog? Initially, he attempted to struggle, but the Doberman's body heat was intense, akin to a small furnace. After a brief resistance, he ultimately succumbed to his feline instincts, involuntarily producing a purring sound from his throat, his body relaxing into a contented feline loaf. CEO.Yet's tail swept across the floor in satisfaction. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon a cat and a dog. An E, lulled by gentle licks, felt drowsy, enveloped in a cocoon of warmth, security, and comfort. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, he sensed a slight warmth coursing through his body, and his perspective abruptly elevated. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, prompting him to instinctively raise his hand to shield his eyes, only to realize it was a human hand. He had transformed back, and he sat up in surprise, discovering himself comfortably positioned on a couch. Beside him, CEO.Yet had also reverted to human form, clad in pajamas, seemingly still in a daze. Their eyes met, and both perceived the astonishment reflected in each other's gaze. Suddenly, Yi recalled the experience of being treated like a kitten, and his cheeks flushed crimson. CEO.Yet, however, chuckled softly, reaching out to gently pinch the tender flesh at the nape of Yi's neck, which had just been nibbled. A soft, instinctive sound akin to a cat's purr escaped in Yi's throat. The atmosphere instantly thickened, and Yi, mortified with indignation, CEO.Yet was momentarily taken aback. But his laughter soon erupted uncontrollably as he playfully pushed an E back onto the couch, burying his face in Yi's neck and inhaling deeply, much like a large dog marking its territory. It seemed the aftermath was rather endearing. His voice resonated with a delightful tremor. An E, Chapter 1. The first day in a power struggle novel, the crisp chill of early spring lingered within the palace walls, the remnants of winter still palpable, manifesting as gusts of biting cold wind sweeping across the long stone-paved corridors. The guards stationed near the walls huddled closer, their breath dissipating in the frigid air. As the palace gates opened, officials adorned in various ranks of ceremonial robes streamed out, gathering in small clusters before dispersing. The sound of their boots echoed dully against the stone, occasionally interspersed with restrained pleasantries and the rustle of garments as they bowed to one another. Suddenly, a measured cadence of footsteps approached, and a figure clad in the distinctive scarlet attire of a second-rank civil official emerged from the palace gates. With a jade belt cinching his waist, he appeared slender and upright, reminiscent of a solitary pine standing tall. Beneath his black cap lay an exquisitely youthful and handsome visage, with features as picturesque as a painting. High cheekbones, slightly pursed lips, and a complexion fair from years spent in the court, yet devoid of any frailty. Instead, it radiated an aura of dignified elegance that commanded respect. His calm gaze swept over the parting crowd before him, exuding a profound warmth that paradoxically carried an unsettling air of pressure. He paid little heed to the bowing officials flanking him, walking leisurely to the front of his carriage. Awaiting him was the coachman, and Ping, dressed in a grayish-blue attire, who promptly stepped forward, extending his right arm with utmost reverence. The delicate, elongated hand, with distinct knuckles, lightly rested upon the coachman's sturdy arm. He inclined his head slightly, and with Ping's careful assistance, ascended the carriage with grace, the hem of his scarlet robe tracing a sharp arc in the air before disappearing into the carriage. Throughout this encounter, he uttered not a single word. A few lower-ranking officials, relegated to the periphery, dared to straighten their posture only when the carriage curtain descended. They could not resist the urge to rise on their toes, stretching their necks to catch a glimpse of the opulent carriage, their ivory tablets, symbols of their status, gripped tightly in their hands, already damp with perspiration. Within the carriage, however, a different realm unfolded. The warm air was suffused with a refreshing and distant fragrance, weaving through the atmosphere like a gentle breeze that delighted the senses. Anyi, a young and ambitious minister clad in a scarlet official robe indicative of a second rank, leaned back against the soft silk cushions, his lips pressed into a firm, unyielding line. The vibrant red of his robe accentuated his pale complexion. As he opened his eyes, he sighed heavily. 3 days prior, he awoke in a daze, his mouth parched and yearning for a sip of warm water. Yet, too lethargic to move, he called out for Xiao, his beloved, in a foggy haze. After a prolonged silence, he received no response. The familiar silhouette, the warmth of her presence, and her gentle replies were all absent. Initially, he assumed that Xiao was simply not in the room, and, reluctantly, he lifted his heavy eyelids, preparing to rise on his own. To his astonishment, upon opening his eyes, he found himself in an antiquated and exquisite chamber. Before him lay a scene entirely foreign, a carved canopy bed, cascading silk curtains, and rustic rosewood furniture. Startled, he sprang up from the bed with remarkable agility, his movements light and unencumbered, completely unlike the frailty typically associated with his elder years. He promptly examined his body and discovered he felt as if he had returned to his youth. The last time he experienced such a phenomenon was over 60 years ago, when he awoke to find himself in a different body, seated in a swiftly moving sedan chair. Now, in his twilight years, had he transcended once more? Had he traversed back to the ancient past? And he chuckled bitterly, thinking of Xiao, the companion who had weathered over 60 years of life storms by his side. He hoped that when he finally rose, he would not find his beloved lifeless beside him. After all, they were of such advanced age. He wished not to grieve too deeply. Their 6 decades of love and companionship were a rare fortune. Yet this parting felt abrupt and unforeseen. They had even planned to rise together for a morning walk the following day. And he exhaled a long, silent breath, forcing himself to detach from his yearning. His slender fingers unconsciously fiddled with the smooth, cool cuffs of his scarlet robe, attempting to grasp a thread of reality. Nevertheless, he resolved to accept his fate. To return from the brink of life's twilight to the peak of youth was a miraculous twist of destiny that many could only dream of. In this dynasty, known as the Yin, he still bore the name Yi. Though his status was prominent, he felt a profound solitude. Both of his parents had passed away, and his family had withered, leaving him as the last remnant. Fortunately, his family was affluent, and the original Yi was a prodigious scholar who, against all odds, had achieved the remarkable feat of passing the imperial examination with flying colors. Fortuitously, he garnered the favor of the current Prime Minister, Duan Mingde, who took him as a closed-door disciple. From that moment forth, his career flourished. By the age of 30, he had ascended to the rank of Minister of Personnel and was further elevated to the esteemed position of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince, a position of immense power. However, Yi's countenance darkened. The court? Could he truly navigate this tumultuous vortex of intrigue and hidden currents of power, even with the original owner's memories? The complexities of these interpersonal relationships far surpassed anything he had encountered in the modern world. The intricate web of official connections, where a single thread could affect the entire tapestry, along with the veiled implications and treacherous wit, were profoundly more daunting than the convoluted business mergers he had previously managed. Moreover, in ancient times, there were beliefs in ghosts and deities. He could not afford to reveal too much of himself or diverge too greatly from the original owner's persona. What if someone suspected him of being possessed by a spirit due to his drastic changes? Would he be burned at the stake? How infuriating! At that moment, the carriage, which had been gliding smoothly, jolted violently. The immense inertia caught him off guard, propelling his body uncontrollably forward, and he tumbled from his seat. Outside, the coachman and Ping issued a terse and severe reprimand. Who dares to collide with the minister's carriage? The clamor seemed to be abruptly silenced, as if a throat had been suddenly constricted. Yet, the anticipated apologies or justifications did not follow, and he did not even hear the distinct sound of weapons being drawn. His guards would never remain unresponsive in such a situation. In the next moment, Ping's voice rang out again, but it was laced with incredulity and hesitation. The volume significantly subdued. Young Lord Ge, what is the meaning of this? Please halt. And having just rubbed his sore backside and steadied himself, instinctively placed his long fingers on the book box beside him. Before he had fully settled back into his seat, the heavy wooden door of the carriage was yanked open with a force bordering on rudeness, the sound echoing violently. A chilling breeze, carrying the scent of dust, surged into the warm, fragrant interior of the carriage, scattering the aromatic vapors and stirring the hem of Yi's crimson official robes along with a few stray strands of hair. Furrowing his brow to suppress the sudden surge of displeasure and astonishment, he raised his gaze. Through the gaping door, the first thing that caught his eye was not a human figure, but a magnificent steed, as black as satin, towering and resplendent. The saddle was opulent, and the metal bridle glimmered coldly in the fading sunlight. The horse, evidently agitated from swift galloping, pawed restlessly at the ground, its grand head nearly intruding into the carriage, exhaling waves of hot, white breath that carried a wild, untamed energy, almost brushing against Yi's face. Chapter 2. The second day in the world of political intrigue. Upon the horse's back sat a man equally adorned in a crimson military official's garb. He was tall and upright as a pine tree, leaning slightly forward, one hand casually gripping the reins while the other had just withdrawn from the forceful grasp that had pulled open the carriage door. He stood with his back to the light, his visage concealed in shadow, save for a pair of eyes that shone with an astonishing brilliance. Akin to a predator fixated on its prey, they pierced through the boundary of light and darkness within the carriage with impeccable precision, radiating an unabashed aggression as they locked onto who sat within. The harsh winds of years spent in battle had bronzed his skin to a healthy wheat hue, and his sharply defined features seemed as if sculpted by a chisel. Particularly striking were his eyes, dark and unfathomable like a chilling abyss. "Ah, Lorden, what serendipity to encounter you here," he remarked, his gaze keenly captured Yi's instinctive gesture of rubbing his rear, and a derisive laugh erupted uncontrollably from his throat. "Did you take a tumble?" "Ha ha!" His laughter, devoid of restraint, poured forth, his eyes glinting with palpable malice. And he maintained a stoic expression as he regarded the defiant man before him. Jelen, the young lord, an adversary of the original protagonist, and simultaneously the destined hero of this world. It dawned on him that he had once again found himself within the pages of a novel. The moment he beheld Jelen, The contents of the original text surged back into his mind, reminiscent of a prior experience, albeit this time with less pain. Moreover, the comment section was abuzz once more. In his previous life, after the male lead, Yuan, was imprisoned, that sound had faded into silence. It seemed the plot had unraveled, and the author had abandoned the story. E swiftly processed the influx of information. This was a quintessential male-centric narrative centered around a powerful male protagonist vying for supremacy. The protagonist, Jelen, began his journey as a young lord inheriting a title, traversing the battlefield through blood and fire, ultimately stepping over the corpses of countless foes to ascend to the supreme imperial throne, rising steadily, toppling innumerable antagonists. And he, E, was unfortunately destined to be one of the stepping stones upon which the protagonist would tread to achieve his dominion. A nefarious villain of later chapters. A ruthless figure who disregards human life, ultimately betrayed by all and facing a gruesome execution. And E mused, is it truly me? A sinister supervillain? No. How could I be cast as the antagonist again? And E reflected, Jelen is far more formidable than that fool, Yuan, who was merely a facade. According to the narrative's trajectory and the original protagonist's memories, they were at the nascent stage of the unfolding plot. Though the ultimate confrontation lay far ahead, their enmity had already taken root. This was due to the original protagonist's prior intention to marry Jelen's cousin, Princess Shaoli, aiming to elevate his political leverage by aligning with royal lineage. However, Jelen, with his discerning gaze, saw through the original protagonist's gentle and cultured facade, recognizing the deep-seated machinations and unscrupulousness beneath. He deemed the original protagonist an unsuitable match and decisively thwarted the union. Thus, rather than forming an alliance, they had forged a bitter rivalry. From that moment, they found themselves on opposing sides in the court, with divergent political views, their animosity escalating like a snowball. An unending feud, and he could only feel a sense of helplessness punctuated by an ellipsis. How infuriating. Jelen was dispatched on a mission to eradicate bandits, and he had only just returned to the capital, weary from his travels. After the morning court session, he intended to head to the Ministry of War for roll call when he caught sight of the ostentatious carriage belonging to an E parading along the palace road. A surge of old grudges and new animosities flooded his heart, igniting an unnamed fury within him. The ever-rebellious and capricious Jelen could hardly suppress his indignation. He spurred his horse forward, deliberately orchestrating a minor incident, purely to vex an E and witness his embarrassment. At this moment, he sat astride his steed, his crimson military garb billowing slightly in the cold wind, accentuating his imposing stature. Leaning slightly forward, his dark cloak cascaded from his shoulders, imbued with the dust of travel and an air of formidable menace. His gaze fell, the depths of his dark eyes resembling frozen ice, unflinchingly scrutinizing the young official seated within the carriage, radiating a palpable malice. As the heavy door of the carriage was abruptly flung open, the biting cold swiftly invaded the once warm interior. Yet, within sat an E, his youthful, handsome face, as smooth as jade, bore no trace of anger or alarm. It was as if the adversary outside was merely a casual acquaintance. A familiar, impeccable smile graced his lips. Young lord, he began, his voice clear and melodious, infused with his customary calm cadence, a striking contrast to the tense atmosphere. Have you hastily halted my carriage for a matter of importance? But Jelen's mind was sharp. Beneath An Yi's seemingly gentle facade lay profound cunning and venomous scheming. The phrase "a kind mouth with a serpent's heart" seemed tailor-made for an E, a hypocrite forever cloaked in a guise of genteel charm. Jelen leaned forward slightly on his mount, exuding the pressure of a predator closing in on its prey. He bared his teeth in a grim smile, devoid of warmth, instead radiating a chilling aura that resonated in An Yi's ears. A matter of importance? Indeed, I have a monumental query for you, Surin. His tone rose sharply, brimming with unabashed sarcasm and ire. I have been away from the capital for merely a few months, returning from my mission, only to discover that my capable subordinate has been exiled to the pestilential lands of Lingnan. You, Surin, presiding over the law, favored by the emperor. Could you enlighten me on what law was so grievously transgressed to warrant such a severe punishment? And he remained unperturbed, his expansive crimson robe absorbing the dim light of the carriage, exuding a muted sheen. The benevolent smile on his face remained steadfast. "Ah, so it is this matter that has incensed you, young lord." His tone was placid, even tinged with a hint of regret. Peng Bo embezzled military funds, with evidence irrefutable. A case as solid as iron. This is a breach of national law and merits punishment, a duty of the Ministry of Justice, essential for upholding order. He deftly redirected the conversation, his demeanor innocent and entirely reasonable. "Should you harbor any doubts, young lord, you ought to consult Minister Bao to review the case files. That would be the rational course of action." Jelen exhaled a cold snort from his nostrils. Before he could respond, and he spoke once more. He shifted his tone, despite being only a few years younger than Jelen, adopting a demeanor that exuded an air of superiority. When he spoke, his voice resembled that of a benevolent elder, imbued with a heartfelt admonition. "The young lord endures considerable hardships in battle for the nation, truly a pillar of strength. However, the art of governance requires a balance of leniency and strictness, demanding constant contemplation and care. As for Peng Bingshi, it is well known that he has succumbed to greed, violating the established norms. Yet, for those unaware or with ulterior motives, it is inevitable they might speculate whether the young lord has been lax in his oversight. Worse still, they may suspect this act has been tacitly approved or even suggested by the young lord himself. After all, should such a substantial sum draw further insinuations of military overreach or disregard for the law, it would unjustly tarnish the lord's reputation and invite royal suspicion." He shook his head slightly, letting out a soft sigh, adopting a demeanor of profound concern for his counterpart. "My intent in speaking thus is merely to urge the young lord to remain vigilant and avoid any hint of suspicion." Chapter 3. On the third day of being ensnared in the intrigue of power, Jelen's eyes narrowed dangerously, his rough fingers unconsciously caressing the cold leather of the reins, producing a faint rustling sound. Observing in Yi's face, which feigned concern for the state yet concealed deadly intent, he couldn't help but let out a low laugh. "Lorden, you are unjustly accusing me." He deliberately elongated the word unjustly. "Ah, Lorden, your words could indeed bring the dead back to life. In that case, I should express my gratitude for your efforts in clearing my name and safeguarding my reputation." And he smiled amiably, indeed naturally. He nodded slightly, his demeanor impeccable. The young lord's loyalty is as evident as the heavens. And he reflected on the events that had transpired since Jelen's arrival at court, which had caused considerable trouble for the original owner of this identity. The two engaged in a relentless rivalry, each seeking to undermine the other. Recently, during Jelen's campaign against bandits, the original owner took advantage of Jelen's absence to dispose of one of his capable subordinates, not only stripping him of his position, but also exiling him to the southern regions. The man's name was Peng Bingshi, who had indeed embezzled military funds. Although the amount was not substantial, he was still guilty. In the original narrative, upon learning of this matter, Jelen abandoned any efforts to rescue him back to the capital. Even if the original owner did not take action himself, Jelen would have inevitably intervened. However, the distinction between personally dealing with a wayward subordinate and allowing a political adversary to act on his behalf was significant. It was akin to a resounding slap across Jelen's face, an unabashed provocation and humiliation. The veneer of false amusement vanished from Jelen's face in an instant. His handsome features hardened, the warmth of his sun-kissed skin seemingly concealing a brewing wrath. His piercing gaze swept over Yi's perpetually affable visage, an undercurrent of icy fury simmering beneath. A dangerously sardonic smile curled at the corners of his mouth, his voice low and deliberate, infused with a serpentine chill. Lorden speaks with utmost accuracy. To express gratitude for the generosity of Lorden, this nobleman has prepared a sumptuous gift upon his return to the capital. Leaning slightly towards the open carriage door, he locked his gaze onto Yi, hoping that Lorden would appreciate this delightful surprise. The phrase delightful surprise was enunciated with particular clarity, and he maintained his smile, replying, "I shall await it." The two engaged in a subtle exchange, drawing the attention of onlookers, and he soon found the interaction tiresome. These days of masquerading behind a facade were far more taxing than the intrigues he had faced in his past life within the mercantile world. This was especially true when contending with an opponent like Guilin, whose keen intuition and reckless decisiveness posed a formidable challenge. With a maintained smile, and E subtly nodded at Guilin, then, without any forewarning, decisively pulled the heavy rosewood door shut. The door clicked shut, sealing off Guilin's menacing visage and the biting chill of the palace corridor. Guilin chuckled in frustration, his teeth clenched, rendered speechless. When did an E ever exhibit such petulance? As the door closed, and Yi's smile gradually faded, and the meticulously crafted mask of the affable minister shattered. Silently, he covered his face, releasing a long, unvoiced sigh. Dealing with such individuals was indeed arduous. As for the gift Guilin mentioned, and Yi's thoughts raced. The information from the original text vividly resurfacing. It was nothing more than Guilin's retaliation, targeting an equally unsavory official named Wang Xian, a person of avarice and lechery who wielded his influence with impunity. And he had long regarded him as a liability, but had temporarily retained him due to his family's local power and his utility in certain matters. Guilin's intention to eliminate Wang Xian? From an Yi's perspective, it was akin to offering a pillow to one in need of rest. He could not have wished for a better opportunity to rid himself of this malignant tumor. However, such an action was fraught with peril. Allowing Guilin to easily dispose of Wang Xian would convey an exceedingly dangerous message to all allies within his camp. The upper echelons are weak and easily deceived, incapable of protecting their own interests. Should that happen, loyalty would dissipate, and like a fallen tree, he and E would find himself isolated and vulnerable, a mere lamb awaiting slaughter amidst the treacherous court. Suddenly, on posit, contemplating. Yet, it was not necessarily a foregone conclusion. Wang Xian was not only an Yi subordinate, but also a protege of the Prime Minister, Duan Mingda. Should misfortune befall him, the responsibility would not lie with an E, but rather with the Prime Minister, and he merely needed to express a certain stance. With this realization, and he slowly opened his eyes. He raised his hand, gently smoothing out the slightly creased crimson sleeve of his official robe, his voice penetrating the closed carriage door to the Ministry of Rights. "My lord, we have arrived at the Ministry of Rights," came the respectful voice of the coachman, and Ping. The carriage came to a halt, and Ping graciously opened the door. A brisk gust of air rushed in, carrying with it the distinctive scent of the ministry, a blend of ink, paper, and aged timber. And he adjusted the crimson official robe, erasing all traces of fatigue from his visage, donning instead the serene and impeccable mask of the Minister of Personnel. He grasped Ping's arm and stepped steadily down from the carriage. The Ministry of Personnel, as the highest administrative institution of the Great Een, stood imposing and formidable. Its vermilion gates, towering steps, and stern soldiers all exuding the gravitas of authority. At the foot of the steps, several officials clad in green robes awaited with hands respectfully lowered. Upon seeing an E, they collectively bowed in deference, their movements synchronized, filled with reverence and awe. "We greet you, esteemed minister." No need for formalities, and he replied gently. He ascended the steps with composure, the edges of his crimson robe fluttering slightly in the cold wind. The Ministry of Personnel was the very heart of the Great Een. Every edict and decree emanated from this place, pulsing through the veins of the entire dynasty. It was also the epicenter where countless ambitions and conspiracies intertwined, a vortex of intense power struggles. And he walked straight ahead, unflinching, toward his spacious and well-lit signing room deep within. "My lord," a middle-aged official in a deep crimson robe, with a gaunt face, awaited at the door, Chui Wen-Yuan, and Yi's trusted aide. His expression was grave as he hurried forward, whispering, "You have returned." And he raised a hand, halting the continuation of his words, his gaze sweeping over Chui Wen-Yuan's equally anxious subordinates behind him. His tone remaining steady. "Let us discuss inside." The heavy Namma door closed silently behind them, shutting out the prying eyes of the outside world. The signing room was furnished with a grand, yet understated elegance. The vast Zetonwood desk was piled high with documents awaiting review, while a bronze incense burner in the corner emitted a thin wisp of smoke, releasing a refreshing scent of mint. On the fourth day of traversing the world of political intrigue, an East seated himself behind the desk, not rushing to address the documents. He turned to Chui Wenyuan, his gaze calm. "Wenyuan, what is the matter?" Chui Wenyuan stepped forward, speaking quickly, tinged with worry. "My lord, before your return to the office, news arrived from the Ministry of War. It seems that after the young Marquis Gu returned to the capital, he immediately requested access to all copies of the accounts from the Ministry of Revenue's Department of Expenditures for the past 3 years, particularly those concerning the Jiangnan grain transport and last year's military supplies for the northern border." Just as he suspected, Gulian's actions mirrored those in the original narrative. The Ministry of War directly accessing the core accounts of the Ministry of Revenue was already a transgression of authority and, under normal circumstances, would be impossible. However, given Gulian's status and his current responsibility for rectifying the logistics of the border troops, it could be somewhat justified. Most importantly, there must be an insider within the Ministry of Revenue aiding him, allowing him to forcefully create a breach. He intended to blatantly seek a breakthrough through the accounts managed by Wang Xian. The Jiangnan grain transport was the lifeblood of the nation, rich with resources. The military supplies for the northern border were vast and difficult to supervise, precisely the areas where the gluttonous Wang Xian was ravenously feasting. And Wang Xian? And he lifted the warm tea prepared on the desk, gently blowing away the froth, his tone inscrutable. Chui Wenyuan's face displayed a hint of embarrassment. "I sent someone to inquire. It was said he was entertaining several grain merchants from Jiangnan at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion last night, and has likely overindulged, so he may still be in bed." "Understood." And Yi's reaction remained utterly unperturbed, not even a flicker of his brow betraying his thoughts. He gently sipped his tea, allowing the mildly bitter yet sweet aftertaste to linger upon his palate. Wang Xian, a man oblivious to the imminent peril, continued to wallow in the indulgent comforts of wine and pleasure, lost in a drunken stupor. Chui Wenyuan cautiously observed in Yi's countenance and continued, "My lord, the young Marquis Gu approaches with great fervor, heading straight for Wang Xian. It seems he is intent on causing you embarrassment. How shall we respond?" "Patience," and Yi replied, setting down his teacup, which emitted a crisp sound as it met the tray, resonating clearly in the otherwise silent room. He lifted his gaze toward Chui Wenyuan, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. "First, send a few capable individuals to rouse our inebriated Lord Wang from his languor. Whether by cold water or by lifting him, he must be brought here. Let him open his eyes wide and confront the heap of troubles he has sown with his own hands." "Wenyuan," and Yi's tone suddenly grew earnest. "It is as clear as day that Gulian intends to move against Wang Xian. Should we hastily attempt to conceal this, it would only betray our insecurity and provide fodder for gossip. Gulian is waiting for us to falter." Chui Wenyuan, taken aback by the questioning, broke into a fine sweat upon his brow. "I am but a dullard, my lord." And he offered no reply, merely raising his wrist slightly and gesturing. Chui Wenyuan, understanding his cue, hurriedly departed, leaving an E alone in the signing chamber. He did not glance at the mountain of documents awaiting his attention, but instead lowered his gaze to his slender, bony fingers gently tapping against the smooth surface of the rosewood table, producing a rhythmically faint sound. The lingering scent of mint seemed powerless to dispel the palpable tension in the air. He waited, biding his time for a spark that would ignite his wrath. After approximately half an hour, an unusual commotion arose outside the door. Heavy, chaotic footsteps echoed, interspersed with labored breathing and muffled curses. "My lord, Wang Zhangzhong has been brought in," Chui Wenyuan's voice announced from beyond the threshold. "Come in," and Yi's tone remained calm and untroubled. As the door swung open, a potent smell of alcohol mingled with the scent of cosmetics overwhelmed the refreshing mint aroma, inducing nausea. Two robust officials nearly half-carried, half-dragged a figure into the room. The individual being hauled was none other than Wang Xian, the treasurer of the Department of Revenue. His deep azure official robe was wrinkled and stained with dubious marks. his belt askew, and his official cap askew, revealing a disheveled head of hair and a face that was puffy, sallow, and marked by the signs of a hangover. He appeared only half-conscious, his gaze unfocused, his steps unsteady, relying entirely on the support of those beside him to avoid collapsing. It was evident that Chui Wenyuan had rigorously executed Yi's orders, employing the most effective means to awaken him. The signing chamber was not solely occupied by Yi and Chui Wenyuan. Several trusted subordinates, who had been waiting outside, were now summoned within, standing attentively by his side. Witnessing Wang Xian's disgraceful state, their faces displayed a complex array of shock, disdain, and anxiety. Yi's gaze pierced Wang Xian like an ice pick. At this moment, the gentle and composed facade was entirely supplanted by a brooding heaviness, foreboding as a mountain storm. Wang Xian felt a jolt from that icy gaze, and his muddled mind seemed to clear just a fraction. He struggled to steady himself, mumbling incoherently. This humble official pays his respects to the esteemed minister. His voice was hoarse, akin to a broken gong, and he did not respond. He slowly rose, the crimson robes trailing gracefully over the edge of the table, creating a ripple in the air. Circumnavigating the massive desk, he advanced step by step toward Wang Xian. The soles of his boots struck the polished golden brick floor, producing a muted yet resonant sound, each step akin to treading upon the taut strings of the gathered assembly's hearts. Suddenly, a cup of scalding tea splashed across Wang Xian's swollen face. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, clarity returned to his muddled thoughts. The effects of alcohol receding slightly, his complexion shifted from a waxy yellow to a ghastly white, his body quaking uncontrollably as if sifting grain. Yi stood before him, elevated and imposing, his gaze sharp as a blade. Wang Xian, his voice was not loud, but carried a weighty authority. You possess a great deal of audacity. Bang! A resounding crash. Yi slammed his palm down upon a small table laden with documents. The teacups and pen holders trembled violently, tea spilling across the floor. Yi quickly concealed his hand behind him, his fingers curling uncontrollably beneath the ample sleeve of his robe, trembling slightly. Ouch, that hurt. This table is excessively hard. There are risks in posturing. One must be cautious when striking the table. He clenched his heated palm tightly, a flicker of anger crossing his face. The Jiangnan grain transport. The northern military supplies. Yi's voice rose abruptly, each word laden with a tempestuous fury that seemed to resonate through the rafters. Those accounts. Those deficits. Do you truly think this official is blind and deaf, toyed with at your whim? Chapter 5. The fifth day in the intrigue novel. Wang Xian was terrified to the core, collapsing to the ground with a thud, tears streaming down his face as he crawled desperately to grasp Yi's legs. My lord, I am wronged. This humble official is innocent. Surely someone has conspired against me. Yes, it must be Chui Wenyuan. Indeed, that little thief has framed me, my lord. I implore you to see the truth. I beseech you to stand for me. His words tumbled out chaotically, casting his last lifeline towards Chui Wenyuan, who had just dragged him from his bed. Wang Xian's face was ashen, his alcohol-corroded mind still in a fog. Chui Wenyuan had been so unceremonious earlier. He must have secretly informed against him. Anyi. Chui Wenyuan. Chui Wenyuan's countenance turned a shade of iron gray, the veins on his forehead bulging as he stepped forward and knelt heavily on the ground. My lord, please judge wisely. I swear to the heavens, this is unfounded. This villain speaks slander. His heart is worthy of punishment. Anyi, framed. Yi seemed to have heard the grandest of jokes, suddenly leaning forward to seize Wang Xian's collar. His usually gentle eyes blazed with a fierce fire, locking onto Wang Xian's terror-stricken, widening pupils. Do not behave like a mad dog, biting indiscriminately. Though his face was a mask of fury, he felt a sense of relief within. Wang Xian's casual slander against his colleague made his subsequent attitude easier to manipulate. He composed himself and continued to inquire. Now tell me, what is the truth? In the autumn of the third year of Qinghe, the inexplicably vanished 6,000 stones of rice from the grain storage ledger. Into whose granary did they find their way? Last winter, Urgent reports from the northern territories indicated a dire shortage of warm clothing, yet the funds allocated by the Ministry of War barely reached the border troops. And what of the 200,000 taels of silver that mysteriously disappeared? Who benefited from that windfall? Wang Xian, did you truly believe that your shoddy accounts were seamless? Did you think that your collusion with unscrupulous merchants could go unnoticed? And Yi's voice thundered like a tempest, each question punctuated by the increasing pressure of his grip, nearly crushing Wang Xian's bones. Wang Xian turned pale, his lips quivering, unable to muster a single word of defense. And he knew everything. His last vestige of hope was utterly obliterated, leaving only an abyss of fear and despair. With a sudden release, Wang Xian collapsed to the ground like a lifeless mass, his breath heavy and his sobs stifled. And Yi straightened, his chest heaving slightly, the remnants of his fury still palpable. He surveyed the hushed officials around him. Under his frigid gaze, none dared to meet his eyes, all lowering their heads in submission. Did you all witness this? And Yi's voice regained its icy tone, now devoid of the earlier fervor, imbued instead with a weighty weariness and heartfelt sorrow. This is the individual I place my trust in? This is the representative of the court? Taking a deep breath, his gaze returned to the crumpled figure of Wang Xian, his expression a complex tapestry of anger, disappointment, and a profound sense of betrayal. And he could not suppress a wry smile. He had indeed mastered the art of the pie chart expression that Xiao Shuya had taught him. This look, 1 part anger, 3 parts disappointment, and 4 parts heartache, was remarkably effective in moments of high tension. Truly, the charming pie chart mogul had proven his worth. Wang Xian, an Yi's voice now took on a deep, almost pitying timbre. You have gravely disappointed me. Just then, Yi's tone shifted abruptly, becoming resolute and authoritative. However, you remain my subordinate. I have nurtured your career. You have erred, and the law of the land will mete out its severe punishment. It is I who shall cleanse this mess. With a vigorous sweep of his robe, the crimson sleeves sliced through the air like a blade. Anyone who dares to trample over my face to ascend? Not a chance. His gaze crackled like lightning, sweeping across Chui, Wenyuan, and the assembled officials. Each word resounding with clarity. Chui Zuochang, present. Hui Wenyuan jolted, bowing deeply. Immediately, right now, secure all the account books that Wang Xian has handled, especially the original documents and records pertaining to Jiangnan's grain transportation and the northern military supplies. Assemble the most competent accountants to conduct a meticulous audit. Not a single discrepancy shall be overlooked. I shall uncover which parasites are gnawing at the foundation of our nation. As for you, Wang Xian, and Yi's cold gaze settled once more on the ashen-faced Wang Xian. Return to your den. Without my written order, you shall not set foot outside these gates. Once all accounts are resolved, I shall provide you with a clear explanation. The countenance of Wang Xian was illuminated with uncontainable joy. He understood. The esteemed minister was determined to protect him. As long as the minister was willing to offer his safeguard, a glimmer of hope remained. Indeed, this subordinate shall comply. In an instant, Chui Wenyuan comprehended Yi's intentions, his eyes sharpening as he acquiesced without hesitation. Nevertheless, the earlier biting remarks from Wang Xian flickered momentarily in his gaze with an ominous glint. A while later, deep within the Ministry of War, light streamed through the high windows, casting mottled shadows upon the towering piles of documents. The air was thick with the musty scent of aged paper mingled with dust. Gulian was not clad in formal court attire, but rather in practical, dark garments that accentuated his tall, imposing figure. He leaned casually against a massive wooden desk, his long fingers deftly and accurately flipping through a substantial ledger. Nearby, several clerks of the ministry stood rigidly, their hands at their sides, not daring to breathe, their foreheads glistening with cold sweat. A personal guard dressed in the garb of a lower-ranking military officer hastily approached Gulian, whispering a few words in his ear. Gulian's page-turning momentarily paused. Oh, he raised an eyebrow, a glint of sharpness flashing in his dark eyes, soon transforming into a rich mockery. Had he taken the initiative? Thunderous fury? Ha! Ani, you are quite swift in your reactions. He closed the ledger with a soft thud, resonating distinctly in the silent repository. Attempting to seize both the personnel and the ledger for oneself? A preemptive strike? The corners of Gul Yin's mouth curled into a chilling smile, a commendable thought. He rose, stretching his wrist, the joints emitting a faint crackle. Alas, the things this lord has set his sights upon have never been successfully seized. Anyi, listening to the murmurs around him, silently chuckled. It dawned upon him that sealing the ledger was a tad belated. The Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War had likely already been stripped by the male lead. Thus, Wang Xian's demise seemed inevitable. This and he must be the antagonist. From the psychological portrayal, it appeared he also sought to clear his own path, merely utilizing the male lead's strength. The antagonist had not diminished in intellect, while the male lead appeared quite astute. Let us hope the author maintains the balance. Indeed, contemporary political intrigue narratives often resemble childish play. Author, maintain your composure, and I shall bestow upon you gifts. Chapter 6. The sixth day in the realm of political intrigue. 3 days later, on a crisp morning, the imposing shadows of the palace walls had yet to dissipate entirely. Carrying a hint of chill, the Zetan carriage that E occupied halted once more beside the familiar palace path. The driver, and Ping, adeptly and respectfully opened the carriage door, and E inclined his tall frame slightly, descending from the carriage with composure. The early spring's brisk air caressed his cheeks as he held the ivory tablet, a symbol of his status, casually adjusting the wide sleeves of his crimson official robe before proceeding forward. However, a figure, as erect as a pine, seemingly having awaited his arrival, suddenly obstructed his path. Indeed, Gul Yin had returned to impede his way. Today, he too donned the crimson military court attire, which accentuated his gallant stature. With his arms crossed over his chest, a smile that was half a grin played on his lips, radiating a profound significance, his gaze resting upon Yi's face. Minister, it has been 3 days since we last met. I trust your rest has been satisfactory? And Yi halted his steps, instantly donning an impeccable mask of gentleness, as if the other party were merely engaging in casual pleasantries. His voice rang clear. Thanks to the young lord's blessings, everything is naturally well. Gul Yin emitted a soft grunt from his nostrils, non-committal in his response. He leaned slightly closer, lowering his voice to imbue it with a nearly malicious prophetic tone. Is that so? Then I hope that in the hall later, Lorden can maintain such a good disposition. And he met his gaze, his smile unwavering, even inclining his head slightly, his demeanor exuding grace and composure. I am grateful for the young lord's concern. I shall take your good words to heart. Seeing an E remain unperturbed in the face of such blatant provocation, Gul Yin felt an inexplicable irritation strike a raw nerve within him. A surge of unnamed fury ignited, and he couldn't help but step forward, closing the distance between them to the point where their breaths mingled. Gul Yin's bony hand, calloused and veined, clenched into a fist, the tendons on the back of his hand standing out. Lorden truly possesses a remarkable composure. And he observed his stance, resembling someone poised to strike his irksome, gentle facade. However, within the confines of the imperial palace, even Gul Yin, obstinate as he was, would not dare to lay a hand on him. It was merely an attempt to intimidate him, to force him into revealing even the slightest hint of discomposure for his amusement. Yet, didn't he this feel somewhat juvenile? A fleeting thought of amusement crossed Yi's mind, and he instinctively raised a hand to rub his forehead, which had tensed under the pressure of the other's imposing demeanor. However, at the moment he raised his hand, his fingertips inadvertently brushed against Gul Yin's tightly clenched, veiny hand. Gul Yin recoiled as if scalded, springing back a step with such swiftness that it stirred the air. His handsome face was instantly marred by shock and disbelief, his voice rising an octave. What are you doing? What was Yi's intention in suddenly touching him? Moreover, the sensation of those fingertips seemed excessively delicate and smooth, starkly contrasting with his own rough hands, accustomed to wielding blades and reins. No, what was he thinking in such a disordered manner? A warning bell rang in Gul Yin's mind, as if startled by his own thoughts, his expression fracturing momentarily. Yet, when Yi had approached, He had caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye of a small section of the other's neck peeking from his official robe, which appeared rather fair, clean, and radiant. Wait, what was he contemplating? Gulian's expression momentarily shattered, as if he wished to strike himself. Anyi, unable to suppress a laugh at the myriad of expressions flitting across Gulian's face, found himself genuinely amused. His laughter rang clear, infused with a hint of true delight. Gulian turned to look, and in that moment, he beheld Yi's smile, which was no longer the meticulously crafted facade of gentleness, but rather a genuine expression. With relaxed brows and naturally upturned lips, his eyes shimmering with a bright light. It was as if he had shed an invisible burden, revealing a rare and almost crystalline sincerity in the morning light. The impact of that moment left Gulian's heart momentarily stilled. Golan pressed his lips together, an indescribable sense of discomfort sweeping over him. Almost in a flustered manner, he abruptly turned away, leaving an with a taut silhouette. He felt as though an had changed. He appeared outwardly the same, yet the aura surrounding him had transformed. Previously, though he feigned gentleness, an undercurrent of dark calculation and ruthlessness had seeped through, his gaze akin to that of a venomous serpent. Now, however, that shadowy essence had dissipated, and his eyes shone with an unsettling clarity. Damn it, how to articulate this? The transformation rendered him somewhat akin to a legendary scholar, celebrated and radiant. An absurd thought uncontrollably emerged. Had this been the from the start, displaying a desire to wed Xiao Li, perhaps he would not have opposed so vehemently. At that moment, voices from the comment section echoed in Yi's ears. Ah, male lead, what are you thinking? Get a grip. Is it true that a straight man finds his political rival's neck appealingly fair? How is this reasonable? The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The concentration of flamboyance within the palace steadily rose. What are Golan's thoughts on this? Could it be that an is not the antagonist, but rather the male lead's counterpart? Wake up, brother. This is a male-oriented narrative. Oh, it's all right. It's all the same. Straight men writing stories often stumble into inexplicable yet delightful moments. So, the truth is that an isn't truly the villain, but rather a character who will eventually be swayed by the male lead's charm, abandoning the darkness to join the protagonist's camp. Is this merely a setup for redemption? An E ceased to smile. Golan seemed to sense the sudden absence of laughter behind him and the abrupt shift in atmosphere. He slowly turned back. Thus, before the solemn gates of the palace, under the watchful eyes of countless observers, the powerful minister of personnel, and the illustrious young lord, Golan, found themselves inexplicably engaged in a serious, silent exchange less than a step apart. What on earth? This is utterly baffling. Chapter 7. The seventh day in the political intrigue novel. At the delicate moment of their gaze lock, a steady yet slightly delayed footfall approached from afar. An elderly man, with hair as white as snow, meticulously gathered beneath a black official hat, was the newcomer, adorned in the crimson robe exclusive to high-ranking officials. Embroidered with exquisite cranes and clouds, the finely stitched fabric shimmered with a solemn sheen in the morning light, exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing this figure, Yi's eyes flickered, and he adopted an expression of utmost respect. He immediately bowed deeply, hands clasped in a formal greeting, clearly articulating, "Teacher." He then stepped forward, naturally and considerately supporting the elder's arm, his demeanor warm and familiar. Golan also tempered his expression, offering a slight bow, respectfully uttering 2 words, "Chief Minister." Yet his gaze, as if tethered by an invisible thread, returned to an observing an E's current demeanor of humility and reverence. A sense of irritation welled up within him. Beneath this gentlemanly facade lay a heart as cunning as a serpent. What a hypocrite! Such a source of irritation. Duan Mingda had evidently sensed the lingering subtle tension between the two. His white brows furrowed imperceptibly, his gaze sweeping over them. His voice laced with scrutiny. What are the young Marquis and Junheng discussing? Yi Liang Blingshid. Junheng? Ah, he almost forgot. That was in Yi's name. The character Yi signifies adaptability and resourcefulness. Heng embodies the principles of moderation and righteousness. It implies the essence of the doctrine of the mean, balancing the extremes while maintaining the fundamental. Yet, the refined demeanor evoked by Junhung was utterly incongruous with the heartless Yi. Upon hearing this, Yi's lips curved into a gentle, polished smile, as if the earlier confrontation had never transpired. In a calm tone, he clarified. The young Marquis was merely engaging in a harmless jest with his student. Guilin suppressed the tumult of emotions within, maintaining an air of composure and restraint, slightly nodding, his lips forming a somewhat perfunctory smile. Indeed, does the chief minister have any insights to share? Duan Mingde, the chief minister of the cabinet and an ES mentor, naturally aligned with him, often opposing Guilin. Guilin was a royal relative, markedly different from those ministers who longed for a sovereign who would govern with a light touch. Duan Mingde's expression turned grave, ready to deliver a few admonishments, when suddenly, the grand doors of the Taiha Hall swung open. The three of them, along with the arriving civil and military officials, immediately adopted a solemn demeanor, swallowing their unfinished words as they entered the main hall. The officials quickly took their places according to rank, leaving only the faint sound of fabric rustling. As the foremost among them, Duan Mingde stood squarely at the forefront beneath the imperial steps, with an E position 2 places behind him. Slightly shifting back, Guilin stood tall in place. In a moment, the aged emperor, surrounded by attendants, ascended the throne. His frail form, enveloped in a voluminous bright yellow dragon robe, accentuated his decrepit state. The chief eunuch, standing nearby, slightly hunched, extended his unique high-pitched voice, drawing out the words, "Court is in session. Long live our emperor. Long live. Long live." The thunderous sound of reverence erupted as the officials knelt upon the cold golden bricks, their foreheads touching the ground. "Cough. Rise." The old emperor let out a faint cough, quickly suppressing it. A fleeting glimmer of malice and impatience flickered in the depths of his clouded eyes. "Thank you, your majesty." The officials rose, standing with their hands at their sides, in solemnity. The chief eunuch called out again. "If there are matters to present, do so. If not, depart." "Your majesty, I have a petition to submit." A resounding voice shattered the brief silence. From the ranks of the Ministry of War, an official clad in a blue official robe boldly stepped forward, raising an ivory tablet high and bowing deeply until he knelt on the ground. His voice rang out, each word like a hammer. "I, Zhang Xian, a provincial officer, report the embezzlement of silver from the Jiangnan transport and the withholding of winter supplies for the northern troops last year. The evidence is irrefutable. I humbly request your imperial judgment." Instantly, this declaration stirred a commotion. Many officials could not help but covertly observe the expressions of Duan Mingde and an E. Though the position of provincial officer was only of the 5th rank, it was known for its lucrative opportunities, making it a coveted post among various factions. In the current scenario, the chief minister's faction is poised to strike decisively against Duan Mingde. It appears that the young Marquis seeks to retaliate against Lorden for his role in ousting Pengbashi. At the eye of the storm, Ani remains seemingly detached, standing calmly with an unperturbed expression on his handsome visage, as if the impeachment did not concern his camp. In stark contrast, Duan Mingde's countenance darkens. The old emperor, initially elated, quickly suppresses his emotions, slamming his hand upon the armrest of the dragon throne, and begins to furiously interrogate. "Worms, the pests of a nation. Where's Wang Xian? Bring him forth." The fleeting joy that crossed his face does not escape Yi's observant gaze, prompting him to lower his eyes and release a heavy sigh in his heart. Party strife, such a catastrophic affair for the nation, seems to serve the old emperor well. It is only through the incessant bickering of his ministers that he can securely maintain his throne, especially in his current frail condition. Despite the semblance of peace and prosperity, this facade will soon crumble within a matter of years. The raging flames of war will shatter this tranquility, reducing the serene existence to ashes amidst fire, smoke, anguished screams, and the chilling clash of swords. In the Golden Lawn Hall, the figure seated upon the dragon throne is no longer the sovereign of supreme authority, but rather a beast clad in human skin. Below, a grotesque assembly of officials, draped in ceremonial robes, writhe as they perform, transforming the court into a colossal, resplendent cesspool. The mingling scents of dragon saliva, copper, blood, and sycophantic rot overwhelm the senses, making it difficult to bear. Beyond the palace walls, the realm has descended into hell. Desolation stretches for miles, with the dead piled high and the tragic spectacle of cannibalism unfolding daily. Tax collectors swarm like locusts, scouring every inch of the land, extracting every last scrap, even from the shrouds of the deceased and the ashes of the hearth, to satiate the insatiable appetite of the dragon throne and to nourish the gluttonous officials. The wails of the common folk reach no celestial ears. Instead, they're reduced to mere fragments, swept into the gutters alongside the dust. This dynasty, from its roots to its branches, exudes a nauseating stench of decay. The dragon throne is but rotting wood, the officials mere maggots. This so-called era of peace is nothing more than a decaying corpse, hollowed out and gilded, still dancing amidst the cacophony of drums, each pore oozing pus, each breath exhaling poison. They feast upon the blood and flesh of countless lives, singing elegies of eternal longevity at their revelries. The oppressed populace, refusing to succumb to despair, ignites the flames of rebellion, and the ambitious seize this opportunity to ignite innumerable beacons of smoke across the empire. Thus, this decaying giant collapses with a thunderous crash, leaving only the remnants of painful gasps and low moans. And Yet emerges victorious among the ambitious. Chapter 8. The 8th day within the intrigues of power. Upon hearing the emperor's inquiry, someone immediately stepped forward to report, "Your Majesty, Wang Xian of the Department of Finance has taken leave today and has not attended court." Leave? The old emperor emitted a cold laugh from his nostrils, his frail fingers striking heavily against the armrest of the dragon throne, creating a dull thud as a fierce glint intensified in his murky eyes. "Immediately. Bring him to me, even if you must drag him here." The clamor of armor clashing echoed urgently outside the hall, and soon soldiers emerged from the palace, followed by a tumultuous stir and suppressed wails. Wang Xian, disheveled and in disarray, was dragged into the Taiha Hall by 2 burly soldiers, his arms forcibly restrained behind him. A coward at heart, had it not been for Yi's earlier admonitions at the Ministry of Personnel, he might have already confessed to the charges, implicating Duan Mingda and an in the process. Upon the throne, the elderly emperor observed Wang Xian, who crumpled to the ground like a rag doll, yet stubbornly repeated that he was wronged, refusing to acknowledge his guilt. The emperor's simmering fury could no longer be contained. He abruptly seized the impeachment document from the royal table, his arm trembling violently with rage, and brought it crashing down upon Wang Xian's head. The sharp edge of the document split Wang Xian's forehead, and he trembled uncontrollably, unable to resist glancing at Yi. There stood Yi, steadfast and upright as a bamboo stalk. He even inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement of Wang Xian's gaze, a subtle yet distinctly warm smile gracing his lips. His eyes tranquil and unruffled, as though the violent scene unfolding before him was merely a gentle breeze rustling through a bamboo grove, stirring not a single ripple. Miraculously, Wang Xian's heart, which felt as if it might leap from his throat, settled slightly. He lowered his head, gritting his teeth tightly, allowing the blood from his forehead to drip onto the cold golden bricks as he hoarsely repeated, "I am wronged. I am wronged." The emperor, comprehending the circumstance of the day's events, entrusted the matter to Yet for investigation, directly commanding, "Yet, your servant is here." Yet immediately stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, his voice resounding. "This matter is to be investigated under your full authority. Ensure that the truth is revealed." The emperor's voice bore a barely perceptible breathlessness. "I obey," Yet responded clearly. He turned to glance at the unperturbed Yi, secretly gritting his teeth, thinking, "This black-hearted fellow certainly possesses remarkable composure." After sitting for a while, the elderly emperor grew weary and weakly waved his hand, too fatigued to utter another word. The chief eunuch standing nearby understood the cue and called out sharply, "Dismiss the court." As the officials filed out, Yi cautiously assisted his mentor, Duan Mingda, down the steps of the throne. Although the elder moved slowly, he remained steady, stroking his graying beard as he spoke in a low, yet strong voice that clearly reached Yi's ears. I heard that you have already pacified Wang Xian yesterday at the Ministry of Personnel. He paused, glancing sharply at Yi, his gaze keen as an eagle's. Well done. After a brief pause, he continued, such uselessness should not be afforded the opportunity to utter any words that ought not to be spoken. The gentle smile on Yi's lips deepened as he nodded slightly. Rest assured, Mentor, I have taken care of it. He gazed ahead, his expression calm and unwavering. He will not have another opportunity to speak. Having seen Duan Mingda off in the carriage, Yi turned around, only to hear a familiar, provocative voice call out from behind him. Lord truly possesses an unflappable demeanor in the face of great affairs, remaining unperturbed even when Mount Tai collapses before him. Such composure, Gulian can only aspire to. Yi sighed silently, pondering the incessant provocations that seemed more befitting of a villain or a mere pawn. What was the matter with this male lead? In the original narrative, he never seized an opportunity to confront the original owner of this body. What were his intentions? This young lord? Yi turned, saying, You flatter me, my lord. It is hardly a significant matter. Gulian stood close enough to Yi to observe his features with clarity. Gulian's gaze unabashedly lingered on Yi's face, and he could not help but acknowledge that, aside from a malicious heart within, Yi's appearance was indeed impeccable, with a countenance as refined as jade, strikingly defined brows, and lips perpetually graced with a gentle smile. Long eyelashes cast a delicate, fan-shaped shadow beneath his eyes, accentuating their profound depth. He exuded an air of elegance, reminiscent of a noble gentleman, gentle and warm as jade. Yet, those malicious intentions were hardly discernible behind such beauty. What stirred Gulian even further was the faint, ethereal fragrance that wafted closer as he neared Yi. This particular scent was reminiscent of the crispness of pine needles after the first snowfall, intertwined with an elusive sweetness that tantalized the senses, possessing an alluring charm. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Gulian found himself inching closer, his nose nearly brushing against the elegant curve of Yi's neck. He inhaled deeply, the fragrance becoming more pronounced, mingling with the warmth radiating from Yi's body, intoxicating his senses. His throat involuntarily tightened as he uttered, his voice unexpectedly husky and laced with confusion. What fragrance does Lorden wear? Enticed by the scent, he leaned in closer, nearly whispering against Yi's ear, warm breath grazing the sensitive skin. It smells delightful. Yi's body instantly stiffened, his gaze drawn to Gulian's robust chest, which, even through the thin fabric of his official robe, radiated warmth that nearly brushed against his shoulder. Amidst the teasing words that bordered on familiarity, he could not help but let out a cold laugh. I advise you to show some restraint, young lord. Irritated, his eyes tinged with a faint pink hue, he retorted sarcastically, young lord, intercepting me multiple times after court, speaking frivolously and behaving without decorum. Are you perhaps taken with me? Gulian's eyes were fixated on the blush that had crept to Yi's delicate eyelids, resembling red plum blossoms blooming in the snow, breathtakingly vivid. Upon hearing Yi's shocking retort, his heart raced, and a wave of unfamiliar, heated embarrassment surged to his cheeks and ears, leaving him momentarily dazed. He immediately protested loudly. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you no shame? Witnessing Gulian's astonishment and anger, his face flushed with embarrassment, rather than alleviating his own frustration, and he felt a growing irritation. He snorted softly, his gaze shimmering with unmasked disdain and mockery. Young lord, you truly possess a sense of shame. Your bashful demeanor rivals that of a newlywed bride. With that, he turned his back on Gulian, sweeping away without casting him another glance. Golan stood frozen in place, his eyes wide as he watched Yi vanish around the corner of the palace path, his face flushing alternately crimson and pale. He raised a hand to touch his still burning ears, feeling an inexplicable mix of anger and frustration. Why such a temper? Yet, he was undeniably handsome. Chapter 9. The ninth day. In the intrigue narrative at this moment, and Yi was once again besieged by voices from the comments section echoing in his ears. Something felt amiss. It truly fell off. It was undeniably so gay. What does the male lead intend to do? And he mused. What absurd words from above. You two are a bit too ambiguous, are you not? What is going on? The author must be unwell, intruding upon the male demographic with such themes. Anyi, Cpictus. Wang Xian was cast into the deepest, most desolate cell of the Ministry of Justice. This place was eternally shrouded in darkness, with only the flickering torches casting distorted shadows. The air was thick with the scent of rust, blood, and the decay of mildew. The jailer, having received implicit instructions from above, refrained from administering torture. Instead, he unceremoniously tossed Wang Xian onto a stone slab covered with a thin layer of moldy straw. Crouching in the corner, Wang Xian's wound had begun to scab over. Yet the terror within him gnawed deeper than the injury itself. He repeatedly recalled in Yi's soothing smile, "The Prime Minister would not abandon me." Underwin assured me that everything would be fine. He murmured to himself, as though grasping at the last straw. I still hold value. I possess their secrets. The unsavory dealings of Duan Mingda and the hidden truths of an Yi. They would never dare abandon me. They simply cannot afford to disregard my existence. He even began to fantasize that perhaps Underrun would soon dispatch someone to rescue him, or that reckless oaf, Golan, who only knew how to wield a blade, would ultimately uncover no substantial evidence and would be forced to relent. However, as night fell, an indescribable agony erupted from his abdomen without warning. The pain felt as though countless searing iron hooks were twisting and tearing within his insides. Wang Xian curled into a tight ball, emitting a beastly howl of anguish as beads of sweat drenched his prison garb. Clutching his stomach, he rolled frantically on the ground, slamming against the cold stone walls with a resounding thud. Help! Someone help me! I'm in excruciating pain. His piercing cries echoed through the silent prison corridor, only to be met by the distant, impatient reprimands of the guards. Stop your wailing. Be quiet. The agony surged like a relentless tide, each wave more ferocious than the last. Wang Xian's vision began to dim, and in his haze he seemed to perceive the shadowy confines of the cell, slowly revealing in Yi's gentle and refined face, adorned with that familiar, reassuring smile. Underrun, save me. Wang Xian extended his convulsing hand, futilely grasping at the elusive apparition. In the next moment, the excruciating pain completely engulfed his consciousness. His body convulsed violently a few times before stiffening abruptly, his muddied eyes wide with incredulous terror, fixated on the endless darkness of the cell ceiling, filled with unbearable agony and disbelief. Blood, mingled with dark filth, slowly seeped from his mouth and nostrils, trailing across the frigid stone floor. As the prison guard conducted his routine morning inspection and discovered the already stiff corpse, he furrowed his brow, casting a disdainful glance at the lifeless body exuding a foul odor. Instinctively, he squeezed the thick banknotes in his sleeve pocket. He muttered in a perfunctory manner, "Tisk, scared to death, succumbed to the damp malevolence of the prison and perished." He then hastily scribbled the words, "Prisoner Wang Xian. Sudden death due to illness," in the ledger. The news of Wang Xian's sudden demise spread swiftly. Wang Xian is dead? It is said that he was frightened to death, stricken by a sudden illness at night, and did not survive. TSK, how fortunate for him. He has been spared the agony of punishment. Fortunate? This is clearly, what a cunning stratagem from the Prime Minister. Silence. Mind your words. Tread carefully, lest calamity arise from your tongue. The officials aligned with the Prime Minister whispered among themselves, their discourse laden with reverence and understanding. Duan Mingda's method of purging was as clean and decisive as ever, devoid of compassion. No one dared to question the ever-gentle and unflappable in Yi. To them, an Yi, despite being the Minister of Personnel and favored by the Prime Minister, remained young and ultimately just the sharpest tool in Duan Mingda's arsenal. The wielder of the blade would forever be the inscrutable Prime Minister. Even those with keen insight who vaguely sensed the connection between Wang Xian's death and the young master and quickly suppressed such treacherous thoughts, sealing their lips tightly. Moreover, rumors from Chui Wenyuan indicated that master and had initially intended to aid Wang Xian. Alas, Even the most loyal hound, once deemed a liability, finds itself cast aside like a worn-out shoe. When Guilin received the news of Wang Xian's sudden death in prison, he was practicing in the training ground at dawn. His spear halted abruptly, the tip gleaming with a piercing radiance in the morning light. Reporting to the young Marquis, the Ministry of Justice has sent urgent news. Wang Xian of the Treasury Department passed away suddenly in prison last night. He slowly raised his head, his deep and sharp gaze piercing through the morning mist toward the pale light of dawn in the east, a cold smile curving his lips. This news arrives rather punctually. Dead? Guilin furrowed his thick brows. Why not die sooner or later, but rather on the very night I was ordered to handle this case? What a sudden illness. He could almost envision Duan Mingda's calm and inscrutable face, perhaps even tinged with a hint of mockery, wondering if that deep-thinking old fox was now wearing that nauseating, smug smile of certainty. And what an E! Was there a hint of triumph on his face at this moment? And the body? His personal attendant quickly bowed, replying to the young Marquis, "It has already been buried." Buried? Guilin gritted his teeth. From the time the news reached me to burial, is there half an hour in between? Dig it up. Conduct an autopsy immediately. The personal attendant appeared troubled and bravely reported, "Young Marquis, please calm your anger. Wang Xian's wife, Lady Li, claims that her husband, having betrayed the country and committed grievous sins, deserves his fate. Such sinners are unworthy of being interred with their bodies intact. They have been consigned to the flames, incinerated. What is now hastily buried is merely a false grave." Burned? Guillin's facial muscles twitched violently, and then he unexpectedly chuckled softly. Splendid indeed. A truly clever tactic. Not a single detail overlooked, obliterating all traces. Chapter 10. The 10th day in the realm of political machinations. Guilin, where is the royal residence? The bodyguard replied, "It is still surrounded." Some of the men, Guilin commanded fiercely, hurling his spear into the weapon rack with a resounding thud. "Assemble the troops. Follow me to the residence of Wang Xian." Understood. The bodyguards responded in a thunderous chorus. Guilin, accompanied by a cadre of fierce soldiers, charged towards Wang Xian's estate like a whirlwind. The Vermilion Gate was violently flung open, and the estate, already shrouded in fear since Wang Xian's capture, was now a cacophony of weeping women and fleeing servants. "Search. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary," Guilin ordered. "Leave no letter, ledger, or concealed compartment unexamined." Dressed in dark attire, with his hand resting on his dagger, Guillin's hawk-like gaze swept over the ostentatiously decorated residence, exuding an unmistakable disdain and coldness. The bodyguards dispersed like wolves, the sounds of rummaging, shattering objects, and harsh reprimands filled the air. Guilin personally led several trusted subordinates straight to Wang Xian's study. The study was in disarray. Guillin's keen eyes scanned every corner. He approached a massive desk, his fingers gliding over its cold surface. Suddenly, his fingertip paused at an almost imperceptible seam. "Prise this open," Yi Lian commanded. The bodyguard immediately stepped forward, carefully inserting the tip of a dagger into the seam and prying it open with force. A palm-sized, flawlessly disguised panel sprang up, revealing an exceedingly secretive embedded compartment. Inside the compartment, there were no treasures of gold or jewels, but rather a few letters sealed with wax and a thin ledger inscribed with special symbols. Guilin picked up the top letter, which bore no signature. He tore open the wax seal and extracted the slightly aged plain paper within. As his gaze swept over the lines, Guillin's pupils constricted suddenly. The contents of the letter pointed directly to a covered-up case of embezzlement from several years ago involving Duan Mingda during his oversight of river works in Jiangnan, entailing enormous sums of money. The details of falsely reported river projects, embezzlement of materials, and collusion with local officials to siphon funds were shockingly detailed, with the names of several key figures, now in prominent positions, glaringly listed. This was information far beyond the grasp of a character like Wang Xian. He suppressed the tumultuous waves of his emotions and quickly flipped through the ledger. It documented the substantial benefits Wang Xian had funneled to Duan Mingda's faction through various clandestine channels over the years. Dates, locations, intermediaries, amounts. Each entry was harrowing in its clarity. Among the most substantial transactions, the ultimate destination was brazenly directed towards none other than Duan Mingda himself. Guilin meticulously examined the letters, ledger, and documents in his hands. Every name and every transaction clearly pointed to the myriad crimes of Duan Mingda and his core accomplices. Yet curiously, from beginning to end, not a trace could be found that was related to the name and Wang Xian had actually hoarded such a perilous item. He not only possessed the damning evidence against Duan Mingda, but also held undeniable proof. Impossible. Such things were beyond his grasp. How then? Did these items come be here? There was but one answer. These pieces of evidence had been meticulously placed here, awaiting his discovery. Young lord, I found something. Another attendant rushed over, cradling a small, locked ebony box. Guilin suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him, took the box, and forcefully pried open the latch. As he lifted the lid, instead of the anticipated letters or jewels, he found only a neatly folded sheet of paper, its edges slightly yellowed. Alongside, several pills carefully wrapped in oiled paper, dark as ink and exuding a faintly bitter, peculiar odor. The handwriting on the prescription was delicate, evidently penned by a woman. Yet the content made Guilin's brow furrow deeply. The listed ingredients were all highly toxic substances. Beside it, a small annotation read, "Chronic will manifest in 3 days," resembling an acute illness. 3 days. A thought struck Guilin like a bolt. Was Wang Xian's death predetermined by Ni 4 days ago when he soothed Wang Xian at the Ministry of Personnel, handing him this lethal concoction to let Wang Xian harbor false hopes, only to perish in fear and agony? Clutching the cold, dark pills through the box, Guilin felt a chill seep into his bones. The meticulousness of Yi's thoughts and the ruthlessness of his methods were truly chilling. Moreover, this evidence was evidently meant to be delivered into his hands. What was Yi planning? Was he attempting to curry favor with him, betraying Duan Mingda? At that moment, Yi's visage, tinged with faint anger and the flush at the corners of his eyes, along with the sharp words, "Could it be that you harbor affections for me?" uncontrollably flashed in Guilin's mind. Intertwined with the cold, harsh evidence before him, it formed an exceedingly strange and heart-pounding contrast. Yi Liang Gospit, feeling as though his heart had been violently struck by something, leaving him both numb and disordered, an indescribable thrill and restlessness seizing him instantaneously. In agitation, he shoved the prescription back into the box, tightly clutching it along with the letters and ledgers. "My lord, these items." The attendant observed Guilin's fluctuating expressions cautiously. With a complex gaze, Guilin finally waved his hand, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible hoarseness. "This case bears great significance. The physical evidence shall be kept under my personal custody. The rest of you continue searching. Leave no stone unturned." He looked down at the stack of evidence in his hands, capable of unleashing a storm of bloodshed in the court. Especially that prescription in the box, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. You heartless creature. You have truly bestowed upon me an enormous surprise this time." A cold yet oddly exhilarating smile formed at the corners of Guilin's lips. This evidence was a lethal dagger aimed at Duan Mingda. How should it be utilized? He pondered, but his mind involuntarily flashed once more to Yi's eyes, particularly brightened by anger. Guilin abruptly shook his head, attempting to dispel the untimely imagery, and muttered under his breath, "Damn it." His fingertips twitched slightly, and the ruler who wields both ends and employs the means within, flexible yet steadfast in conservation. What a ruler indeed. Are you truly set on following this path of governance? Chapter 11. The 11th day in a world of power struggles, and was busy at the Ministry of Personnel. Little did he expect that from board members to the Minister of Personnel, the workload remained so overwhelming. Why must one toil? Just then, the voices from the comment section echoed in his ears. "It's confirmed, the protagonist of this book is gay." He asked clearly after an "Is this a Danmei novel? Have I stumbled into the wrong channel? Or perhaps the author has lost their way?" Nonsense. The author merely lacks skill and misuses words. Really? It clearly stated that Guilin is smitten? What's going on? and he rubbed his temples, dismissing the noise, and sought discussions related to the plot. Isn't he handing this evidence to Gellin to abandon the shadows for the light? Or does he simply wish to eliminate his mentor and ascend to power himself? Perhaps both. The current portrayal suggests E is an ambitious and ruthless character. Maybe he wishes to break free from Duan Mingda's control, killing two birds with one stone. Wasn't he previously intent on dealing with Wang Xian? Given his nature, even if he now aligns with the protagonist, could he not betray him later? Surely he wouldn't betray. As how could the lead character be backstabbed by his own love interest? Duan Mingda, what a dreadful name. It foretells a short-lived fate. Ha 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 ha. The description indicates that Gellin intends to accept an ES submission, does it not? He seems unlikely to harm an E, utterly captivated. Being entranced is precisely why he would pursue an E, right? Are you all using pursue in the same sense? Huh. An E emerged from the ministry as dusk settled. His attendant, and Ping, had long been waiting below the steps, holding a lantern that cast a warm golden glow onto the bluestone pavement. Has Surin concluded his duties? A languid male voice called from behind, prompting an E to pause and slowly turn. Leaning against a gnarled, old locust tree nearby was Gellin, clad in dark robes that almost blended into the night, his distinctly handsome face illuminated by the faint light of a palace lantern. Wearing an expression that danced between a smile and a smirk, his gaze piercing into an E, Gellin straightened and approached with measured steps, his tall and imposing figure exuding an intangible pressure as he strode directly to an E. The distance between them narrowed. Gellin slightly bowed his head, locking his gaze onto an E's eyes, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Surin, you truly possess remarkable skills. His voice was low and husky, each word seemingly ground out through clenched teeth. Upon hearing this, an ES lips curled into a gentle smile, warm yet encased in a veneer of ice, radiating an aura of distant aloofness. He recalled the vexing teasing that occurred before the palace gates, his tone remarkably flat, even tinged with a deliberate coldness, not as swift and decisive as the young lord's thunderous might, which could easily raze a household to the ground. Gulian's eyebrows arched slightly, and Yi's words seemed to tacitly acknowledge that the matter concerning Wang Xian, along with the timely evidence, originated from his hand. Yet, this demeanor stirred a wave of irritation within Gulian, having chosen to extend an olive branch to him, seeking his assistance in removing Duan Mingda. Why did he still maintain such an aloofness? Was he still perturbed by the earlier incident at the palace gates? At that moment, he had indeed acted rather recklessly. His thoughts muddled. The memory of his impulsive decision to lean in and scent the other's neck, paired with Yi's teasing words that left him blushing, made Gulian's ears heat up once more. Instinctively, he raised his hand to form a fist, pressing it against his lips, clearing his throat in an attempt to mask his discomfort, his voice uncharacteristically imbued with a hint of sincerity. Lorden, I must apologize for my prior impudence and indiscretion. I hope you can forgive my transgressions and not take offense. Hearing this, and he finally lifted his gaze, fixing it on the tall and handsome man before him, who now appeared somewhat awkward. The soft glow of the lantern softened the sharp contours of his face, adding a rare touch of authenticity. And Yi's smile deepened at the corners of his lips, though it did not reach his eyes, his voice as crisp as broken jade. He replied succinctly, offering his forgiveness with few words. Gulian found himself momentarily choked by the airy, dismissive response. His tall stature, illuminated by the lantern's light, showcased his defined profile, exuding a commanding masculinity, yet his expression bore an unusual hint of frustration and defeat. Lorden, I truly recognize my error. He began to comprehend that an E, despite his seemingly gentle and refined demeanor, possessed a profound intellect, a vengeful spirit, and an inflexible disposition, quite a challenge to navigate. Choosing not to elaborate further and gracefully inclined his body towards Gulian. Understood, young lord. The night deepens, and I shall take my leave. And he recalled the voices from the earlier comments, their content leaving him at a loss for words. Observing Gulian's current attitude, he was no fool. He could discern that the comments held a degree of truth. In the original narrative, Yin lacked a romantic connection, devoid of any indication of his inclinations. Yet now, it seemed he favored the same sex. Nevertheless, he decided to dismiss the thought for the moment, opting to see how circumstances unfolded. And Ping had already placed a footstool, wrapped in brocade, securely beside the carriage. And he stepped onto it, slightly bending forward as he prepared to enter the carriage. His long, well-defined fingers naturally rested on Ping's coarse gray sleeve. In the dim light, his fingers appeared elongated and proportionate, further accentuating their jade-like translucence. Yin gritted his teeth, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. "Your hands are quite handsome." As he witnessed Yi's carriage begin to move away, he immediately raised his voice. "Lord In and Juanhong, do wait." Inside the carriage, Yi sat composedly. Upon hearing the call from outside the carriage, a faint ripple passed through his eyes. He raised his hand, delicately parting a corner of the silver-threaded curtain beside the window with his slender index and middle fingers. Through the narrow opening, his gaze precisely fell upon a tall figure in the night, holding a lantern standing as upright as a pine tree. His lips slightly parted, he spoke, his voice soft yet crystal clear, piercing through the thin veil of night. He replied, his tone lifting at the end, "I shall wait." Watching the carriage disappear entirely into the depths of the night, only the distant sound of wheels rolling over the cobblestones remained. After a moment, as if returning to himself, he picked up the dim lantern and leisurely turned back, pacing away. Chapter 12. The 12th day in the realm of intrigue days passed, and the Wong residence was thoroughly searched, its former opulence now reduced to desolation. Due to Lady Li's timely discernment and her compliance with the directives of Yi's subordinates, and he upheld his promise. Lady Li's one son and 2 daughters ultimately preserved their lives, albeit exiled to a remote village, never to set foot in the capital again. Yet they had at least escaped this tumultuous land alive. Although this matter remained concealed in the realm of power, no secret truly stays hidden. And Yi's commitment to protecting the innocents made him acutely aware of the growing closeness of his subordinates, while a rift began to form in his heart regarding Duan Mingda's methods. Observing the tumult among his men with an unflappable demeanor, Yi smiled silently. Within the depths of the palace, the old emperor, upon learning of Wang Xian's sudden demise, was infuriated by the undeniable evidence, yet found himself unable to pursue the greater fish behind it due to the Duan faction's counteraction. His wrath was palpable, and he grew increasingly wary of the chief minister's faction, leading to a fall from grace for Yi as well. Fortunately, it was of little consequence, as the old emperor had but a few years left to live. Since parting ways outside the Ministry of Personnel that night, Yin had descended into an unprecedented state of agitation and confusion. In the court, he continued to confront the Duan Mingda faction with sharp words, refusing to yield an inch. However, whenever his gaze flickered over Yi's crimson official robe and that tall, elegant figure, his emotions would stir uncontrollably. Initially, he attributed this to his wariness and vigilance towards Yi's profound schemes and ruthless tactics. After all, someone capable of so deftly manipulating others, turning the tides, and even including him as a pawn warranted his utmost caution. Yet, the situation seemed to transcend mere rivalry. During a court session, when the old emperor once again vented his ire towards Yi over trivial matters, publicly rebuking him with harsh and cutting words, Yin found himself instinctively clenching his fists, a surge of inexplicable fury rising within him. He nearly lost control, wanting to confront the senile emperor, which was in stark contrast to his usual stance of animosity towards Yi. What startled him even more was the sight of Yi, lowering his brow and averting his gaze, calmly enduring the emperor's wrath. The long lashes cast a small shadow beneath his eyes, yet the corner of his lips maintained an impeccably gentle curve, causing Yin's heart to inexplicably skip a beat. In that moment, he did not feel the satisfaction of witnessing a rival's downfall, but rather an almost tender sensation, as if observing a flawless jade being worn down by coarse gravel. Feeling pity for Yi, he must truly be losing his mind. The absurd sensation caused an immediate alarm to ring in his mind. After the morning court session, He deliberately avoided the paths that an E might traverse. Yet upon reaching the corner of the palace wall, he caught a distant glimpse of an E engaged in hushed conversation with the Vice Minister of Revenue. The sunlight delicately outlined in Yi's slender silhouette as he slightly tilted his head, listening intently, a faint but genuine smile gracing his lips, starkly contrasting with the aloof mask he wore in the court. Gullion found himself involuntarily halted, as if nailed to the spot, his gaze greedily capturing that rare, unguarded moment of softness. It was not until an E seemed to sense his presence, casting a fleeting glance in his direction, that Gullion abruptly snapped back to reality, awkwardly turning away and nearly fleeing in disgrace. Upon returning to his residence, Gullion locked himself in his study. He attempted to tackle military affairs, but Yi's figure constantly flickered before his eyes. The restrained calmness in the court, the cold detachment outside the Ministry of Personnel, the gentle listening under the sun, and that fleeting glimpse of barely concealed anger at the palace gates, accompanied by the haunting phrase, "Could it be that you harbor feelings for me? Damn it!" Gullion irritably hurled the pen in his hand onto the desk, the ink splattering across the pristine rice paper, mirroring the chaos within his heart. He gulped down a large mouthful of cold tea, striving to extinguish the inexplicable heat rising within him. In an attempt to convince himself that his disarray was merely a figment of his imagination, Gullion forced himself to contemplate Yi's treacherous nature. He recalled how an E had spoken to him with an inscrutable demeanor, how he had orchestrated Wang Xian's despairing demise with a lethal poison, how he had skillfully delivered damning evidence as a bargaining chip, each instance revealing the depth of his cunning and the severity of his methods. However, the more Gullion reflected, the more he discovered that rather than fostering greater disdain and vigilance, he was instead cultivating a more complex and ineffable emotion. It was a concoction of intense wariness, an unwilling admiration, and even a subtle thrill of excitement. He began to perceive that beneath Yi's jade-like exterior surged tumultuous waves, an intellect capable of manipulating adversaries with ruthless precision, which, in itself, possessed a breathtaking and deadly allure. Clutching his head in anguish, Gullion realized he had indeed lost his sanity. Was it possible that an E, that treacherous soul, had cast a spell upon him? Should he seek out a master to examine his condition? Suddenly, Gullion stood up from the chair, pacing restlessly within the confines of his study. His tall figure appeared somewhat frantic in the sunlight. Approaching the copper mirror, he gazed intently at his reflection, sharp brows and starry eyes, a rugged outline reminiscent of a man forged in the crucible of battle. How could he possibly entertain such absurd thoughts about that deep-thinking, ruthless adversary? Feelings for me? And Yi's icy, mocking voice echoed once more in his ears. Gullion felt as if struck by lightning, attempting to banish from his mind Yi's exquisite face, those profound eyes, and that enigmatic smile. Yet, the more he resisted, the clearer the image became, along with the faint, chilling scent that seemed to linger at the tip of his nose. In frustration, he slammed his fist onto the heavy Namma desk, producing a dull thud. He is finished. He has severed his ties. He has developed feelings for that unscrupulous an E. If an E were to discover this, he would surely be devoured to the bone. Gullion, feeling despondent, sank back into his chair, telling himself that he ought to bury such emotions deep within and forget them swiftly. Yet, if he does not act, an E will inevitably marry and bear children with a woman, especially since an E had previously entertained thoughts of marrying Xiao Li. He had once declared that the two were ill-suited. With this in mind, Gullion could not help but clench his teeth, a wave of bitterness spreading from the root of his tongue to his heart. An E, Jun Hung, this man is ruthless and cunning. Who could possibly be his match? Indeed, he must take matters into his own hands. Chapter 13. The 13th day in the realm of power struggles, and E was sipping tea when he overheard comments that nearly caused him to sputter. Isn't he a bro? Has he accepted this so quickly? From realization to action, was there even a minute in between? Truly, he is the protagonist, decisive and swift. Comments flooded in. Indeed, beneath the broken-back mountain, lilies bloom, a world united. What's going on? Is this really a gay story? So, the male lead has realized he is gay and swiftly decided to embrace an E? Yes, the male lead is indeed gay. Huh. What kind of mind does the author possess to bring such themes into a male-centric narrative? Quite amusing, I must say. Haven't seen anything like it before. Hey, I have a friend upstairs. Can this guy leave? Look at this, author. You've muddled the romantic plot and drawn in this guy. And he found this utterly amusing. Recently, both the court and the public sensed an unusual tension brewing. The once delicately balanced relationship between the Minister of Rights and the young lord of the Jingbian Marquisate, Gulian, seemed to have reached a breaking point. The harmonious facade they had maintained was now completely shattered. Whenever they found themselves in the same room, whether in court or by chance, their exchanges turned into verbal duels, each word laced with hidden daggers. This intensifying standoff naturally reached the ears of the Prime Minister, Duan Mingda. Seated before a wooden chessboard, he held a smooth black jade piece, his gaze meandering across the intersecting lines of the board. After a moment of contemplation, he placed the black piece decisively, producing a clear, crisp sound. This is the move to make. And he sat opposite him, today clad not in official robes, but in a flowing azure garment, which, devoid of the official's gravitas, accentuated his refined appearance and noble demeanor, as if he had stepped out of a painting. His slender fingers picked up a lustrous white piece from the jade chess box. His brow furrowed in thought. Upon hearing Duan Mingda's words, he lifted his gaze, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Master, your chess skills are profound. Your moves are as elusive as the antelope's horns, leaving no trace behind. I can only aspire to follow in your footsteps. Duan Mingda stroked his grizzled beard, chuckling heartily, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes softening. Jun Hung, do not be overly modest, nor should you feign surrender to deceive your teacher. With a delicate flick of his fingers, and he set a white stone gracefully upon the corner of the chessboard, stating with measured humility, I dare not presume to yield. For it is the teacher who orchestrates the strategy. The student merely strives to follow. Duan Mingda nodded with a smile, his gaze returning to the board. He picked up a black stone, scrutinized it for a moment, and placed it down with resolute precision, the game's intensity escalating further. And he also grasped a white stone, his fingertips lightly caressing it, poised to place it when he heard Duan Mingda casually inquire, his voice steady. Jun Hung, it seems there have been some tensions with that young Lord Ge lately. And Yi's hand hesitated in the air for the slightest moment. An imperceptible pause, as fleeting as a mirage. The next instant, the white stone was placed fluidly and accurately in the position he had already calculated, as if the interruption had never occurred. He remained intently focused on the board, his thoughts entirely consumed by the game, and replied casually, Teacher, you overstate the matter. Lord Ge is of noble blood, a scion of the imperial family. I, a mere lowly courtier, would never dare to engage in conflict with him. He then wore a somewhat reluctant and troubled expression. It seems the young lord is still preoccupied with the affairs concerning Peng Boji and Wang Xian, which is why he persistently seeks to trouble me. He raised his eyes to Duan Mingda, allowing a hint of a troubled smile to surface. Teacher, you are a venerable figure of great stature. Lord Ge would not dare to show you any disrespect, yet he seems intent on directing his grievances towards me. He sighed, a note of agitation evident in his voice. Teacher, you must assist me. Duan Mingda observed him closely, his gaze lingering on Yi's face for a moment. Yi's expression was serene, his eyes clear, conveying just the right amount of innocence and a plea for help, revealing no hint of deceit. Finding nothing amiss, it seemed the two truly had a strained relationship. Previously, he had heard reports that Juanheng and Gulian had exchanged sharp words outside the Ministry of Personnel, indicating genuine discord between them. Duan Mingda suppressed his probing thoughts, and upon hearing Yi's words, he seemed somewhat frustrated, gesturing lightly towards him. His petty tricks could hardly harm you. They are merely inconsequential noise. At this, Yi, in a rare display of almost childlike irritation, tossed the white stone back into the box with a loud clatter. While they may not cause any real harm, they are exceedingly bothersome. Duan Mingda chuckled heartily upon witnessing this. You, lacking even this modicum of patience, how do you expect to achieve great things? After several rounds of chess and some light conversation with his esteemed mentor, and Yi took his leave, as Ping drove the carriage through the bustling streets. Just as they were about to pass a lively tavern at a busy intersection, a soft thud echoed above, as if a small object had struck the carriage's canopy. Ping immediately tensed, instinctively reaching for the concealed dagger at his waist, his sharp gaze darting towards the source of the sound. Looking up, he saw the young Lord Gulian lounging against the intricately carved wooden window of the tavern's second floor, a playful smile upon his face as he waved casually in the direction of the carriage. Upon observing the situation, Ping withdrew his hand from the dagger, slightly inclined his body in a gesture of respect towards the window, and then lowered his voice to report through the car curtain. "My lord, it is the young Marquis Gu, inviting you to the private room on the second floor." Inside the carriage, and he was resting with his eyes closed. Upon hearing this, he extended his distinctly knuckled fingers to gently lift a corner of the embroidered curtain. His gaze slipped through the gap, meeting Gulian's eyes, which sparkled with a mischievous gleam and an astonishing brightness. And he stated, "I'm somewhat reluctant to attend." He coughed lightly, but ultimately instructed Ping, "Stop the carriage. I shall go up." Upon entering the restaurant, Gulian approached to greet him. "It has been a long time, Lorden." And he maintained an indifferent demeanor, merely nodding to indicate Ping should wait outside the private room, while he followed Gulian into the street-facing chamber. "We had a spirited exchange in the court just yesterday. Has the young Marquis already forgotten?" He seated himself at the table, and Gulian naturally picked up the warmed celadon teapot, smoothly pouring the vibrant green tea into Yi's empty cup, the steam curling upwards. "I wish we could meet every day." And he cast a glance his way. "If that were the case, it might be a nightmare for me." Gulian, feeling somewhat choked by his words, displayed a hint of grievance. "Why must you be so heartless, Lorden?" Chapter 14. The 14th day in the world of political intrigue, and Yi ignored him, turning his gaze to the bustling street outside, directly addressing the matter at hand. "What is the reason for the young Marquis summoning me?" Gulian concealed his earlier expression of grievance, sighing softly, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. "It is merely to acknowledge your hard work, Lorden, and to invite you for a couple of drinks as a brief respite." "Is it so that I cannot invite you for a chat if you're free?" And he replied succinctly, his expression unwavering. "I cannot." Gulian was momentarily at a loss for words, observing Yi's impenetrable demeanor, his fleeting sense of defeat swiftly replaced by a stronger curiosity. How refreshingly straightforward, how heartless, how endearing. Gulian chuckled softly, the previous hint of grievance vanishing, replaced by a playful, probing interest. Leaning back against the chair, arms crossed, he raised an eyebrow at Yi, his voice dropping slightly, laced with a subtle provocation and ambiguity. "Oh, your resistance only piques my curiosity, Lorden. Am I to believe I could devour you?" And he regarded him with a look that was difficult to articulate. It was hard to say. The restaurant boasted 3 stories, and midday was fast approaching, with many patrons coming and going. Inside the private room, the scent of sandalwood incense contrasted strangely with the clamor from outside. Yi Liang, observing Yi's calm and unruffled face, felt his interest intensify. He understood that continuing to probe with frivolous remarks would only cause the steely Juanheng to retreat further into his shell. He wiped the playful smile from his face, leaning slightly forward, resting his arms on the table, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the surface, producing a soft sound. His gaze sharpened and focused. Enough with the jesting. Gulian's voice deepened, carrying a decisive tone reminiscent of the battlefield. "Lorden, I did not summon you today merely for drinks." His gaze was intense as he fixed his eyes on Yi. "I have received and comprehended the substantial gift left by Wang Xian." And he lifted the untouched cup of vibrant green tea before him, feeling the warm touch of the porcelain with his fingertips. He lowered his gaze, gently blowing away the froth that floated on the surface of the tea, his movements elegant and unhurried, as if Gulian's words had stirred not a ripple within him. After sipping from the cup, he slowly raised his eyes, his expression calm and deep as an ancient well. "What substantial gift does the young lord refer to? I am rather dull and do not quite grasp it." Gulian let out a scoff, choosing not to expose Yi's feigned ignorance, and directly addressed the crux of the matter. The sum that Duan Mingda amassed from the river works in Jiangnan, along with the financial accounts Wang Xian has kept for him over the years, is it sufficient to dislodge him from the position of prime minister? He paused, his gaze inquisitive. Surely, Diren, you have gone to great lengths to deliver these items into my hands, not merely to have me safeguard them for you? Or do you wish to employ my hand to eliminate Duan Mingda? Yi set down the teacup, its porcelain clinking crisply against the table. He did not immediately respond to Gu Yin's inquiry, instead directing his gaze towards the bustling street outside. The midday sun filtered through the intricately carved window panes, casting mottled shadows upon his refined profile. After a prolonged silence, he turned back to Gu Yin, the corners of his lips lifting into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Indeed, the young lord is forthright. His tone remained even, yet he no longer denied the truth. Duan Mingda has grown old. He is infatuated with power, yet burdened by deep suspicion, his methods increasingly ruthless, no longer a boon for the state. That gift was indeed a stepping stone prepared for you, young lord. Toppling Duan Mingda would benefit both the nation and the people. For you, eliminating this greatest political adversary is also a crucial step for the Jingbian Marquisate. As for me, Yi paused slightly, his gaze resolute. I merely wish for a more enlightened and balanced individual to occupy that position. That is all. Oh. Gu Yin raised an eyebrow, his attention drawn to the wrist that Yi revealed while adjusting his sleeve, his gaze becoming scrutinizing as he locked eyes with Yi. You seem to have extricated yourself quite cleanly. Should Duan Mingda fall, do you believe you can withdraw unscathed, given your role as his most capable aide? Or are you, Yi, the very person who embodies that enlightenment and balance? Meeting his scrutiny, Yi's eyes showed no sign of evasion as he smiled. I certainly am. What I seek is simply to continue serving the court following this tempest. Gu Yin marveled at his audacity, coupled with his ability and ambition, rendering him all the more charming. He chose not to respond directly, instead shifting the conversation. So, how doesn't he intend to wield my blade? Mere evidence is insufficient for a lethal strike. Duan Mingda's roots are deep, his former subordinates scattered throughout the court and beyond. The emperor, perhaps, does not truly wish to uproot him. It is merely a warning. Strategic planning is, of course, necessary. Yi's voice lowered, audible only to the two of them. The evidence is merely the fuse. What we require is the right moment and a catalyst of sufficient weight to ignite everything. What catalyst? Gu Yin leaned slightly forward, his eyes sharp. Jiangnan. Yi uttered two words. Duan Mingda once embezzled funds in Jiangnan. Although it was concealed, the seeds of disaster had long been sown. Over the years, in order to maintain the secrecy of that deficit, how many manipulations has he executed concerning the taxes and grain transportation in Jiangnan? How many parasites has he supported? A mere spark was all it took. Yi recalled the original text, which noted that Jiangnan was the first to descend into chaos, gradually spreading throughout the realm. The current situation, there was even less stable than the raging inferno of years to come, if ignited prematurely and then controlled with a targeted approach. The other regions could be put on alert, potentially saving some lives. He turned his gaze to Jelian, as the young lord in the Jiangnan army. You must have some old acquaintances there? Gu Yin's eyes flickered, understanding Ani's implication. Are you suggesting that we let Jiangnan descend into chaos on its own? Then, at the opportune moment, we direct this fire towards Duan Mingda? Precisely. Ani nodded. Whether it be natural disasters or man-made calamities, as long as Jiangnan undergoes upheaval, public discontent will boil over and the court will be shaken. At that time, we can unearth these long-buried grievances and present them before the emperor. In such a predicament, even if his majesty wishes to protect him, he cannot shield Duan Mingda. And you, young lord, he gazed meaningfully at Jelian. With a decisive approach, quell the chaos in Jiangnan, eradicate the remnants of Duan's faction, and establish an unparalleled merit. Isn't that how Jelian ascended to the throne in the original narrative? Gu heartbeat quickened slightly. Chapter 15. On the 15th day of navigating the realm of power struggles, Ani's schemes were intricately intertwined, ruthless yet precise. By utilizing Jiangnan, the financial stronghold and source of hidden dangers belonging to Duan Mingde, as a breakthrough point, he not only gained a legitimate pretext, but also significantly weakened the foundation of Duan's faction, while surreptitiously seizing control of the military forces in Jiangnan. This move was perilous yet exquisite. Indeed, Master Ani was a master strategist. Jelian marveled sincerely, yet a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. However, Jiangnan has been under Duan Mingde's management for many years, and his influence is deeply entrenched. Igniting the flames is easy, but controlling them is another matter. If the fire turns back on us or spirals out of control, the consequences would be dire. Thus, cooperation was essential. Ani's expression remained unchanged, clearly having contemplated this deeply. The political landscape in Jiangnan is not monolithic. Duan Mingde's increasingly tyrannical actions over the years have already engendered much discontent. I will find ways to place or sway our people in strategic positions. As for the military in the original narrative, after the original owner eliminated Duan Mingde, he seamlessly took over the influence left in Jiangnan. Among them were two who later joined the male lead's ranks. They had long harbored grievances against Duan Mingde and Ani, with a sense of justice in their hearts. Yet, as mere low-ranking individuals, exposing Duan Mingde seemed a pipe dream. However, with the assistance of the current Ani and Jelian, the situation would be markedly different. Ani looked at Jelian. We require your former subordinates and your esteemed reputation. The timing and magnitude of the ignition must be meticulously controlled. This necessitates our close collaboration. Jelian remained silent for a moment, unconsciously tracing patterns on the table with his fingers. He was weighing the risks against the potential rewards. Ani's proposal was highly alluring. If successful, the gains would be immense. Yet the risks were equally formidable, and a single misstep could lead to irretrievable ruin. He lifted his gaze, looking once more at Ani. The man before him, elegant as bamboo, possessed thoughts as profound as the ocean. Beneath that unhurried demeanor lies the formidable power to conjure clouds and summon rain with a mere flick of the wrist. The ripples in Gulian's heart, stirred by affection, are now more pronounced and tumultuous. Excellent. Gulian suddenly leaned closer to Ani. I shall take on this venture. However, he shifted his tone to one of undeniable assertiveness. If we are to cooperate, transparency is essential. I must be informed of the covert operations you have established in Jiangnan and the detailed plans that follow. Otherwise, I cannot ignite this fire. And he appeared to have anticipated such a request, his expression calm. That is to be expected. The specifics will require careful deliberation. His gaze swept over the bustling street outside. Then the young lord may await my news. Gulian nodded. It is settled. With the business concluded, the atmosphere in the private room seemed to relax slightly. Gulian lifted the teapot once more, intending to refill in Yi's cup. Yet an Yi had already risen, adjusting the sleeves of his azure robe with a composed grace. The tea has been consumed, and our matters settled. I have official duties to attend to and must take my leave. Gulian stood as well, his towering figure imposing as he stepped closer, his gaze landing on Yi's hands, which held the teacup with distinct fingers. He recalled a fleeting glimpse from that day before the carriage, his throat tightening slightly as he lowered his voice. Why must you be in such a hurry to run? And Yi paused, lifting his gaze to meet Gulian's. His expression remained unchanged, yet there seemed to be a faint, elusive nuance in his eyes. He did not respond, but merely nodded slightly before turning to open the door of the private room. And to run, Gulian's voice called after him, tinged with an indescribable ambiguity. May our collaboration be fruitful. And he did not falter, walking straight out. And Ping promptly followed, and the two figures soon vanished at the stairway. Left alone by the window, Gulian watched as an Yi boarded his carriage and departed. He lifted the cup that an Yi had just set down, feeling the lingering warmth of the other's fingertips on its rim. Gazing at the pale green liquid, his expression shifted inscrutable. Ultimately, he lowered his head to gently inhale the scent from the rim, then tilted his head back, draining the slightly cool remnants in one gulp. The tea was bitter, yet carried a hint of sweetness. Inside the carriage, an Yi reflected on the narrative of the original text. He aimed to overthrow Duan Mingde. and collaborating with the male lead, Gulian, seemed the most promising direction. Unlike the unpredictable Duan Guyu, Gulian possessed a steadiness. If they could support Gulian's ascent in advance, might they avert the ensuing chaos? When Jiang interrupted, their prior preparations would shield them from the confusion that had plagued the original characters, preventing widespread devastation and loss of innocent lives. Should a rebellion arise, it might even shorten the reign of the incompetent sovereign seated upon the dragon throne. As for himself, the influence of his position as the prime minister, coupled with Gulian's friendship, should suffice for his protection. According to the original narrative, Gulian was not the kind to burn bridges after crossing them. Alone in the carriage, and he couldn't help but smile, rubbing his temples in frustration. Life in ancient times was far more arduous than in the modern world. Just then, the comment section erupted once more. The male lead is a pervert. He actually drank the leftover water and he smelled it. How thrilling. Brother, you smell so good. Why act this way? It's making people anxious. Does the author have a group? Is there a vehicle? The female audience arrives with great anticipation, eager to indulge in the experience. It is quite satisfactory, possessing an 8-point flavor, and is rather delectable. And he retracts his previous words. Gulian is indeed eccentric. In the ensuing days, tranquility reigns, and the conflicts between an and Gulian in the court diminish. As months pass, summer gradually approaches. In the Eastern Palace, within the side hall of the Wenhua Palace, sunlight streams through the tall windows, casting slanted beams onto the polished golden brick floor, creating orderly patches of light. Anyi, clad in an elegant, deep blue, scholarly robe, sits upright behind the writing desk, his posture as straight as a bamboo stalk. Facing him is the crown prince, the heir apparent of the court. This young scion, barely 12 years of age, appears slender and juvenile, his round cheeks still adorned with remnants of baby fat. He makes an effort to straighten his back, his hands neatly placed upon his knees, lips pressed tightly together, striving to maintain the demeanor befitting a prince. An is imparting knowledge to the crown prince. His gaze gentle, yet a subtle sigh flits through his heart. Among the emperor's progeny, the elder princes have either been poisoned by the emperor himself due to court intrigues, condemned to confinement and death under unfounded charges, or dispatched far from the capital. Akin to exiles, in this vast metropolis, only this one dragon seed remains. In the original narrative, the old emperor's insatiable greed for supreme power borders on madness, and his suspicions and bloodshed toward his own flesh and blood send chills down the spine. The crown prince's survival thus far is merely due to his underdeveloped stature, posing no imminent threat in the eyes of the old emperor. The emperor, coerced by his ministers to establish the crown prince, harbors resentment, coupled with disdain for this son. Should circumstances remain unchanged, the crown prince is destined to meet an untimely demise in the depths of the palace within 6 months. By that time, the inheritance of the throne would fall to several princes in their fiefs, coinciding with the uprising in Jiangnan, where chaos rapidly ensues as these princes lead armies to the capital, vying for the throne. The entire realm descends into turmoil. On the 16th day of traversing through this tale of political intrigue, the young prince speaks with a deliberately solemn tone. I have heard that the southern provinces have endured months without rain, resulting in barren lands and a severe drought. And he observes the crown prince's earnest yet immature countenance, deepening his internal sigh. He conceals the complexity in his eyes, restoring his demeanor as the emperor's teacher, and replies softly, Your Highness's concern for the common folk is indeed a blessing for the state. The drought in Jiangnan has indeed manifested, with months of no rain. The riverbeds run dry, and the fields crack, making the situation dire. The crown prince furrows his brow even tighter, unconsciously clutching the fabric of his garment on his lap. What shall we do? If the people lack grain, will they not starve? Do not worry, Your Highness. And he reassures with diplomatic words. The court has its protocols. Disaster relief and aiding the populace are of utmost priority. His Majesty is wise, and the esteemed ministers of the cabinet will manage this appropriately. He shifts the conversation to a deeper level. The path to disaster relief lies first in timeliness, then in method. How to allocate funds and grain, how to prevent corruption, and how to soothe the displaced are all profound matters. Are you willing to contemplate this further, Your Highness? The Crown Prince nods vigorously, then freezes, forcibly regaining his composure. I wish to hear more. Please teach me. And he feels a sense of comfort. At least this heir possesses a pure disposition and remains malleable. He is certainly an improvement over his father. However, in his youth, he remains innocent and pure. The future is uncertain. Just as he was about to delve into the essentials of disaster relief, a court attendant from the Eastern Palace entered quietly, whispering a few words beside me. With an unchanged expression, and he nodded slightly. He turned to the Crown Prince and clasped his hands, saying, Your Highness, there is an urgent court meeting that requires my immediate presence. The principles of disaster relief we discussed today, you may contemplate for now, and I shall provide a thorough analysis at a later time. Though the Crown Prince felt a twinge of reluctance, he composed himself and nodded like a miniature adult. The affairs of the state take precedence, so you may go. And he bowed and took his leave, stepping out of the side hall of the Wenhua Palace. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, illuminating his deep blue scholar's robe. He lifted his gaze towards the towering hall of supreme harmony, and his eyes deepened like tranquil waters. The peaceful days had ultimately come to an end. The fire ignited by Jillian was finally about to blaze. Within the hall of supreme harmony, the atmosphere was heavy with silence. The old emperor sat high upon the dragon throne, his complexion waxen, his murky eyes half open and half closed, imbued with a profound illness and an ever-present malevolence. Below, civil and military officials stood in formation, their heads bowed in silence. The crux of the dispute revolved around the strategy for alleviating the drought in Jiangnan. Your Majesty, shouted the Minister of Justice, Bao Kai, wielding a tablet, his voice resonant. The drought in several provinces of Jiangnan is dire and demands immediate action. I propose that we swiftly release the stored grain from the Ministry of Revenue and allocate funds from the Treasury to be transported to the disaster areas under the cover of night, opening the granaries and distributing rice porridge to relieve the urgent plight of the people. This is a crucial strategy to save lives. However, before his words could fully resonate, a dissenting voice echoed throughout the grand hall. I oppose. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound. Emerging from the crowd was the Minister of Revenue, Ming Hongbo, who did not regard Bao Kai, but directed his gaze toward the throne, proclaiming, Your Majesty, while the drought in Jiangnan is indeed urgent, disaster relief is no trivial matter. Rushing to distribute grain will only provide an opportunity for pests to thrive. I have heard that the bureaucratic entanglements in Jiangnan are intricate and deeply entrenched. If we do not conduct a thorough investigation to clarify the actual grain reserves and effective population in each province and county, and do not dispatch capable officials for stringent oversight, the hundreds of thousands of stones of grain and silver will likely reach neither the hands of the disaster victims nor the coffers of the Treasury, but instead fall into the pockets of corrupt officials. In such a case, the court would expend vast resources while the victims remain starving. What a farce that would be! Furthermore, it could incite civil unrest and lead to disaster. The old emperor's murky eyes slightly opened, sensing the validity of these words. After all, the funds of the Ministry of Revenue were also his. Standing at the forefront of the officials, Duan Mingde, upon hearing this, subtly moved his snow-white eyebrows. He stepped forward slowly, his voice steady. Minister Ming's concern for the state and its people is commendable. However, the situation is urgent, akin to extinguishing a fire. How can we hesitate to act? We must first distribute grain to soothe the people's hearts and stabilize the situation. This is the immediate priority. As for oversight, investigations, and punishment for corruption, these can proceed concurrently. A dual approach is indeed the prudent path. Ming Hongbo's face displayed a hint of dissatisfaction, his voice growing more fervent. Your Excellency, the Prime Minister, your reasoning is flawed. Historically, disaster relief has been plagued by corruption precisely because of the emphasis on grain distribution at the expense of oversight. If we do not establish clear regulations and enforce strict penalties as a deterrent, no amount of grain or wealth will suffice, merely filling a bottomless pit. I believe it is imperative to promptly dispatch an imperial envoy, bearing the revered sword, to oversee disaster relief efforts in Jiangnan. It is essential to first conduct a thorough investigation of the granaries across the various prefectures in Jiangnan, clarifying the extent of the agricultural devastation and meticulously documenting the actual circumstances. Only after ascertaining the facts should we allocate resources judiciously, ensuring strict supervision over the distribution of grain. This approach addresses both the root causes and the symptoms of the issue, effectively curbing corruption and malfeasance. The insistence on thorough investigation and precise documentation prior to distribution may seem reasonable. However, it is patently absurd by the time the accounts of Jiangnan are clarified. The populace may have perished from starvation. Furthermore, there are factions within Jiangnan aligned with the chief minister who are likely to obstruct these efforts, ultimately revealing a reluctance to distribute grain. Upon hearing Ming Hongbao's words, a hushed murmur arose within the hall. His proposal appeared more prudent and equitable, aligning with the old emperor's increasingly suspicious and harsh temperament, which favored strict measures. Particularly, the authority wielded by an envoy bearing the revered sword could significantly unsettle the entire bureaucratic landscape of Jiangnan. Duan Mingde felt an alarm bell ringing within him. The revered sword? A thorough investigation of Jiangnan? This was not disaster relief. It was a pretext to unearth his entrenched power in the region. A meticulous audit of the treasury, clarification of agricultural conditions, and documentation could expose past financial mismanagement and the manipulations undertaken to remedy those deficits. Those who have been propped up would be brought into the light. Such an investigation could only be undertaken if the envoy wielding the sword was an ally. With a furrowed brow, Duan Mingde was about to voice his rebuttal when a calm and soothing voice interjected, "Your Majesty." And he stepped forward, bowing respectfully towards the throne. His expression grave. Minister Ming's concerns reflect a seasoned understanding of governance, and it is indeed vital to preemptively mitigate potential issues. However, he swiftly shifted his tone. Yet, the chief minister's perspective bears even greater wisdom. The calamity is urgent, and the suffering masses await sustenance. Every moment is a matter of life and death. If we were to heed Minister Ming's counsel and initiate an extensive investigation, it would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. By the time we ascertain the facts, Jiangnan may already be strewn with corpses, the populace in despair. Even with 1,000,000 measures of grain, it would be futile to reverse the tide of disaster. And he gazed at Ming Hongbao, his eyes sincere, as if genuinely concerned for the victims. I admire Minister Ming's heartfelt intentions. However, we must prioritize the urgency of the situation. We must save lives first before addressing the systemic issues. The chief minister's dual approach not only attends to the immediate need for disaster relief, but also encompasses the necessary rectification of governance. It is indeed a prudent strategy for statecraft. I second the chief minister's proposal. I implore your Majesty to make a swift decision to allocate grain and funds for immediate dispatch to Jiangnan. As for the oversight, he turned to Duan Mingde. His tone earnest, the chief minister, with his esteemed reputation and comprehensive understanding, must surely have a clear plan for selecting capable personnel and enhancing supervision. Chapter 17. The 17th day in the realm of intrigue. Duan Mingde's mind raced with thoughts, and Yi's words resonated with his own intentions. He certainly did not wish for another to wield the revered sword to recklessly investigate Jiangnan. If he could send his own people to oversee matters, it would be far more manageable. Perhaps this disaster relief funding could be manipulated to his advantage. He quickly aligned himself with Yi's sentiments, bowing deeply to the old emperor. Your Majesty. Minister and speaks most wisely. Disaster relief is akin to extinguishing a fire. There is no time to delay. I beseech your Majesty to issue an immediate decree, as per Minister Bao's request, to allocate provisions and funds, which must be swiftly dispatched to Jiangnan. Regarding the matters of supervision and rectification, it is imperative to select loyal, reliable, and capable individuals to oversee the operations, ensuring that every grain of rice and every coin is dedicated to the relief of the disaster-stricken populace. Should any acts of corruption or injustice arise, they shall be met with severe punishment. The old emperor's bleary gaze slowly swept between Duan Mingde and Bao Kai and Ming Hongba. The power of oversight rests with Duan Mingde. A flicker of barely perceptible coldness passed through the murky depths of the old emperor's eyes. The old emperor finally spoke. His voice hoarse, the words of the prime minister and the minister and resonate deeply with my intentions. Let the Ministry of Revenue immediately allocate 200,000 stone of grain and 200,000 taels of silver. He paused, casting a glance at Gulian. Let Dai Dei oversee the transport and disaster relief efforts, ensuring the swift alleviation of the people's suffering. As for the supervision and rectification, it shall be coordinated by the Prime Minister, who will select competent personnel to accompany the mission and rigorously investigate any corruption. Those who neglect their duties or line their own pockets shall face execution without mercy. Your servant obeys. Dai Dei promptly stepped forward to accept the command. Your servant obeys. Duan Mingde's gaze turned momentarily fierce, yet he immediately bowed to accept the order. Dai Dei, a member of the Ministry of Revenue, was also aligned with Gulian's faction. Previously, he had exerted considerable effort in the matter of Wang Xian, and Ping drove his carriage over the cobblestone path, ultimately stopping before the imposing crimson-painted gate of the Prime Minister's residence. Presenting his visiting card, the steward did not dare to delay, and soon a young servant in blue attire bowed to lead the way, and he walked with poise, traversing the layers of courtyards and meandering paths until he reached Duan Mingde's study, where he approached and bowed. Student pays respects to the teacher. Duan Mingde sat behind a grand desk, pen in hand, as he reviewed documents. Hearing the voice, he looked up, a gentle smile gracing his face as he gestured toward the nearby chair. Junheng has arrived. Please take a seat. And he complied and sat down. A maid, her head bowed and eyes lowered, silently presented a cup of tea before retreating like a shadow. And he sat at the desk, glancing at Duan Mingde. The latter lifted the teacup, leisurely sipping, the warm mist enveloping his aged eyes. He set down the cup and inquired, "Is everything arranged for the situation in Jiangnan?" And he nodded slightly, his voice steady. "Rest assured, teacher, all has been taken care of." Duan Mingde gently brushed the surface of the tea with the lid, producing a faint sound of porcelain clinking. After taking another sip, his gaze fell upon the rising steam. After a moment, he casually remarked, "Is it Cui Wenyuan who has been dispatched for oversight?" And he affirmed, "Indeed it is." Cui Wenyuan. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Duan Mingde's lips. "Very well. He is a veteran of my faction, consistently reliable." A subtle smile also graced Yi's lips. Cui Wenyuan, since the affair with Wang Xian, this individual's loyalty to Duan Mingde had long been eroded by resentment. Indeed, quite dependable. Duan Mingde smiled, setting down the teacup, and asked, "Have the personnel for the reception in Jiangnan been arranged as well?" And Yi's smile remained warm. "Rest assured, teacher, there is no room for error." Duan Mingde's gaze slowly returned to Yi's face, his eyes deep as an ancient well, filled with scrutiny and contemplation, lingering for a moment on Yi's respectful, unblemished countenance. At last, he nodded in satisfaction, but suddenly shifted his tone, adopting a profound and concerned demeanor characteristic of a wise elder. "Junheng, my dear," he elongated his words, "you have reached the age to establish a family and career. Ultimately, having no intimate confidant within the household is not a sustainable situation." Ani felt a slight chill in his heart, yet maintained a composed exterior, humbly responding, "What you say is indeed true, teacher." Duan Mingde stroked his gray beard, a deeper smile spreading across his face. "I recall that you previously discussed marriage with Princess Shaoli." The smile faded from Ani's face, a fitting veil of gloom and disappointment settling upon his brow, his voice dipping in tone, revealing his dissatisfaction. "Indeed, such matters did arise, but they ultimately proved beyond my reach." A single remark from the young Lord Gu put an end to it. A hint of unresolved resentment lingered in his tone. "Ha ha!" Duan Mingde laughed heartily, the sound reverberating through the study, tinged with a barely perceptible delight as he admonished Ani. "Ah, the impetuousness of youth. Why dwell upon trifles? After all, we serve in the same court. One must uphold appearances. While he spoke these pleasantries, he secretly relished Ani's unresolved enmity with Gulian, hoping for their rivalry to intensify. He well understood Ani's temperament. This matter would not simply fade away. He shifted the conversation once more, feigning concern. Have you recently encountered any suitable young ladies? Ani tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a trace of helplessness. I dare not deceive you, teacher. I have been preoccupied with official duties and have yet to meet anyone of merit. Duan Mingda pondered for a moment, halting his movements, his gaze settling on Ani as he softly remarked, I have a granddaughter named Wan Ning, who will soon reach her coming of age. This child has long admired your talents and character. He paused, his tone growing gentler. How about this? If you have the time, do visit our residence more often. You two might find a connection. Ani, recognizing the critical period of dealing with Duan Mingda, could not afford to raise any suspicions and thus feigned a captivated demeanor. Thank you for your kindness, teacher. I'm immensely grateful. Fortunately, this was a crucial time for disaster relief. So even if Duan Mingda wished to bind Ani closely to his ship, he would not announce such joyous news at this moment, making it widely known. However, Ani's recent frequent visits to the Prime Minister's residence could not escape people's notice. One day, as the moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light filtering through the window, Ani returned home from the Ministry of Personnel, having just washed up and preparing to rest. He dismissed his attendants and was about to draw back the delicate green gauze curtain to sleep when his steps suddenly halted. In the dimness, behind the layers of gauze, the silhouette of a tall and robust man faintly emerged. Chapter 18. The 18th day in the realm of power and intrigue, his expression turned cold, muscles tensing instantly, and without hesitation, he prepared to retreat, opening his mouth to call out. But unbeknownst to him, the intruder was exceedingly swift, covering his mouth with a hand, breath warm and teasing against his ear. A robbery. Beautiful one, be it dear and hand over anything of value. The voice was deliberately lowered, laced with an unmistakable swagger. If not, I might just resort to force. Anyi. A surge of fury shot straight to the crown of his head. Yi Liang, this scoundrel. Flames of rage flickered in Yi's eyes. Muffled growls of indignation escaping his covered mouth, his body thrashing violently. His unrestrained hand struck fiercely against Gu Lian's bulging arm, creating a dull thud. Let go. Yi Liang, feeling the force of the blows on his arm, was not angered. Instead, he pressed his scorching lips closer to Yi's ear, his heated breath cascading over it. His voice laced with malicious mirth. Does the beauty expect me to release her just because she asks? What isn't it for me? And he let out a soft grunt and suddenly elbowed backward with great force, landing a heavy blow to Gu Lian's abdomen. Ugh! Caught off guard, Gu Lian groaned, clutching his stomach and staggering back a step, his face contorting in exaggerated pain, his voice tinged with a quivering grievance. Oh, how cruel the beauty is! And Yi seized the opportunity to break free, swiftly turning and delivering a merciless kick to the outer side of Gu Lian's thigh. Gu Lian, what madness has overtaken you? Gu Lian, seemingly unable to withstand such a blow, exaggeratedly fell backward, his back crashing against the antique shelf behind him, sending the jade artifacts rattling and producing a startling creak. My lord, a vigilant inquiry came from outside, footsteps approaching rapidly, and he took a deep breath. It's nothing. The footsteps hesitated momentarily before retreating. Once silence enveloped the outside, Gu Lian immediately shed his facade of agonized suffering, rising nonchalantly, even brushing off non-existent dust from his dark night attire. He straightened his collar, offered an a formal salute, and donned an impeccably serious expression. His voice returning to clarity. Lorden, I apologize for the late-night intrusion. I am Gu Lian, here to pay my respects. Good evening, Lorden. Anyi, disinterested. Merely inquired. What do you want? Who gave you the audacity to intrude into my private quarters? He had not forgotten Gu Lian's evident intentions. Seeing this, Gu Lian smiled slyly, undeterred, stepping closer until he was almost at Yi's side. Lorden, why must we draw such a clear line between us? If you dislike my presence in your room, fret not. My door is always open for you, awaiting your esteemed visit. And he remained impassive. Thank you, but no. Observing an E.'s steadfast demeanor, Gullion suddenly chuckled lightly, deeper emotions swirling within his gaze. Lord In and E and Juanheng. His eyes fixed intently on Yi's face. I've heard that of late, Lorden has been frequenting the Prime Minister's residence quite often. He deliberately slowed his speech, enunciating each word. Those prattlers outside say that a joyous event is imminent for you, Lorden. He gritted his teeth. Might you enlighten me what this joyous occasion is? When Gullion heard this news from his informants, he felt his insides burning, a sourness bubbling within, as if he were drowning in jealousy. And he turned around, facing Gullion, whose gaze was almost fiery. His expression remained calm and composed. He lifted his eyelids, quietly observing the man who was seething with acidity. Young lord, isn't your involvement a bit excessive? Gullion clenched his teeth and let out a cold laugh. Excessive. His chest heaved with anger, and a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Lorden, do not forget our plan. What are you doing now? And E, feeling impatient, replied with a hint of sarcasm. If your heart is as clear as a mirror, why bother asking? Gullion was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary measure on Yi's part, yet the torment of emotions was a different matter altogether. The mere thought of any possibly getting close to another woman, even if it were just a facade, felt like needles piercing his heart, both sour and painful. He suppressed his expression and asked coldly, Are you perhaps considering marriage, Lorden? And E, recalling the original plot, suddenly chuckled. The young lord is quite forgetful. Haven T, I long desire to marry? Gullion thought of Shaoli, with whom he had previously discussed marriage. Fortunately, he had intervened and thwarted that arrangement. A wave of relief washed over him. He was grateful for having disrupted the engagement. Otherwise, he could hardly bear to imagine an exchanging vows with another. With this thought, Gullion's tense nerves oddly relaxed somewhat, and a faint smile returned to his face, his voice softening. Indeed, it is fortunate it did not come to pass. And he observed his expression, finding it somewhat peculiar. The young lord is quite eloquent. However, Gullion offered no further explanation. He suddenly stepped forward, pressing one hand against the wall beside Yi's ear, while the other arm encircled Yi's slender waist, effectively trapping him between his heated chest and the cold wall. The warmth of his breath enveloped Yi's face as he lowered his voice. How clever you are. You must have discerned my intentions. He leaned down, burying his face in the crook of Yi's neck, sneering. As long as I am here, you shall not marry. I will keep my word. A devious smile curled at the corners of his lips, unless you kill me. Otherwise, I will continue to pursue you. The confined space became saturated with Gullion's intense masculine aura and searing temperature, and he felt a sharp intake of breath, the surrounding air thick and suffocatingly warm, exuding a sense of oppressive pressure. He gasped, pushing forcefully against Gullion's chest in an attempt to escape this uncomfortable confinement. However, Gullion had anticipated this, easily capturing his delicate wrist and pinning it firmly against the wall above his head. This maneuver brought their bodies even closer together. Gullion leaned down again, deeply inhaling the scent emanating from Yi's slightly open collar due to his struggles, letting out a low, satisfied sigh. And Juanheng, you truly smell delightful. And he thought, this pervert. Chapter 19. The 19th day in a power struggle narrative comment section. Ah, this. Hee. So delicious. It smells so good. The male lead is truly a pervert. What does he intend to do? What pretense is being displayed upstairs? This is clearly an attempt to manipulate people in various ways. Rubbing hands. Please elaborate upstairs. This little traffic doesn't matter. Exhilarating. The male protagonist truly lacks integrity. He boldly approaches a man simply because Lord N's eyes glimmer with a captivating allure, his body exuding an intoxicating fragrance, and his visage is strikingly cold and unparalleled. Can one not do so? A nervous chuckle, no. The perspective upstairs is too narrow. His affection extends beyond mere appearances. He is evidently enamored with Yi's cold and cunning demeanor, a tactician who leaves no stone unturned. Fierce and alluring. Come to the old grave and tag. directing to the ripples of that night. Engage in hatred. Fiercely engage in hatred. The warm red candlelight casts a glow, and E.'s eyes faintly tinted with crimson. Desperately yearning to escape the luxurious bed, yet being fiercely dragged back by a hand as unyielding as iron. Yin clutches that delicate ankle. No matter how much he struggles and kicks, it is like an ant attempting to shake a tree. Ultimately, he can only be devoured, their fates entwined. How delightful. Thank you, dear author. You are a deity. Just stumbled upon this. It's so intoxicating that I'm rolling on the floor. Goodness, how swift your fingers are. Faster than the author. Pass it on. The original author has been outpaced by the fanfic writers. Pass it on. The original author admits to being quite fast. An E.'s face flushed crimson. What is this? Go away. The drought in Jiangnan did not relent due to the government's relief grain, but rather intensified. 1,000 miles of barren land, riverbeds dried up. The cracked earth resembling a demon with an open maw, devouring the last remnants of vitality. Yet more terrifying than natural calamities are man-made disasters. The grain ship escorted by Dai Dai, upon entering Jiangnan, was akin to sheep entering a tiger's den. The supervisor Chui Wenyuan, sent by Duan Mingda, alongside the entrenched local Duan party, wove a vast web of corruption. The grain ship faced storms on the river, suffered tremendous losses in government warehouses, and encountered countless excuses for looting during transit. In truth, only 1/10 of the grain ever reached the hands of the disaster victims. The official warehouses lay empty. Yet rice prices soared daily to a despairing height. Starving corpses began to appear in droves along the official roads, wild dogs gnawing at the swollen, decaying bodies. Desperate refugees gathered like a rolling snowball, breaking through the government's porridge shelters, smashing down the tightly shut doors of the wealthy, seizing every edible item. A spark had ignited into a raging blaze. Even more alarming was the emergence of a band of marauders known as the Red Eyebrows. They were not merely starving citizens, but a coalition of salt smugglers driven to ruin, bankrupt sailors, and those utterly disillusioned with the government. They were organized and swift in action, rallying under the banners of slaying corrupt officials and distributing grain, quickly seizing several poorly defended county towns, opening granaries, and rallying more desperate refugees. In no time, provinces across Jiangnan were engulfed in flames of rebellion, urgent reports flying to the capital like snowflakes. Within the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. The old emperor's waxen face flushed with an unnatural hue of rage. His murky eyes fixated fiercely on the minister of war prostrating below, his hoarse voice filled with thunderous wrath. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. A mere band of marauders has allowed Jiangnan to rot to this extent. Where's Dai Dai? Duan Mingda? Where are your capable subordinates? Are they all dead? Duan Mingda's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had never anticipated the situation would spiral out of control so swiftly. Chui Wenyuan was one of his own. He was well aware of the embezzlement, yet the brazen manner in which it had incited civil unrest was entirely beyond his grasp. Even more alarming was the faint shadow of the victims from the past Gong incident lurking within the Red Eyebrows, with the blame pointed directly at Duan Mingda. He hastily stepped forward, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I am guilty. I failed to detect treachery in time, leading to turmoil in Jiangnan. I humbly beseech your Majesty to dispatch elite troops at once to quell the rebellion and eradicate the bandits, thereby restoring stability to Jiangnan. Dispatch more." The old emperor trembled with rage, seizing a memorial from the imperial table and hurling it fiercely at Duan Mingda. "My grain, my wealth, all squandered. And now you demand my soldiers." Duan Mingda, struck and disheveled, felt a surge of resentment, yet dared not raise his head, repeatedly bowing in supplication. "Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. I shall ensure a thorough investigation and impose strict penalties." In the midst of this chaos, a tall figure emerged from the crowd, his voice clear and resonant, silencing the tumult within the hall. "Your Majesty." Yin knelt on one knee, his splendid attire accentuating his gallant presence, with an aura of seasoned determination emanating from his brow. The unrest in Jiangnan arises from natural calamities and human misdeeds. The bandits have seized the starving populace, igniting a conflagration that threatens to engulf the capital. I, Guilin, though unworthy, volunteer to lead the elite cavalry of my battalion. And I request Your Majesty to allocate 10,000 elite troops from the capital to swiftly quell the rebellion. I pledge my life as guarantee that within 3 months, I shall eradicate the bandits and restore peace to Jiangnan. Should I fail, I shall present my head. Each word rang with conviction, striking the air with gravity. The old emperor's murky gaze fixed intently upon Guilin, his breath heavy. He scanned the assembly, noting no one else daring to step forward. Very well. The emperor slammed his hand on the armrest of the dragon throne, his emaciated fingers pointing at Guilin, his voice laced with severity. Yi Liang, I appoint you as the Governor-General of Jiangnan to quell the rebellion. All military forces in the provinces will be under your command. I grant you 3 months. In 3 months, I expect to see Jiangnan restored to tranquility. Otherwise, you shall present your head to me. Your servant accepts the decree. I thank Your Majesty. Guilin bowed deeply, rising to catch a glimpse of An Yi's figure. As Guilin prepared to depart the capital, his belongings were already in order. He did not report to the Ministry of War nor linger at his residence, but instead, like a specter, he stealthily re-entered An Yi's study. An Yi was engrossed in writing when he heard the sound and looked up to see Guilin. His brow twitched imperceptibly, but he quickly regained his composure. Young Marquis, as you prepare for battle, why do you come here instead of attending to military matters? Guilin strode boldly to the desk, his tall figure radiating an air of urgency. He leaned forward, arms resting on the table, his piercing gaze fixed directly on An Yi's eyes. And Jiuanheng, the flames of Jiangnan have ignited. Are you satisfied with the timing? An Yi set down his brush, his expression calm as he met Guilin's gaze. What do you mean, young Marquis? The turmoil in Jiangnan is a result of both natural disasters and human folly. It is beyond human control. As you depart, you must prioritize the state, employing both force and leniency to swiftly quell the chaos. Stop with the bureaucratic jargon. Guilin let out a low growl, a flash of malice fleeting across his eyes before he forcefully suppressed it, transforming it into a deeper, more perilous emotion. He circled the desk, drawing closer to An Yi. His voice dropped to a hushed tone, unmasked possessiveness lacing his words. An Yi listened carefully. Chapter 20. The 20th day in the realm of power struggles. He suddenly reached out, gripping An Yi's wrist with such force that it caused her to frown in an instant. Noticing her discomfort, Guilin loosened his grip slightly, pulling her cool wrist against his heated chest, where An Yi could distinctly feel the vigorous beating of his heart through the thin fabric. Jiangnan, I shall conquer. I will uproot Duan Mingda's foundation. Guilin's gaze was fervent and obsessive. However, in Jiuanheng, remember this. During my absence from the capital, you must remain well-behaved. Keep your distance from the chief minister's residence. Stay away from that insipid granddaughter, and do not entertain any improper thoughts. He leaned closer, his warm breath cascading over An Yi's face, his eyes fierce as a beast guarding its prey. You are mine. Your life is mine. Sooner or later, your heart will belong to me as well. Until I return, you must be well. Not a single hair shall go missing. His eyes roamed over An Yi's fair neck, his throat bobbing as he issued a husky threat. If I discover any underhanded schemes you contrive behind my back, or if any unwise fool dares to touch you before my return, our current amiable discourse will be the least of your worries. I will make you understand what true coercion feels like. An Yi winced from the pain of his grip, her complexion paling in response to his brazen declaration and threat. Guilin, you are outrageous. Release me. Instead of loosening his hold, Guilin abruptly bent down and pressed his lips fiercely against An Yi's tightly pursed ones, a fleeting yet unmistakable contact. Remember my words. Guilin released her wrist, stepping back, his face regaining that rebellious smirk, as if the earlier madness had merely been an illusion. He cast a lingering glance at An Yi, his expression inscrutable. Wait for my return, and Jiuanheng. Leaving behind this weighty remark, Guilin turned and vaulted out of the window. his dark cloak slicing through the air in a sharp arc, vanishing beyond the pain. And he stood rooted in place. The lingering pain of his grip still evident on her wrist, the sensation of his invasion on her lips haunting her. She raised her hand to fiercely wipe her lips, her chest heaving with agitation. Yilian, that madman, that utterly deranged lunatic. She covered her heated earlobe with her hand, whispering to herself, madman. Unlike the original narrative, the flames of Jiangnan are presently under control. Gulian's arrival was akin to a massive block of ice thrown into a raging inferno. Without hesitation, he drew his sword. The first strike aimed at the local officials who embezzled disaster relief funds, inciting civil unrest. Heads fell, blood staining the gates. His thunderous tactics sent tremors through the entire Jiangnan bureaucracy. Subsequently, he divided his forces. One contingent comprised elite troops, employing ruthless measures to purge the rampant bandits wreaking havoc, showing no mercy. The other contingent opened the granaries, set up porridge kitchens, and organized labor to aid the truly afflicted refugees. And he once remarked that the root of civil unrest lies in hunger, a sentiment he deeply resonates with. In regard to the organized band of Red Eyebrows, Gulian adopted a markedly distinct strategy. He dispatched envoys into territories controlled by the Red Eyebrows, delivering his message. Those who surrender shall face no repercussions and may either enlist in the imperial army or return to their fields with provisions. Those who resist will be met with merciless execution. Simultaneously, he personally led his most elite cavalry unit, piercing like a dagger into the heart of the Red Eyebrow stronghold at Yunja Lake. A series of bloody and brutal battles unfolded amidst the picturesque landscapes. Yi Liang, at the forefront, fought fiercely, his spear akin to a lethal dragon, wreaking havoc among the rebel ranks. His dark armor became soaked with blood, rendering it indistinguishable whether it belonged to foes or allies. Reports of victory soared back to the capital like birds in flight. Governor Gu decimated the rebel commander, Fan Jianglong. At Yunja Lake, Governor Ji's cavalry achieved a resounding victory against the Red Eyebrow forces in Xishiang Valley, claiming 3,000 heads. Corrupt officials in Jiangnan have been apprehended, with the majority escorted back to the capital. Many displaced citizens have been pacified, grain prices have declined, and public sentiment is gradually stabilizing. On Yi's side, he was always able to glean information about Gulian's situation through the comment section, learning that all was proceeding smoothly, which brought him considerable relief. As Gulian returned triumphantly, leading the captured rebels to the capital, he found himself in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The coiling dragon pillars supported the heavy dome, while the light filtered through the glazed tiles was devoured by the hall's oppressive atmosphere, leaving only a dim haze. The aged emperor, draped in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, sat upon the throne, his waxen face etched with deep lines, and his murky eyes set in sunken sockets, half-closed, resembling a desiccated fish. Ye Lian stood resolutely, having just emerged from the battlefield, still exuding an aura of sharpened ferocity. Duan Mingda's weathered face twitched, realizing that this encounter would not be easily dismissed. Previously, when Gulian had been sent to quell the rebellion, he had sought to establish contact with Jiangnan, but none of his envoys had returned. This time, he feared the worst. The resonant clash of armor shattered the silence of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. It was Gulian, approaching the steps of the throne. The metallic sound of his armor echoed. He knelt on one knee, his movements precise and swift, his voice resonant. I, Gulian, have been appointed as the governor of Jiangnan to provide disaster relief and suppress the rebellion. Today, I return victorious. The uprising of the Jiangnan bandits has been quelled. The instigators have been punished, and the accomplices have dispersed. He paused briefly, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping over the imposing scarlet figure of the chief minister. Each word articulated with clarity. However, amidst this pacification, I have uncovered a shocking scandal. The calamity in Jiangnan is not merely a natural disaster. It is, in fact, a man-made catastrophe. A gasp of shock rippled through the assembly of civil and military officials. Was Gulian truly about to take action against the chief minister? Duan Mingda remained poised, his white beard undisturbed, his scarlet robe rendering his countenance increasingly serene. Yet beneath the voluminous sleeves, his bony fingers subtly curled, the knuckles paling from exertion. Gulian's voice suddenly rose. The granaries of the provincial capitals in Jiangnan are empty, mere facades. Of the relief grain and silver allocated by the court, 7 or 8 parts have never reached the mouths of the victims, but rather have been hoarded by corrupt officials. In the lairs of the treacherous rebels and the residences of the corrupt, I have seized mountains of gold, silver, and provisions. As he uncovered the irrefutable evidence, ledgers, confidential letters, and numerous incriminating details, he abruptly raised his hand, pointing at Duan Mingda, his voice sharp as a blade tempered in ice. All of this directly implicates the current prime minister, Duan Mingda. At that moment, no one could contain the tumultuous waves of shock within their hearts. The civil and military officials fixed their gaze intently on Duan Mingda, as if seeking to pierce through him. Immediately, someone stepped forward to denounce Gu Yan's outrageous accusations. The aged emperor's murky eyes finally opened wide, revealing a fleeting glimmer of morbid excitement mingled with trepidation deep within. He rasped hoarsely, "Gu Qing, where is your evidence? As the prime minister, you must not make baseless accusations." Chapter 21. The 21st day within the machinations of power, I dare not speak recklessly. The evidence is here. Gulian rose resolutely, his armor clinking. He unwrapped a bundle from within his cloak, revealing a thick stack of worn ledgers and several wax-sealed letters, already opened. He raised them high above his head. This is the secret archive of the Jiangnan Treasury Department, detailing all taxes, grain transportation fees, and river construction funds over the years. The records herein starkly contrast with those archived in the Ministry of Revenue. The fraudulent reports, the embezzlement, the shocking figures are all laid bare. Moreover, there are correspondences between the Jiangnan provincial governor, the inspectorate, several prefects, and Prime Minister Duan Mingda himself. These documents detail how disaster relief funds were misappropriated, how accounts were falsified, how dissenters were suppressed, and how the enormous corruption in Jiangnan's river construction was concealed. Every word bears Duan Mingda's personal seal and clandestine notes as proof. A palace attendant hurried down, trembling hands accepting the stack of incriminating evidence, presenting it to the emperor's desk. Duan Mingda's body could no longer suppress a tremor. He abruptly lifted his head. His eyes, having witnessed the vicissitudes of fortune and accustomed to manipulating power, now fixated on the ledgers and letters, his pupils reflecting the fissures of shock. How could this be so detailed? The accounts of Jiangnan had long been under his ironclad control, impervious to scrutiny. These court documents were known only to him and a few absolute confidants. Who could have betrayed him? His gaze swept over the assembled ministers standing below. Who was it that turned against him? The old emperor continued to peruse the evidence in his hands, his fury mounting with every page. "This is my money. All of it is my money." The emperor's emaciated fingers trembled as they rifled through the ledgers and letters on the royal desk. With each turn of the page, an unnatural flush crept over his sallow face, and his murky eyes ignited with a terrifying gleam. This old dog, how dare he? Duan, Ming, they. The emperor's voice twisted in extreme rage. "What do you have to say for yourself?" Duan Mingda's body shook violently, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him in an instant. He had always held his spine straight throughout his life, yet in this moment, it finally succumbed to an irreversible stoop. At that moment, a gentle and serene voice resonated from not far behind him, not loud, yet clear enough to reach every corner. "Your Majesty." And he stepped forward, bowing deeply before the throne, his expression a delicate balance of gravity and sorrow. "As the Minister of Revenue, responsible for the management of financial resources, I have failed to detect the rampant corruption in Jiangnan in a timely manner, resulting in the suffering of the common people and a depleted national treasury. I bear the guilt of negligence and feel ashamed before your Majesty and the realm." He slightly turned his body, casting a complex glance at Duan Mingda, his pain ineffable as he continued, "Though I have not meticulously examined the evidence presented by Lord Ge, its form and seal are certainly not the product of haste or forgery. The calamity in Jiangnan has reached such depths, with public outrage boiling over, leading to widespread chaos. All due to rampant greed and the corruption that gnaws at the roots of our nation. This case is both shocking and alarming, threatening the foundation of our state. I earnestly beseech your majesty to investigate thoroughly. Regardless of who may be implicated, all should be brought to justice, to serve as a warning to others, to rectify the governance, and to provide solace to the populace. As an ES words fell, several court officials stepped forward in agreement. We implore your majesty to investigate thoroughly, to rectify governance, and to provide solace to the populace. Duan Mingda's gaze became fixed upon an ES face. That countenance, still refined and graceful, with features like a painting, was his own proud creation. The pain reflected in those eyes was performed with such realism. It was none other than him. His most esteemed disciple, his most trusted aide, had betrayed him. Duan Mingda's throat constricted as he rasped out two words, filled with overwhelming hatred. The power he had meticulously cultivated over decades, the dominion he cherished as sacred, had been viciously undermined from within by a viper he had nurtured himself. Guards! The voice of the old emperor resonated. Strip him of his official robes. Remove his insignia. Imprison him in the dungeon. Guard him closely. This case must be investigated to the end. All involved shall be punished according to the law. Understood. Several fierce guards responded with a thunderous agreement, stepping forward with purpose. The crimson robes, symbolizing the pinnacle of civil authority, were brutally torn away, and the heavy cap representing supreme power was tossed violently to the ground, the jeweled top rolling away, producing a sharp, mournful sound upon the silent golden tiles. Duan Mingda was seized by two towering guards, his arms twisted behind him, dragged away like a discarded sack. He did not struggle. Instead, his once commanding eyes, capable of discerning the hearts of men, bore a penetrating, vengeful glare at an E as he passed. And he remained standing, hands at his sides, his gaze lowered, long eyelashes casting a deep shadow over his eyes, concealing any trace of emotion. Only his tightly pressed lips betrayed a barely perceptible curve of cold resolve. A storm had come swiftly and departed just as quickly. Gulian stood at the foot of the steps, clad in dark armor, his heavy gaze sweeping over the hushed assembly of officials, finally resting upon Yi's seemingly tranquil profile. A faint smile slowly graced his lips. In the depths of the dungeon, where sunlight never penetrated, a few inferior torches clung to life against the walls, casting flickering shadows that twisted and danced like phantoms. The flickering firelight did not dispel the darkness. Rather, it projected enormous, uneven shadows upon the damp, slippery stone walls, adding an air of eerie foreboding. The air was thick and suffocating, a nauseating blend of moldy odors intermingled with the stench of blood, excrement, and rust, creating a palpable atmosphere of death that weighed heavily on the chest. Each breath was laden with a despairing stickiness. Duan Mingda stood with his back against the narrow prison door, his gaunt figure curled in a corner atop a mound of decaying straw that exuded a foul smell. The prison garb hung loosely on him, appearing excessively large. Once meticulously groomed, his grizzled hair now lay in disarray, plastered to his sweat-drenched forehead, speckled with straw and grime. In just a few days, this once powerful chancellor, who had wielded immense influence for decades, had been stripped of all vitality, resembling a weathered piece of timber, eroded by the elements, reduced to a mere shell awaiting its end. Footsteps approached, slow, steady, and imbued with an air of calm that seemed utterly incongruous in this filthy place. They drew nearer, finally pausing outside the bars of the desolate cell. Duan Mingda's emaciated form tensed imperceptibly, yet he did not turn. His murky eyes struggled to navigate the darkness, and in the stillness of the cell, only his labored breathing and the irritating crackle of the torch broke the silence. Chapter 22. The 22nd Day in the Realm of Political Intrigue Teacher. A warm, soothing voice resonated from beyond the bars, neither loud nor harsh. Yet it rang clear in Duan Mingda's ears. His shoulders quivered violently, as if pierced by the familiarity of the address. With great effort, he slowly turned his head. In the flickering torchlight stood an E, poised and silent. He wore the deep crimson robes emblematic of the Chancellor's authority, unwrinkled and pristine. A jade belt cinched his waist, accentuating his slender, upright figure. Beneath the black cap, his exquisite countenance appeared particularly serene in the dim light, even carrying a hint of compassionate warmth. The contrast between him and the squalor of the cell, reeking of despair and death, was strikingly stark and cruel. Duan Mingda's gaze bore into An Yi's face, inch by inch, eventually fixating on the lustrous jade belt around his waist, the very symbol of the Chancellor's power. It was he, Duan Mingda, who had elevated him to this position, bestowing upon him the ability to wield such influence. A series of jarring, wheezing laughs erupted from Duan Mingda's throat, a sound reminiscent of a winded bellows, grating and unsettling. The laughter swelled, growing increasingly frenzied. What a splendid An Yi! What a magnificent Juanheng! He suddenly pushed himself upright, skeletal fingers digging fiercely into the damp straw beneath him, knuckles paling with the effort. The laughter abruptly ceased as he fixed a venomous glare upon An Yi. Each word spat out with palpable hatred. Originally, I bestowed upon you the courtesy name, Iju Bien Tong, for you would balance the scales and adapt with the times. What a fine Juanheng! What a noble path of gentlemen! He lunged forward, his frail body crashing against the cold bars with a resounding clang, sending the torchlight into a frenzied dance. The face, marred by dirt and wrinkles, pressed tightly against the coarse fence, contorted and deformed. I shall teach you the ways of governance. I shall instruct you in the intrigues of the court. I shall guide you in creating storms and calms. I shall instill in you a heart as ruthless as iron. I shall show you how to ascend in this mire of power, stepping upon the corpses of others. His voice suddenly soared. And you, my dear student, you have learned well. You have turned my teachings into a weapon against me, crafting this irrevocable coffin for my demise. A fine pupil you are, truly a splendid disciple. His maniacal laughter echoed menacingly, sending chills down the spine. I have imparted my knowledge freely, treating you as my own child, and this is how you repay me. And he listened quietly, a serene expression on his face like a mask of compassion. Is that so? I find it hard to believe. Duan Mingda's cheeks twitched, the sorrow of betrayal fading, replaced by pure hatred. Indeed, you have learned well, teacher. An Yi's voice remained calm. In Jiangnan, the river works, amounting to hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, sufficient to construct 3 formidable embankments. Yet, rampant corruption has led to shoddy work, rendering them virtually useless. Last summer's floods turned the 3 provinces into marshlands, drowning 37,641 souls, with countless others displaced. His gaze shifted towards Duan Mingda, unwavering. Wang Xian is but a pawn, easily cast aside, and none dispute it. Yet, what are the millions of common folk in Jiangnan? Are they mere dust on your chessboard, easily erased? Duan Mingda's wild laughter was abruptly choked, and he could not suppress a derisive snicker. What did you say? I had no idea you and Juanheng were such an innocent soul. How amusing. Truly amusing. And Yi fell silent. Slightly turning, he gestured to the expressionless guard who had stood silently behind him, who now stepped forward, bearing a tray. Upon the tray rested a simple white porcelain wine jug and a matching cup. And he took the jug in hand, pouring the clear liquid into the cup, producing a delicate sound. The fragrant aroma of the wine overpowered the repugnant stench of the prison. He raised the cup, extending it through the coal bars. Student, let me see you off, dear teacher. Duan Mingda's gaze fixated on the clear liquid, then slowly shifted to An Yi's face. That countenance remained handsome and composed, with eyes as deep as an abyss, devoid of pride, mockery, or pity. Nothing at all. Duan Mingda stood frozen. The crackling of the torches and distant, indistinct moans were magnified. Suddenly, Duan Mingda raised his hand, not to accept the cup, but to sweep it away with force. Crack! The white porcelain cup was knocked to the ground, shattering against the cold stone, splintering into fragments. The clear wine spilled forth, spreading a small, glaring wet stain on the filthy ground, emitting an even more intense, almost enchanting aroma. See me off? Ha ha ha. Duan Mingda stared at the shards on the ground, bursting into a fit of hysterical laughter. Did you think I would drink this poison to grant you a semblance of dignity? And Jianheng, my dear pupil. He leaned closer to the bars, his murky eyes locking onto Yi's gaze, his voice lowered to a whisper. You shall not. And Yi's hand, which held the wine jug, momentarily paused, almost imperceptibly. He suddenly chuckled. Master, you truly misunderstand your student. What poison could this possibly be? If you are to commit a crime, the law will duly punish you. This is merely a practice for you from your student. He continued, on the day of your return, I shall not accompany you, lest it troubles my heart. Duan Mingda halted, erupting in anger. Get lost. As Yi emerged from the dungeon and settled into the carriage, prepared to return home, he overheard whispers nearby. And Yi, good or bad? I love him dearly. So adorable, a kiss from Mama. What rules govern the upper floor? I have always disdained homosexuality, but seeing these two capable individuals, perhaps it is acceptable. A bit challenging, but I can manage. What eccentricities from above. I am speechless. When did they get together? It's about time, and Yi is heading home, and Gulian is waiting for him there, right? Once he returns, he will face all sorts of troubles. Hee. And Yi cleared his throat, promptly instructing Ping, we are not returning. Head to the Ministry of Personnel. And Ping, puzzled by his master's sudden change of plans, simply replied, yes. Chapter 23. The 23rd day in the intrigue of power, and Ping maneuvered the carriage, redirecting it towards another path. Just as they turned a corner, a figure darted swiftly into the carriage. Who goes there? My lord. My lord. And Ping and several guards were taken aback by the unexpected intruder, drawing their swords to confront the intruder. All is well. And Yi sighed, halting their advance. A low yet clear chuckle resonated within the carriage. How fares Lorden today? Gulian's tall figure squeezed beside Yi, his face adorned with a smile, his gaze akin to a sticky web, ensnaring Yi from head to toe. And he could distinctly sense the potent aura emanating from Gulian, a mix of blood, sweat, and rust, imbued with the ferocity of one just returned from battle, accompanied by a deeper, unsettling warmth. Gulian's gaze ultimately settled upon Yi's cheek, where a minuscule, nearly invisible scratch lingered near his temple. Gulian's brow furrowed in concern. What happened here? And Yi, noticing his scrutiny, raised a hand to touch the area, feeling a slight sting. It was the result of shards from the shattered wine cup that had inadvertently grazed him. Gulian's eyes darkened instantaneously. He slowly lifted his hand, his fingers, calloused yet distinctly defined, gently brushed against Yi's cheek. The rough warmth of his fingertips meticulously traced the minute wound, causing a faint sting from the calluses against Yi's skin. He then lowered his head, softly licking away the trace of blood. Yi's body stiffened for a fleeting moment. The skin on his cheek, where Gulian's lips had caressed, retained an unusual, lingering sensation of heat. This pervert, what was he doing? Yi's eyes reddened, and with a swift motion, he delivered a fierce slap. Gulian, get off me. Yelin's cheek was struck by Yi's palm, causing his face to turn slightly. Remarkably, he responded with a smile, using his tongue to touch his cheek before he captured Yi's hand and gently pressed a peck upon his palm. Has my hand stung? On you ripped it. It did not hurt before, but now it begins to throb. My head aches. It seemed he had truly become entangled. In the comment section, how perverse. How thrilling. I adore it. So exhilarating. Sobs, trembles. Gellin, what are you planning? Please do not act in such a manner. In broad daylight, under the clear sky. What are you doing? How embarrassing. Guiding the way to the ripples on his knees. And Yi sat in the carriage, his long legs comfortably draped beneath a crimson official robe, a pitch-black whip gripped in his hand, while Gellin knelt before him, yearning for a severe reprimand. The coachman, and Ping, and the throngs of passers-by remained oblivious to the true happenings within the carriage. Wow, what a remarkable spectacle. Truly delightful. And he remarked, what is all this? Isn't Ping also part of your play? Enough. This is truly enough. At the Grand Court Assembly, the golden bricks of the Taiha Hall glimmered in the morning light, resembling shards of cold gold. Yet, this resplendent daylight could not dispel the thick stench of blood that pervaded the palace. This scent did not arise from actual weapons, but rather from the severed head of the prime minister, which had only recently met its end at the executioner's hands, and from the countless wails of vengeful spirits that accompanied the riches seized from the Duan faction's estate. The officials present found every breath imbued with a metallic sweetness akin to rust. Upon the dragon throne, the aging emperor appeared as though he were on the verge of death. The sharp voice of the chief eunuch rang out, "If there are matters to discuss, step forward. If not, depart." The ministers stood in order, Gelen, without his dark armor, adorned in a new scarlet court robe, with gold-threaded patterns of mythical beasts menacingly displayed at his shoulders and cuffs. His back was as straight as a spear, and on his defined face, his brows were like blades, and his thin lips were tightly pressed. Before him stood an clad in a deep scarlet official robe, the intricate cloud and crane patterns clearly visible, his jade belt accentuating his lean and upright figure. Beneath his black cap, his serene visage resembled jade, his eyes partially veiled, long lashes casting deep shadows beneath, concealing all possible emotions. The proceedings of the court transpired swiftly, as the officials dared not waste time at such a moment. The usual delays and disputes were postponed for later discussion, and soon the court fell silent, observing the absence of further petitions. A flicker of gloom crossed the old emperor's eyes as he gestured to the chief eunuch. The chief eunuch unfurled a brilliant yellow edict, his high-pitched voice piercing the air as he began to proclaim. The heir of the Marquis of Jingbian, Gelen, whose loyalty and bravery shine brightly, whose wisdom is unparalleled. By decree, he is appointed as the governor of Jiangnan, tasked to cleanse the malevolent influences, uncover the great pests, and eradicate treasonous factions. His merits etched in history for generations to come. He is hereby promoted to the rank of General of the Cavalry, overseeing the military forces of the 5 cities in the capital and the guards of the capital. He is granted 10,000 taels of gold, 10 measures of precious pearls, and a royal gift of the treasured sword. Jinhue, thus proclaimed, General of the Cavalry, Commander of the capital's forces. A restrained gasp reverberated throughout the hall. Yi Liang, with a tranquil countenance, stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, his voice resounding. "I, Gulian, humbly thank your majesty for your heavenly grace. I shall dedicate my life and soul to safeguarding the capital, ensuring the eternal stability of our great dynasty." He lifted his gaze, casting a fleeting glance at an beside him, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fervor. Once Gulian concluded his gratitude, the grand eunuch inhaled deeply, raising his voice further. Minister and loyal and devoted to the nation, possesses keen insight. Though surrounded by suspicion, his heart remains bound to the realm. Enduring humiliation and hardship, covertly investigating treachery, proposing strategies, and playing a pivotal role in pacifying Jiangnan and eradicating the rebel Duan. His contributions are monumental. Furthermore, his profound scholarship and virtuous character render him a paragon among officials. He is hereby promoted to the position of Chief Minister of the Cabinet, appointed as the Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince, and entrusted with the governance of state affairs. He shall receive a purple gold fish pouch, a jade rui, and 5,000 taels of gold. Thus decreed, the civil and military officials collectively held their breath, refraining from uttering a word. The blood of Duan Mingda had yet to dry, and his position had been swiftly claimed by his favored disciple, and the very one who had sent him to the depths of hell. And he lifted his robe and gracefully knelt, his movements elegant and composed, the deep crimson hem of his official garment spreading across the cold golden bricks. He bowed deeply, his forehead touching the ground, his voice as clear and melodious as jade chimes. "I, and express my profound gratitude for your majesty's great favor. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to upholding the realm and fulfilling your majesty's heavy trust, not failing the common people." He raised his head, his gaze meeting the murky, complexly shimmering eyes of the throne with tranquility, devoid of joy or sorrow, unfathomable depths within. Chapter 24. The 24th day in the realm of power struggles, the old emperor's frail fingers twitched nervously against the armrest of the dragon throne. His murky gaze flickering back and forth between the radiant new aristocrats, Gullian and an E. Observing Gullian, then an E. A convulsive twitch curled at the corners of his mouth, an overwhelming sense of suffocation and fear gnawing at his remaining sanity. A rasping sound escaped his throat as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, ultimately dissolving into a heart-wrenching fit of coughs. Two eunuchs hastily approached to assist him, creating a flurry of chaos. The old emperor waved his hand. The grand eunuch nodded in fear, dismissed. With the old emperor's departure, the court officials approached to congratulate an E and Gullian. The two expressed their gratitude to the assembled officials. Gullian turned and approached an E. Witnessing their exchange, the other officials refrained from interrupting, respectfully taking their leave. Chief Minister and Gullian began, his voice low yet imbued with a peculiar resonance that made an E's heart race. And he met his gaze with calm composure. Gullian chuckled softly, his penetrating gaze framing each word distinctly. Jiangnan is pacified, and the great pestilence has been eradicated. However, the affairs of state remain arduous, with much to be restored. Henceforth, both within and beyond the court, the military and national duties will require us, General and Chief Minister, to unite our efforts in support of the realm. He deliberately emphasized the words unite our efforts, leaning slightly closer to an E, an intimacy concealed yet palpable, the heat of his breath brushing against an Yi's ear. His voice lowered yet clearer, penetrating an Yi's consciousness. Chief Minister, do you agree or not? And he stood quietly, his deep crimson official robe accentuating his noble visage. He could distinctly feel the unbridled possessiveness in Gullian's gaze, akin to a wildfire sweeping across the land. And he slightly raised his chin, meeting Gullian's fervent and aggressive stare. His thin lips parted, and his voice, clear and serene, resembled ice pearls falling upon a jade plate. What General Gu said is indeed true. He paused, his eyes sweeping over the departing figures of the ministers before returning to Gullian's face. The state is paramount. I, shall certainly join forces with the general. Gullian chuckled softly. And Juanheng, I shall seek you out tonight. And he sighed, please do not come. Ye lion aid yud closer. Disregarding his refusal, will you let me in? Or shall I continue to climb through the window? A look of anticipation crossed his face. If I were to scale the window and be discovered by others, I could go to the Dali temple and lament, claiming that the esteemed minister and E has abandoned me after taking my virtue, yet refuses to grant me a name. As long as one sneaks in at night for a secret rendezvous, the Dali temple official, known for his fairness, would certainly insist that you marry me. Gullian laughed. That would be quite agreeable. And he looked at Gullian with a speechless expression, ultimately unable to restrain himself. You are quite the lecher. Coughing. Gullian was momentarily taken aback, nearly choking. What? I'm what? He could hardly believe that he heard such words from an Yi's lips. Shouldn't that be something he would say to An later in bed? Observing Gullian's flustered expression, An smiled. You wait here while I steal a couple of garments from Pinru's wardrobe for you. Gullian's countenance darkened. Pinru? That sounds like a woman's name. How do you know her? An E, uninterested in engaging further, simply stepped away. Gullian closely followed, persistently inquiring. And Juanheng, who is Pinru? Anyi, unfazed by the comments echoing in his ears, found that compared to Gullian, reality was far more impactful than mere words. Comment section, what? Pinru? Isn't he a time traveler? Or is this a flaw in the authoress narrative? I thought he was a native just like Gullian. The primary perspective being with Gullian, and Yi's side was depicted through indirect characterization as a time traveler. What significance does this setting hold? Is the person above a fool? Establishing an E as a time traveler, will he soon propose policies and technologies that defy the era? Oh, but hey, was An Yi's declaration of joining forces sincere? Gullian's gaze was nearly stripping the jade belt from An Yi's waist. Gullian, the wife is truly alluring. How can you be so certain An E is the wife? Otherwise, I ask you. To the new grave of the old tomb, the newly appointed general of the cavalry kicked open the door to the minister's office. forcefully pinning the man in the deep crimson robe against the pile of memorials. Ministerin, what great authority do you wield in the court today? Gold blades and jade belts scattered across the floor. The author is divine. Just encountered this. So intoxicating, it sends me spiraling into the heavens. The depiction of the general tearing the official robe is exquisite. Author, please maintain this pace. Let us escalate. Nightfall. The flickering candles within the room of an illuminated the night, accompanied by the creaking sounds that subtly wafted into the courtyard through the gaps in the windows. Faintly, one could hear the hoarse murmurs of a person. The guards had been ordered to stand watch outside, oblivious to the events unfolding within. A droplet of sweat trickled down a slender, pale finger, slowly falling to the ground, leaving a dark stain on the floor. A hand, glistening with perspiration, emerged from behind the bed curtains, dangling near the disheveled robes at the bedside. Then, it was abruptly seized by a bronzed hand. As a voice softly called out, "Jun Hung, the sun is high in the sky." The maid and young servant stood outside the door, holding a basin of water and towels, awaiting Yi's summons. The maid, Peng Yin, appeared troubled, pondering why the master had not yet risen at this hour. Typically, he would have been up long ago. Could it be a matter of ill health? After some hesitation, she stepped forward. "Master, are you ready to wash up?" After a prolonged silence, she raised her voice. "Master?" A hoarse voice emerged from within, its tone unperturbed. "Prepare hot water. I wish to bathe." Peng Yin complied. Understood. She then instructed the others following her. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry." Leading the remaining servants into Yi's chamber, they intended to assist him in rising, only to discover more than one shadow behind the bed curtains. Peng Yin gasped. "Who is it?" She hurriedly lowered her head, afraid to look further, though she could vaguely discern a robust silhouette. Was it a maid from the household? Such a sturdy girl. Chapter 25. The 25th day in the intrigues of power, and Yi's dark tresses cascaded down his back, concealing the delicate red blossoms upon his skin. Gu Yin embraced him from behind, burying his face in Yi's hair and placing gentle kisses atop his head. "Jun Hung, my Jun Hung." And he donned his garments. Casting a glance at him, "Hurry and dress." And Yi's gaze was vacant, unsure of his own thoughts. Last night, Gu Yin had indeed climbed through the window to seek him out. He had intended to send him away, yet upon glancing at Gu Yin's visage and physique, he relented. Beauty is beguiling. It is only human to succumb. And he reassured himself inwardly. Noticing Yi's gaze, Gu Yin's lips curled into a smile as he spread his arms wide, inviting admiration. And he retorted, "Put on some clothes." He picked up a jade hairpin cast aside at the foot of the bed, gathering his long hair, only to notice the marks on his wrist. Unable to resist turning to poke Gu Yin's shoulder. "Are you a dog?" Gu Yin, halfway through dressing, lifted his arm to capture Yi's hand and brought it to his lips, gently kissing the fingertips. Hearing Yi's words, he laughed brightly, "Woof." And Yi's face flushed, withdrawing his hand to continue arranging his hair. Truly, this was absurd. As the hot water was finally brought into the room, and Yi and Gu Yin emerged from behind the curtains, Peng Yin stood frozen in disbelief, unable to conceal her astonishment, as the other maids and servants behind her were similarly shocked. How could it be? The general of the cavalry? The relationship between the adult and the general of cavalry is unexpectedly intimate. Upon discovering this secret, will they face execution? And Yi, weary from a night of toil, hastily completed his morning routine and breakfast, feeling drained and lacking strength, glaring at Gu Yin as if to shoo him away. Gu Yin, brimming with excitement since yesterday, was in high spirits. Now he nestled closer to Yi, offering to massage his legs, and he squinted his eyes in enjoyment, satisfied with a soft hum of approval. "Not bad." Gu Yin smiled, nonchalantly responding, "Thank you for your praise, my lord." And he tilted his head, dismissing the frenzied voices of the comment section, and reached out to caress Gu Yin's cheek. "General." As he spoke, he pinched Gu Yin's jaw, pulling outward. Gu Yin stifled a grunt of pain, but allowed the action. Hiss. "Anyi, heme peye." As dusk settled, the eaves and beams cast gentle shadows in the fading light. Deep within the Jingbian Marquis estate, there was a warm pavilion by the water. Outside, The remnants of lotus flowers reflected the cold moonlight, while the lanterns hanging in the corridor emitted a soft, hazy glow, casting fractured, swaying reflections upon the water's surface. Inside the warm pavilion, a basin of ice exhaled thick clouds of steam, dispelling the summer's heat. Yin, clad in a dark-patterned robe with a slightly unbuttoned collar, revealing his well-defined collarbone, languidly reclined on a soft couch. He toyed with a smooth, white jade wine cup, yet his gaze, as tangible as it was intense, remained fixated on the figure standing by the window a few steps away. And with his back turned, wore a simple moon-white robe adorned with cloud patterns, accentuating his slender and upright form. He tilted his head slightly, gazing at the fragmented yet reconstituted cold moon upon the water's surface, his profile outlined by the lantern-esque glow, exuding an ethereal and somewhat aloof elegance. "What are you looking at?" Yin's deep voice shattered the silence, imbued with a hint of lazy rasp, and he did not turn around. His voice rang clear like the sound of jade striking stone. "The moon." Yelion huckled softly, setting down his wine cup, and barefoot, stealthily approached on the soft carpet. The intoxicating mix of subtle alcohol, leather, and potent masculinity enveloped in an instant. He halted behind an close enough to feel the crisp, cool breath emanating from him like the freshness of a snow-laden pine. "What is so captivating about the moon?" Yin's voice nearly brushed against Yi's ear, his warm breath tantalizingly caressing the sensitive earlobe, carrying an unabashed intimacy. "Why not gaze upon me instead?" "Anyi chocolate." Turning to swat him away. "Fetch me a glass of water." "Very well." Yin's chest rumbled with a low laugh. He poured a glass of warm water from the table and handed it to then wrapped his arm around Yi's slender waist from behind, resting his chin on Yi's slightly cool head, greedily inhaling the crisp fragrance of his hair. He nearly spilled the water from the cup due to the jolt. Instinctively, he attempted to break free, yet Yin's embrace tightened around him. "Let go." Yi's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Why was this person so clingy? "Not a chance." Yin's response was resolute, tinged with a stubbornness reminiscent of a child. He tightened his embrace, pulling even closer, his warm lips brushing intentionally against Yi's cool earlobe. "And Juinhung, what am I to you?" His voice lowered, imbued with an enchanting allure and an undeniable proclamation. "And you shall accept your fate. I am yours entirely, and you are mine wholly. There is no escape for you." Within the warm chamber, the flickering candlelight crackled softly, erupting into a bloom of light. Shadows danced, elongating the figures of the two, melding them into one against the backdrop of an ink-wash landscape painted on the screen, rendering them indistinguishable from one another. He sighed softly, "I understand." Yin bent down to kiss him atop his head, then lifted effortlessly into his arms. He gasped, instinctively clutching Yin's neck. With decisive strides, Yin carried him toward the soft couch, exuding an audacious momentum akin to a siege. He gently laid an upon the plush fur, his body as cool as jade sinking into the intertwining hues of pure white and deep black, creating a breathtaking tableau. He leaned over, hands braced on either side of Yi's form, ensnaring him within his shadow. And Yin's voice was hoarse beyond measure. His kiss, imbued with undeniable dominance and fervent desire, descended like a raging inferno, sealing Yi's lips completely. It was not a mere tentative exploration. Rather, it pried open those cool lips and delved deep within, fervently seizing the crisp and alluring essence that belonged to as if attempting to draw forth his very soul. Yi's mind blanked. His body involuntarily trembled, fingers sinking deeply into Yin's sturdy arms. Garments slipped chaotically in the heat of the moment. The moonlight, the play of shadows, the entwined figures upon the screen, and the deep breaths mingled with fractured sobs created a symphony of intimacy. Outside the window, the cold moon remained silent. Chapter 26. The 26th day in the realm of intrigue, and a year and a half later. Midwinter. Thick, leaden clouds hung low over the majestic palaces of the imperial city, as if poised to collapse at any moment. The biting north wind howled like a knife wrapped in ice, sweeping across the empty square, stirring up remnants of paper money long trampled into ash. The echoes of the death knell lingered, resonating in every corner of the imperial city, refusing to dissipate. 27 tolls marked the demise of the emperor. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the 14-year-old crown prince, wrapped in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, was seated upon the grand golden throne adorned with a coiling dragon. His face was as pale as paper, lips pressed tightly together, striving to maintain the dignity befitting an emperor. Below, the officials stood in ranks according to their ranks, heads bowed in silent reverence, the atmosphere thick with stillness. The chief eunuch, holding the imperial edict, stood beside the throne, his high-pitched voice echoing throughout the vast hall. The crown prince Chengji, benevolent and filial, wise and sagacious, is hereby appointed by the late emperor to inherit the imperial throne. The cabinet's prime minister and the general Gulian are to diligently assist and govern the affairs, both civil and military, ensuring stability and prosperity for the realm. Let be known far and wide, we shall faithfully obey the last wishes of the great emperor. Long live our emperor! Long life! Long live! The officials knelt upon the cold golden bricks, foreheads touching the ground. The young emperor's eyes sparkled, a flush appearing on his pale face as he instinctively tightened his grip on the wide sleeves of his dragon robe, knuckles whitening with exertion. His gaze traversed, landing upon an who stood at the forefront of the civil officials. The young emperor's tense form seemed to relax slightly. He inhaled deeply, striving to straighten his back, and in a tender voice, endeavored to emulate the tone of his father as he recalled it. All ministers stand at ease. Long live your majesty. The officials rose, hands at their sides, standing in solemnity. This differed starkly from the original narrative. Gulian harbored no ambition for the dragon throne, and under Yi's protection, the crown prince had survived calamity, now seated upon the grand throne. The hidden threats of Jiangnan had been quashed in their infancy. Unrest had not engulfed the land. Peace reigned across the seas, and the dawn of hope began to emerge. And Yi's gaze lifted slightly, sweeping over the brilliant yellow figure upon the throne. A flicker of the faintest, almost imperceptible smile gracing his eyes. May this realm remain unscathed, and the nation thrive in peace. Minister and Cousin Gu, please wait. At the sound from behind, and and Gulian halted in unison, instinctively turning to glance back. Emerging from the shadows of the corridor was Princess Xiao Li, accompanied by two maidservants striding briskly. She wore an elegant moon-white palace gown, draped in a silver fox fur cloak, and her raven hair was adorned with a simple silver hairpin, clearly a reflection of her mourning for the state. However, this modest attire did little to conceal her astonishing beauty. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes were like autumn waters, and her skin surpassed the purity of snow. Yet her exquisite visage bore an expression that was ineffably complex. Her gaze first fell upon an laden with intricate emotions. Then it shifted to Gulian, instantly sharpening with a perceptive clarity. Her eyes lingered on Gulian's face for a moment before swiftly sweeping over the uncomfortably close distance between him and an the corners of her lips subtly curving upwards. Indeed, the rumors circulating in the court were not baseless. Though unspoken publicly, whispers regarding the minister and the general had spread fervently in private, and these two showed no inclination to conceal their connection. So that is why I regarded my cousin in such a light. And Gulian, minister and cousin. Princess Xiao Li slightly bent her knee, performing an impeccable courtly gesture, her voice clear and melodious. During the period of national mourning, I should not intrude. Yet, after such a long separation and upon encountering such upheaval, my heart is heavy. Seeing the two esteemed ministers brings me a measure of comfort. Gulian rubbed his nose, acutely aware of the playful smile that danced upon Princess Xiao Li's lips as she looked at an and then at him, a wave of awkwardness washing over him. However, a surge of brazen pride quickly followed. No matter how you perceive it, and Juanheng is indeed my match, and he maintained his composure, nodding slightly in return. Your Highness, please accept my condolences. The spirit of His Majesty watches over us, ensuring the enduring stability of our great yen. You must also take care of your health. Princess Xiao Li raised her gaze, her autumn water-like eyes locking onto Anyi's. Then glancing at the darkened expression of Gulian beside her, a hint of an enigmatic smile gracing her lips. Thank you for your concern, Minister. Your appearance has grown leaner. It must be due to the burdens of state affairs weighing heavily upon you. The stability of the realm rests upon your shoulders. So please take care of yourself. Her words were gentle and filled with concern. She paused slightly, her gaze seemingly inadvertently gliding over Gulian's ironclad countenance. Her voice imbued with an indescribable subtlety. Yet this vast palace, how things have changed. Some old acquaintances and bygone events, though long buried in dust, inevitably evoke a sense of nostalgia when one gazes upon familiar objects. The chief minister, an felt his pupils constrict almost imperceptibly, cold sweat beating at his temples. What was the intention of the esteemed princess, Xiao Li? He recalled that the original owner had no feelings for her, did he? He could distinctly sense the sudden sourness in Gulian's breath beside him, teeth grinding audibly. Xiao Li. Gulian's voice turned icy, laced with a barely detectable warning. And Yi's lips twitched. Your Highness, the past is past. In light of a national mourning, we must prioritize state affairs. It is my duty, and I cannot afford to be negligent, so I must take my leave. With that, he turned to depart, while Gulian remained rooted in place. Not immediately following Yi, he slowly turned his head, his dark eyes fixating intensely on Princess Xiao Li's face. Undaunted, she met Gulian's almost lethal gaze, the smile at her lips deepening, her chin slightly raised in a provocative manner. Gulian furrowed his brow, saying nothing, but slowly nodded at Princess Xiao Li. Then, he abruptly turned, the hem of his garment slicing through the air as he strode purposefully in pursuit of Yi. Princess Xiao Li stood alone, watching the two figures swiftly vanish into the depths of the palace corridor. The smile on her face began to falter, and she could not help but cover her mouth with a handkerchief. Am I unsuitable? She murmured softly, her voice a mere sigh, yet tinged with a hint of excitement. Cousin, are you truly the right one? She adjusted her cloak and turned to leave, a playful smile escaping her lips. How interesting. If this is how you choose to meddle in my marriage, I shall certainly make it my mission to vex you. I am not to be trifled with. In the midst of a power struggle, it was deep winter at the suburban villa. Snowflakes, resembling goose feathers, fell silently, cloaking the world in pristine silver. Far removed from the clamor of the imperial city, this private retreat belonging to an seemed like a paradise, so tranquil that the only sound was the gentle rustling of snow sliding from the branches. Inside the warm chamber, the heated Kong radiated a cozy warmth, dispelling the biting cold from outside. The air was perfumed with a light, calming aroma, mingling with the sweet scent of plum wine warming on a small red clay stove, creating an atmosphere of drowsy comfort. Yi, clad in a moon-white satin robe, draped in a gray-blue fox fur wrap, reclined at an angle on the soft couch by the window. He held a book in his hands. Yet his gaze did not rest on the pages, but rather turned towards the few red plum trees in the courtyard, their branches bowed under the weight of the snow. The delicate profile, illuminated by the warm candlelight, exuded a softness and languor that contrasted with the cold, authoritative demeanor he displayed in the court. Long eyelashes cast a gentle shadow beneath his eyes. When Gulian pushed the door open, a breath of the chill from outside followed him in. He had just finished practicing with his firearm, casually donning a dark, fitted outfit without a belt, the collar slightly ajar, revealing his well-defined, muscular chest and a small patch of damp skin. His jet black hair was simply tied back with a dark wooden hairpin, a few rebellious strands cascading down his forehead, adding an air of untamed wildness. At a glance, he spotted the figure on the couch, lost in thought, gazing at the snow. Under the dim light, the beauty appeared even more enchanting, especially in this unguarded moment, wherein had shed all his defenses. Gulian felt as if his heart was gently caressed by the softest feather, a wave of indescribable satisfaction and warmth flooding his chest. He approached quietly until his tall silhouette completely enveloped Yi. The warmth from his recent exertion seemed to awaken an E, who stirred slightly, withdrawing his gaze from the window to meet his. "You're back?" An Yi's voice, laced with a hint of languid raspiness reminiscent of waking from a midday slumber, remained clear yet remarkably tender. Gulian responded, his Adam's apple unconsciously rolling. He naturally settled beside an E on the couch, drawing closer, and instinctively slipped his hand beneath the thin fox fur blanket, precisely grasping an Yi's slightly cool hand that rested on his knee. His palm was broad, rough, and warm, marked by calluses from years of wielding weapons, completely enveloping an Yi's slender, fair hand with its distinct knuckles, gently rubbing it, attempting to warm the coolness with his own heat. An Yi's fingers contracted slightly, as if to withdraw, but Gulian tightened his grip. He glanced at Gulian, his gaze devoid of reproach, instead reflecting a resigned indulgence. "Your hands are cold," he explained softly, tacitly accepting the overly intimate gesture. "Knowing they're cold, why sit by the window?" Gulian's brows knitted in concern, his tone revealing no attempt to mask his worry. He extended his other hand as well, enveloping an Yi's hand with both of his, tirelessly radiating warmth like a furnace. "Even with the brazier burning so brightly, they can still be cold. I'll have the kitchen prepare some nourishing soup for you tomorrow." An Yi allowed his actions, his gaze returning to the book, though the corners of his lips barely curved into a subtle smile. General Gu now resembles a doting mother. Gulian was momentarily taken aback by this remark, his eyes widening as he regarded an E's cool demeanor while delivering such teasing words. His heart swelled with affection and mischief, compelling him to lean down and gently bite the back of an Yi's slightly cool, jade-like hand, leaving a faint bite mark. An E winced in pain, finally lifting his gaze from the book to frown at him. "A dog? A wolf?" Gulian replied proudly, raising an eyebrow, extending his tongue to lick the shallow bite mark, his actions both affectionate and possessive. "I'm merely nibbling on this piece of ice that refuses to warm." And he felt a slight heat rise to his ears, attempting to withdraw his hand, yet Gulian held on tightly. He shot Gulian a glare which, in Gulian's eyes, held no menace, but rather felt like a feather tickling his heart. Gulian chuckled softly, leaning closer, resting his chin against an Yi's shoulder. Inhaling deeply, his senses filled with an Yi's crisp, clean fragrance mixed with the faint scent of ink from the book, a combination that instilled a profound sense of comfort and restless desire within him. "What are you reading?" Gulian asked, his breath warm against an Yi's sensitive neck. "Nanwa." An Yi tilted his head slightly, seeking to evade the disconcerting heat that enveloped them. "Is it the free and easy wandering or the discussion on things?" Ye Leon casually responded, his arm encircling an Yi's waist, drawing him even closer into his embrace. The warmth and softness of an E felt more comforting than a victorious conquest. Anyi, taken aback, glanced at him with surprise. "You actually know about these?" Gulian chuckled lightly, a hint of pride in his voice. "What? Is it permissible for you, the esteemed and minister, to be erudite, yet not for me, the illustrious General Gu, to indulge in the elegance of culture? In my youth, I was compelled by my father to read a few classics. Although much of it was to outwit the old sage, I retained some knowledge." A genuine smile flickered in an Yi's eyes, reminiscent of snow beginning to melt. "Then tell me, when the spring dries up and fish find themselves on land, struggling to moisten each other, is it not better to forget one another amidst the rivers and lakes? What does it mean?" Without hesitation, Gulian replied, "Isn't it simple? Just like now, with the bitter cold outside, here we are in this warm chamber. I hold you to warm you, and your cool fragrance brings me comfort." He paused, tightening his embrace, burying his face into an Yi's neck. Am I interpreting it correctly? And he was momentarily stunned. What an absurdly amusing answer. He pressed on. "How does the esteemed and minister find my interpretation? Is there any reward?" Turning his face, an E regarded Gulian's eager expression, his deep eyes shimmering with anticipation. A mischievous thought struck him, and he feigned contemplation. "Your interpretation is completely off the mark. 0 points." Gulian's eyes widened in disbelief, a disgruntled hum escaping him. "And Juanhum." With that, he attempted to tickle him. And E, who dreaded such antics, instantly broke character, laughing as he dodged. "Stop it, Gullian. The book will fall." The soft couch was hardly spacious, and as the two frolicked, an Yi's copy of the Tao Te Ching indeed slipped from his grasp, landing with a soft thud. Seizing the opportunity, Gullian thoroughly pressed him into the plush cushion, his hands braced on either side, enveloping an E in his warmth. Their gazes locked, breaths intertwined. The warmth of the chamber settled into a tranquil silence, save for the gentle bubbling of the wine pot and the rhythm of their accelerating heartbeats. Outside, the snow fell silently. Within, the dim light cast their closely intertwined silhouettes against the wall, mingling in an alluring embrace. Yi Lian's gaze deepened, intensely fixed upon in Yi's slightly flushed cheeks, then on the glistening eyes that sparkled with remnants of their playful banter, finally resting on his softly parted, pale lips. "I misspoke earlier." Gullian's voice grew husky. "It is not merely moistening each other, nor merely sharing the same breath." He slowly lowered his head, his warm lips almost brushing against Yi's, their breaths mingling. "It is to kiss and moisten." The final word faded between their suddenly united lips. The kiss bore an exquisite tenderness and reverence, gradually deepening, akin to savoring the finest of wines. And he trembled slightly, his long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings as he slowly closed his eyes. His taut body began to relax, raising the hand that had not been captured, gently resting it upon Gullian's firm arm. The fox fur blanket had long slipped aside, the moonlit satin intertwining with the dark attire, bound together in an inseparable embrace. Outside the warm chamber lies a winter frozen for miles, yet within this small haven, only the enchanting essence of spring remains. After a long moment, Gullian finally withdrew slightly, his forehead resting against Yi's, their noses brushing together. He gazed at the faint blush at the corners of Yi's eyes and the subtly swollen lips, his own eyes filled with a satisfied smile. "The punishment for 0 points is not yet over, and Shofu," he murmured, his voice low and husky. And E, still catching his breath, lifted his gaze to meet Gullian's, his eyes shimmering with a hint of confusion laced with desire, exuding a captivating charm. "Is General Gu resorting to severe measures?" Gullian chuckled softly, kissing him once more, whispering indistinctly, "Thus one must feed the tiger." Outside, the snow fell more heavily, quietly enveloping the world's disturbances and clamor. Within the warm chamber, the red candlelight flickered, leaving only the whispers and tender entanglements of lovers, enduring until the deep of night. Chapter 1. The first day in the apocalypse of superpowers, and E awoke from chaos, his consciousness surfacing like a sunken ship emerging from the depths, accompanied by a dizzying sensation after suffocation, feeling as if he were curled in a corner. He attempted to prop himself up with his arms, but encountered a splintered wooden board, marked with evident hacking scars. And he paused, abruptly lifting his heavy eyelids. The familiar sight of his bedroom was gone. Indeed, he was no longer in his home. Instinctively, he looked down, spreading his hands, his aged fingers rejuvenated, transformed into youthful, slender, and fair digits smooth to the touch. He had traversed once more. After decades of love and companionship with Gullian, he found himself at the brink of life again, opening his eyes to a new existence. It was the third time. Did this mean he would always be reborn in a new body upon death? Why? The previous 2 times had involved entering the realm of novels. Was this yet another instance of literary transposition? And he silently inhaled the murky air, tainted with dust, sweat, and a faint metallic scent, shrinking into the corner. With the scant moonlight, he discerned his surroundings. In the dilapidated room, a few shadows huddled in different corners, breath stifled, the silence only broken by subtle rustling and sporadic, suppressed coughs. The moonlight filtered through the window, casting a faint crimson hue, and he lowered his lashes, swiftly regaining his composure. He had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Judging by the current state, this was not a world conducive to harmony, and he needed to ascertain the situation promptly. The moonlight fell upon his face through his long lashes, casting deep shadows in his eye sockets, and he habitually accessed the memories within his mind. This body was also named an E, 18 years of age, at the brink of youth. Having just completed the college entrance examination and yet to savor the beauty of university life before the apocalypse struck. First, the plants, animals, and birds inexplicably went berserk, seemingly gaining sentience and beginning to attack humans. Before the nation could investigate the cause, a zombie outbreak ensued. Indeed, the very kind of zombies that are well known to all. Without warning, without pattern, erupting randomly across locations, races, and ages, like a wildfire, swiftly shattering the previously stable situation. Civilization was shattered in the blink of an eye, leaving only a handful of survivors. Fortunately, humanity's technological prowess remained intact. In the wake of initial panic, under organized leadership, artillery was employed to plow the land, and the thunder of cannon fire resonated as torrents of steel swept across the earth, obliterating 90% of the zombies and mutated flora and fauna. However, the vast oceans, dense forests, and boundless deserts, territories that humanity had never truly conquered, transformed into breeding grounds and nests for these aberrant creatures. In the face of the apocalypse and rampant mutations, these beings continuously encroached upon human habitats, wreaking havoc. A stalemate ensued between humanity and the mutated flora and fauna. The might of the sea was beyond the current capabilities of humankind, prompting a retreat inland. Yet, this aggregation led to a resurgence in human numbers, exacerbating the scarcity of food and essential daily supplies. Consequently, survivors banded together to establish secure bases across various cities, safeguarding the ember of humanity with hopes of enduring. Amidst such circumstances, some individuals unexpectedly awakened extraordinary abilities. These powers were diverse, ranging from the more common manipulation of water and fire to enhanced strength, alongside rare abilities gradually emerging. Under the guidance of these gifted individuals, humanity's sphere of survival began to expand once more, as if reclaiming its dominance over nature. The original protagonist was fortunate to survive in this environment and was currently following a few of these extraordinary beings alongside classmates, journeying towards the nearest safe haven. It was said that even those without awakened abilities could live safely there, while the capable might secure employment to ensure their sustenance and warmth. However, just yesterday, during their travels, the protagonist sustained an injury to the arm from a mutated plant. Fortunately, unlike certain narratives from before the apocalypse, being wounded by zombies or mutated creatures did not result in infection. Unfortunately, the mutated plant was toxic. The protagonist's fervent will to survive inadvertently shattered the shackles of their genes, hinting at the potential for awakening extraordinary abilities. Alas, they could not endure, and this young life faded away in an inconspicuous corner during the night. Anise silently prayed for the original soul, hoping it might reincarnate and find new life, free from the burdens of the apocalypse. Lowering his gaze, with palms upward, he focused his mind, causing wisps of white mist to emerge from his palms. A sudden chill erupting forth. Quick to react, Anise dispelled the extraordinary power, the coldness dissipating as if crushed by an invisible hand, leaving only a lingering coolness in his palm, unnoticed by others. He then discreetly grasped a small shard with wooden thorns at his feet. With a mere thought, the shard vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. With another thought, it reappeared between his fingers, warm to the touch, imbued with the essence of wood. And he breathed a sigh of relief. He possessed two extraordinary abilities, one of water and ice manipulation, the other of spatial control. Both were formidable powers. However, the ability to control water and ice seems to be the original owner's awakened power. What, then, is the nature of this spatial ability? Could it be a consequence of the soul's inhabitation? Nevertheless, with these two extraordinary powers, Anise's safety in this apocalyptic world will undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Since he is here, he might as well adapt and focus on surviving. Yet, why does he feel that each of his 3 crossings has presented increasingly dire circumstances? He composed himself, resolved to take advantage of the current relative safety to rest adequately. For tomorrow, he must continue his journey and needs to be well rested. The next day, dawn broke softly. and he gradually opened his eyes to the sound of rustling nearby. Some had already risen and were organizing their belongings. The commotion at the door was audible, albeit subdued. What is happening outside? I am not sure. Just a moment ago, everything seemed fine, but suddenly there are numerous vines. The vines indicate the presence of mutated plants encroaching upon this area. Has anyone seen the source? Those gathered by the door shook their heads in ignorance. The one who had posed the question furrowed her brows, declaring her intention to investigate and urging the others to rise, maintain silence, and prepare for an immediate departure. The speaker was a woman, her voice somewhat hoarse, as if her vocal cords had suffered injury. Tall and robust, she exuded a commanding presence. Chapter 2. The day after entering the Apocalypse ability novel, an E refrained from participating in their discussions, rising to gather his scant belongings. Simultaneously, the information about the speaking woman emerged in his mind. She was an ability user named Wang Daixien, whose power enhanced her strength. Many of the zombies and mutated flora and fauna they had encountered along the way had been dealt with by her. She was the backbone of this makeshift team. The emergence of mutated plants instilled a sense of anxiety, prompting everyone in the room to rise and clutch their meager belongings tightly, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Wang Daixien, who had gone out to investigate, soon returned with a serious demeanor, her furrowed brow suggesting she was not to be trifled with. Yet her words were gentle. "Do not fear. It is not a grave matter." With a brief and reassuring statement, she offered no further elaboration. Her sharp gaze swept across the group, and she quickly issued commands. "Chun-Li and the rest of you, come with me to clear those mutated vines. Qin Hong, you stay here and ensure everyone has safety, particularly the elderly and children." Her eyes landed on a quiet, steady youth in the corner, and she nodded slightly. "Niu Juanjia, assist Qin Hong and keep a close watch." Niu Juanjia, having been addressed, nodded firmly and silently positioned himself beside Qin Hong. Plants inherently fear fire. In the absence of a fire-controlling ability, user presents a dilemma. Wang Daixien swiftly devised a strategy. Mutated plants have an innate fear of fire. "Shenli, you and I will control the main vine. The rest of you, use any flammable materials you can find, rags, splintered wood, wrap them around, and wait for my signal to ignite. We must act swiftly." The door was silently pushed open wider. The group stepped into the courtyard, surveying the mutated vines outside. Wang Daixien and Chun-Li sprang forth like two swift cheetahs, launching themselves into action. Outside, the sight that met them was enough to send shivers down their spines. In the once tranquil courtyard and the dilapidated corridor, dark green vines now writhed like living creatures, shimmering with a chilling, almost venomous sheen under the faint morning light. Some tendrils extend like the flickering tongues of serpents, seemingly in search of the scent of prey. Now, when Daixien commanded softly, her muscles instantly bulging, veins protruding from her skin like coiling dragons. With a fierce growl, she seized the thickest main vine, attempting to ensnare the doorframe. The vine, sensing the threat, thrashed violently, its incredible strength causing debris to cascade from the adjacent crumbling wall. When Daixien exerted all her force, gripping the writhing vine with one hand while her feet sank into the ground. With her other hand free, she grasped a nearby branch that was attacking the doorframe and yanked it fiercely, snapping it cleanly in two. "You wretched creature," she snarled. Chun-Li, equally enraged, lunged toward another thick vine, and the two battled as if wrestling with a colossal python, desperately restraining the slippery, tenacious tendrils. "Now, ignite it." When Daixuan's voice was hoarse, several individuals who had already charged in from various directions swiftly wrapped tattered cloth and dry hay around the securely held main vine. A man quickly ignited a lighter and tossed it onto the wildly thrashing vine. With a crackle, the feeble flame ignited the flammable materials, erupting into a fierce blaze. The lighter, subjected to the heat, exploded with a resounding bang. The flames greedily licked at the vine, producing sharp crackles and a sound reminiscent of a dying animal's shriek. The burning vine writhed in a frenzy, its strength surging dramatically. Wang Daixien and Chun-Li gritted their teeth, the veins on their foreheads bulging, their feet deeply embedded in the mud, nearly being dragged down. A fierce determination flashed in Wen Daishuan's eyes as she summoned her strength, tearing a large segment of the burning vine from its core. The severed end splattered with a viscous, foul-smelling dark green liquid. As the flames intensified, the group released the vine and quickly retreated. The tendrils that had reached into their vicinity soon charred to a crisp, hanging limply, broken. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning and the putrid odor of plant sap. Chun-Li, panting heavily, wiped the sweat and green liquid from his face. The tension among the group began to ease slightly, low murmurs of relief surfacing. When Daixuan also exhaled, though her brow remained furrowed, her taut physique relaxing just a fraction. Quickly, we cannot linger here. We must leave at once. The scent of blood and the noise we made may attract other entities. After a brief moment of commotion, the team quickly regrouped, following Wen Daixuan and Chun-Li as they swiftly navigated through the gaps in the ruins toward the direction of the safe base. And he positioned himself at the rear of the group, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, particularly the loose earth beneath his feet. Is this what mutated plants look like? Just as the team had traversed less than 100 meters and crossed a relatively open area, the abandoned square riddled with cracked ground. A sudden rumble shook the earth beneath them. An earthquake? Someone screamed in terror. No, it's coming from below. And Yi's pupils dilated as he urgently warned. No sooner had he spoken than thud, 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 accompanied by the excruciating sound of earth being torn asunder and the thunderous crash of debris. Dozens of massive vines, far thicker than before, their hues deepened and their surfaces encased in a metallic, rigid exoskeleton, suddenly erupted from the fissures beneath the feet of the crowd and the surrounding ruins. These were the true entities. What had been incinerated moments ago were merely insignificant extensions, the trivial fingers of a greater being. The robust vines whipped through the air with a piercing shriek, striking and entangling with reckless abandon, moving so swiftly that they left behind mere afterimages. A middle-aged man, caught off guard, was swept off his feet by one such vine, screaming in agony as he was violently hurled away, crashing against a crumbling wall, his fate uncertain. A young woman found the ground beneath her cracking open, as a thick vine coiled around her legs like a colossal serpent, tightening instantaneously, the sound of her bones shattering resonating painfully in the air. Her wail transforming into a haunting scream. "Run!" cried Wen Daixuan, her eyes wide with terror as she lunged to the side. A vine twisted before her, striking with ferocious force. With no recourse, Wen Daixuan grasped one of the thrashing vines with all her might, but was lifted off the ground by its overwhelming strength, crashing heavily to the earth. Nearby, Chun-Li was similarly struck in the chest by another vine, blood spewing forth as he was flung back. And Yi's heart raced wildly within his chest. He barely had time to react when he saw the tip of a vine darting toward a boy who had fallen to the ground, his gaze turning icy and resolute. Like a specter, he darted forward, moving faster than the eye could follow, and at the critical moment, he tackled the stunned boy, rolling them both to safety. The sharp tip of the vine grazed his back, embedding itself in the ground, leaving a deep crater. Simultaneously, his left hand shot out like lightning, deftly grasping the arm of a woman ensnared by the vine, who was on the verge of being dragged into the chasm. She cried in despair, and Yi felt an overwhelming force surging from the vine, nearly dislocating his arm. With a muffled grunt, he planted his feet firmly into the ground, his knuckles turning white from exertion, the chilling energy threatening to escape from his grasp. Just as life hung in the balance, a searing, blinding crimson light suddenly descended from the heavens. Chapter 3. The third day in the apocalypse of extraordinary powers boom. The blazing flames were not of ordinary orange hue, but rather a near platinum color, imbued with terrifying heat, transforming precisely into a roaring fire dragon, which instantly engulfed both the vine ensnaring the woman and the primary vine that was about to attack Yi. A shrill hiss erupted from deep within the earth. The vine, enveloped in platinum flames, twisted and carbonized at a visible pace, disintegrating under the intense heat. The flames, like maggots gnawing at bone, surged along the vine's veins. ferociously extending downward to incinerate the entity beneath. The sudden onslaught of heat and light compelled everyone instinctively to shut their eyes. And E2 was forced to step back by the terrifying wave of heat that was almost palpable, loosening his grip. The woman collapsed to the ground, her mind still reeling as she watched the vine before her rapidly turn to ash. The rampant vines in the square seemed to sense a mortal threat, instantly retracting their assault and frantically retreating underground, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a pervasive stench of charred earth. A figure gracefully descended onto a nearby, half-broken wall. It was a young woman, clad in practical attire that accentuated her long, powerful physique. Her features were exquisite, her striking countenance reminiscent of a blooming rose, and her cropped hair drew attention. Most captivating were her eyes, astonishingly bright, ignited with a near-wild ferocity, radiating a scorching glare that seemed to look down upon all. She casually flicked her hand, her fingertips seemingly dancing with playful sparks of golden fire. Damn those mutated plants! All eyes, including that of the recently risen Wang Daixuan, whose lips bore traces of blood, and an E, whose heart raced as he suppressed the chilling aura emanating from his fingertips, were drawn to this miraculous young woman. And he blinked, his lashes fluttering slightly as the narrative settled into his mind. Indeed, he had traversed into a tale. The protagonist was none other than the vibrant and audacious Ji Qin before him. The plot had already reached its midpoint. The original work was a quintessential apocalyptic romance novel. The female lead, Ji Qin, faced off against the male lead, Xiao Qi. The story commenced with a harrowing depiction of the apocalypse, wherein Ji Qin struggled to lead a small group of survivors fleeing a city overrun by mutated flora and fauna in search of refuge. The primary conflicts revolved around food scarcity, threats from mutated beings, and the internal distrust and despair among survivors, spanning hundreds of chapters. During this period, Ji Qin's flame abilities were in a nascent state of awakening. The turning point occurred when they discovered an abandoned steel mill, a naturally fortified stronghold. Ji Qin's flame abilities evolved from mere offensive capabilities to the cornerstone of their sanctuary survival, melting steel to reinforce walls, igniting furnaces to ward off the cold and forge weapons, purifying precious rainwater. Each task hinged upon the flames dancing at her fingertips. In a narrative, she earned initial leadership through her undeniable prowess and iron-fisted resolve, naming their safe haven Liao Yuan Fortress. During this time, they repelled numerous assaults from mutated creatures, absorbing more survivors. And Ji Qin, by chance, discovered her flames had a purifying effect on the mutated beings, though she kept this revelation to herself. As Ji Qin's powers grew stronger and Liao Yuan Fortress solidified, her inherent pioneering spirit could no longer be confined within the high walls. She began to take the initiative to expand their living space. Among the core group was a brilliant scientific genius, Xiao Qi, the male lead who, in a research endeavor, combined Ji Qin's abilities with studies on mutated energy, proposing a startling theory. The source of mutation might be buried deep within the Earth's crust, akin to a vast heart of pollution. To end the apocalypse, they would need to venture into perilous territory, utilizing Ji Qin's flames, which could purify mutated energy. But this was tantamount to a death wish. The source of mutation seemed to sense the impending danger, unleashing a fierce assault by mutated flora and fauna against all the safe havens in the world. Upon discovering the source of the apocalypse, Ji Qin chose to leave the majority of her powers to defend strongholds such as the Liao Yuan Fortress, engaging in a fierce battle to buy time for her mission. Meanwhile, she led her most elite team through a labyrinth of mutated flora and fauna, delving into the heart of the contamination, a colossal, throbbing core of viscous, mutated energy. Faced with a pollution core far beyond her imagination, conventional attacks proved futile. However, Ji Qin was resolute in her belief that Ruoqi's theory was accurate. She propelled her own abilities to unprecedented heights, even surpassing her limits, as her body began to undergo energy transformation. She unleashed the ultimate form of her powers, a pure, blazing torrent of flame imbued with a will of purification and rebirth, piercing through the core. The collision released an immense shockwave that reverberated across the globe. The core was entirely incinerated, causing the mutated energy to lose its source and rapidly recede. The blood-red haze in the sky began to dissipate, and after a long absence, the true sunlight broke through the clouds, bathing the scarred earth in its warmth. The mutated flora and fauna, along with a handful of zombies, lost their vitality and turned to ash. The surface battle, in a critical moment, achieved a Pyrrhic victory due to the collapse of the pollution source. People emerged from their shelters, drenched in sunlight, weeping tears of joy. Humanity had finally embraced a new dawn. Yet an E, within the vast sea of text in the original narrative, merely existed as an indistinct background character. He was scarcely more than cannon fodder, mentioned only in passing by some inconsequential supporting character later in the story, his name a mere whisper amidst the dust of oblivion. And he mused, well, it seems I've even skipped the villain's script and ascended directly to the role of an extra. He tugged at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps it was for the best, at least it was less troubling. The plot had progressed halfway, and Ji Qin and her companions had established the Liaoyuan fortress. One of the objectives of their current expedition was to collect samples. His gaze fell upon a charred vine, the remnants of which exuded a pungent odor. A key trigger for Ruachi's discovery of the apocalypse's truth in the latter part of the original story. And Yi's ears twitched slightly as the voices from the comments section echoed in his mind. A faint smile crept across his lips. The tension in his jaw, hardened from traversing worlds and battling, softening imperceptibly. A fleeting glimmer of warmth, almost nostalgic, flickered in his eyes, too swift to capture. It appeared that his journey was not a mere ordinary crossing, but rather a fast-paced one. Reflecting on it, over 100 years ago, when he was just an ordinary college student, he had read several novels of this kind. He understood the tropes of protagonists binding to systems, traversing countless worlds to complete tasks. However, an E discreetly rubbed his fingertips, as if remnants of icy crystals lingered there. Or was his system lost, on strike? Or perhaps it had never been assigned to him in the first place. This experience of rapid traversal felt rather too self-service. Chapter 4. The fourth day in the Apocalypse superpower novel. Comment section. Aha! Ching Ching is so handsome, stunning beyond measure. Passion, passion. This flame, this aura. Queen Ji Qin, take me. Did you see that? This is someone destined to be a wife. Fervently cheering, shyly covering face, sending waves of love, kissing. What nonsense are you spouting upstairs? Ji Qin is clearly here in my bed, lulling me to sleep. Hands on hips, fuming. Enough with the noise. We are all adults here. Let us behave maturely. The wife belongs to all. Doghead for safety. Dazed by charm. Unable to type. An E smiled discreetly. The comment section truly feels like an old friend. Could this be his system? Ji Qin deftly placed her hands down, surveying the crowd, their faces a mix of shock and dirt. A confident smile graced her lips as she placed a fingertip against them and let out a sharp, clear whistle. Bring a few people over. There are quite a few here, including some with abilities. With that, she leapt down from the broken wall, landing soundlessly, her movements as agile as a cheetah. She turned towards Wang Daixuan, who clearly served as the backbone of this group. Are you the leader here? Wang Daixuan instinctively tensed, maintaining a heightened alertness, raising her hand to wipe away the blood at her lips with her muddy sleeve. Who are you? Ji Qin brushed her short hair back with determination. Don't be nervous. I'm Ji Qin, the head of the Liaoyuan Fortress Safety Base. She flashed a broad smile, her expression candid. While her demeanor hinted at a certain ruggedness, it paradoxically exuded a sense of forthright strength. Liaoyuan Fortress? I believe I've heard of it. Ji Qin observed the cacophony of voices, a slight headache forming, and refocused her gaze on Wang Daixuan. I'm asking you, are you the leader? Wang Daixuan reflected briefly, fleeting snippets of rumors about Liaoyuan Fortress racing through her mind. After a moment's hesitation, she faced Ji Qin. In their brief exchange, confirming that Ji Qin merely sought to understand the number of their team and the status of those with abilities, her taut nerves began to relax. Originally, they intended to head to another safety base, but given Ji Qin as formidable prowess in saving them, perhaps Liao Yuan Fortress would indeed be a wise choice. Thus, under Ji Qin's inquiry, she selectively shared their situation. After communicating with Ji Qin, Wang Daxian returned to the group to announce the change of plans. Immediate protests erupted. Some are puzzled. Why? Aren't we supposed to go to the fifth base? Indeed, Liao Yuan Fortress surely lacks the safety of the fifth base, right? We had it all arranged. Why the sudden detour? Having come this far, what does this sudden change even mean? Wang Daxian shot a cold glance at the few vocal complainers. You are free to leave and make your own way to the fifth base. While she was kind-hearted and willing to protect everyone on their journey to safety, she had her limits, especially towards those who only knew how to complain and take. The grumbling individuals promptly fell silent, their faces flushed. Lacking abilities, they dared not venture off alone. Thus, all who remained followed Ji Qin out of the ruins. And he walked at the rear of the group, her gaze lingering on Ji Qin, who led the way, until she withdrew her eyes just before Ji Qin noticed. In this lifetime, aligning oneself with this destined protagonist who shall incinerate the source of the apocalypse appears to be a sagacious choice. At the very least, it is far superior to the folly of a solitary fool like Du Yuan. A faint smile graced his lips. Leader, you have returned. Upon hearing this, Ji Qin lifted the corners of his mouth in a slight smile, raising his thumb to gesture behind him. Those who wish to join us, please make the necessary arrangements. Understood. Expedite the process. Several large off-road vehicles and trucks, roughly modified and clad in thick steel plating, came into view, exuding a rugged charm. Under the organization of Wang Daxian, the survivors, filled with both curiosity and trepidation, orderly climbed into the truck beds. And he chose a seat near the rear of the truck bed for a better vantage point. Let us set off, came the order from outside. As the words left his lips, a dull thud resonated from the roof of the vehicle. A tall man, garbed in dark combat attire, and seemingly brimming with explosive strength, leapt down from the roof with the grace of a predatory beast. He extended his hand, grasping the edge of the truck bed, and with a powerful swing of his arms, he landed inside, stirring a gust of wind. Let us go. The driver, ready and awaiting the command, instantly swung the steering wheel. The abrupt inertia sent the unprepared occupants of the truck tumbling about in surprise, and he found himself hurled toward the man who had just boarded. Just as a collision seemed inevitable, and Yi's core engaged instantaneously. He planted his feet firmly on the truck bed, stabilizing himself with a deft push, narrowly escaping a full-blown impact as his shoulder brushed lightly against the man's solid arm. Noticing in Yi's adept maneuver, the man raised an eyebrow with intrigue. Good balance. Have you trained before? He scrutinized the seemingly slender, yet remarkably composed young man before him. And he offered a subtle smile, his demeanor calm. I practiced for a while, just for fun. It's nothing significant. This was no falsehood. He indeed had trained. Albeit the conditioning techniques he learned in his previous life from Gulian were primarily intended for combat, skills that were now proving useful in this apocalyptic scenario. Ji Zisher cast a glance at an E before shifting his focus, merely acknowledging with a non-committal choosing not to press further. He grabbed the walkie-talkie at his waist, rapidly confirming the evacuation route and subsequent arrangements with Ji Qin. After attending to the pressing matters, he glanced down at an E, who had shifted slightly to make room for him. Without hesitation, Ji Zisher settled down beside him. Fortunately, the truck was not crowded, leaving ample space between the occupants. Perhaps it was in Yi's demeanor, which appeared remarkably composed, that intrigued Ji Zisher. Unlike the others who were survivors of calamity and remained vigilant, constantly scanning the outside for threats, Ji Zisher felt himself drawn back to an E. This time, he was unexpectedly met with a pair of extraordinarily beautiful, tranquil eyes, akin to a serene deep pool. A stirring sensation flickered within Ji Zisher, prompting him to inquire, "Aren't you afraid?" "Yes," and he replied succinctly, "I am afraid, but not excessively." The convoy sped down the desolate and ravaged road, stirring clouds of dust. The vehicle jolted violently, and the distance between the two men unconsciously narrowed amidst the turbulence. As Ji Zisher turned slightly, he drew closer to an, yet his demeanor betrayed no hint of fear, and he met his gaze, a gentle curve gracing his lips once more. Everyone exhibits their emotions in varied expressions. Chapter 5. The fifth day in the apocalypse of extraordinary powers, a flicker of intrigue stirred within G. He found this individual quite engaging. He boldly rotated to face an E directly, scrutinizing him with greater intensity, and was struck by the sheer beauty of the person before him. Despite the dust that clung to his face, it did little to mask his exquisite features, his captivating eyes, a straight nose, and elegantly shaped lips, coupled with his serene demeanor that hinted at a calm authority born of prolonged prominence. A stark contrast emerged between his regal essence and his tattered attire, evoking a vivid image of a nobleman ensnared in a quagmire. What was this feeling? G. racked his brain for a term that could aptly encapsulate it, but found none that sufficed. It was simply compelling. His gaze was drawn to an E as if magnetized, unable to divert his attention. What thoughts occupied an E.'s mind? If he were to discern them, he might only conclude that this was a remnant of being a prime minister, having traversed 3 lifetimes, wielded power, and governed the court. He was no longer the unremarkable university student he once was. He had become an E, the assertive prime minister. G. adjusted the heavy firearm slung across his chest, shifting it to his back, and enthusiastically introduced himself. "I'm G. and you?" And he responded with a warm smile. And G. recognized the name. It belonged to a character from the original narrative, a member of the protagonist group, a formidable wielder of extraordinary powers capable of commanding thunder, who ultimately perished in the climactic battle at dawn. And G. pondered the name, his thick brows relaxing. A splendid name. It evokes peace and ease. A good omen indeed. He lauded sincerely. And recalling the original owner of the name, hoped that would be so. After a considerable time on the road, the convoy altered its course, and the outline of a vast settlement materialized on the horizon, characterized by towering walls, watchtowers, and rudimentary structures. The Liaoyuan fortress had arrived. At the base entrance, a throng of people buzzed about, uniformed staff poised and ready. Upon sighting the approaching convoy, they immediately commenced their orderly and urgent guidance. They had long been prepared for this reception, and, as the convoy appeared, they swiftly moved to assist. Soon, the vehicle carrying an E smoothly entered the base, the sound of alarms ringing in his ears as if they were undergoing a security check. A staff member, wielding a megaphone, boomed repeatedly, "Attention everyone, please queue for registration to enter the base. Extraordinary individuals use the red door. Ordinary people use the blue door. I repeat, extraordinary individuals through the red door. Ordinary people through the blue door." The crowd turned to follow the instructions, the 2 doors standing prominently, painted in striking red and blue, making them easily discernible. And he lingered in the crowd for a moment before joining the line for those with extraordinary abilities at the red door. Knowing that those endowed with powers enjoyed a superior quality of life and better benefits than their ordinary counterparts. Having acquired supernatural abilities, he naturally sought a better life. G. observed the direction he was heading and followed closely like a shadow, his tall figure standing beside an E, exuding a strong presence. "Do you possess supernatural abilities? What type?" If an E indeed wielded such powers, he could subsequently incorporate him into his action team. And he glanced at him. "Aren't you busy?" He cleverly sidestepped the question with a counter-inquiry. G. smiled nonchalantly, revealing a set of white teeth, and replied directly, "I am busy, but I find you more intriguing. Since you have abilities, would you consider joining my battle team? Meals and lodging are provided, with generous benefits, plus the chance to fight monsters and level up." And he regarded him for a moment without immediate response. "I'll think about it." He moved to the end of the queue for the red passage, waiting quietly. The process was swift, and soon it was his turn. Seated at the registration desk was a middle-aged woman. "Name?" she inquired. An E, he answered. She recorded his name and proceeded to ask, "Supernatural abilities?" "Water and ice control." Her fingers paused as she looked up to scrutinize an E. "You can control ice?" Her voice rose slightly, clearly indicating that such an ability was rare among the supernatural. And he smiled indeed. Her demeanor warmed. "What is the offensive capability like? Can you freeze objects?" What is the range? And he pretended to ponder, responding conservatively, it's manageable. I have a preliminary grasp. The woman regarded him for a moment, refraining from further questions, swiftly inputting the information. Once completed, she handed him a wristband, which served as his identification within the base. And he accepted it, thanking her, "Thank you." She smiled briefly before her expression returned to neutrality. "It's part of my duty." Upon arrival at Liao Yuan Fortress, your basic survival is assured. I hope you can truly embrace a new beginning here. And he nodded with a smile. I appreciate your kind words. Ji Zishur, who had been listening closely to their exchange, interjected, "If you reach a decision, feel free to find me. The combat teams reside in the armed zone. I'm the captain of the second combat team." And he nodded, smiling, "All right, I understand." Seeing that an E did not immediately agree, Ji Zishur did not press further, aware that such matters could not be rushed. He nodded to an E, leaving him with the words, "See you at the base," before striding away, his tall figure swiftly vanishing into the bustling crowd. He indeed had many affairs to attend to. Once Ji Zishur departed, and he noticed Wang Daixuan standing behind him, maintaining his composure, he asked, "Is there something you need?" Wang Daixuan observed his expression. "I was unaware that you possessed supernatural abilities." And E, unperturbed, replied candidly, "I just awakened them last night." "Is it due to the injury?" Wang Daixuan recalled something and nodded. "Well, that adds a layer of security." She continued, "Since we have come together, let us support each other moving forward." And he smiled and nodded in agreement. Wang Daixuan also nodded before returning to her companions. Once everyone had completed their registration, a staff member led them toward the base. After escorting them to their accommodations and providing a brief overview of the base's essential conditions, he took his leave. And he selected a small, somewhat oppressive room. It was relatively clean. He recalled the words of the individual he had just met, emphasizing the necessity of surviving within this base. Ordinary individuals could opt to work to earn points for the exchange of survival supplies, while those with special talents might secure more suitable positions with slightly higher wages. Of course, those with extraordinary abilities could also follow this path, yet many chose to venture out to hunt mutated creatures in exchange for points. Although this approach bore greater risks, the potential rewards were even more substantial. After a period of contemplation, an E resolved to venture outside to hunt mutated flora and fauna, thereby honing his combat skills. Chapter 6. 6 days into the apocalypse in the days following his registration, and he refrained from hastily seeking out Ji Zishur. He understood well that, in this apocalyptic world, personal strength was paramount, while joining an elite team could facilitate quick access to resources and experience. It also entailed heightened exposure and closer scrutiny from the team. He required time to familiarize himself with the dual extraordinary abilities of this body, particularly the immensely promising spatial ability, which necessitated a relatively private environment. After much thought, the following day, an E chose to join a temporary scavenger team. This type of team comprised lower-tier ability users and daring ordinary individuals, typically aiming for resource points in the relatively safe periphery of the base, often abandoned supermarkets, pharmacies, hardware stores, or hunting down solitary mutated creatures. The only remaining task was to hunt easily dealt with mutated flora and fauna, as resources had long been depleted. Those fortunate enough might encounter some supplies, yet the risks were manageable, and there was a high degree of freedom, ideal for his current situation. The temporary leader, an Earth-based ability, user named Old Zhang, possessed the limited capability to harden small patches of ground or create a few earthen spikes, yet he was seasoned and fair-minded. The team included 2 strength-based ability users, not as formidable as Wang Daixuan, but with commendable attack power, a speed-based ability user, and several ordinary individuals armed with weapons and fierce expressions. And he demonstrated his ability to conjure a small shard of ice and was subsequently welcomed. His water and ice manipulation abilities were quite effective in wilderness survival and trap creation. Days later, the team ventured to the ruins of what was once an industrial area to exterminate mutated beings and, if possible, search for metals and potential pharmaceuticals. The mission progressed smoothly. After dispatching a few sluggish low-level zombies and a cat-sized mutated rat, they discovered useful bearing parts and several well-sealed cans in a partially collapsed warehouse. During the midday break, team members scattered to relatively safe corners, nibbling on their rations. And he excused himself to relieve himself, quietly slipping out of sight and into a corner obscured by massive concrete debris. Old John cautioned, "Stay safe and don't wander too far." And he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. After walking for some distance and confirming that no one was around, he took a deep breath, his mind sharply focused. He spread his palm, targeting a half-human-high concrete fragment riddled with cracks ahead of him. The mind is akin to the sharpest of invisible blades, striking with instantaneous precision. There is no sound, no visual effects. The massive concrete block appears to be cleaved apart by an unseen force, its fracture as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been meticulously sliced by the finest laser. The upper half silently descends, crashing to the ground with a muted thud. An ES heart leaps, swiftly engulfed by a wave of exhilaration. This power is far more formidable than he had anticipated. The precision and strength of the cut seem solely constrained by the potency of his mental energy and the clarity of his focus on the target. He attempts to sever smaller objects, a rusted rebar, a withered leaf, even a single strand of hair. Without exception, wherever his thoughts reach, the target is instantaneously severed. The edge is smooth. He further experiments with spatial collection. With a mere thought, the scattered rubble, twisted rebar, and even the cleaved concrete vanish, entering what appears to be an endless spatial realm. He senses these items quietly suspended in a corner of this space, like stars adorning the void. With another thought, the items reappear precisely in their original positions. He practices the cutting and collection repeatedly until a hint of mental fatigue prompts him to cease. He estimates that his current spatial slicing can instantaneously sever an object the size of a room or execute more intricate but smaller cuts multiple times. The depth of his storage space is unfathomable. He perceives no boundaries at all. He gently runs his fingers over this newfound ability, sensing the subtle drain on his mental energy. Do others awakened with spatial powers possess such vastness? Having completed his experimentation, he swiftly erases the obvious traces of his cutting, smoothing over footprints and ensuring no distinctive marks of his abilities remain before nonchalantly returning to the resting point. The afternoon's search was uneventful. The team, bearing a relatively substantial bounty, commenced their journey back. The setting sun cast a dusky, blood-like hue over the ruins. As they traversed a street littered with abandoned vehicles, an unexpected transformation occurred. A roar, imbued with a savage ferocity, erupted from the ruins of a nearby high-rise, followed by the cacophony of shattering glass and collapsing walls. A colossal shadow crashed down in the middle of the street, blocking their path. It was a mutated giant lizard, exceeding 5 meters in length, its body cloaked in rock-like gray-brown, armored scales. Its limbs were as robust as pillars, and a tail adorned with bony spikes lashed violently, sending nearby car wreckage flying as if it were mere toys. Its gaping maw revealed interlocking fangs, dripping with corrosive slime, as its vertical pupils fixed coldly and bloodthirstily upon the team. "It's a mutated lizard." Old Zhang's face paled, and he bellowed in alarm, simultaneously pressing his hands to the ground. Earth spikes erupted beneath the giant lizard in an attempt to impede its advance. However, these spikes were as fragile as paper before the massive creature. It did not even slow down, its immense form crashing forward. Bang! The earth spikes were instantly obliterated. Attack! 2 strength-based ability users roared as they charged forward, wielding heavy metal clubs to strike at the giant lizard's leg joints. The speed-type abilities manifested like phantoms, weaving around the colossal lizard, attempting to pierce the gaps in its scales with poison daggers. Clang! Clang! The metallic rods struck against the armored hide, leaving only faint white marks, while the impact left the 2 assailants' arms numb. The dagger of the speed-type adept found its mark, but only penetrated superficially, failing to inflict any significant damage, instead inciting the lizard's wrath. Roar! The giant lizard violently tossed its head, its powerful tail whistling through the air, aimed directly at a strength-type adept. Caution! Anyi's pupils constricted, and without hesitation, he acted. He thrust his hands forward with great force. Crackle! A massive ice wall, half a meter thick and crystal clear, erupted from the ground, precariously shielding the team member. Boom! The lizard's tail struck the ice wall with tremendous force. Ice shards exploded. The wall quaked violently, instantly adorned with spiderweb-like cracks. It remained unbroken, bravely absorbing this terrifying blow. The team member was hurled back by the shockwave, disoriented but unharmed. "Thank you," he shouted, still shaken. An E, however, had no time to respond. His expression was grave as he focused intently on the giant lizard. Chapter 7. The seventh day in the apocalypse ability novel with its strike thwarted, the giant lizard became even more frenzied, abandoning the others to fix its slit pupils on an E, channeling its strength to charge at him like a battering ram. Agni, civifti si destipit. The acrid wind from the lizard's rush brushed past him, bringing a sharp sting. In that fleeting moment of their paths crossing, Anise summoned his core strength, halting his momentum, and turned to strike with his palm, striking precisely at the joint of the lizard's hind leg. His ability activated, and a multitude of ice spikes impaled the creature. The lizard let out a piercing roar, thrashing wildly on the ground as the ice spike shattered. However, this did not slay it. Rather, it ignited the beast's ferocity. Angered by Yi's actions, the lizard struggled to charge at him once more. While several abilities users trying to assist were forced to retreat from its wildly thrashing tail and claws, unable to approach. And he contemplated for a brief moment, his gaze sharpening before he raised his hand again, targeting the lizard from a distance, his fingers tightening into a firm grip. The lizard's movements abruptly halted, as though struck by an unseen force. And Yi's complexion paled for an instant, but his eyes brightened. Indeed, the water-controlling ability could manipulate not just the moisture in the air, but also the bodily fluids that constitute a significant portion of living organisms. The giant lizard collapsed, viscous blood and tissue fluid oozing from its mouth, nose, eyes, and ears as the pressure within its cranium was abruptly altered and disrupted. It was evident that it had not yet met its end, but its central nervous system had sustained grave damage, rendering it immobile. Nearby, old Zhang and the other team members, though astonished by this bizarre spectacle, were driven by their survival instincts to seize the opportunity, roaring as they prepared to deliver the final blow. At that critical moment, zing! A blinding bolt of pure white lightning cleaved the sky, striking with unerring precision upon the giant lizard's massive head. Boom! Amidst the deafening cacophony of explosive roars, the formidable head of the giant lizard, its scales charred and cracked beneath the furious thunder, convulsed violently. Its colossal form twitched under the electric stimulus, emanating thick plumes of black smoke, while the acrid stench of singed flesh permeated the air. In the lingering flashes of lightning, several agile figures leapt down from the heights of the surrounding ruins, their movements swift and precise, encircling the scene in a fan-like formation. At the forefront stood a tall, stern figure, the captain of the second combat team, Ji Zishur, with tendrils of unspent electricity dancing in his hands. His keen gaze swept across the disordered battlefield, lingering on the startled and disheveled members of the scavenger team, before finally resting upon an E, who stood before the giant lizard, his complexion slightly pale, yet his eyes remained composed. Clear the scene, confirm target neutralization, and collect samples, Ji Zishur commanded in a low voice, prompting his team to spring into action. He then strode purposefully towards an E. Upon reaching him, his expression softened, and a hint of admiration flickered in his eyes as he glanced at the substantial shards of ice littering the ground, before assessing an ES somewhat pallid face. With a slight arch of his brow, he remarked, "Your attack power is commendable. How did you achieve this?" Upon his arrival, Ji Zishur had noted the giant lizard's inexplicable pause before its collapse, even without the use of his abilities, and he should have been capable of safely defeating the creature. Yet his powers had already been invoked, leaving no time to retract. Ani suppressed the weariness induced by the expenditure of his mental energy and met Ji Zishur's gaze calmly. a faint smile gracing his lips as he offered no concealment. "It is the ability to manipulate water. I assumed you were aware." "Manipulate water?" Zisher furrowed his brow, a look of evident astonishment crossing his face. Observing his reaction, and Yi's smile faded, replaced by a flicker of genuine confusion in his eyes. "Is there a problem? The majority of a biological entity's composition is water. Manipulating it, in principle, should be entirely reasonable." He sensed that he had perhaps overlooked a widely accepted understanding in this world. Zisher chose not to pursue that line of conversation, his lips parting slightly as his eyes sparkled with realization. He was indeed inclined to recruit an E into his team. He had felt an immediate affinity for him back on the truck. An adjacent member of the second team could no longer contain himself. "How is this normal? I've never heard of anyone with the ability to control water being able to manipulate the water within a living organism. That is simply impossible." The surrounding members of the scavenger team, including old Zhang, instinctively held their breath, anxiously regarding an E, nodding in agreement. And Yi's mind raced with thoughts. Is it truly the case that in this world, water manipulators do not possess the capacity to directly influence the water within living beings? Is it a matter of differing rules, or is his ability genuinely unique? The original narrative had not delved into such specifics. It seemed to lack detailed explorations of the microscopic operations of lower-tier abilities, focusing instead on grandiose effects at a macro level. He could not shake the feeling that the potency of his newfound power surpassed that of many others. Could this be a gift of his transmigration? Zisher observed in Yi's expression and chuckled lightly. "This is a positive development. The stronger, the better." He spoke to an E, stating that there had been others who awakened the ability to manipulate water and had entertained similar thoughts, yet despite numerous attempts, they had met with failure. A subtle smile graced in Yi's face as he replied, "Perhaps it is truly the potential forced out in the face of life and death. Confronted with such a monstrosity, if one does not strive to extract every possible ounce of capability, then it is I who would be lying there." His reasoning was sound. In a post-apocalyptic environment, the struggle for survival indeed serves as one of the most rapid means for an ability user to enhance their powers. The others nodded in agreement, refraining from probing further. Many had awakened the power to control water. Perhaps in Yi's ability had merely taken on a peculiar variation, nothing of great concern, merely a source of mild envy. There were indeed numerous individuals who had awakened bizarre and extraordinary abilities. The corpse of the giant lizard was skillfully disassembled by the members of the second combat team, with valuable scales, claws, venom glands, and portions of muscle tissue meticulously packaged for transport. According to the base's customary practices, although the final blow was delivered by Zisher, the scavenger team led by an E had discovered the target and engaged in preliminary efforts, thus earning a significant share of points. However, this situation was different. Even without Zisher's decisive strike, an E could have slain the giant lizard unscathed. Hence, all points were awarded to an Yi scavenger team. The atmosphere on the return journey was palpably altered. Zisher did not return to his command vehicle. Instead, he once again squeezed into the compartment occupied by an E. Sitting directly opposite him, a long leg curled up, his arm casually draped over his knee, his gaze rarely straying from an E. "So what do you think? Would you like to join us? The gains and efficiency of our missions far surpass that of the scavenger teams," Zisher asserted. "We encounter such giant lizards several times a week." And he opened his eyes, meeting his intense gaze, and calmly responded, "Indeed, it is quite thrilling." Chapter 8. The 8th day in the Apocalypse ability novel. Is it merely thrilling? Zisher leaned in closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret, his tone imbued with intimacy. The enhancement of power is what comes swiftly. Resources, intelligence, and the finest equipment. If you are strong enough, you can acquire everything within the team. Your ability is remarkably unique, and being in the scavenger team is simply a waste. Join us, and I can help you grow stronger. His words were laden with temptation, his eyes sincere and fervent. Having lived for so long, and he was perceptive, he sensed that this invitation was not solely based on his potential, but seemed to carry a more personal admiration. Judging by the expressions of the second team members, Zisher's enthusiasm bordered on excessive, even surpassing a captain's normal interest in promising recruits. However, he sensed no malice, and he paused for a moment. He indeed required faster growth and superior resources. He had already experimented with his abilities, and joining a team seemed to be a prudent choice. Moreover, Zisher, though direct, did not appear to be a schemer, based on both the original text and their interactions thus far, suggesting a potential for collaboration. Very well, and he finally nodded, making his decision. I shall join. Zisher's face instantly erupted with unabashed joy, even slapping his thigh in excitement. Excellent. From this moment onward, we shall be comrades. He smiled, revealing a set of pearly whites that brightened his entire demeanor. Rest assured, now that you are on my team, you shall not suffer any loss. From now on, I will be your protector. His words resonated with conviction, prompting several members of the second squad nearby to exchange glances, questioning whether their captain's enthusiasm was perhaps a tad excessive. Was he always this affable during recruitment? Upon returning to the base, they exchanged tasks and allocated contribution points. Zisher, with his decisive manner, almost personally assisted in completing all the formalities for joining the team, before leading him directly to the dedicated dormitory building for the second squad in the Armory District. Behold, this will be your space from now on. Zisher opened the door to a single room, complete with an en-suite bathroom, 24-hour limited electricity, and a fixed quota of hot water each week. It was far superior to the overcrowded accommodations outside. He remarked with a grin, "My room is just next door." The room, though modest in size, was impeccably clean and orderly, furnished with a bed, desk, wardrobe, and even a small balcony. In the context of a post-apocalyptic world, this could indeed be deemed luxurious. And he surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. "Very nice. Thank you, Captain. There's no need for formalities." Zisher waved his hand grandly, exuding a generous spirit. Instead of departing, he naturally stepped into the room, inspecting this and that, as if he were more concerned than the actual occupant. "If you find anything lacking, just let me know, or you may inform the logistics manager using my name." Though he seemed to lack further reasons to linger, he hesitated, his gaze drifting over Yi's somewhat pale face, his brow furrowing. "You still don't look well. You expended too much energy earlier. Make sure to rest. The cafeteria opens for dinner at 6. I'll come to fetch you and show you around, so you can properly meet everyone. Leave your belongings from your previous residence. You can retrieve them tomorrow, or I can help you get them." His meticulous arrangements drew Yi's attention, and he noted Zisher's expression was both candid and earnest, as if he felt no discomfort in his concern. "No need to trouble yourself. I have nothing much to retrieve," and he replied amiably. This seemed to satisfy Zisher, who reiterated his advice for to rest well before finally turning to leave, carefully closing the door behind him. Once the door clicked shut, the tranquility on Yi's face slightly faded, revealing a hint of contemplation. He had not overlooked Zisher's unusual fervor, that unabashed attention, exceeding mere courtesy, and the occasional glimmer in his eyes, perhaps even unbeknownst to him, hinted at something deeper. As someone who had traversed the realms of love in 2 lifetimes, and he could easily discern the budding of affection. Yet, it appeared Zisher himself remained oblivious, attributing it merely to admiration and appreciation for a formidable ally. But was it truly so swift? Love at first sight? And he reflected on their interactions, sensing Zisher's interest may have sparked during their conversation on the truck. Furrowing his brow, he pondered what might be amiss. He had believed their exchange to be entirely normal. As evening approached, precisely at 6 o'clock, a knock echoed at the door, neither too light nor too heavy. opened the door, and Zisher had already changed into a clean training uniform, his hair seemingly still slightly damp, as if he had hastily washed himself. Upon seeing his eyes brightened. "How was your rest?" "Cool, mate. Let me take you to sample the cuisine in our cafeteria. The chef's skills are truly exceptional." His smile was radiant, imbued with a pure infectiousness, and it was natural for him to reach out to clasp Yi's shoulder, a gesture common among friends. Yet, halfway through, for reasons unknown, his hand withdrew awkwardly. merely gesturing enthusiastically for an E to follow. And he observed this subtle action, yet maintained a composed smile. I'm nearly recovered. Then I shall trouble the captain to lead the way, he replied. As they made their way to the cafeteria, Zisher's chatter was incessant, introducing an E to the various facilities, team members, and the myriad rules and anecdotes of the base along the way. His spirited enthusiasm drew curious and inquisitive glances from other team members they encountered. Zisher, oblivious or perhaps indifferent to this attention, focused entirely on the newcomer beside him, who was both striking and formidable. In the ensuing months, an E consistently accompanied the second squad, adapting seamlessly to the apocalyptic life. During missions, he diligently honed his abilities, finding himself increasingly adept in their application. Even his spatial abilities flourished. Throughout this period, he collected numerous items into his space, which indeed seemed boundless. No matter how much he stored, it never felt cramped, always remaining vast and open. He even attempted to place the corpses of mutated flora and fauna within, discovering that they retained their original state upon removal, as time within the space was suspended. This power was undeniably formidable. Moreover, the intermittent commentary he heard became the sole source of amusement in his life. Most observations were directed towards Ji-Qin, with only rare moments shifting to Kei-Shiochi and others. Currently, and he found himself unremarked upon. Nevertheless, he gleaned insights into the unfolding narrative from the voices in the commentary section. Chapter 9 on the 9th day of traversing the apocalyptic supernatural narrative. The blazing sun scorched the desolate land, and the air was thick with dust and a faint scent of blood. That day, members of the second squad, having just concluded a clearing mission, leaned against crumbling walls or rough-hewn modified off-road vehicles, gasping for breath. An E slightly tilted his head back, swallowing the dryness in his throat. Prolonged use of his abilities and intense concentration left him feeling a touch fatigued. He retrieved his water bottle, shaking it slightly, only to find it disappointingly empty, just as he was about to utilize his powers to condense a water source. At that moment, a bony hand, marked with minor abrasions, extended a military water bottle towards him. Have some water, Zisher's voice chimed beside him. He sat next to an E, his tall frame conveniently blocking a portion of the glaring sunlight, casting a shadow that brought a refreshing coolness. His gaze fell upon the damp strands of sweat at Yi's temples, his eyes betraying an unconscious focus, and he instinctively raised his hand to accept it, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against Zisher's fingers, causing the latter's arm to stiffen almost imperceptibly, and he expressed his gratitude, unscrewing the lid of the kettle. The cool water glided down his parched throat, bestowing a rare sense of relief. Unbeknownst to him, Zisher was observing his drinking, his Adam's apple moving involuntarily before he awkwardly averted his gaze, his ears faintly tinged with warmth. At that moment, comments began to echo in the air. The source of the mutation is something beneath the Earth's crust? The earlier descriptions were vague. I thought it was an extraterrestrial being, perhaps aliens. I suspected it was foreign poisoning, which spiraled out of control. This is too realistic. It stirs up unpleasant memories. Mega, you upstairs. Did you mistakenly wander onto the wrong set? This vibe is all wrong. Get out. Wasn't it mentioned before that Ji-Qin's abilities can purify these mutated energies? So, does the plot shift from battling monsters to heroic adventures against bosses? That's intriguing. Is it coming to an end? No, I haven't had enough. Author, please write another 500 chapters. And Yi's hand holding the kettle faltered slightly, the flow of water momentarily ceasing. His thick eyelashes cast a small shadow beneath his eyes, perfectly concealing the fleeting turmoil within his gaze. His thoughts raced, yet his expression remained impassive as he continued to drink, as if the brief pause was merely due to his haste. Has the plot truly progressed to this juncture? However, upon reflection, it was indeed time for it to reach this point. The original narrative had unfolded rather smoothly, and he did not intend to immerse himself in it, but rather to contribute during the ensuing battles, ensuring the survival of more individuals. He aimed to hone his abilities, believing that by the time they reached that pivotal moment, he would be sufficiently prepared. Zisher, keenly aware of Yi's subtle hesitation, leaned in closer. A hint of concern in his voice as he softly inquired, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Should we head back to the vehicle for some rest?" Over the past few months, having spent day and night together in combat, Zisher had noticed an inexplicable symptom manifesting within him. His heart rate often inexplicably quickened, especially when an E was near or when those tranquil eyes casually swept over him. The beats in his chest would quicken erratically. He had privately examined himself, and with his enhanced physique and the vitality of his lightning abilities, he was robust and free of any physical ailments. After much contemplation, he concluded that the issue lay with an E. He must have an immense admiration for him, perceiving him as his closest brother, which explained his heightened heart rate. An E was capable, intelligent, handsome, and possessed a character to his liking. It was the feeling of having found the best of brothers, a kindred spirit. Indeed, it was the fervor of their brotherly bond that quickened his heartbeat. He felt an urge to sing a song of brotherhood and embrace him. Now that his best brother seemed unwell, he naturally felt compelled to care for him attentively. It is only natural to treat one's brothers well. After all, they are comrades. And he set down the water jug, exhaling softly as he shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "It's nothing, just a bit fatigued." "Thank you, Captain." He noticed a subtle surge of excitement in Zisher, a revelation of sorts, as if to say, "I knew it. My brother is simply weary." The clarity in his gaze was sincere and unadulterated, even tinged with a straightforward pride that seemed to affirm their camaraderie. And he pondered, why does it feel so unvarnished? An indescribable sensation, a blend of incredulity and amusement, washed over him. The radiant simplicity of Zisher's demeanor nearly blinded him with its brilliance. Had he misjudged the situation previously? Was Zisher truly of that unwaveringly straightforward mindset? After some reflection, and he concluded that perhaps he had not misread at all. Was Zisher the type who, despite believing himself to be a straightforward man, could embrace his friends with affection, yet steadfastly declare they were merely good friends? The kind who could, even after sharing a bed and perhaps crossing certain boundaries, greet each other the next day with a righteous, "Did you sleep well, brother?" And he glanced at Zisher once more, who was grinning broadly, exuding a sense of reliability that seemed to say, "Do not worry, I've got your back." This was not an impossible notion. Zisher, when compared to others he had encountered in his previous lives, could only be described as innocent and harmless. Aside from possessing formidable strength and keen observational skills, he was remarkably guileless. After a brief respite, Team 2 set out once again, this time venturing far from the Liao Yuan fortress to another city. Their expedition aimed to delve into the ruins of an old district that had not been thoroughly surveyed before. Preliminary reconnaissance indicated the potential existence of a pre-war emergency supply depot, with energy readings showing slight anomalies, warranting the risk of exploration. The convoy navigated cautiously through the skeletal remains of the desolate city, crushing overgrown weeds and fractured concrete. The deeper they ventured, the more the environment morphed into an eerie silence, as if even the wind carried a weighty stillness. The remnants of towering buildings cast unsettling shadows over the landscape. "Captain, 3 blocks ahead, signal interference is intensifying. The drone's visibility is beginning to blur," came the crackling voice of the reconnaissance team member through the intercom. "Copy that. All units reduce speed, remain vigilant, and proceed in formation." Chapter 10. On the 10th day of the apocalyptic supernatural narrative, Zisher's sharp gaze swept across the towering ruins on either side, and the fleeting distractions of sitting beside an E were swiftly suppressed by instinct, propelling him into a state of readiness. And he sat quietly, his gaze calm as he observed the world beyond the window. He attempted to extend his mental energy like a fine net, quietly attuning to the subtle shifts in the surrounding environment. In addition to the pervasive scent of decay and the sporadic, faint signals of mutated organisms, he seemed to have detected a deeper, subterranean pulse of low-frequency energy remnants. This resonance bore a resemblance to the sensations experienced during their encounter with the colossal lizard. It was far more obscure and diffused. This area feels peculiar, and he murmured. Do you sense it too? Zisher's brow furrowed in concentration. The convoy slowly entered what was once a central square. In the heart of the square lay a desiccated fountain basin, surrounded by rusted shopping benches and the remnants of advertising billboards. Most striking, however, was a half-collapsed, gray-white edifice on one side of the square, distinctly reminiscent of official architecture. Its entrance was largely obstructed by twisted metal and crumbling walls, yet a sloped driveway leading underground appeared to have been artificially cleared, revealing a pitch-dark opening that seemed capable of devouring all light. That strange sensation emanated subtly from within. The target point must be there, a suspected underground shelter. He frowned, suddenly overwhelmed by an instinctual urge to retreat, an inexplicable aversion surging within him, almost prompting an immediate withdrawal order. Nevertheless, Zisher commanded the vehicle to halt. Picking up the radio, all units, maintain vigilance. Recon team, proceed to investigate the entrance, exercise caution. 2 agile team members promptly advanced, cautiously approaching the underground entrance while employing instruments for scanning and detection. Captain, the entrance structure is unstable, with a risk of secondary collapse. The internal passage is quite deep. Thermal imaging indicates signs of life below, albeit indistinct, making it impossible to discern whether they belong to human survivors or mutated entities. Zisher clicked his tongue. The situation was more complex than anticipated. He alighted from the vehicle, surveying the unnaturally pristine square, which, aside from the remnants of buildings, revealed a troubling lack of mutated flora or small mutated beasts. This alone was abnormal. Ani, what is your perspective? Almost instinctively, he turned to seek Yi's insight. Over the past months, he had grown accustomed to Yi's ability to provide critical and accurate assessments. And he also disembarked, standing beside him, his gaze fixed on the shadowy entrance. The energy remnants are quite unique. They do not resemble those of ordinary mutated organisms. What lies within may be far from simple. I recommend a minimal unit for exploratory entry, with the main force providing support outside, ready for any potential extraction. Zisher nodded in agreement. Just as I suspected, he swiftly designated a few individuals. I, and Old Cat, and Nail will venture down first. The rest, establish a defensive perimeter without my command. No one is to enter autonomously. Maintain communication attempts. Should anything amiss arise, report immediately and prepare for extraction. The named team members promptly step forward, ready for action. Old Cat, an experienced Earth Elemental adept, excelled in defense and structural reinforcement. Nail, the team's demolition and trap specialist, was quick and sharp-eyed. The 4 checked their gear, donned powerful headlamps, and filed into the chilly underground entrance. Zisher led the way, with an closely following, while Old Cat and Nail brought up the rear. The corridor descends at a steep angle, the air thick with a pungent odor of mildew and dust, intermingled with an elusive, indescribable sweetness. The beam of the headlamp slices through the darkness, illuminating the mottled walls and the fractured tiles beneath foot. The passage appears endless, spiraling downward. Yi's spiritual perception vaguely senses a vast space ahead. After advancing nearly 100 meters, the path opens up. The light from the headlamp spreads forward, faintly revealing the contours of an extraordinarily expansive underground chamber. This place resembles the entrance hall of a colossal underground refuge or experimental facility, littered with overturned tables, broken instruments, and equipment crates. Further ahead, it connects to several deep corridors, leading to unknown destinations. At that moment, hears the voices from the comment section, the perspective shifting above them. Ah, be careful. So disgusting. Don't go any further. Ahead lies hell. How revolting. What's the difference from history? The author is amazing. Even moss can be described so repulsively. I feel nauseous. It's coming. Yi's brow twitched. Moss? A fleeting scene flashed in his mind. In the original narrative, during the conflict between mutated flora and fauna and humanity, a safe base was largely overrun by a moss-like mutated plant. The ordinary people and ability users in the base suffered heavy casualties, nearly facing total annihilation. ultimately relying on sheer human endurance to destroy it. Could it be this very moss? What does moss fear? And Yi's thoughts raced: strong light, drought, and extreme cold. Yet, would the mutated moss still fear these? In an instant, Yi abruptly halted. Wait, something is amiss. We cannot proceed any further. The others immediately stopped, about to speak. Just then, they noticed, illuminated by the light, a thin layer of dark green, seemingly alive and slightly writhing, moss-like fungal mat covering the ground and walls. Everyone's pupils dilated. When did this appear? The surface of the fungal mat was slick, emitting an eerie glow, and was slowly spreading outward. The sweet and pungent odor wafted from this very mat, and Yi's lips twitched. Could the notifications from the comment section be any more timely? What in the world is this? Dingzi inhaled sharply, cursing in a hushed tone, instinctively gripping his weapon, every hair on his body standing on end. The group sensed an inexplicable threat from the sudden appearance of the moss, a primal survival instinct igniting, goosebumps prickling all over. Retreat, Shi quickly ordered. Pressing the communicator, prepare fire abilities, the rest grab flamethrowers, support at the entrance. But his command never reached fruition. A sharp, piercing electrical noise erupted from the headset. Crackling and hissing, the signal was lost. And he flinched at the sudden sound, his steps unceasing as he hurried back through the passage they had come from. And he summoned his extraordinary powers, condensing a breath of extreme cold at his fingertips, poised for an imminent strike. In the fleeting moment that the chill radiated outward, a small patch of the fungal carpet ahead seemed to contract sharply, as if sensing a threat. Just then, a cacophony of unnerving, rustling sounds emerged from the depths of the dark corridor, drawing nearer with alarming speed. Chapter 11. The 11th day in the apocalypse of extraordinary powers. Stand ready. Shi roared, and in an instant, sparks of electricity erupted around him, illuminating the surroundings in a ghostly white. In the next heartbeat, from the myriad of corridors, countless creatures resembling mutated beetles surged forth like a tidal wave. Their shells bore a dark green hue akin to the fungal carpet, their compound eyes a menacing crimson, and they emitted a hissing shriek reminiscent of a disturbed hive, charging furiously towards the four companions. The sheer number of them was overwhelming, nearly filling the entire field of vision. Engage! Break through! Shi bellowed, unleashing a tempest of furious lightning that roared forth like silver serpents, instantly incinerating the first wave of dozens of mutant insects into charred remains. The old cat stomped forcefully, raising a massive earthen wall that thundered into place, narrowly blocking the most congested corridor entrance, swarming with insects. Nail, swift and precise, launched several high-explosive microbombs into the densest throng of creatures. Boom! 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 The violent explosions erupted, flames and shockwaves temporarily clearing a small area, sending severed limbs and shattered shells flying in all directions. And Yi's gaze turned steely. With a flick of his wrists, countless sharp ice spikes materialized from thin air, shooting towards a swarm on the other side like a tempest, instantly pinning a multitude of insects to the ground. The cold emanating from the ice spikes spread outward, freezing surrounding insects into solid blocks of ice. However, these creatures appeared to be inexhaustible. For every batch they vanquished, more surged forth, some even spewing corrosive slime that hissed as it eroded the earthen wall and ice shields. This is untenable. There are too many, the old cat shouted, his earthen barrier rapidly succumbing to the corrosive assault. The four fought while retreating, their movements swift and synchronized. As they fell back, several fast-moving flying insects, with transparent, delicate wings, suddenly dove down from the shadows of the ceiling, breaching the defenses of lightning and ice spikes, and aimed straight for Yi's nape. Watch out! Shi caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, his heart nearly stopping. Without a moment's thought, driven by instinct, he lunged forward, grasping Yi's arm and yanking him behind himself. Simultaneously, his other hand swept backward without a glance, releasing a highly compressed, explosive thunderball that accurately detonated upon the flying insects. Boom! The insects were obliterated. Yet GZ, due to the sudden exertion and the forceful pull, lost his balance and stumbled backward. And he reacted swiftly, immediately grasping his arm to steady him. Be careful. He regained his footing and plunged back into the fray. I'm fine. Move. This won't do. We have too few explosives left. Nail shouted as he reloaded, their journey barely having covered 100 meters. The earthen wall, weathered and on the verge of collapse under the relentless assault of corrosive substances and swarming insects, bore witness to the old cat's pallor. His face drained of color as the excessive consumption of his abilities rendered him nearly unable to stand. The thunderous aura surrounding GZ Stone remained fierce, yet its frequency had diminished from its earlier intensity, his breathing becoming labored. Despite the formidable strength of the thunder, fatigue began to show in the face of the ceaseless tide of insects. Ani's gaze was as piercing as ice. The conventional ice spear attacks proved too sluggish, necessitating a fundamental resolution to the problem. His eyes fixated on the peculiar mycelium blanket writhing on the ground, providing a breeding ground and signals for the swarm. And he pondered for a moment before stepping decisively forward. He thrust his hands onto the mycelium-covered ground with fervor, no longer holding back. The overwhelming ice energy within him surged forth like a torrential flood. A hum resonated as a visible wave of pure white chill radiated from his hands, expanding like a ring of ice. Everything in its path was frozen. The extreme low temperature spread wildly. The slippery, viscous mycelium blanket rapidly lost moisture and vitality, transforming from a nauseating dark green to a stark gray-white, hardening into a thick layer of crystalline ice. Countless insects crawling upon it were instantly encased as lifelike ice sculptures, frozen in their grotesque postures. The chilling air swept through the corridor hall, roaring towards the rear passage, turning the once sickly sweet, decaying atmosphere into a bone-chilling frost. Thick frost flowers forming on the walls and ceiling. The unsettling rustling and shrieking sounds abruptly ceased, as if a mute button had been pressed. Had it succeeded? The old cat gasped, incredulity washing over him as he beheld the instantaneously frozen expanse before him. The nail's movements halted, his mouth agape in disbelief. They recognized in Yi's strength, an understanding forged over months of companionship. Yet, they had not anticipated him to be this powerful. The thunderous light surrounding GZ Stone receded slightly as he gazed at Yi's silhouette, his eyes brimming with astonishment. For the might of this strike far surpassed anything he had witnessed before. How impressive! His heart thundered, echoing within his chest. Just as he prepared to approach, he noticed in Yi's face, now frighteningly pale, his body swaying imperceptibly. He stepped forward, steadying in Yi's form. You need a rest. He turned, squatting before an I'll carry you. However, before an could respond, a crackling sound emanated from beneath the ice layer. In the depths of the corridor, the dark green mycelium blanket, seemingly endowed with boundless vitality, began to surge once more. It writhed and pushed, even secreting a corrosive slime that slowly dissolved the ice encasing it. Damn it! Can this thing not be frozen? Nail cursed in despair, and Yi's heart sank. The low temperature could only temporarily suppress and destroy the surface mycelium and insects, failing to eradicate the deeply rooted source beneath. Their regeneration rate was alarmingly swift. This menace had the potential to obliterate an entire base in the original narrative. The likelihood of humanity being obliterated by moss is slim, yet it is not entirely impossible. GZ swiftly grasped the exhausted Ani and urged, hurry. Without further ado, the four of them turned on their heels and sprinted back with utmost speed, yearning to soar into the air. With GZ supporting him, Ani found himself less burdened, and at that moment, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Space. His spatial abilities. If low temperatures could temporarily render them inactive, what if he completely isolated them? With this thought, he acted decisively, taking advantage of the moment when the fungal blanket and the swarm had not yet fully breached the ice, and while the others were oblivious to his actions. Ani concentrated his mental energy once more. He targeted a section of the fungal blanket and the frozen insect corpses ahead, which had just been encased in ice and had not yet been covered by the advancing fungal blanket, collecting, as he willed it. That portion of the frozen fungal blanket and insect corpses vanished in an instant, as though they had never existed. Success! Ani immediately plunged his consciousness into that vast expanse of space. There, the collection of frozen fungal blanket and insect corpses floated serenely in a corner, preserved in their frozen state, devoid of any signs of melting. More importantly, they had completely ceased their writhing, losing all vitality, resembling true, lifeless specimens. Chapter 12. The 12th Day of Penetrating the Apocalypse Ability Narrative. Within this space, it seemed that a vital energy essential for sustaining life and reproduction had been entirely isolated. Ani focused his thoughts and collected another section of the unfrozen fungal blanket. Indeed, upon entering the space, it ceased its movement, losing its vitality. Effective. His spatial abilities could completely seal them away. However, this discovery could not immediately alter the tide of battle. Collecting a sample did not deplete his mental energy, but to harvest the extensive fungal blanket that spread throughout the subterranean space, which was continuously regenerating, was undoubtedly a pipe dream given his nearly exhausted mental reserves. The frozen world behind them was rapidly collapsing, the sounds of the surging fungal blanket and the screeching swarm crashing in like a tidal wave, even more frenzied than before. Faster, faster, faster. Zisher bellowed continuously, unleashing lightning to fend off their pursuers as much as possible. The passage was narrow, and the four of them were nearly pressed together in their desperate flight. Fortunately, Ani's freezing had bought them some time, and at last, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. An exit. We're out, the leading old cat exclaimed, tumbling out of the passage in a frantic roll, overjoyed. The team stationed outside had already heard the hurried footsteps approaching from below, their anxiety palpable. Upon seeing the four emerge in disarray, they immediately unleashed a barrage of firepower, swiftly saturating the entrance of the passage and transforming the pursuing swarm into mere remnants. Burn this cursed place to the ground. Yizishi commanded swiftly. The flamethrowers ignited, and searing flames roared toward the passage, unleashing a cacophony of explosions and a sickening crunch, mingled with the acrid stench of charred protein, as thick smoke billowed forth. Zisher, disregarding the results of the battle, quickly supported the pale-faced, unsteady Ani, nearly cradling him as he thrust him into the back seat of the nearest vehicle. For a moment, the interior was filled only with the sound of heavy breathing, and he reclined against the chair's back, closing his eyes in a fervent attempt to restore his nearly depleted supernatural powers and mental strength, his complexion still pallid. He listened to the comments swirling around him, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Wow, so powerful, so handsome. When did this and E make his appearance? A new character? Looking bewildered, was this person part of the previous storyline? I have no recollection. Frantically scratching his head. When did he join the second squad? Did you notice? He possesses more than one supernatural ability. No one else has noticed that he has spatial powers. I flipped back and saw he appeared in Chapter 485, right when Sister Wing joined the team. He seemed to have just been a background character, mentioned only by name. Thanks to the previous commenter for the analysis. With such strength, why isn't he part of the main protagonist group? He seems to be concealing his abilities deeply. With such a setup and that air of mystery, could he be a hidden antagonist? This scheming frog is always watching you. Factor detection, good-looking, immensely powerful, harboring secrets, and maintaining a distance from the protagonist group. This is undoubtedly the script of a hidden boss. He will surely make a significant move later. Angrily, what are you plotting? I will keep my eyes on you always. And East silently chuckled. He had once again become the antagonist. The analysis was astute, but perhaps it would be best not to delve into it further. The convoy had not retreated far. They remained on high alert at a sufficiently safe distance. The team members anxiously monitored the entrance, still shrouded in thick smoke, their weapons clutched tightly with no sign of relaxation. Yet, a heart-stopping scene soon unfolded. The flames within the passage gradually diminished and extinguished, but the unsettling dark green hue emerged once more, visibly spreading from the depths. The mycelial blanket, once scorched by high temperatures, had not been entirely annihilated. Rather, it appeared to have been enraged, writhing and proliferating with even greater ferocity than before. It clung to the charred walls and floor, and wherever it passed, concrete and metal were corroded by the highly caustic slime, sizzling ominously as they quickly became brittle and flaked away. More frighteningly, from the cracks in the ground surrounding the entrance, that eerie dark green began to seep forth, as if the roots of the mycelial blanket had already spread wildly deep underground. "Captain, the flames are burning too slowly. This abomination is growing faster," one team member reported, confronted by a mutated plant that could not be killed, burn away, and could endlessly regenerate while corroding everything in its path, far exceeding their understanding. The areas covered by the mycelial blanket swiftly descended into desolation, devoid of life, and even the remnants of microorganisms seemed to have been thoroughly devoured and assimilated, leaving only a miasma of decay. What would become of them if this entity were allowed to continue growing and spreading? No one dared to ponder that. It would undoubtedly be a horror far more terrifying than zombies or mutated beasts, capable of engulfing the entire world in ecological disaster. It must not be allowed to persist. GZ slammed his fist onto the car hood, his expression grim, yet his gaze unwaveringly resolute. After a brief moment of adjustment, Yi's complexion eased slightly, yet the gravity etched on his brow remained unyielding. He nodded, his gaze sharp as it swept over the ever-expanding fungal blanket. "Indeed. It is imperative to contain it before it escalates further. My ice-based abilities can temporarily suppress its activity, buying us time for reinforcements. Fire can also be employed. Let burn on, staving off its spread for the time being." GZ swiftly issued commands and then turned to Yi, his brows furrowing slightly. "I appreciate your effort. Please take a moment to rest. Execute your freezing suppression within your capacity and retreat immediately if you feel unwell. Safety is paramount." GZ contacted the base to request the highest level of support and soon received a response. The first squad, led personally by Ji-Chin, was the nearest team and would arrive without delay. The orders were promptly executed. One by one, the team members stepped forward, unleashing their various abilities to hinder the growth of the fungal blanket, while the flamethrowers continuously scorched it without pause. An hour later, Yi returned to the front lines. This time, rather than unleashing a widespread attack, he focused on precisely freezing the leading edge of the fungal blanket, constructing shimmering ice barriers. This approach conserved his mental energy, allowing him to sustain the blockade longer. Moreover, he discovered that the fungal blanket could indeed be frozen to death. However, it required repeated application of his abilities in the same area to render them completely inactive. This proved to be inefficient. Concurrently, he silently employed his spatial abilities once more. With each small area he froze, his mental energy quickly locked onto it, drawing it into his space. Each collection meant the complete eradication of a portion of the fungal blanket, albeit minuscule compared to the overall proliferation rate. Yet, any progress was better than none. Chapter 13. The 13th day in the apocalypse ability novel through the relentless cycles of extreme exertion, freezing, and collection. Yi's mastery of his abilities surged at an astonishing pace. The refinement under the duress of life and death proved far more effective than his usual training. An hour passed slowly in the heightened tension of the standoff. The faces of his companions turned pale, the drain on their mental energy immense. Just as Yi felt he was nearing his limit, the familiar roar of engines broke the silence. Several heavily modified, rugged vehicles emblazoned with the emblem of the Liao Yuan fortress raced towards them. The convoy executed a deft drift, halting with precision, and the leading vehicle's door swung open with a flourish. A lithe, assertive figure leapt down, none other than Ji-Chin. She sported her trademark close-cropped hair and donned practical attire, her bright face bearing the marks of travel, yet undiminished in vigor. Her gaze immediately locked onto the grotesque area, where the fungal mass writhed between ice and green, her brow knitting in an instant. "Is this the thing?" Her voice, tinged with a raspy edge, conveyed her disgust. truly repulsive. Ji Zisher stepped forward, succinctly reporting the situation. Fire can destroy it, but its rate of reproduction is alarmingly rapid. We must keep the flamethrowers operational. Lower temperatures can also temporarily control its proliferation. Ji Qin's eyes scanned the pallid faces of the group, her expression grave. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. She inexplicably recalled the research report she had previously refined, sensing a connection between this peculiar phenomenon and that document. It was an instinct she could not quite articulate. Swiftly, she dispelled these tumultuous thoughts. The immediate priority was to eradicate the threat before her. Upon receiving the distress signal, she had gathered all available fire elementalists in the vicinity and equipped them with the most formidable fire-spraying apparatus. At this moment, she decisively gestured for the reinforcements to replace the weary members of the second team, forming a new encirclement without a trace of hesitation. She strode forward with purpose. Buzz! A searing wave of heat radiated outward from her center, starkly contrasting with the chill emanating from an E. In her palm, platinum flames danced with ferocity, instilling a sense of dread in all those nearby. Burn these wretched creatures, Ji Qin commanded sharply, and her companions promptly sprang into action. The platinum flames roared forth, accurately engulfing the writhing carpet of fungi. Unlike before, the fungi, now seared by the platinum flames, seemed to encounter their true nemesis. They writhed and contracted frantically, yet could not impede the encroaching fire. Wherever the flames passed, the fungal carpet melted away like snow under the sun, swiftly disintegrating into wisps of grayish-white smoke, leaving no trace behind. Although the corroded ground remained scarred, no new mossy carpet would sprout anew. Leaning against the tire of a heavy off-road vehicle, an E smirked, recognizing the unique potency of Ji Qin's flames. He noted that other fire abilities could also vanquish the fungal carpet, but their effects were comparable to his ice, requiring sustained output. Only Ji Qin's flames reduced the carpet to ashes upon contact, perhaps due to the purifying energy inherent in her powers. The battle continued for a full 2 hours, the group coordinating their efforts. As they pursued into the depths, the last remnants of the writhing dark green material transformed into curling blue smoke within the embrace of Ji Qin's platinum flames, leaving the underground and the surrounding streets in disarray. The ground was uneven, marked by signs of freezing and scorching, yet the suffocating sense of foreboding and strange, sweet metallic odor had finally dissipated. Ji Qin gradually withdrew her powers, beads of perspiration forming on her brow, a clear indication of her substantial exertion, nearly leaving her drained. At that moment, the commentary section, audible only to an E, erupted with fervor. Passion, passion, hubby, wifey, so dashing, Kevin, Anyi, and Ji Sure. Hey, mutated fungal carpet, what are you doing here? Fool, this is my territory. Awkward dance. You weren't invited here, pointing with both hands, crouching then jumping. What do you mean by comment section bullying? Ji Qin, I am no delicate queen. I possess strength and means. Once everyone had tidied up the aftermath, they decided to rest for 2 hours before returning to base. Yi Kvin, visibly fatigued, approached in E and casually seated herself on the ground beside him. She tossed her neat crew cut, and despite the undeniable fatigue etched on her face, she still managed to flash a characteristic bold and carefree smile. With a gentle nudge of her shoulder, she playfully remarked to an E, Hey, I didn't see that coming. You're quite strong. An E, twisting open his water bottle, turned his head at her words and returned a similarly weary yet gentle smile. I'm nowhere near your level. Ji Qin shrugged, choosing not to reveal the purifying effect of her abilities, a secret unspoken between her and Kei Shiochi. Instead, she grinned, cut the modesty. Strong is strong. We're both impressive. No need for humility. And E was genuinely amused by her straightforward demeanor, nodding in agreement. You're right. Yikvin left heartily, exuberantly patting an E on the back with such force that it caused him to sway slightly. This entire exchange was observed keenly by Ji Zisher, who sat on an Yi's other side. He watched the natural and harmonious interaction between the two, noting the relaxed smile on an ES face. which gradually replaced the cheerful expression that usually adorned his features. A sensation akin to an inexplicable blockage filled his heart, leaving him feeling somewhat unsettled. Yet, he quickly suppressed his discomfort, questioning whether he was being overly possessive of his friends. Why should he feel discontented with an E getting along well with others? Moreover, Ji-Chin had a boyfriend. Why did it matter to him? Wait, hold on. What did Ji-Chin's relationship status have to do with anything? Was his mind playing tricks on him? Ji Zishur found himself increasingly perturbed by his chaotic and unfounded thoughts. He shook his head vigorously in an attempt to dispel the jumble of ideas. However, upon glancing up, he again saw an E and Ji-Chin engrossed in lively conversation. He opened his mouth several times, wanting to interject, but found himself unable to break into their exchange. Ji Zishur silently closed his mouth. A subtle yet palpable sense of being overlooked began to spread within him, tightening his lips involuntarily. He felt a twinge of unhappiness. Chapter 14. The 14th day in the apocalyptic ability novel, and E remained oblivious to Ji Zishur's emotional state. After a moment's contemplation, he finally spoke. I've noticed that this mutated plant is quite different today, not just in its regenerative capacity, but in its very essence. Ji-Chin's smile faded, and she nodded in agreement. Yes, I sensed it too. And he slightly inclined his head. I've never heard of such a formidable mutant before. If we hadn't stumbled upon it today, the consequences once it fully matures could be dire. He paused. Is it continuously evolving? Will we encounter even more powerful mutants in the future? I believe we should increase our patrols and bolster the defenses of the base. After all, the hostility of these mutants towards humanity is unmistakable. As he spoke, he hoped to guide Ji-Chin to enhance their defenses, preparing them to handle any potential attacks from mutants without the heavy casualties depicted in the original narrative. With this thought in mind, he glanced at the somewhat silent Ji Zishur beside him, such as this individual right here. Ji-Chin pondered for a few moments, acknowledging, "You are correct. We can no longer rely on past experiences to assess future threats." She found Yi's suggestion quite reasonable. It seemed that defending the base using previous methods would no longer suffice. This time it was the mycelium blanket, but what might it be next? What other dangers lurked in the shadows, unknown to them? Fortunately, it was the second squad that encountered the mycelium blanket, comprised of individuals with high combat proficiency, particularly in E and Ji Zishur, both of whom possessed formidable abilities. Had a standard squad or a scavenger team stumbled upon it, they might not have even had the opportunity to send a message, let alone resolve the situation. After her discussion with an E, Ji-Chin returned to her teammates. Before leaving, she extended an invitation to an E to join the upcoming meeting upon their return. Was this an invitation to join the central group? Following a brief respite, although fatigue had not entirely dissipated, the team had regained their basic mobility. An E and Ji Zishur climbed back into the vehicle. The team leader, personnel accounted for, all present and ready to depart, came to report. Then let us set forth. Returning to the base was the command. Yes, the engines roared to life in succession, and the convoy regrouped, commencing its departure from the smoldering ruins. The seating arrangements remained unchanged, the only difference being a new driver, as the previous one had succumbed to exhaustion. Operating the flamethrower was far more taxing than merely driving. The convoy departed with great determination. Ji Zishur remained closely beside an E. Observing an E with his eyes closed, he noticed that the pallor from earlier had somewhat receded, restoring a hint of color to his cheeks, and his breathing had grown steady and deep, providing Ji Zishur with a sense of relief. He leaned in and asked softly, "How are you feeling? Has your mental energy returned somewhat?" And he opened his eyes and smiled in response. "Yes, I have recovered quite a bit." He was somewhat surprised. His rate of mental recovery seemed unusually rapid. In contrast, Ji Zishur, despite putting on a brave face, still bore a noticeable lack of color, his face reflecting obvious fatigue. A stark contrast between his small, pale visage and the larger, equally pale countenance. Hearing in Yi's words, Ji Zishur visibly relaxed, his tense shoulders easing slightly. However, whether it was the relaxation that allowed fatigue to wash over him completely, or some subconscious influence at play, He unexpectedly uttered a complaint in a tone he himself had not realized was almost whiny. "Oh, I am so tired." The last syllable drawn out with an unusual hint of softness. An E. He abruptly turned his head, regarding Zisher with a scrutinizing gaze. Filled with bewilderment. What peculiar entity had possessed this fellow? Zisher felt his ears flush under Yi's gaze, yet, inexplicably, he did not retract his sudden display of vulnerability. His gaze wandered momentarily before he slowly, almost instinctively, tilted his fluffy head and leaned heavily against Yi's shoulder. Mumbling indistinctly, "I am really so tired." Having spoken, he fell completely still, as if entering a dormant state. His body stiffened imperceptibly. The teammate who had been dozing nearby was startled awake by this commotion, glimpsing through a partially opened eye. I was taken aback to find our captain reclining against Yi's shoulder like a large ornament, nearly causing my eyes to pop out. Since when did the captain adopt such a demeanor? This was certainly a shift in the narrative. I glanced at Zisher, then at and couldn't suppress a couple of chuckles. Lowering his gaze, regarded the head that had audaciously claimed his shoulder, remaining silent for a brief moment. Then, with an expression devoid of emotion, he extended his hand to firmly but gently push Zisher's forehead, attempting to redirect it back to its rightful place against the cold window of the vehicle. Zisher, feeling the push, immediately turned his head to face a fleeting rush of humiliation and awkwardness washing over him. Yet, the robust camaraderie swiftly overshadowed these feelings, morphing into a defiant assertion. "Why? I'm really exhausted." His tone was assertive, an effort to mask the slight vulnerability. In a startlingly swift motion, he leaned back against Yi's shoulder, adjusting his position as if it were his personal pillow. Sensing the weight on his shoulder and the warmth radiating from Zisher, observed the face nearby. Eyes closed, yet eyelashes fluttering slightly, evidently feigning sleep. He softly inquired once more, "Are you truly that fatigued?" This fellow usually springs back into action even after enduring a heavy blow. It must be the toll of his abilities. Zisher remained with his eyes closed, a muffled sigh escaping him from Yi's shoulder as he admitted, "My head hurts a bit." His display of weakness was glaringly obvious, almost clumsy, and quite endearing in its own way. A smile flickered in Yi's eyes. He chose not to push him away and instead patted the large head resting on his shoulder. "Very well, then sleep. Take a good rest." The return journey was unexpectedly tranquil, devoid of any assault from mutated flora and fauna. When Zisher next awoke, the first sensation was the dim light filtering through the car window, indicating a change in the driver. He suddenly became acutely aware of his position, nearly sprawled across Yi's form. His head rested comfortably on Yi's shoulder, and astonishingly, his arm had instinctively wrapped around Yi's slender waist. The posture intimate as if in an embrace, and he had somehow managed to sleep soundly. Zisher was taken aback. Had he really been so undisciplined in his slumber? A rush of warmth flooded his cheeks, leaving him breathless and causing a tingling sensation at the crown of his head. Chapter 15. The 15th day in the post-apocalyptic superpower narrative, all sensory awareness seemed to converge on the points of contact within Yi's body. The warmth transmitted through the fabric, and Yi's steady breath coursed through him like electricity, sending his heart racing, nearly propelling him upward. Feeling the arm around his waist tighten, Yi glanced down at Zisher, still with eyes closed, unable to discern whether he was waking or merely reacting instinctively. Observing Zisher's trembling eyelashes, he realized, he is awake. As Zisher awakened, and he promptly raised his hand to push him off his weary shoulder. Urging him to get up, Zisher hesitated momentarily before retracting the arm that had encircled Yi's waist, hurriedly sitting upright. His face flushed with embarrassment as he lifted his gaze to take in Yi's sharply defined profile, softly murmuring, "Ahem, I apologize. I may not have slept well." Observing Yi's shoulders, which had evidently endured pressure for a prolonged period, a deeper sense of regret and remorse washed over him. Almost instinctively, he extended his hand, stammering, "I can massage it for you?" "No, I can handle it myself," and Yi declined. Zisher's hand, hovering in midair, faltered, his fingertips curling slightly before he slowly withdrew it, a tinge of disappointment evident in his demeanor. His lips parted and closed several times as if he wished to offer some form of consolation. Yet ultimately, no words emerged. He merely pressed his lips together, suppressing the tumultuous blend of awkwardness, shyness, and an inexplicable sense of loss deep within. The convoy finally returned beneath the towering walls of Liaoyuan Fortress as dusk enveloped the surroundings. After undergoing a rigorous and meticulous inspection, the weary contingent was permitted entry. Zizishur hurriedly proceeded to hand over tasks and report urgent matters, while an E retreated directly to his solitary dormitory. He secured the door, and rather than collapsing into slumber, he cautiously delved his consciousness into the vast expanse of space. There, a massive, thoroughly frozen sample of fungal blanket remained suspended in the corner, eerily silent. Only after confirming that it exhibited no signs of movement did an E truly exhale in relief. Initially, he had intended to address it when time allowed, but upon reflection, he decided to remain, pondering its potential utility in the future. An overwhelming sense of fatigue swiftly engulfed him, and he barely managed to remove his dust-stained combat uniform before sinking into a deep sleep. His slumber was profound, interrupted only by the cacophony of the following morning that pierced through his dreams, jolting him awake. After swiftly refreshing himself, he and Zizishur proceeded to the conference room of the command building, adhering to Ji Qin's directives from the previous day. The atmosphere within the conference room was grave and solemn. The long table was filled with the core management of Liaoyuan Fortress and the leaders of various combat teams. With Ji Qin seated at the head, his expression stern. There were no objections regarding An Yi's participation, likely due to Ji Qin's prior instructions. The meeting swiftly transitioned to the main agenda. Ji Qin first requested Zizishur to provide a detailed account of the encounter with the newly mutated fungal blanket, elucidating its terrifying regeneration speed, corrosive properties, resistance to conventional flames, and the fact that only extreme low temperatures and her purifying flames could effectively subdue it. As Zizishur recounted the events, the gravity of the atmosphere in the room intensified. In summary, Zizishur concluded, "The emergence of this mutation signifies that our previous understanding of apocalyptic threats may require a complete overhaul. Its danger level far surpasses any recorded mutant creature or zombie to date." Following this, and he was invited to contribute his insights. He stepped forward, his tone calm and clear, emphasizing that the aura emitted by this fungal blanket was distinctly different from that of past adversaries. It exuded a more primal essence, imbued with a sense of erosion and desolation. He reiterated the urgency of intensifying patrol frequencies, broadening reconnaissance ranges, and upgrading defensive fortifications. "I harbor doubts that this was an isolated incident," Anya conjed it, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. "Perhaps this was merely a precursor or an offshoot of a far greater threat. We must be prepared to confront even graver scenarios." After listening, Ji Qin wrapped his fingers decisively on the table. "We cannot afford to react only when disaster strikes. I commanded. First, effective immediately. Elevate the defense level of the Liaoyuan Fortress to the highest tier and initiate maintenance and fortification of all defensive structures. Second, expand the patrol range outward, doubling the number of patrol teams and equipping them with heavy firepower. Third, the Research Institute must prioritize the analysis of the retrieved sample data, dedicating all efforts to develop weapons and protective gear capable of countering this corrosive and regenerative threat. Fourth," she paused, her gaze piercing as she turned to the head of the communications department, "immediately utilize encrypted channels to disseminate our findings, combat data, and new defense plans to all human safety bases in contact with us. Warn them to be vigilant against similar threats and advise them to take appropriate measures without delay. This is not a request. It is a necessary alert. We cannot isolate ourselves. In this apocalyptic era, humanity forms a shared destiny. Strengthening defenses in a single base is insufficient." The meeting lasted the entire morning, finalizing countless details. After adjournment, the attendees left with grave expressions, hastening to execute their respective tasks. and he moved swiftly through the somewhat cacophonous corridors of the Liao Yuan fortress, contemplating the myriad defense strategies established in the recent meeting. At that moment, the voices in the comment section erupted once more. Wow, wow, are we really about to embark on the final chapter? Eagerly anticipating, excited. No, author, come out, let us discuss life. What about the daily occurrences? The infrastructure? I haven't seen enough yet. Sobbing on the ground. Am I the only one diligently taking notes on the 18 ways to consume the fungal blanket during GZ lecture? I'm feeling a bit hungry. Not a foodie stumbled upon. Isn't that excrement? Can this even be appetizing? Sister, is your stomach connected to another dimension? This thing looks like matcha-flavored slime mixed with rotten meat. Yuck. What excrement? That is something that grows on Mother Earth's body. So, is this fungal blanket actually dandruff from Mother Earth? Suddenly pondering. This is too absurd. The language system has temporarily collapsed. Then I won't eat it either. Who would want to eat this? How did the conversation veer off to here? And he twitched his lips, wondering if they could discuss something of substance. However, that foodie certainly had a peculiar taste. With a resigned shake of his head, he forcibly relegated these distractions to the back of his mind. Chapter 16. The 16th day in the Apocalypse supernatural novel in the ensuing days. The defense upgrade plan at the Liao Yuan fortress was progressing vigorously. The training grounds were enveloped in dust, filled with the sounds of shouts and the rumble of supernatural powers erupting. GZ was guiding several team members in cooperative training. Yet his gaze frequently drifted to the other side of the field. There, and he was testing the precise control of his water-based abilities. Streams of water coalescing at his fingertips, transforming and shooting forth to accurately strike moving targets 100 meters away, his movements flowing like water, exuding an extreme calmness that was aesthetically pleasing. As GZ watched, he found himself somewhat entranced. So much so that he failed to hear his team members calling for his attention. Captain? Captain, is this okay? Huh? Oh, that's fine. GZ snapped back to reality, responding somewhat flustered, his ears slightly flushed. All of this was keenly observed by Ding Zi, who was idly chewing on a blade of grass, enjoying the spectacle. With a squint in his eyes and a mischievous smile on his face, he sidled up to GZ nudging him with his elbow and lowering his voice playfully. Boss, what are you staring at? Your eyes are practically glued to an E. What's going on? Do you have a crush on him? Startled, GZ nearly jumped as if a cat's tail had been stepped on, retorting gruffly, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm merely concerned about the training progress of my team. And he possesses formidable abilities, and his training methods are worth everyone's emulation. What kind of ridiculous thoughts do you have in your head? What do you mean a crush? They are all men, good brothers. Ding Zi was amused by GZ exaggerated reaction, and instead of being intimidated, he laughed even harder, revealing a set of pearly whites. Oh, concerned about the training progress. Huh? He deliberately elongated his tone, glancing over at a few fellow team members who were exhausted and leaning in disarray. Noting GZ apparent lack of concern for them. Your concern certainly seems biased. I haven't seen you show this much concern about my progress in demolition accuracy. Do you even need concern for that? You're off target by a mile. GZ snapped back, attempting to mask his embarrassment with irritation. Yet his gaze unconsciously drifted towards an E once more. With a sly grin, Ding Zi inched closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Boss, just admit it. Tell me the truth. Have you taken a liking to an E? Nonsense. GZ exclaimed, as if struck by lightning, denying it without a moment's thought. His voice rose sharply, attracting the curious glances of nearby team members. Instantly, he felt his face flush crimson. Grabbing Ding Zi by the collar and pulling him to a more secluded corner, hissing through clenched teeth, if you keep spewing nonsense, I'll have you serve as bait for mutated plants on the next mission. Ding Zi, grimacing from the grip, yet undaunted, continued to chuckle. Oh dear. Are you angry out of embarrassment? Captain, your reaction is quite peculiar. Normally, brothers would jest like this, at most exchanging a few playful insults, but your response, TSK, clearly indicates you have something to hide. I do not. What we share is a pure bond of camaraderie. A friendship that transcends life and death. You understand nothing. GZ sure denied it. Yet the words of Anil echoed in his mind like a haunting melody, reverberating incessantly. Do you have feelings for Ani? Do you like him? Those words struck him like a sudden slap, illuminating the chaotic thoughts that had long plagued GZ sure. He abruptly released his grip on the nail's collar, standing frozen in place. Why do I unconsciously seek out an ES figure? Why does it feel suffocating to see him laughing with others? Why is he the first person I want to care for when I'm hurt? Why, when utterly exhausted? Is it only by leaning against him that I find true comfort and relaxation? Why do I go to such lengths to draw near to him, employing every ridiculous excuse? The emotions he had previously forcefully rationalized as brotherly affection, camaraderie, or mere admiration now, under the illuminating glow of the word-like, became strikingly clear, revealing their true nature. This was nothing less than a heart's flutter, a desire to possess, a yearning that quickens the heartbeat at the mere thought of touch, a complex feeling that brings pride when witnessing his strength and pain when seeing his fatigue. This is not brotherhood at all. Could it be that I am gay? The overwhelming realization and the accompanying shame engulfed GZ sure. He, GZ sure, seemed to, perhaps, genuinely have feelings for Ani. This recognition detonated in his mind like a nuclear bomb, scattering his thoughts while simultaneously igniting a dazzling fireworks display that left him bewildered. How shameless could he be, coveting his own brother? What would Ani think if he found out? His face flushed crimson from forehead to neck, as if he were about to spontaneously combust. He opened his mouth, yet no words emerged, his entire being paralyzed like a piece of charred struck by lightning. The nail, observing his expression as if his worldview had been shattered and his CPU completely fried, could no longer contain his laughter, clutching his belly. Ha ha! Oh, I can't take it anymore. Captain, your expression is priceless. You finally caught on. My goodness, this is too funny. Your reflexes are quite slow. GZ sure was jolted from his stupor by the nail's laughter, suddenly snapping back to reality, embarrassment and anger flooding his being. He shot a fierce glare at the nail, his eyes brimming with lethal intent, yet with a face so red it could bleed, his threat lacked any real menace. Shut your mouth. Don't you dare say a word. Do you hear me? He hissed, voice low, trembling with suppressed fury, his fists clenched tightly. The nail laughed until tears streamed down his face, waving his hands in surrender. All right, I won't say a thing, unless I can't help myself, haha. GZ sure felt utterly humiliated, as though he might ignite in flames. He instinctively glanced toward Ni, only to meet his clear gaze, which seemed to question what was happening. In an instant, GZ sure felt as if that look had seared him, and he quickly turned away, his heart racing wildly, almost leaping from his throat. He could no longer afford to teach the nail a lesson, turning away in a clumsy, almost synchronized manner, his footsteps quickening as if a horde of mutated dogs were pursuing him. He needed a moment of solitude. He needed to regain his composure. He wished to find a crevice to hide within. Chapter 17. The 17th day in the dystopian ability novel. Meanwhile, the instigator Nail was laughing heartily behind him, seemingly oblivious to the chaos that awaited the second team in the days to come. He noticed G-Shure's hurried retreat and quickened his pace to catch up, exclaiming, "Captain, keep it up. I hear many have a fondness for Ani." G-Shure halted in his tracks, confused. "What?" Nail grinned mischievously. "What do you mean, what?" "It's entirely normal and reasonable for many to admire Ani. He possesses remarkable abilities, a handsome appearance, a pleasant demeanor, youth, and a captivating aura. Wouldn't you agree?" "Captain?" Ani, observing their antics from a distance, felt no desire to investigate further. He redirected his focus to his training, striving for greater strength. Ever since G-Shure had come to terms with his somewhat impure thoughts, he felt as if he had been thrust into an emotional tempest. On one hand, his heart raced like a lively fawn, causing him great anxiety. Whenever he encountered Ani, it felt as though his heart were submerged in soda, bubbling with unparalleled sweetness and explosive delight. On the other hand, overwhelming embarrassment and an inexplicable sense of desecration made it nearly impossible for him to face Ani with ease. After all, this was Ani, strong, composed, intelligent, and handsome Ani. His crude and clumsy thoughts felt like an affront to him. Thus, Ani soon noticed that Jisher, who once naturally slung an arm over his shoulder and spoke candidly, was now awkwardly feigning nonchalance in his presence. Whenever Ani came within 3 meters of him, Jisher's gaze would automatically fixate on the ceiling, the floor, the walls, the tips of his shoes, or the back of any nearby team member's head, resolutely avoiding direct eye contact with Ani. If by chance their eyes met, he would spring away like a startled rabbit, his ears flushing a visible crimson. Too obvious, Captain. Have you figured it out? When conversing with Ani, he became tight-lipped, using one word when 2 could have sufficed. Okay, sure, got it, became his frequent utterances, delivered with a deliberately serious tone, attempting to create the facade of being busy and earnest, merely engaged in the normal arrangement of tasks. He had completely forgotten the days when he would casually approach Ani, asking, Ani, what do you think of this? Or Ani, look at that. Unless absolutely necessary, he maintained a steadfast distance from Ani. Where he once sat closely during training breaks, he now preferred to isolate himself at a distance. Such transparent attempts at subterfuge were not lost on the astute Ani, nor were they overlooked by even the most obtuse team members, who began to speculate privately. Had the captain offended Ani in some way, or had he sustained an injury during the mission? Ani observed Jisher's visibly uncomfortable demeanor, struggling to maintain a facade of normalcy, and found it both amusing and inexplicably endearing. He likely guessed the reason behind it. Out of a peculiar sense of malicious curiosity, he chose not to confront the situation, instead adopting a leisurely attitude akin to that of an audience member at a play. Eager to see how far the captain would contort himself, it was rather amusing. This subtle sensation lingered for several days until one afternoon during a break. The training had just concluded, and the team members were scattered, resting and hydrating at the sidelines. And E leaned against a railing, wiping the fine sweat from his forehead when a tall, strikingly handsome female teammate approached him with an open demeanor, her face adorned with a bright, yet slightly bashful smile. She was a member of the 5th team, possessing an intriguing ability to mask her presence. Anyi, the girl called out, her voice clear and melodious. Yes. Hello. Is there something you need? Ani replied, raising his head with a tone that was unremarkable yet courteous. The girl smiled beautifully. May I have a few words with you? Jisher, who had been feigning deep concentration on his tactical gloves, immediately perked up like a radar, his attention fully captured. And he nodded, of course. Jisher lingered, seemingly nonchalantly shifting a couple of steps to the side, with Dingzi quickly trailing behind him. The girl took a deep breath, as if summoning her courage, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, yet sufficiently audible for those around. And I have noticed you since you arrived at the base. You are strong and exceptionally kind. I really admire you. I wanted to ask if you would be interested in trying to date me. She smiled. After all, one should seize the day, shouldn't we? Would you like to give a try? Puffed. Dingzi, who was drinking water nearby, suddenly sprayed it everywhere, erupting into a fit of coughing, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he fixated on Jisher's reaction. The surroundings fell into an immediate hush as numerous teammates turned their attention towards them, erupting into a chorus of teasing shouts. And he was evidently taken aback by this unexpected and bold confession, especially in such a public setting. He momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure and was about to respond. However, someone was faster than him. Jisher, who had been sitting several meters away, pretending to be merely a background figure, abruptly stood up. His movement was so forceful that it nearly toppled the chair behind him. His expression darkened like a stormy sky, his chest heaving violently, and his eyes, usually filled with cheer or combativeness, now roiled with an unprecedented mixture of panic, urgency, and a fierce territorial aggression. He didn't even wait for an E to reply. In a swift motion, he dashed forward, forcefully inserting himself between an E and the girl like an irate wall that had suddenly appeared. He glared at the female teammate, his tone sharp and harsh, almost a growl. The training period has just ended. What are you all doing here? Don't you need to recover your strength? Is the 5th team's training so easy? The girl was taken aback by the sudden outburst from Jisher. Captain G, I was just... Why was she talking to an E? What did it have to do with him? Just what? What kind of world is this? Is this the time for romance? If you have the inclination for such matters, you might as well practice how to defeat mutated beings. Zisher didn't allow her a chance to explain, his voice escalating to near hysteria, behaving as if a treasured possession of his was being coveted by another, infuriated beyond measure. And he observed the agitated Zisher standing before him, a fleeting glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. He gently patted Zisher's tense arm, his tone calm and unwavering. Zisher, please remain composed. Such a simple utterance, a mere name and a soothing phrase, seemed imbued with an enchanting magic, rendering the oncoming storm of Zisher's anger momentarily frozen, the tempestuous fury suspended in limbo. He abruptly turned to face Ani, whose eyes appeared to pierce through to the very essence of his being, exposing all his chaos, grievances, envy, and possessiveness in that singular moment. What was he doing? By what right did he interfere with another's confession to Ani? For what position did he dare to unleash such wrath? Chapter 18. The 18th day of immersion in the apocalyptic superpower narrative, an overwhelming sense of helplessness mingled with an impulsive desire to abandon all restraint surged within Zisher. Ani glanced at Zisher's bewildered expression, then at the stunned teammates surrounding them, finally resting his gaze on the female teammate, whose complexion shifted from pale to flushed in the wake of Zisher's outburst. Ani's eyes flickered as he noted the displeasure etched on the fifth team leader's face. He sighed, an expression of regret in his eyes. I apologize. He is not in his right mind. With that, he delivered a firm slap to Zisher's back, causing him to stagger. Were you saying? Apologize to her. The members of the fifth team were certainly not under Zisher's jurisdiction. Upon hearing Yi's words, Zisher opened his mouth, yet ultimately swallowed his indignation. I'm sorry. The female teammate forced a smile. It's fine. And before she could finish, Zisher interrupted her. He took a deep breath, as if resolved to some irrevocable decision, his chest heaving violently. Then, he executed an act that left all onlookers astounded. He spun around, no longer regarding the female teammate, but instead faced E directly, his voice quavering with a mix of tension and excitement, yet resonating with a bold clarity. A reckless declaration. She is not suitable. And he raised an eyebrow. Oh. Zisher's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched as though preparing for battle. And he bellowed with fervor, as if proclaiming to the universe, because I like you. May I ask, can we marry? Upon uttering this proclamation, he felt as though all strength had been drained from him, standing frozen in place. What on earth was he saying? The training ground fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was petrified. The girl remarked, so that's it, what a foolish thing. The old cat's mouth hung agape, large enough to fit an egg. Beside him, a nail-biting teammate reached over to close his jaw, unable to suppress applause. Brilliant, truly brilliant. And Ani, after a moment of stunned silence, gazed upon this captain, whose face was as red as a boiled shrimp, yet whose eyes sparkled with astonishing brilliance, and could no longer contain himself, letting out a soft chuckle. Zisher was unlike anyone he had encountered before, his core fiery yet awkward, quite intriguing. The perspective of the comment section had inexplicably shifted to encompass them, erupting in exclamations. So Ani is not the villain, but rather Zisher's love interest? What a disaster! Who proposes right off the bat? What purpose does your confession serve? Go ahead and kiss him. I command you both to engage in intimacy before me. Should you fail to comply, I shall dispose of you both. Oh, the little rascal is indeed fiery. I find great pleasure in witnessing such scenes. Delightful. The backyard is truly a sight to behold, reminiscent of oil seeping forth. My friend, you are quite enticing. Ani sighed in exasperation. Zisher's earth-shattering confession had dropped like a deep water bomb into the tranquil lake of their lives, sending ripples that lingered for days. The team members looked at him and an with eyes brimming with ambiguous meanings, especially Dingsy, whose smile stretched from ear to ear, showing no signs of fading. Following the initial embarrassment and unease, Zisher discovered that an had not outright rejected him, which felt like a tacit approval, breathing new life into his spirit. He promptly resolved to pursue an However, His methods of courtship were rather peculiar. He began to gather an assortment of culinary delights for an E. Today, he brought back a special variant of beef jerky from the kitchen, reportedly packed with energy, though so tough it could chip a tooth. Tomorrow, it would be sweet canned fruit, and the day after, a handful of sugary roots from mutated plants. And he found it amusing that GZ would gaze at him with eager eyes, reminiscent of a large dog yearning for praise. During missions, regardless of the nature of the task, GZ remained inseparable from an E, automatically entering protective mode. He seemed eager to eliminate any potential risks, often prompting an E to exasperatedly remind him, "Captain, leave me some opportunities to train." He attempted to learn the art of gentleness, but it often manifested as an E. "Are you cold?" He could control ice, so cold was no concern. An E, "Are you thirsty?" He could manipulate water. An E, "Are you tired? Shall I carry you?" Goodness knows, he had only just stepped out of the base. Tired? He was not incapacitated. An E sighed, feeling overwhelmed. Fortunately, a single phrase sufficed to silence GZ. Act normal. Consequently, anyone attempting to approach an E, particularly those wishing to engage him in conversation, regardless of gender, would receive GZ's death glare, striving to nip any potential rivals in the bud. An E sighed again, having never experienced such clumsy courtship. The methods were laughable and utterly lacking in subtlety, well known throughout the base. Though somewhat irritated, and he found it hard to stay annoyed, especially when witnessing GZ's flustered and flushed demeanor. It was rather endearing. Amidst this somewhat tumultuous yet subtly charged atmosphere, the fortification of the Liao Yuan fortress was fervently underway under Ji Qin's vigorous push. The walls were further reinforced and elevated. New sensors and traps were deployed around the perimeter, protective coatings against corrosive liquids were developed and tested, and the patrol teams were significantly expanded in both size and frequency. The entire base operated like a tightly wound wartime machine, functioning with remarkable efficiency. One evening, and he found himself alone in the warehouse area, inventorying newly arrived materials. The setting sun cast its golden rays through the tall windows, creating elongated shadows upon the ground. GZ had intended to find an excuse to linger, but was abruptly summoned away by an urgent meeting called by Ji Qin. As he was meticulously verifying the checklist, the familiar cacophony of comments flooded his mind once more. Wait, what does this mean? Oh my goodness, was surging outside each safety base. Oh, what is this? So disgusting. The area outside Liao Yuan Fort is teeming with self-destructive toxic spore sacs and corrosive worms that can burrow underground. Wait, are we not fighting a boss, but rather facing a defensive battle? It's coming. Oh no. The main focus is the east and west. I remember it was initially described as a residential area. We have no idea what's happening inside the base. They're all underground. The patrols didn't see anything. Shouting, "We're doomed." And Yi's fingers abruptly halted their movements, his pupils constricting slightly. The residential areas to the east and west. Self-destructive toxic spore sacs. Corrosive burrowing worms. He recalled that the attacking mutated flora and fauna were not supposed to be these. Could it be due to the intensified patrols? He straightened up suddenly, all previous ease and leisure vanishing in an instant, his expression turning grave. He had to act immediately, and he turned and strode purposefully toward the exit of the warehouse, his face a mask of seriousness. Chapter 19. The 19th day within the apocalyptic superpower narrative, and E moved with the swiftness of the wind, simultaneously channeling his mental energy downward, and indeed sensed something unusual. He quickened his pace, a rare urgency propelling him directly to the conference room in the central command building of the base. The guard at the door recognized him and did not impede his passage, though he regarded in Yi's unusual gravity with some surprise. And he pushed open the heavy door to the conference room, interrupting the intense discussions within. Around the long table, various squad leaders and high-ranking officials were gathered, with Ji Qin seated at the head and GZ prominently present. At that moment, all eyes turned to the abruptly intruding in E. Anyi. GZ was the first to rise, his expression a mixture of astonishment and concern. What has happened? He keenly sensed the unusual tension radiating from an E. Ji Qin also furrowed his brow slightly, raising a hand to signal the speaker to pause. "Ani, we are in the midst of a combat meeting." Ani cast a sweeping glance across the room, foregoing any pleasantries. He approached Ji Qin's side and immediately addressed the matter at hand. His voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable intensity. "The meeting is hereby suspended. I have an urgent report. I have sensed an extraordinarily ominous presence rising from deep underground, vast in scale and rapidly closing in on our base. The east and west are of particular concern. They emerge from beneath the earth, and their essence bears a striking resemblance to the mutated mycelium we previously encountered, yet is far more complex and formidable." A momentary silence enveloped the conference room, soon followed by a tumult of reactions. Ji Qin's expression turned icy. "Are you certain?" "Ani nodded affirmatively." Ji Qin promptly leapt through the window to conduct an assessment. Before Ji Qin could return, a voice rang out. "Underground? A dangerous presence?" A robust captain, his face marred by scars, abruptly rose from his seat, his voice laden with skepticism and discontent. "And are you fully aware of what you are asserting? Merely based on your intuition? Our existing detectors have revealed no anomalies. You are sowing discord among the ranks." The captain of the 5th Squad interjected. Another voice, sharp and laced with evident sarcasm, emanated from a civilian administrator, who felt a wave of nausea wash over him at the recent rumors surrounding an NGZ. "Indeed, Ani, while your abilities are commendable, such baseless conjectures have no place in this crucial assembly." A thought struck him, and he burst into laughter. Could it be that Ji's recent attentiveness towards you has given rise to some unfounded delusions, leading you to believe you can express such astonishing claims with impunity? Have you just risen from G's bed, dazed and confused? His words, veiled yet acerbic, instantly linked in Yi's warning to his rumored liaison with GZ, attempting to diminish it to a mere farce for public amusement. He could not fathom that anyone could sense an ominous presence prior to machines detecting it. "Enough of your nonsense." GZ erupted, a terrifying crackle of lightning enveloping him, causing the atmospheric pressure in the conference room to plummet. He glared fiercely at the offender, his gaze fierce enough to kill. "Refrain from indulging in such filthy thoughts. What manner of person do you think he is? Would he jest about such matters? Should you continue this folly, I shall be the one to cast you out to feed the mutated beasts." The man, taken aback by GZ's overwhelming presence, turned pale and instinctively took a half-step back, yet his words remained defiant. "Captain G, you are conflating personal with professional. Just because he shares a special bond with you, does that mean he can disregard me?" And he spoke suddenly, his voice soft yet reminiscent of an icy spring, quenching the tumult and ire within the room. He slowly turned his gaze towards the man, his expression calm and unyielding, yet profound enough to instill a sense of trepidation. He exuded no overt pressure of supernatural ability, yet an intangible aura of superiority swiftly enveloped the space. "Sir," Ani's tone was almost courteous, yet imbued with a chilling, condescending scrutiny. "Might I inquire upon which detection data or reconnaissance report you base your assertion that my intuition is nothing but unfounded speculation? Furthermore, which regulation within the base permits personal relationships to serve as grounds for questioning the integrity of a wartime report?" He leaned slightly forward. "In your view, does ensuring the safety of the base and minimizing unnecessary casualties take a back seat to your aimless gossip and speculation regarding another's private life?" The man found himself rendered speechless, his face turning the color of a pig's liver, unable to articulate a single coherent thought under Yi's penetrating gaze, feeling an icy chill envelop him. He relented. "I was merely joking." And Yi regarded him, a gentle smile gradually gracing his features. "A joke, is it? Is that so?" He chuckled softly, but the smile faded abruptly, his eyes narrowing, their coldness cutting. "I do not appreciate this jest. Kindly refrain from speaking. If you cannot close it, I do not mind assisting you in thoroughly resolving this predicament." And he no longer regarded him, her gaze shifting to the recently arrived Ji Qin, her tone regaining its steadiness. "Leader, you have sensed it as well, haven't you? It is better to believe than to doubt. immediately initiate the highest level defense protocol, focusing on fortifying the eastern and western flanks, and reinforce the underground defenses while there is still time. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. The conference room fell silent once more, all eyes turning towards Ji-Qin. Her gaze was sharp as an eagle's, and she nodded at an E without the slightest hesitation. Her voice was resolute. I command, effective immediately, the Liao Yuan fortress shall enter a state of level 1 combat readiness. Activate all defensive measures. Ensure all personnel are in position. Concentrate defenses towards the eastern and western sectors. Adjust the sensitivity of the underground sensors to the highest level. All civilians must immediately proceed to the shelters. Communications Department. Instantly relay the warning and our initiation of level 1 readiness at the highest priority to all reachable secure bases. Alert them to be wary of similar attacks, particularly those originating from underground. With Ji-Qin's commands, it was clear to everyone that this was not without cause. Orders cascaded one after another, and the command center sprang into high gear, the piercing alarm echoing throughout the entire Liao Yuan fortress. Amidst the chaos, an E kept an ear attuned to the commentary section, searching for any pertinent information. Thank goodness for an E. I apologize for previously portraying you as the villain. So perceptive. I admire you. So sensitive. Sensitive? Ji Zisher is fortunate. Teacher, you. And E is so handsome. Ji Zisher, you are truly well fed. Speechless. Chapter 20. The 20th day in the apocalypse superpower novel, the deafening alarm reverberated, awakening the entire Liao Yuan fortress. High upon the walls, far from a base's first line of defense, various weapons emitted a tremendous hum, already poised for action. All combat personnel, like tightly wound gears, dashed frantically to their designated battle stations in accordance with the plan. The air was thick with the sense of steel, gunpowder, and an oppressive tension that heralded an impending storm. On the eastern wall, facing the ominous forest, lay one of the most pressured defense zones. The second squad, led by Ji Zisher, along with 3 other squads, was tasked with holding this position. Perhaps sensing the activation of defenses, the underground disturbances grew increasingly intense, and combat erupted almost instantaneously following the full activation of the defense systems. As an E had forewarned, this wave of assault did not originate from the surface, but rather from below. Boom! 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 The ground several hundred meters in front of the wall erupted with countless craters as massive, segmentally formed, burrowing worms. Their bodies coated in a viscous corrosive liquid surged forth, opening their circular mouths lined with sharp teeth, and began to unleash torrents of dark green, caustic slime upon the base of the wall. Sizzle, sizzle. The solid concrete foundation of the wall was instantly corroded, billowing thick clouds of white smoke as its surface rapidly flaked away and melted. Open fire. Aim at those worms. Suppressive fire. The voice of Ji Zisher reverberated across the battlefield through loudspeakers. Heavy weaponry unleashed fiery tongues, while explosives detonated amidst the swarm. Yet these resilient worms, with their tough hides, continued to spew forth viscous fluids even when severed, proving to be exceedingly troublesome. Subsequently, from the depths of the earth, a multitude of translucent entities, reminiscent of colossal jellyfish, emerged like phantoms, their toxic sacs pulsating ominously with a ghastly green glow. Beware of those drifting closer. They may self-detonate. Engage from a distance. The calm voice of an E resonated. Standing at the parapet, he waved his hands, causing moisture in the air to coalesce instantaneously into numerous ice disks, as delicate as cicada wings and edged with lethal sharpness, which spun with a life of their own, accurately targeting the toxic spores. With a series of punctuated sounds, the ice disks effortlessly penetrated the spores' fragile exteriors, unleashing an intense chill. Boom! 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 The hit toxic sacs erupted violently in mid-air, releasing a cloud of green poison. However, most of it was contained beyond the city walls. With only a few explosions nearby, their toxic mists quickly dispersed by a rising barrier and strong winds. And Yi's assault did not waver. He deftly manipulated the moisture in the atmosphere to conjure a colossal water vortex, ensnaring numerous mutated entities that crawled from the ground, then instantaneously freezing the vortex into towering ice pillars, encasing the aberrations within as frigid sculptures. With a resounding crash, they crumbled into powder. Faced with the occasional airborne mutants or unnaturally agile hunters breaching the fire net and leaping towards the walls, and he required no grand gestures. Wherever his gaze fell, water blades silently sliced through the air, disassembling the mutants into neatly arranged fragments, as if an invisible hand had whimsically dismantled them. He truly embodied the power to slay gods and demons alike. The eastern section of the city wall he defended had virtually transformed into a realm of death. Amidst the hail of bullets and diverse abilities, his presence exuded an air of composure, the sheer magnitude of his power instilling fear in the mutants and greatly uplifting the morale of the soldiers behind him. "My heavens, and he is astonishing," one soldier murmured, reloading his magazine with awe in his eyes. "Is he even human? What a powerhouse!" While Zisher unleashed thunderous might to eradicate the mutants, he couldn't help but glance frequently in Yi's direction. Each time he witnessed Yi's breathtaking maneuvers, his heart felt as though struck by some unseen force, filled with shock and an indescribable admiration. The Yi he idolized was indeed formidable. Throughout this efficient slaughter, a fragment of Yi's consciousness remained vigilant, observing the battlefield. His spatial abilities activated silently, collecting the remnants of the frozen and severed entities, particularly the new varieties of burrowing worms and toxic spores. Even some splattered, corrosive slime samples went unnoticed, swiftly gathered into his space in substantial quantities, due to Yi's timely warning. Despite the fierce battle and the relentless onslaught of the mutated creatures, the city wall stood resolute, bolstered by Yi's almost bug-like presence and the valiant efforts of his comrades. The losses were minimized, aside from some energy depletion and equipment damage. Casualties among personnel were remarkably few. As he listened to the rolling commentary around him, he realized that Ji-Chin was also faring well in the Western Front. How cool! Ji-Chin and an E are truly amazing. So strong. This is exhilarating, dazzling, as the last wave of mutated beings was obliterated under the barrage of fire. The Eastern battle came to a preliminary conclusion. The smoke had yet to dissipate, and the ground was strewn with the remnants of the mutated creatures and ice crystals. Yet the defense remained intact. The warriors collapsed against the parapets, gasping for breath, their faces marked by exhaustion, but more so by the relief of survival and the joy of victory. Zisher wiped the sweat and grime from his face and hurried to Yi's side. Yi remained upright, gazing towards the now silent forest, his complexion somewhat pale, a manifestation of excessive mental strain, yet his posture remained unyielding. "Is it over?" Zisher's voice was hoarse, yet brimming with excitement. "Temporarily," Yi replied, withdrawing his gaze to meet Zisher's eyes with a slight nod. "It seems the fighting in the west continues, but the sounds have diminished. They should have it under control." Zisher observed Yi's calm profile, a surge of emotion swelling within him. Countless words lodged in his throat, which ultimately coalesced into a single utterance. "Thanks to you, Yi. Without your warning, the defense could not have been so composed, and the losses would have been far graver. The entire Liao Yuan fortress could have faced dire consequences." And he offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate. Zisher watched as the sunlight outlined Yi's silhouette, his heart fervent from the battle, now thrumming with a different emotion. He couldn't help but step closer. "Yi, do you think I'm useless?" He had always considered himself quite strong, but in comparison to Ji-Chin and Yi, he felt woefully inadequate, especially since his intellect paled in comparison to theirs. Chapter 21. The 21st Day in the Apocalypse superpower novel, Yi regarded him with a curious glance, wondering why Zisher, typically so straightforward and unguarded, seemed troubled. Observing Zisher's expression closely, his eyes widened in surprise. Zisher was being serious. He cleared his throat and replied earnestly, "Not at all. You are very strong." Zisher looked at him with hope. "Really? But I'm just an ordinary person. not particularly smart. And he nodded in agreement, which was true. However, he refrained from expressing this outright, instead offering comfort. That's not the case. You're quite endearing. Upon realizing E's words were sincere, G. Zisher's spirits lifted. It didn't matter if he wasn't the brightest. For once he won an ES affection, wouldn't their home be filled with brilliance? The relentless intensity of vigilance persisted until nightfall enveloped the surroundings. The frigid beams of searchlights swept across the desolate ruins and wilderness like swords, ensuring no signs of anomalous activity remained. Only then did the taut tension begin to ease slightly, leaving behind the necessary patrols and sentinels. The weary soldiers managed to return to the base in groups. The conference room of the Central Command building flickered back to life. But the atmosphere was starkly different from that of the pre-battle gathering. The attendees bore unmistakable signs of fatigue on their faces, yet their eyes shone with a distinct brightness. They had just triumphed in a defense battle that could have been exceedingly brutal, with casualties far lower than anticipated. Ji Qin, seated at the head of the table, was the first to summarize the outcomes of the defensive battle, particularly highlighting the exceptional performance of the Eastern Front in countering the new variant entities and minimizing losses. A shiver ran through the assembly. Was this a prelude to elevating an E to a core position? However, just as the meeting was about to transition into the customary tactical review, an E slowly rose to his feet. Instantly, all eyes converged upon him. An E's expression was inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger, only a near indifferent calm. He approached the opposite end of the conference table, where sat the civilian personnel who had previously derided him, linking his warnings to his personal relationship with Captain G. The individual seemed to sense impending doom, his complexion paling, instinctively recoiling, his gaze evasive. And he halted before him, looking down with a commanding presence, his voice resonating with chilling clarity in the hushed conference room. Before the battle, you dismissed my warnings as baseless conjecture and insinuated that I was merely seeking attention due to my connection with Captain G. The man's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his lips trembling as he attempted to defend himself. I was merely being cautious for the sake of the base. He felt Yi's reaction to be excessively petty, as if he aimed to usurp his authority through this incident. Your caution nearly plunged the entire base into irretrievable chaos. And he interrupted, unreasonably casting blame upon him. Your statements were not only an affront to me personally, but also a grave lapse in judgment regarding our operational readiness, jeopardizing the lives of countless soldiers. Before he could finish, and to the astonishment of all present, an E abruptly raised his hand. Smack! A crisp and resounding slap struck the official's face, sending him tumbling from his chair, his cheek instantly swelling and blood beginning to seep from the corner of his mouth. He fumbled, dislodging 2 teeth as he moved his lips. The conference room fell into a profound silence, everyone stunned by Yi's sudden, decisive action. He shook his hand as if brushing off dust, gazing disdainfully at the disheveled official on the floor. A nonchalant smile gracing his lips. Consider this slap as a lesson to keep your words clean in the future. He paused, lifting his gaze to scan the astonished faces around him, finally resting on Ji Qin with a slight nod. I have finished my remarks. My apologies for interrupting the meeting. The entire episode unfolded swiftly, precisely, and with an unassailable authority. Ji Qin gazed at the unfolding scene, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in her eyes. Yet, she refrained from voicing any objections. It was not until an E returned to his seat that she slowly spoke. And Yi's actions may have been somewhat direct, but his intentions were not misplaced. In the face of calamity, every precise warning could potentially save countless lives. Any unfounded malicious speculation or slander posed a challenge to the very survival of the Liao Yuan fortress. Consequently, this incident warranted a significant reprimand, a deduction of 3 months' provisions, and reassignment to the logistics department for cleaning duties, pending further observation. The individual in question, though not particularly capable, had a penchant for instigating trouble. Thus his removal was, in essence, a fortuitous outcome. The official's face turned ashen as he was assisted to his feet, departing the conference room in disgrace. The subsequent review of the meeting continued amidst a subtly charged atmosphere. with those unfamiliar, with an E harboring a newfound trepidation towards him. Once the meeting concluded, the attendees dispersed. And E and G Zisher naturally found themselves walking together, side by side in silence, along the dimly lit corridor leading to the dormitory area. The passage was shrouded in shadows, illuminated only by the faint glow of emergency lights. G Zisher stole several furtive glances at an E, his heart racing. Memories of an Yi's formidable presence on the battlefield and the fiery slap he had delivered moments ago replayed in his mind. Indeed, fiery was the apt description. Each aspect of him stirred a profound emotion within G Zisher. Unable to contain himself any longer, G Zisher broke the silence, his voice slightly hoarse. Earlier, you performed quite admirably. After struggling to formulate his thoughts, he regretted his choice of words immediately. An E turned his head, and in the dim light, his eyes seemed to glimmer with a hint of amusement. I merely believe that some accounts are best settled on the spot to avoid any lapse in memory. G Zisher nodded vigorously. Exactly. It's best to settle it right away. That person deserves it. They continued in silence for a while until they reached the entrance of an Yi's dormitory. Here we are, an E announced, halting in his tracks. Oh, yes, we've arrived. G Zisher felt a pang of reluctance surge within him, not wishing to part ways so soon. He gazed at an Yi's softly illuminated profile, and the suppressed emotions from earlier surged once more. Summoning his courage, he exclaimed, An E. An E paused, hand poised to open the door, glancing back at him. What I said earlier, I meant it. G Zisher shut his eyes, throwing caution to the wind. I like you. I like you immensely. I truly want to marry you. Upon uttering these words, his heart raced, palms slick with sweat from nervousness. And he regarded him quietly, observing this tall, slender man now appearing as anxious as a schoolboy. He recognized the sincerity and fervor in G Zisher's eyes, finding him quite endearing. The corridor was enveloped in silence, with only the sound of their heartbeats resonating in the air. Chapter 22. The 22nd day in the apocalyptic superpower. And novel moments later, an E suddenly chuckled softly, a low sound that brushed against G Zisher's heart like a feather. I know. And Yi's voice carried a subtle warmth. Your performance is quite evident. G Zisher's face instantly flushed crimson. And E neither accepted nor rejected. He merely extended his hand, gently patting G Zisher's rigid arm, reminiscent of the way he had soothed him during battle. It's quite late. You should return and rest well. And Yi's tone was calm, yet it seemed to imbue a sense of tacit approval and indulgence. We shall discuss everything else tomorrow. Having spoken, he turned away, no longer regarding G Zisher's reaction, and opened the door to his room, closing it behind him. G Zisher stood outside, dazed, as if struck senseless by a wave of overwhelming happiness. He did not refuse. He suggested discussing it tomorrow. Was this a sign of consent? An immense joy surged through him, obliterating all fatigue and tension. G Zisher leapt into the air, delivering a triumphant punch to the empty space, his face illuminated by an utterly foolish yet radiant smile. Though the smoke of battle had dissipated, the Liao Yuan fortress had not resumed its former rhythm. Rather, it had descended into a deeper, more profound tension akin to the stillness before a storm. In the following days, dire news poured in like a disturbed beehive through secure channels. Report: Base 5 has encountered a large-scale attack by burrowing worms and aerial mutants. Part of the eastern wall has collapsed with heavy casualties, but it has barely held the line. Immediate assistance required. Base 21 is engulfed by a new type of corrosive spore cloud, rendering its defense systems largely ineffective, and is struggling to resist. The Hope Light settlement has gone silent, with the last signal indicating an encounter with an unprecedented, mentally disruptive mutant. The relentless barrage of bad news weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Although attacks were widespread, the situation was not as dire as initially feared. Yet, Shiochi adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the compiled data on the screen. His tone somber with the gravity of survival after a catastrophe. Ji Qin tapped her fingers rhythmically on the table, murmuring to herself, "This cannot continue." Her gaze swept across the group, finally landing on the silent and E. "Have you sensed anything unusual recently?" And he shook his head slightly. The massive wave of attacks seems to have temporarily subsided, yet the ominous feeling emanating from the depths has not vanished. It has merely grown more elusive and intangible. It feels as if they are observing or perhaps concocting something else. His assessment rekindled a sense of unease among the group. The agony of knowing the enemy exists while remaining oblivious to their next move was particularly excruciating. A high-ranking official could not help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Could it truly be, as we suspect, that behind the mutants lies an intelligent orchestrator? Upon hearing his words, Ji Qin fell silent, exchanging a profoundly grave and complex glance with Xiuqi across the table. Despite the external chaos, life within the Liao Yuan fortress must continue. The fortifications were being repaired and strengthened day and night. The patrol teams doubled in number, and training intensity was escalated to the highest levels. And Yi and Ji Zishur, as core combatants, were naturally kept exceedingly busy. On that day, Ji Zishur received word from Ji Qin, informing him that a band of roving scavengers, who subsisted by raiding small settlements, had unexpectedly discovered an outer outpost of the Liao Yuan fortress and launched an assault. After sending out a distress signal, the outpost lost all communication. Upon receiving this alarming news, Ji Zishur immediately led the second squad to conduct a purge. Although he was not originally part of this mission, he happened to be free and decided to accompany them. Upon arrival, a heavy silence fell over the group. The outpost had been completely ransacked, leaving behind chaotic signs of battle and bloodstains that had long since dried and darkened. Yet there were no bodies in sight, neither of the defenders nor the assailants. Everyone had vanished. They followed faint traces and, after a long day of searching, finally located the fleeing scavengers. Fortunately, the battle was without suspense. The scavengers' combat prowess was utterly inadequate against a professional squad. However, as they began to assess the battlefield and search for survivors, a scavenger leader, feigning death, suddenly sprang to life, brandishing a modified, powerful shotgun aimed directly at an E, who was bending down to check on the wounded. In that moment, time seemed to stretch, and E sensed the imminent danger with his mental acuity, yet his physical response required a fraction of a second. Fortunately, he had long established a spatial cutting capability around him. While others could not perceive it, any attack against him would meet with dire consequences. Yet someone moved swiftly. "Anyi, watch out!" A voice, nearly breaking with urgency, erupted. Ji Zishur lunged forward as if teleporting, without a moment's hesitation, placing his own back solidly between an E and the muzzle of the gun. Boom! The deafening gunshot rang out. A barrage of steel pellets accompanied by flames erupted forth. Ji Zishur's body jolted violently, a muffled groan escaping his lips as the tremendous force propelled him hard against an E. At that instant, an Yi's pupils constricted, his gaze turning sharply cold. Steadying Ji Zishur, who had collided with him, he swiftly extended his left hand. The grimace of the scavenger leader froze in an instant, along with his shotgun and his very being, as if cleaved by an invisible blade, silently disintegrating into hundreds of pieces, crashing to the ground. Blood and entrails splattered everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. Following this, the firepower from the surrounding team members mercilessly reduced him to a pulp, supporting the staggering Ji Zishur. And Yi's voice took on an unmistakable urgency for the first time. "Ji Zishur, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Ji Zishur gritted his teeth, raising his head with a somewhat pale complexion, yet striving to muster a smile. Damn it, this modified gun packs quite a punch. The bulletproof plate nearly shattered. He tore open his damaged combat uniform, revealing a severely deformed, deeply indented carbon fiber bulletproof plate underneath. Several stray steel pellets were embedded at the edges of the plate, and one even grazed his side, leaving a trail of blood, yet it was merely a superficial injury. Had it not been for the highest grade plate and the precise angle at which he intercepted the impact, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Ani gazed at the deformed plug, then glanced at the cold sweat trickling from Ji Zishur's brow and his foolish grin, his voice devoid of emotion. "There are countless ways to resolve this issue without rushing in." He paused momentarily. Do you lack abilities? Instead of employing a safe method, you choose to shield yourself with your body as if you were in a drama? Chapter 23. The 23rd day in a post-apocalyptic superpower novel. Upon hearing this, Zisher seemed momentarily taken aback, pausing for a moment before letting out a sigh, his gaze unexpectedly earnest and sincere, almost defensively at that moment. I truly didn't think that much. When I saw the gun pointed at you, my mind went blank and my body acted on its own. Ani silently extended his hand, summoning a delicate veil of icy mist at his fingertips, cautiously pressing it against Zisher's injured side to staunch the bleeding and alleviate the pain. The frigid sensation caused Zisher to shiver slightly, but soon a warm, tingling current surged from the wound, racing towards the crown of his head, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. He stared blankly at Ani's focused profile, so close yet so distant, momentarily forgetting the pain, feeling as if his heart might leap from his chest, the drumming sound resonating in his ears like a persistent hum. There's no need for such recklessness next time. Ani's voice returned to its calm demeanor, though if one listened closely, it seemed to harbor a touch more gentleness than usual. I can handle it. That's unacceptable. Zisher blurted out without a second thought, his tone resolute. What if something goes wrong? Even if you can manage, I cannot stand by and watch you take risks. Even if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance of an accident, I cannot afford that. He spoke with such conviction, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Ani hesitated for a moment, lifting his gaze to meet Zisher's, his expression complex and inscrutable. He said nothing further, merely continuing his ministrations. Ani couldn't help but reflect on the long trajectory of his life, whether it was the profound love of Xiao-Yen, encompassing everything, or the fervent and unrestrained infatuation of Gulien. He had genuinely possessed and felt both. If the former him had encountered such a situation, would Gulien have rushed in? What about Xiao-Yen? Ani was certain they would. After living through several lifetimes, nearly 2 centuries, being cherished and beloved had become ingrained in his very essence, a part of his very breath. He had always lived as if he were a precious gem, and being loved had become second nature to him. His life had been steeped in sweetness. Unbeknownst to him, there were those who sacrificed for him, who fell in love with him, and he had grown accustomed to it. He accepted all of this with ease, even subconsciously believing that he was deserving of the most profound and sincere emotions this world had to offer. Yet despite all this, Zisher's reckless protection still moved him deeply. The perspective in the comments section had unknowingly shifted from Jichin to them. Is this the classic hero saving the beauty? Atterly captivated. He truly loves, using his body to shield her. Oh my goodness. Frantically pounding the bed. When did they get together? I've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted. I've waited so long that the seas have dried up. Hello. Singing is not allowed here. Author. Show me their marriage certificate and slap it in my face. Right now. The author warns you to recognize your own limitations. Otherwise, I shall plead with you on my knees. And very well. A heavy burden weighed down upon the Liao Yuan fortress, as a relentless stream of dire news from various safety bases made Jichin and Keishiochi acutely aware that passive defense has its limits. They must sever the roots of the mutation. In the dead of night, under bright lights, Jichin and Keishiochi sat together, engaged in a hushed conversation. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed from outside the door. Jichin and Keishiochi exchanged glances and nodded. Come in. The door swung open, and an entered. He retained his usual calm demeanor, his combat uniform immaculate, as if he had just returned from external patrol. He surveyed the room with a casual glance before taking a seat at the empty spot by the table, a natural smile gracing his face. Leader, what instructions do you have for me? In truth, he had already formed a suspicion. It might pertain to the entity within the Earth's crust, maintaining an impassive facade. He awaited Jichin and Keishiochi to speak. Jichin smiled briefly before quickly suppressing it. And I wish to discuss something of great importance with you. But first, I must ask you a question. Are you loyal to the Liao Yuan fortress? And fell silent, then chuckled lightly, responding with honesty. I am loyal to my own beliefs in life. that takes precedence over all else. Xiuqi adjusted his glasses, the cold frames reflecting a faint glimmer, and refrained from commenting on Yi's words. Are you loyal to humanity? Do you view the mutation as a blessing or a curse? He paused, his gaze flickering. After all, it has obliterated the old world, yet has also bestowed unprecedented power upon a portion of humanity. Some deem it a catastrophe, while others herald it as a rebirth. They have acquired the ability to seize control of their own destinies. .Yet, earnestly stating, philosophical discussions can be reserved for later. I only know that I approach problems from human perspective. Xiuqi curled his lips, imperceptibly nodding, and chose not to speak further. Qin seized the opportunity to continue. In that case, it is fortuitous. The defiance and cynicism that marked her expression faded, and she sighed. We know the source of the mutation, and now we have resolved to eliminate it. They observed in Yi's expression, which remained unchanged, the source of the mutation. Xiuqi furrowed his brow, astonished by Yi's unperturbed demeanor, addressing him. You know? And Yi's countenance clearly suggested that he was aware of the existence of a source for the mutation, perhaps even its location. And he nodded with a smile. Not entirely certain, but I have my suspicions. He could not reveal to Qin and the others that he had known from the very beginning, knowledge gleaned from the original text. He looked at Qin, feigning curiosity. Underground, am I correct? His eyes sparkled as he continued. The recent attacks on various safety bases and our initial encounter with that mutated fungal blanket all originated from underground. Their essence is quite peculiar. Qin leaned back in her chair, and after a moment, she sighed with incredulous admiration. You are astonishingly perceptive. She gave me a thumbs up, acknowledging, Indeed, it is just as you surmised. We must eradicate it. The resolute voice of Qin cut through the air with unwavering determination. We must descend into the depths and locate the source of the mutation, utilizing my flames to utterly purify it. We cannot remain passive and endure blows. We must bring this to a decisive end. And he noted the choice of words she employed and could not help but raise an eyebrow. Was she being so candid with him? He feigned ignorance, asking, purification? Purification with fire? Ordinary flames would hardly suffice, would they? If that entity can incite global transformation, it is surely no ordinary phenomenon. A wry smile gracing her lips, and the gravity on her face lightened somewhat as she complained to Yi, You are far too astute, always honing in on the crux of the matter. Chapter 24. The 24th day in the apocalypse of supernatural abilities, Qin spread her palm, a flickering flame dancing within her grasp. Indeed, purification. My supernatural ability can eradicate mutated energy. Even plants and animals that have already undergone mutation will be rendered entirely devoid of their aberrant energy under my flames. Although their exterior may still bear the marks of mutation, internally, they will be indistinguishable from ordinary beings. And Yi's demeanor shifted to one of enlightenment. So, that's why every time the leader strikes, apart from the preliminary scraps set aside for study, the remainder is incinerated completely. It's to prevent any leaks of information. He chuckled. I thought it was just the leader's fierce aversion to mutated flora and fauna. Qin was at a loss for words, rolling her eyes at him. Am I really such a pyromaniac in your eyes? Yet, Xiuqi adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat, steering the conversation back on course. Based on the existing data and Qin's perceptions, we can now pinpoint the approximate location of the source. Though the risks are exceedingly high, it is worth a try. Remaining in a defensive stance could lead to the mutated entities evolving or gathering strength, potentially overwhelming all our bases one by one. Their gazes converged upon Yi. Qin regarded him with unprecedented seriousness. You are formidable. After Xiuqi and I depart, the Liaoyuan fortress will be entrusted to you. Your strength, your composure, and your judgment give me faith that you can safeguard this place. Once I leave, you will hold the highest command authority within the base. And he met her gaze and nodded slowly. He was aware of the narrative arc and the eventual success awaiting them. Yet the journey promised to be harrowing, and the Liaoyuan fortress would face its final, most frenzied assault. I will protect this place, he declared, his voice calm yet earnest. He pondered for a moment before adding, Leader, Shio Professor. Please exercise utmost caution on your journey. If our suspicions hold true and the entity below possesses intelligence, it will not idly sit by while you approach. It may very well launch an unprecedented, frenzied attack after your departure, seeking to dismantle the base at our most vulnerable moment or compel you to return for assistance. This was an event that had transpired in the original narrative. You need not return. I will hold the fort. We understand, Ji Qin affirmed with a firm nod. We will swiftly reach out to other bases that still possess strength, warning them of the impending assault, urging them to brace for battle and hold their ground. The comments section erupted with unprecedented noise. Is the final showdown finally upon us? I can't wait. Is it nearing its conclusion? Do not. I haven't had enough yet. The earlier chapter suggests that the mutant core seems prepared to completely obliterate the Luyuan fortress. Are we on the brink of an unprecedented battle? It appears to sense the location of our fervor. Once Sister Qin sets off, one T at detect her presence, but it poses no real threat. It is rendered immobile, merely seething in impotent rage. However, this will undoubtedly heighten the pressure on an E and the others. I see now. The author has ingeniously introduced a character like an E in the later stages of the narrative, intelligent and formidable, specifically for this moment. Indeed, curse be you, Ji Zishur. You truly feast well. The decisiveness of Ji Qin is beyond question. After 2 days of deliberations, she boldly declared her intent to lead a mission alongside Kei Shioqi. With an uncertain return date, during her absence, she entrusted the Luyuan fortress to an E, granting him the highest command. The conference room erupted in astonishment. All eyes fixated on the young man, whose lips bore a constant smile. Doubts lingered on the tip of their tongues, yet upon witnessing An Yi's gentle and courteous demeanor, they swallowed their skepticism. Indeed, he was not to be trifled with. Without excessive farewells, everything remained unspoken. Ji Qin and Kei Shioqi, accompanied by a select team of elite members, silently departed the Luyuan fortress in the deepest darkness before dawn, resolutely venturing into the unknown depths below. After their departure, under An Yi's meticulous arrangements, the fortress's defenses were fortified to the utmost. Less than a day after Ji Qin and Kei Shioqi left, a frenzied assault arrived as anticipated. The piercing and prolonged wail of alarms echoed, as if destined to rupture every eardrum, relentlessly resounding. Fortunately, the attack was swiftly detected. Enemy incursion. A full-scale attack. From all directions. The numbers were incalculable. The communication channels were filled with screams and the cacophony of explosions. Here it comes, more ferocious and frenzied than ever before. It seemed as though the entire world's mutated creatures were driven by some force, converging into a torrent of destruction. Heedless of all, charging toward the Luyuan fortress. The sky was darkened by flying mutants, while the ground was overwhelmed by a seemingly endless tide of roaring beasts. Even beneath the earth, the distressing sounds of excavation could be heard. Everyone's teeth chattered, and their pupils trembled. How could there be so many? An E was well prepared. Stationed at the command center, his gaze calm, he issued clear and composed orders, mobilizing every ounce of strength within the base. The mental network radiated from him, with the battlefield's dynamics firmly under his control. Ji Zishur, like an embodiment of thunder, roared as he fought at the front lines. Wherever the lightning struck, a scorched earth remained. An Yi's abilities coursed throughout the battlefield, wreaking havoc. Yet, even so, the brutality of the battle defied description. The defensive lines were breached repeatedly, only to be pushed back time and again by the soldiers within the base, who fought with their lives and blood. The sounds of explosions, roars, screams, and the thunderous clash of abilities intertwined, creating an unending symphony of chaos. In the brief respite following the repulsion of the relentless tide of mutants, Ji Zishur leaned against a bloodied and claw-marked barricade, gasping for breath. His combat attire was tattered and riddled with wounds, the flickering lightning coursing across his skin indicating immense exhaustion. An Yi's figure materialized beside him like a phantom, her fingertips exuding a refreshing mist of ice as she swiftly tended to his deeper lacerations. A subtle, almost imperceptible anxiety flickered in his eyes. The situation was far graver than he had anticipated, and an inexplicable premonition nagged at him, suggesting that the most perilous moment had yet to unfold. As he approached, Gigi sure mustered a blood-stained grin, reminiscent of his usual, somewhat foolishly radiant smile. He grasped her busy wrist tightly, trembling slightly from fatigue and excitement, yet holding on with unwavering determination. "You've come to see me," he chuckled, his voice hoarse. "I'm fine. Don't waste your powers on me. I'm tougher than I look." Annie paused, casting her gaze downward upon him. Day 25 in the apocalyptic world of supernatural abilities was marked by the acrid smoke that darkened Gigi Shure's well-defined features, yet his eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. He opened his mouth, sincerity flooding his expression, as if he wished to lay bare his heart before her. "I know this may be ill-timed and foolish, but I fear if I don't say it now, I may never have the chance again. I've said it countless times, and it remains unchanged. I love you. I wish to spend my life with you, longing to see you every day, to protect you, even if you are far stronger than I. My heart is straightforward and unrefined. All I desire is to be by your side, to shield you, even if you don't need it. Seeing you smile with others twists my heart with envy. And when I see you frown, I want to shatter everything in this world that causes you distress. I do love you. I once thought this was merely brotherly loyalty, a bond forged by life and death, but I was mistaken." His voice grew deep, imbued with a raw honesty. "That brat Ding Z was right. I'm just a foolish donkey who only understands through the insights of others. This is nothing but love. Annie, I love you." He nearly gasped these words out, his breaths harsh, his chest heaving. "I know I am unworthy of you. My mind is not as sharp as yours, and I can be foolish at times. But if we both survive this, will you give me a chance? Is it strange for me to say this now? I simply cannot hold it in any longer." From a moment he stepped onto the battlefield. A sense of foreboding lingered in his heart, as though he were destined not to leave this place alive. It felt like his final resting ground. This was perhaps the most unromantic confession in the least romantic of settings. And he gazed at him, surrounded by the suffocating stench of smoke and blood. In the original tale, Gigi Shure perished on this very battlefield. Then, with resolve, he clasped her trembling, warm hand in his own. The coolness of her fingertips met the searing heat of his palm, as if two disparate worlds converged at that moment. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in Gigi Shure's ears, carrying a distinct promise. "All right." Gigi Shure was momentarily stunned, almost believing he was experiencing an auditory hallucination. The word, clear and resolute, pierced through the clouds like the first rays of sunlight, instantly striking Gigi Shure's heart, which had nearly ceased to beat. And he observed his dazed expression, and a faint smile flickered in his eyes as he added, "Once we eliminate all these creatures, we shall be together." A burst of vibrant fireworks ignited in Gigi Shure's heart. He suddenly embraced E tightly, as if wanting to meld him into his very being. His voice choked with uncontainable excitement. "It's a promise. No one is allowed to go back on their word. Whoever does is a little dog. Indeed, it's a promise." And he allowed him to hold on, even gently patting his sweat-drenched back. The mutated creatures surged forward once more, and a nearby explosion sent debris flying. Dust swirling in the air, the flames illuminating Gigi Shure's blood-stained yet earnest face, and his eyes filled with the most sincere and fervent love known to the universe. "They're coming." Annie's gaze transformed, regaining its cold sharpness as he gently pushed Gigi Shure away. "First, we must deal with them." "Yes," Gigi replied loudly, hastily wiping his face. The deafening roars intertwined with the explosive sounds of psychic powers created a chaotic symphony. Beyond the defense line lay a true hell on earth. The tide of mutated creatures seemed endless, trampling over their fallen comrades as they relentlessly assaulted the crumbling defenses. Each collision made the reinforced alloy walls groan under the immense pressure. Gigi Shure fought fiercely at the forefront, like a god of thunder, roaring as he battled. Powerful bolts of lightning surged from his hands, leaving charred devastation in their wake. Yet, his breath had become labored, as if he were a bellows. The veins on his forehead bulging, and the once vibrant lightning surrounding him had visibly dimmed. Prolonged exertion had nearly drained every ounce of his powers and stamina, and he moved like a specter, flashing between critical points of the defense line. At his command, the moisture in the air crystallized into countless razor-sharp icicles, shredding a swarm of attacking mutated bats mid-flight. In the next moment, he pressed a hand down, causing the ground ahead to become as smooth as a mirror, sending countless charging creatures sprawling, easily harvested by the subsequent firepower. His expression remained emotionless, even possessing a cold beauty. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could notice he appeared paler than usual. With each substantial exertion of power, his eyelashes would tremble slightly. Maintaining precise control over multiple potent abilities simultaneously was a tremendous strain on his mental fortitude. At that moment, a mutated serpent, far larger than its kin, stealthily breached the layers of monitoring and fortified underground defenses, erupting from the ground less than 10 meters beneath GZ. Its gaping maw, filled with viscous corrosive fluid and resembling an abyss, was wide enough to instantly engulf an armored vehicle, exuding a nauseating stench as it lunged directly at GZ. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that instant. GZ could even see the glimmering barbs writhing deep within its throat. The shadow of death enveloped him like icy water, leaving him to ponder whether he would truly meet his demise here. In that critical moment, a faint yet profoundly disorienting sound resonated, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. GZ felt an irresistible, intangible force suddenly seize him, violently pulling him backward. Simultaneously, the temperature in the spot where he had been standing plummeted at an alarming rate. Cracked, a colossal ice spike, several meters thick and radiating an absolute zero chill, surged upward like an impenetrable barrier, forcefully filling the gaping maw of the mutated serpent. What on earth is that? A stroke of luck? The serpent's lethal bite collided with the impossibly hard ice spike, producing a cringe-inducing screech. Even shattering several of its vicious teeth, it emitted a pained and furious hiss. But that was not the end. Immediately, the immense ice spike, along with the serpent's massive head and the surrounding 10-meter radius, seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, violently compressing and distorting. There was no sound, no light. In the next instant, the once mighty mutated serpent, along with a portion of its body, was torn apart and pulverized by the unseen force, disintegrating into a gruesome spray of flesh and blood, painting the ground in an eerie shade of dark green. Chapter 26. The 26th day in the apocalypse supernatural novel, everything transpired in the blink of an eye. GZ stumbled backward several steps, barely regaining his balance as he gazed in horror at the rapidly freezing filth and the lingering, terrifying chill. His heart raced, almost leaping from his throat. He abruptly turned to look at the above him, and he was slowly lowering his hand, his complexion seemingly paler than before. Yet his gaze remained as tranquil as water, as if he had merely swatted a fly moments ago. He didn't even glance at GZ, his calm eyes scanning the battlefield for the next target to eliminate. He stood there, surveying the scene from a height, seemingly enveloped by an invisible barrier that shielded him from the encroaching smoke and the stench of blood. The originally delicate and gentle contours of his face, illuminated by the flickering light of flames and explosive energies below, took on a cold, hard sculptural quality, devoid of any trace of human warmth or emotional fluctuation. The surrounding chaos, explosions and screams, faded into a blurred background, leaving his vicinity as a disquieting vacuum. GZ's lips trembled, and there was a deeper, soul-stirring detachment and indifference about him, as if he was not a participant in the fray, but rather a deity or higher being, casually observing and coldly judging the struggles of lives on the chessboard of fate, exuding an aura that inspired awe and fear, one that rendered direct gaze impossible. Was this merely an illusion he experienced in the heat of battle? The deafening sounds of explosions and screams gradually subsided, leaving behind an eerie silence, permeated by an inescapable stench of blood and charred remains. The last colossal, frenzied flying aberration was utterly torn to shreds by an its fragments cascading onto the scorched earth. For now, victory belonged to war. Within and beyond the battered defenses lay the grotesque remnants of the mutated beings. Survivors supported one another, some collapsing to the ground, while others leaned against crumbling walls, silently gasping for breath, their faces a canvas of extreme fatigue, numbness, and a hint of bewilderment at having survived. Zisher leaned on a twisted firearm, barely managing to stand. At that moment, his chest heaved with urgency. Dragging an injured leg, he staggered forward, desperately clearing the debris obstructing his path, his gaze fixed intently on the handsome figure surveying the battlefield from a slight elevation. Anyi. His voice was hoarse, laden with unsteady breaths, as he hurried to Anyi's side. Anyi frowned slightly, turning to him and noting his condition. Are you seriously injured? The medical team will be here soon. Zisher interrupted, his eyes wide and bright with apprehension, scrutinizing Anyi's face for any subtle expression. You said once the battle was over, we would be together. Am I mistaken? You are not merely trying to console me, are you? Anyi regarded Zisher's anxious and earnest demeanor, his concern transforming into reluctant acceptance as he sighed softly. I never jest about such matters. So it is true? Zisher seemed either unable to hear or unwilling to believe, stubbornly pressing on. You truly promised me? This is not a figment of my imagination. The explosion didn't rattle my brain, did it? It is indeed true, and E affirmed. So we are together now? You belong to me? No, I belong to you. Correct? Zisher gripped Anyi's arm, shaking it with the fervor of a large dog yearning for affirmation, oblivious to the blood seeping from his wound due to the movement. Yes, and E replied softly, attempting to withdraw his hand to inspect Zisher's injury. However, Zisher tightened his grip, as if fearing that letting go would cause an E to vanish, his mouth continuing to seek reassurance. You want to go back on your word, will you? You truly want to retract your promise. Even if someone more formidable and beautiful appears in the future, his incessant, anxious inquiries suddenly ceased, and E had unexpectedly risen on his toes, leaning in for a fleeting yet unmistakably clear kiss, silencing all of Zisher's unfinished words. The sensation was cool, tinged with traces of blood and fire, yet astonishingly soft, like a snowflake landing upon a searing heart, instantly melting away, but leaving behind a tremor potent enough to upend the world. In that moment, all of Zisher's sounds, thoughts, and actions froze. His eyes widened, his pupils reflecting the calm, unruffled face of an E just inches away. The entire world seemed to be muted, leaving only the frantic pounding of his heart, nearly bursting, thudding against his chest like a drum. And he took a step back, observing Zisher, who was utterly petrified, seemingly forgetting how to breathe. A barely perceptible smile curled at the corners of her lips as she teased lightly. Now, can we confirm it? Can we enjoy a moment of silence? Zisher remained frozen in place, as if transformed into a smoking statue. After several seconds, he gasped sharply, as if he had just rebooted, his cheeks, ears, and neck flushing with an observable intensity, steam almost visibly rising from his head. Did you just kiss me? He stammered, his fingers trembling as they pointed to his lips, then to an E. In his eyes, usually brimming with vigor, only bewildered joy and confusion remained at that moment. And E, witnessing his almost clumsy demeanor, finally chuckled softly, shaking her head and choosing to ignore the evidently overwhelmed fellow as she turned to attend to the wounded. It was only after an E had taken several steps that Zisher seemed to finally regain his composure from the overwhelming shock. He abruptly covered his mouth, then lowered his hand, gazing at Yi's retreating figure, his face breaking into a foolish yet radiant smile. Dragging his injured leg, he limped eagerly after her, his voice brimming with an unprecedented, almost overflowing joy. He kept murmuring behind her, "You kissed me. That means you agreed. Anyi, just wait. Once I'm healed, I'll kiss you back. No, I want to kiss you right now." Though Anyi did not turn back, the gentle curve of her lips lingered. You should focus on healing. If you're limping, I want you. Zisher replied, I want dare to move. Chapter 27. The 27th day in the apocalypse fantasy, end. Zisher stood frozen, fervently calling for the medical team to save his precious leg. And he shook her head and smiled, concentrating her thoughts on organizing the base's affairs. The voices from the comments section began to rise in her ears. And be my bride. Hot, 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 hot. Tongue, tongue, tongue. Lips. Oi, men are truly fiery. Bubbly voice. Ah, they are together. Delicious. Love it. After seeing the battlefield description, I finally understand why he was kissed. It's only natural. Supermarket him. Someone like this, appearing gentle on the outside, but superior on the inside, deserves to be kissed. Zisher, you rascal. And Yi's smile faltered. Indeed, despite the passage of time, she remained utterly unprepared for the crude remarks in the comment section. It felt as though her mind had been tainted. After the battle, at Liaoyuan Fortress, and Yi commanded with astonishing efficiency, organizing the treatment of the wounded, clearing the battlefield, repairing defense works, and comforting the populace, all proceeding in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, Zisher had become Yi's most bothersome follower. His injuries were substantial, but had been meticulously treated, and he was now out of serious danger. At this moment, he was trailing closely behind Yi, a foolish grin permanently affixed to his face, occasionally leaning in to confirm, and Yi, may I kiss you? Shall I visit you in your dormitory tonight? Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? You stare at that medic for more than 3 seconds, and he usually silenced him with a mere cold glance. But such silence rarely lasted more than a few minutes. Well, it was a choice he made. On an afternoon 2 days later, and he was reviewing the reconstruction progress reports in the command room, while Zisher had dragged a chair to sit beside him, unabashedly gazing at him. Just then, the comment section in Yi's ear erupted once again. Wow, it's out. It's out. The Earth's core. They've reached the depths. What on earth is that thing? The author has triggered my claustrophobia. How disgusting. Ugh, is this the source of all evil? A colossal, pulsating, gelatinous tumor, connected by countless tendril-like blood vessels. The author's imagination has gone completely off the rails. Sister Chin, Professorki, hold the line. So many elite guardian monsters. Shouting. Incredible. Keishiochi's gear is impressive. Forcing a path through. Technological prowess at its peak. Those weapons look magnificent. Hand them over to me, and give me Chin too, and fry me up a couple of dishes. You up there are really just taking and eating everything. Chin, my love, ignite your flames. Burn it, boiling with passion. Go. Purify it. For all humanity. For the Alliance. For the tribe. You above, get out of the way. GSN. Sister Chin has charged in. Keep going. Just a little more. Just a tiny bit more. Sister Chin, you can do it. Ah, Sister Chin has made a breakthrough. Success. Almost simultaneously, an indescribably vast wave of energy seemed to surge forth from the very core of the planet, sweeping across the earth like ripples in water, touching every corner. Yishishi, seated across from an E, who was smiling as he handed him water, suddenly froze, rising abruptly with disbelief in his eyes. And E, did you feel that? What was that just now? And E did not respond. Instead, his gaze drifted toward the window of the command room, his eyes gradually curving with wonder. Outside the defensive line, the moss and vines, which had stubbornly thrived in the crevices of the ruins, exhibiting faint signs of mutation, were visibly losing their strange hues and vitality at an astonishing rate, turning yellow and black, ultimately crumbling into delicate ashes that fell like dust, as if weathered for millennia. It was not merely the mutated plants. The heaps of mutated carcasses that had not yet been cleared began to disintegrate simultaneously, whether it was the hard shells, resilient muscles, or twisted bones. They collapsed silently, disintegrating into swirling dust. Oh my God, look quickly. The sentinel atop the watchtower emitted a cry of pure ecstasy, nearly shattering the sound barrier. The entirety of Liaoyuan Fortress first succumbed to an eerie silence, which was soon shattered by a cacophony of cheers and sobs. Meanwhile, in the remote wilderness, a small band of wanderers, fortunate enough to scavenge a few supplies from the ruins of the city, found themselves on the brink of annihilation. They were cornered by a frenzied horde of mutated rats, their abilities depleted, facing imminent dismemberment. The leader, in a state of despair, shut his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Yet, the anticipated pain never came. Instead, he was met with a disconcerting rustle and the frantic squeaks of the rats. Trembling, he opened his eyes to witness an unforgettable spectacle. The once ferocious giant rats, suspended midair as if stripped of all support, began to shed their fur, their flesh dissolving, and their skeletal structures collapsing. In mere seconds, they transformed into swirling clouds of ash, carried away by the wind. Only a few bloodied and shaken wanderers remained, exchanging bewildered glances as if awakening from a bizarre dream. At that moment, all mutated flora and fauna born from the core tumor, along with the shambling undead, lost the malevolent energy sustaining their existence, heralding their complete and utter demise. The apocalypse had come to an end. Sunlight pierced through the dust-laden sky, cascading upon the remnants of Liao Yuan Fortress and upon an E in GZ Sure. GZ Sure, still engulfed in shock and confusion, grasped in Yi's hand tightly, his voice trembling. What is happening? Why are they all? And E tightened his grip on his quivering hand, gazing toward the distant horizon as if perceiving the miraculous events unfolding deep within the Earth's core, and softly replied, "It is Ji Qin and Ke Xiu-Chi. They have succeeded." GZ Shure's eyes widened. The leader, they? The shroud of gloom that had enveloped the world was finally dispelled. A true dawn had arrived. Chapter 28. The 28th day of the apocalypse and abilities. Extra 1. The first spring following the end of the apocalypse arrived with exceptional gentleness. The sun generously bathed the earth in light, and the soil, once soaked in blood and fire, defiantly sprouted tender green shoots. The air was filled with the fragrance of earth and new life, rather than the acrid stench of gunpowder and decay. The reconstruction of Liao Yuan Fortress progressed smoothly, and the faces of the people were no longer etched with numbness and despair, but rather alight with hope for the future and bustling vitality. At the edge of the base, on a small patch of cleared ground, a scene unfolded that starkly contrasted with the industrious atmosphere surrounding it. "Anyi, Anyi, look at this." GZ Shure's resonant voice brimmed with unabashed excitement as he approached an E, who was seated on a flat stone poring over blueprints, brandishing a crooked, gaudy plastic flower. The artificial flower, seemingly unearthed from some forgotten corner of a ruin, glistened with droplets of water, shining almost blindingly in the sunlight, suggesting it had been meticulously cleaned. And he lifted his gaze from the reconstruction plans and fixated on the tragically unappealing faux bloom, remaining silent for a couple of seconds before responding in a flat tone. "Where did you pick up this trash?" "How can it be trash?" Yizishi exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he eagerly thrust the flower closer to an E, as if presenting a treasure. "I searched for it for ages. Look, it never wilts. We should plant this at the entrance of our house. It will bloom every day," observing the anticipation etched on GZ Shure's face. And he couldn't help but press his fingers to his temples, a barely noticeable smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The first batch of genuine flower seeds, cultivated by the agricultural department, has already begun distribution. In a few months, we will see real sunflowers. "But that's such a long wait," GZ Shure protested with conviction. "This is perfect. We can enjoy it immediately. It will never wither." As he spoke, he began to gesture animatedly, attempting to plant the plastic flower in the patch of ground at Anyi's feet. And he watched helplessly as GZ Shure, like a large dog, bent over enthusiastically, but at least he demonstrated commendable dexterity, managing to plant it with some semblance of skill. The sunlight bathed GZ Shure's fluffy head and focused profile in a warm golden hue. And he thought to himself, how has this person become so childlike? It's as if he is regressing. He once had such a steady demeanor, and now there's nothing left. Perhaps this was the true testament to the end of the apocalypse, stripping away the burdens of survival and the shadows of war, revealing the most genuine, even somewhat naive core beneath. Finally unable to bear it any longer, and he spoke up, "Stop wasting this patch of land. The agricultural team has plans to experiment with growing potatoes here." GZ Shure looked up at him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "So you do like it?" And he cast a glance at the pile of garishly colored plastic flowers and reluctantly nodded. "It's acceptable." Those mere 2 words were enough to make GZ Shure's heart soar with joy. He immediately tossed aside the fake flower, settling down next to an E, his tall frame nearly pushing an E off the stone. I knew you liked it. Tonight, I'll go find Ingzi and the others to search some more. There must be even better ones. That's not necessary. And E attempted to nudge him away, but found him as immovable as a mountain. No amount of ability could shift him. He glanced back at the discarded artificial flower, realizing that GZ likely didn't even like it himself, but was merely seeking an opportunity to bother him. With a boldness that knew no bounds, GZ extended his arm, carefully wrapping it around an ES waist, resting his chin on his shoulder and greedily inhaling the clean and refreshing scent emanating from him, murmuring, "An E, you're truly wonderful." And he felt a slight stiffness in his body, but made no move to push him away. He could sense the warmth and vibrating energy radiating from GZ chest, akin to a small sun warming him. This sensation was not unwelcome. You see, GZ continued, launching into his daily vision of the future. Once everything settles down, we should get married. We can apply for a plot of land, not too large, just enough to grow the flowers you adore. And maybe put up a swing for you to play on while I push you. And he envisioned himself swinging on a swing, propelled fervently by GZ spinning like a top, and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, upon witnessing the earnestness in GZ eyes, the denial that lingered on his lips was swallowed back, and he merely responded with a vague, affirmative hum. GZ as if having received a monumental promise, joyfully embraced him and began to chatter excitedly about future plans. We should raise some small animals. Let us have those adorable little chicks and ducklings before they mutate. Fluffy ones. I've heard that the agricultural team is already attempting to breed them. I'll take care of feeding them. You could just watch. Anyi Simirkit. If you dare to raise them, I'll kick you out. The sun cast a warm glow upon them, while GZ's vibrant chatter about their mundane yet hopeful future filled the air, mingling with the scent of fresh grass and earth. And E relaxed his body, leaning slightly back into that warm, sturdy embrace, and felt the blueprint slip from his fingers onto his lap. He closed his eyes, savoring the ordinary tranquility and warmth. Perhaps this was not so bad. Someone, clumsy yet fervent, loved him unreservedly, envisioning a future intertwined with his own, eager to present him with the finest treasures of the world. Anyi. GZ noticed his prolonged silence and softly called out, Did you fall asleep? No. Then do you prefer chicks or ducklings? I don't like either. Really? Can't we raise them? Shut up. Oh. GZ remained quiet for barely 3 seconds before he couldn't resist leaning in closer, whispering breathily in his ear, "And E, I love you so much." And he did not reply. Instead, he slightly turned his head and instinctively pressed his cheek against GZ's warm neck, a silent yet solemn acknowledgement. In that instant, GZ held his breath, overwhelmed with happiness, his arms tightening cautiously around an E, afraid to disturb this moment of intimacy. The sunlight was just right, and the gentle breeze was pleasant. Amidst the ruins and beneath the new life, they nestled closely together. After a long while, as an E began to drift into sleep, GZ's voice once again graced his ear, and E. It was soft, as if fearing someone might overhear. When shall we sleep? How about tonight? If you don't deny it, I'll take it as your agreement. And E sighed, honestly, this is absurd. Chapter 29. The 29th day in the Apocalypse superpower novel, Extra 2. In summer, the air was filled with the crisp essence of flourishing greenery, accompanied by the warm aroma of smoke rising from kitchens at dusk. The reconstruction efforts at various safe bases had entered a steady rhythm, with many bases merging, restoring order, and even beginning to resemble a semblance of life rather than mere survival. The residence allocated to an E and GZ was a relatively independent courtyard, personally transformed by GZ and his team. The walls reinforced, the roof redone, and a small patch for vegetables, albeit crookedly arranged, where only a few sparse greens, treasured by GZ had begun to sprout. That evening, after dinner, before the sky turned completely dark, the indigo canvas overhead was already speckled with twinkling stars. In the courtyard, a few energy-saving lights flickered to life, casting a soft glow that beckoned a handful of moths to dance tirelessly around the halo of light. And he had just emerged from a refreshing bath. Clad in a loose-fitting cotton loungewear, his damp black hair clung to his forehead and neck, with droplets still trickling down the tips, transforming him from the day's crispness into a gentle, vaporous softness. He sat languidly on a reclining chair, absently drying his hair with a towel, while observing Zisher, who was crouched by the vegetable patch, diligently tending to the green plants. "Anya, look, this one has grown a bit taller." Zisher's voice brimmed with delight as he carefully gestured the height with his fingers, signaling it to an E. And he lazily lifted his eyelids and murmured a response, though his gaze did not linger on the vegetables, but rather on Zisher. The latter, dressed in a sleeveless shirt, revealed arms defined and strong, his bronze skin glistening healthily under the soft light, creating a reassuring and grounded impression from behind. After proudly showcasing his prized vegetables, Zisher stood up, dusting off the soil from his hands. Upon turning around, he was met with the sight of an E, his hair slightly damp, reclining in a lazy demeanor. The gentle illumination outlined his profile, with water droplets cascading down his fair neck into the neckline of his attire. Zisher felt an involuntary tightening in his throat, as the summer night's breeze suddenly turned a touch sultry. He approached swiftly, washed his hands, and naturally took the towel from Yi's grasp. "Don't dry your hair too much. You'll catch a chill," he murmured, though his actions were tender beyond belief as he wrapped the towel around Yi's dark locks, cautiously pressing and rubbing. His hands were large and warm, the heat palpable even through the towel, applying just the right amount of pressure. And he did not resist. Instead, he tilted his head back slightly, closing his eyes and surrendering entirely to the ministrations. The towel brushed against his strands, producing a faint rustling sound that mingled with the chirping of summer insects, enveloping the scene in tranquility. Zisher's movement slowed, his gaze drawn irresistibly to Yi's closed eyelids, where long, dense lashes cast a delicate shadow over his straight nose. Ultimately, his focus settled on those lips, flushed from the recent bath. His breath quickened involuntarily, and his hands almost stilled. Sensing something amiss, and he opened his eyes, a hint of puzzlement in his gaze. "What's wrong?" "In nothing," Zisher stammered, snapped back to reality, his ears warming slightly as he hastened to resume his task, inadvertently increasing the pressure as if in a silent contest with the hair. And he let out a soft hiss, swatting his hand away. "Be gentle." "Ah, yes, of course," Zisher replied, immediately softening his touch like a child caught misbehaving. After a considerable effort to dry the hair, he set the towel aside. Yet his fingers seemed to possess a will of their own, lingering and weaving through Yi's cool, smooth hair, gently combing through it. His fingertips occasionally grazed Yi's scalp, eliciting a subtle, delightful shiver. And he remained still, neither moving nor resisting, simply savoring the intimate caress. He could feel Zisher's breath brushing over the crown of his head, warm and accompanied by a barely perceptible tremor. Zisher's voice lowered to a husky murmur, imbued with an almost reverent tenderness. May I give your head a gentle massage? You must be weary after such a long day." He seized upon a perfect pretext, his fingers instinctively gliding toward Yi's temples, applying a gentle yet firm pressure with his fingertips. The pads of his fingers, calloused from years of wielding weapons, bore a slightly coarse texture, yet his touch was remarkably gentle, alleviating the tension in Yi's nerves with just the right amount of pressure. And he could not help but emit a soft, near-satisfied sigh, shutting his eyes once more and sinking deeper into the embrace of the chair. Observing Yi's lack of objection, Zisher grew bolder. His fingers slowly descended, gliding over Yi's brow and eyelids, feeling the coolness of his delicate skin, and then cautiously tracing the contours of his cheeks. The warmth of his fingertips seemed to ignite tiny flames wherever they roamed. And Yi's eyelashes fluttered slightly, yet he neither opened his eyes nor recoiled, silently permitting the increasingly audacious intimacy. The tips of Zisher's fingers eventually lingered at the corners of Yi's lips. Zisher's breath became entirely disordered, as if enchanted. He tenderly stroked the soft petals of Yi's lips with his thumb, marveling at their astonishing elasticity and cool touch. Yi finally opened his eyes, the depths of his gaze illuminated by the light, reflecting Ji Zishi's anxious yet yearning visage. He remained silent, simply observing him. Ji Zishi leaned down, inching closer, and Yi could even count the tremors of his eyelashes, feeling the heat of his breath drawing nearer, imbued with a faint sweetness reminiscent of freshly consumed fruit candy. When their lips finally met, it was a gentle and tentative touch, soft and warm, laced with a hint of sugary sweetness. Yet this simple contact soon transformed. Yi tilted his head slightly, reciprocating the kiss. Chapter 30. The 30th Day in the Apocalypse Superpower Novel, Extra 3. His response was not fervent, yet it bore a lethal allure, as though it had gently activated a hidden switch. Ji Zishi deepened the kiss abruptly, wrapping his arms around Yi's waist, pulling him tighter into his embrace, as if wishing to meld him into his very being. He greedily absorbed Yi's essence, exploring every inch of this sweet domain, as if intending to convey all the love and yearning that had accumulated over time through this singular kiss. The air was suffused with the fresh scent of body wash, the fragrant essence of summer foliage, and the gradually intensifying, ambiguous breaths. And he initially maintained a semblance of clarity, but soon found himself yielding under Ji Zishi's fervent and unadulterated advance. He could feel the frantic rhythm of the other's heartbeat, transmitted through the thin fabric, merging with his own accelerating pulse. He lifted his hand to encircle Zishi's neck, his fingertips unconsciously weaving into the coarse, short hair, applying a slight pressure as a further response. The lounge chair emitted a soft creak, as if protesting against the weight of two grown men and their increasingly uncontrolled movements. The glow of the energy-saving light enveloped them, casting their entwined silhouettes upon the concrete floor, elongated and intimate. Time slipped by unnoticed, until both were breathless and nearly gasping for air, prompting Zishi to reluctantly withdraw a fraction. Their foreheads touched, noses brushing together, breaths intertwining in a heated rush. Yi's breath faltered, a blush tinting his cheeks, his usually icy eyes shimmering with moisture, the corners even tinged with a tempting flush. Zishi chuckled softly, unable to restrain himself any longer, and swept Yi off the lounge chair in a swift motion. Caught off guard, Yi instinctively clutched Zishi's neck, staring at him in astonishment. "What are you doing?" "Back to the room." Zishi's voice was gravelly as he strode purposefully towards the interior. "The lounge chair is too small and inconvenient." Yi felt his ears burn, burying his face into the crook of Zishi's neck, experiencing an unusual sense of shyness. With a swift kick, Zishi opened the bedroom door, using his heel to close it behind him, shutting out the starlight and the chirping of insects. The soft glow of the energy-saving light filtered through the glass window, casting a hazy illumination that barely outlined the furniture and overlapping figures within. Clothes were hastily discarded, left strewn at the foot of the bed. Delicate kisses rained down like droplets from forehead to brow, from nose to lips, and then to chin and neck, tracing the collarbone. Zishi seemed to be measuring and confirming the treasure he held, each kiss imbued with searing warmth. Yi lay back, surrendering to this fervent adoration that bordered on worship. He could distinctly feel the shivers caused by Zishi's callous palm gliding over his skin, hear the heavy, suppressed breaths, and sense the passion that threatened to consume him entirely. He too felt ignited, a torrent of unfamiliar, surging tides rising within him, crashing against his usually composed nerves. Occasionally, he would emit muffled, fragmented sounds, only to be silenced by deeper kisses. His fingers would grasp the sheets tightly one moment, and then weakly cling to Zishi's sweat slick. Top back the next. An E, Zishi repeatedly murmured, as if in a dream, his voice laden with unexpressed emotions and a joy that bordered on pain. Whenever an E dared to open his eyes, he would find himself staring into Zishi's astonishingly bright gaze, which in the darkness held only his reflection, pure, fervent, and utterly unreserved. Perhaps it was the allure of that gaze, or perhaps the very nature of desire, that compelled an E to raise his trembling hand and caress Jisher's cheek, his fingertips tracing along the taut line of his jaw, before he leaned in to kiss the corner of his mouth. The night was still young. The stars outside subtly shift their positions, eavesdropping on the hushed yet lingering breaths and whispers within the room. Chapter 1. The first day in a martial arts novel, consciousness gradually surfaces from the depths of chaos, akin to a sunken vessel breaking free from the mire's grasp. The anticipated rebirth arrives once more, replaced by a peculiar lightness that feels entirely reset, ethereal yet somewhat disconcerting. The first breath he draws carries a faint, crisp scent of sandalwood, lingering delicately at the tip of his nose, and he suddenly opens his eyes. What greets him is not the familiar ceiling of a bedroom, but rather an intricately ornate black canopy, its edges embroidered with dark golden threads depicting bizarre, fearsome beast patterns that seem to shimmer subtly in the dim light. The air is thick with the cold aroma of sandalwood, now more pronounced, and upon closer inspection, it harbors a whisper of medicinal scent, almost imperceptible. This body feels remarkably youthful, brimming with nascent vitality. The skin is taut, muscles imbued with strength, devoid of any trace of age. Indeed, as his life neared its end, he is transcended once more. In the previous life, he drew his last breath. In this life, he has entered a novel, a process he knows all too well. Instinctively, he seeks to summon the mental strength that has accompanied him throughout his life. Almost an instinctive part of him. A low hum resonates. A chilling sensation spreads quietly from his fingertips, causing the moisture in the air to crystallize into tiny ice shards that dance and flicker at his pale fingertips, only to vanish silently. His spatial awareness expands. The vast expanse that houses countless spoils and resources remains suspended quietly in the depths of his consciousness, untouched and intact. The supernatural ability still lingers. Can it truly follow his soul? And he braces himself with his arm, slowly rising to a seated position. The silky fabric of the black robe glides against his skin, its cool touch refreshing. He surveys his surroundings, meticulously examining the environment. This is an exceptionally spacious chamber, adorned with a rustic yet opulent charm. The ebony furniture boasts strong lines, while the walls display inked artworks. Not the usual landscapes or flora and fauna, but a striking piece titled Fierce Bestiality, characterized by its sharp brushstrokes and palpable ferocity. In the corner, a purple copper incense burner releases curling wisps of smoke, the source of the cold sandalwood scent. He glances down at his own form, clad in a soft black robe, with long fingers and distinct knuckles. His skin, a pallid hue deprived of sunlight, suggests a life of privilege, albeit one possibly lacking in health. Yet his fingers and palms bear calluses. At that moment, a tumultuous torrent of memories, fraught with resentment, malice, and fury, violently surges into his mind. The intense impact hits him, yet thanks to previous experiences, his soul has acclimated to such shocks, resulting in minimal discomfort, just a slight furrowing of his brow. And he raises a hand to his temple, silently beginning to absorb and untangle these foreign memories. Fleeting images and fragments of information flashed rapidly. A sinister grand hall, with the words Fui inscribed on a prominently displayed plaque, the brush strokes wild and unrestrained. Beneath the hall, countless eyes filled with reverence or dread referred to him as the young master. The excruciating pain in his meridians, a consequence of practicing an extreme martial art, was accompanied by an almost uncontrollable frenzy and bloodlust. Memories of the original owner's ruthless tyranny, a cruel figure who bullied both men and women, were vivid, with enemies as numerous as the stars in the sky and a reputation that struck fear into many hearts. There was also a man known as the sect leader, whose presence was as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean, his features shrouded in obscurity, casting a cold gaze upon him. Furthermore, there was the recent incident of hastily pursuing strength in his training, leading to a potential descent into madness. The final memory was engulfed in an abyss of darkness and a searing pain, as if his meridians had been torn asunder. And E gently lowered his hand, an aura of tranquility enveloping him. Was his current body completely devoid of functioning meridians? He sifted through the recollections of the original host. This world was unlike any historical dynasty he had known. Rather, it was an alternate realm steeped in ancient martial arts and inner strength. The original host held the title of Young Master in the notorious Fui sect, a formidable force within the martial world, yet infamous for its malevolent reputation. Also bearing the name Ani. Despite his youth, this young master had undergone a drastic transformation in temperament due to the cultivation of the sect's ultimate technique. The heart-devouring art, growing increasingly violent and capricious in the toxic environment of the sect. Although his martial prowess was formidable, he treaded a wicked path, instilling fear within the sect and earning infamy outside of it, rendering him an enemy of the martial community. This recent bout of unconsciousness stemmed from his reckless attempt to break through to a higher level of the heart-devouring art, resulting in a backlash of his own making. It appeared that the original host had indeed perished due to this self-inflicted harm, allowing him to traverse into this world. And he exhaled softly. It seemed he was indeed engaged in a process of transmigration, confirming the suspicions of his previous life. This was his fourth experience. The first had transported him from the modern era into a contemporary narrative, where he became a domineering CEO. The second saw him morph into a minister of an ancient dynasty. The third transitioned him into a minor character in a post-apocalyptic tale. And now, he found himself as the young master of a demonic sect within a martial arts world. Given the nature of his identity, it was highly probable that he was once again embroiled in a story, this time embodying a quintessential villain. Was this journey a continuous entanglement with antagonistic and supporting roles? He attempted to sense the power coursing within him. A chilling, enigmatic energy, laden with corrosive properties, resided within his meridians. Likely the heart-devouring energy cultivated through the heart-devouring art. Perhaps influenced by his reckless pursuit of power, this energy felt sluggish and chaotic at present. Its foundation remained profound and its attributes sinister. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware that his ice-water abilities and spatial powers lay dormant beneath this tumultuous energy, akin to docile pets, ready to be summoned at any moment. Moreover, they were gradually mending the sluggish meridians of his current body. Did his abilities possess such a remarkable function? How intriguing. It seemed his powers took precedence over the inherent rules of inner strength in this world, becoming an integral part of his very soul. Rising, he approached a copper basin in the corner of the room, using the reflection in the clear water to scrutinize his current appearance. Reflected upon the surface of the water was a youthful and pallid visage, approximately 17 or 18 years of age. The features were exquisitely delicate, imbued with a hint of androgynous beauty. Yet the corners of the eyes and brows naturally bore an air of disdain and indifference. The lips, pale in hue, coalesced to form a strikingly aggressive and morbid allure, beautiful yet toxic. However, at this moment, the depths of those eyes were infused with a tranquility and scrutiny accumulated over 3 lifetimes, diluting the inherent hostility. And he gazed at his reflection in the water, gently and slowly pulling at the corners of his mouth. The youth within the water returned a faint, ambiguous, and elusive smile. The troublesome identity of the leader of the demonic sect carried with it countless enemies, stringent sect rules, an intricate web of internal power struggles, and a father who appeared difficult to approach. Initially, when he traversed into this realm, uncertainty plagued his heart, yet now he felt an unwavering fearlessness. Chapter 2. The day after entering the martial arts narrative with the experiences of past lives and the tempering of his character and strength over centuries, he found himself remarkably unperturbed. His extraordinary abilities were his greatest trump card. In comparison, the martial arts of this world felt as innocuous as a mere tickle. Just then, a barely perceptible sound of footsteps reached his ears, halting just outside the door. Were it not for an ES formidable spiritual prowess, he might have overlooked it entirely. A respectful yet fear-laden youthful voice emerged from beyond the door. "Young master, are you awake? I have been ordered to bring you your medicine." An ES gaze flickered slightly. Adjusting his breath, he replied in a hoarse voice, come in." The door was gently pushed open, revealing a youth clad in the humble garb of a low-ranking disciple of the Fui sect, his head bowed, carrying a bowl of dark, viscous concoction. Too timid to meet his eyes. "Set it down and leave," and he commanded succinctly. "Yes," the youth replied, as if granted a reprieve, placing the bowl on the low table beside the bed, bowing deeply, and retreating on tiptoe, softly closing the door behind him. And he cast a glance at the bowl of medicine. The intense bitterness and an inexplicable, eerie scent of the potion assailed his senses, yet he refrained from touching it. According to the original owner's memories, this medicine was prescribed by the sect's physician to stabilize the chaotic inner energy induced by demonic possession. While the prescription was sound, he found it unnecessary at present. He required time to thoroughly acclimate to this body and the power system of this world. In the following 2 days, and he, citing the need for rest, declined all visitors, including inquiries from his nominal father, the leader of the Fui sect, and Liyuan. He utilized this time to experiment with mobilizing and merging the corrosive inner energy within him with his extraordinary abilities. He discovered that the operation of his powers was entirely unbound by the rules of this realm, and due to his formidable spiritual strength, he found it even more manageable than in his previous life. Although the corrosive inner energy possessed a sinister nature, it was fundamentally a form of energy. His ice-based abilities seemed capable of simulating and suppressing its malevolent essence to a certain extent. His eyes curved in delight. This was quite promising. On the morning of the 3rd day, he resolved to venture outside to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Remaining cooped up in a room would only arouse suspicion. The headquarters of the Fui sect is nestled amidst the treacherous mountains of the western regions, its edifice constructed against the rocky backdrop, exuding a rugged and ominous aura. Patrols of the sect's followers are ubiquitous, each possessing a vigorous presence and keen gaze, bowing and retreating at the mere sight of him. Many who catch his eye are filled with a sense of reverence and trepidation. On silently departs, feeling that this persona he has assumed in his journey through time bears a striking resemblance to that of a typical antagonist. Although his destructive capabilities pale in comparison to the formidable influence he wielded as a chancellor in his past life, the aura of intimidation he now exudes is markedly pronounced, commanding significant presence, maintaining an expression of aloofness and disdain, and he strolls leisurely, seemingly casual, yet meticulously noting the terrain, guard posts, and distribution of personnel around him. He arrives at the edge of a secluded training ground, adjacent to a precipice, where the vista opens up to reveal distant snow-capped mountains and swirling mist below. No sooner does he come to a halt than a voice, laced with playful mockery and languid amusement, reaches his ears, clear and melodious, yet with an underlying hook. "Ah, isn't this the young masterin? I've heard that you encountered a minor mishap in your training days ago, and today you can walk again. Truly commendable." An ES body barely registers a pause at the sound. From the remnants of the original owner's memories, he recognizes that this person is not affiliated with the Fui sect. He turns slowly to face the individual. Not far off, a young man lounges against the gnarled branches of an ancient pine. Clad in a slightly tattered indigo robe, sleeves carelessly rolled to the elbows, he reveals well-defined, sturdy forearms. A vermilion wine gourd dangles from his waist, while a plain yet somewhat worn scabbard houses a long sword at his side. He appears to be in his early 20s. Handsome, with a carefree demeanor, his peach blossom eyes slightly upturned, holding a semblance of a smile, he tilts his head, unabashedly scrutinizing an E. Sunlight filters through the pine needles, casting dappled shadows upon him, rendering him as graceful as a breeze weaving through the mountains. Starkly contrasting with the oppressive atmosphere of the Fui sect, and Yi's mental acuity had already issued a warning. He was aware of another presence, initially assuming it belonged to a sect member, only to discover an unfamiliar face. Who is he? How did he gain entry? The defenses of the Fui sect are formidable, and outsiders cannot possibly trespass easily. And Yi remains vigilant, his exterior unaffected. Who are you to dare intrude upon the sacred grounds of the Fui sect? The youth, far from intimidated, responds with an even brighter smile, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth. He nimbly leaps down from the tree, landing soundlessly, as light as a feather. He approaches Annie leisurely, his gaze penetrating, taking stock of Annie, particularly lingering on his pallid complexion and overly tranquil eyes for a moment, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful smirk. The young master seems to forget easily. Just 2 months ago, we crossed paths. I am Feng. And he swiftly searched the memories of the original host, finding no impression whatsoever. Yet, the name seemed strangely familiar. Just then, voices from the comments section echoed in his ears. Oh, this guy didn't die. The author spent so much time describing an ES appearance. He can't possibly be dead. He must be a character with a significant role, perhaps a villain. Could he be cross-dressing? The portrayal is so captivating. It's not a woman he is competing with, but a man? What do you mean? Can a man compete with another man? Are you homophobic? When I type this question mark, it's not me who has a problem. It's you. Get it straight. This is a male audience. Does a male audience mean no room for gay themes? Absolutely not. Get lost. An E. Very well. The comment section, though late, has arrived. The plot, too, has finally unfolded. Thus, he had indeed traversed into a novel. The original host was a mere cannon fodder villain who was destined to perish amidst this turmoil. And the figure before him was none other than the original male lead, Feng. The original story was a quintessential male-centric martial arts fantasy, revolving around various characters in the Jianghu seeking to obtain the ancient text, Yuan book. In the end, naturally, Feng acquired the Yuan book, elevating his martial prowess to unparalleled heights, a tale of triumph. Chapter 3. On the third day of entering the martial arts novel, as an E pondered the phrase unrivaled under heaven. A long-forgotten cliché from centuries past flickered in his mind. Feng, unrivaled under heaven. But now he had arrived. Could this be considered a celestial adversary? Unrivaled under heaven. A celestial adversary? And he inexplicably stifled a light laugh. The mountain breeze rustled, stirring the garments of both men. Feng observed his subtle reaction. The corners of his lips curving upward, the intrigue in his peach blossom eyes deepening. He stroked his chin and stepped closer, elongating his tone. It appears the young master has indeed suffered greatly. Have you forgotten even me, who seemed destined to be your mortal enemy, and who snatched away the person you intended to capture? Mortal enemy? And he recalled that the original host had a notorious habit of forcibly seizing men. And he clarified. However, he did not capture them to serve as cauldrons. Rather, it was for the sake of cultivating his powers. The original host, proud and arrogant, deemed those abducted men unworthy of his attention, even as vessels. As for Feng, fragmented memories indicated that 2 months prior, he had intervened during an unjust act, preventing the original host from forcibly seizing a scholar, resulting in a fierce clash that left both severely wounded. Yet, judging by the current circumstances, it seemed the original host had sustained the more grievous injuries. Feng noted the sudden tautness of Yi's lips and the unconscious pursing thereof. A flicker of light danced in his eyes, and he suddenly chuckled, as if struck by a revelation. However, I must say, the young master today is entirely different from that day. His gaze sharpened, as if capable of piercing through flesh to reach the depths of the soul. That day was like a raging wildfire, fierce and unrestrained. Today, however, resembles a tranquil, icy abyss, cold enough to be inscrutable. He tilted his head, laughing like a fox that had just discovered a fascinating new toy, his tone increasingly laden with meaning. No wonder others say you have become obsessed. Have you completely transformed your temperament? Or has the young master finally come to understand that coercing men is inferior to reasoning with them? And he was utterly speechless. Feng, the male lead of the original work, destined to be the pillar of the righteous martial world. This demeanor, coupled with an air of apparent nonchalance that masked a relentless pursuit and keen observation, made him a formidable opponent. In his daily musings about Dugi Yuan, he wondered, without you, who would be so naively easy to deal with? Yet, in the original plot, did the protagonist appear at the stronghold of the demonic sect at this point in time? Perhaps he did, but it was simply not depicted in the narrative. Given his elusive nature, even if he had appeared, no one might have detected him, which seemed reasonable. By this time in the original story, the former host was already deceased. The mountain wind stirred the fine dust, swirling between the two. Ling Fengyao's remark about reasoning carried a clear hint of mockery. Yet it was evident he questioned why Yi had suddenly undergone such a drastic change in temperament. And Yi's thoughts raced. The former host was a brooding and irritable individual, easily provoked, unable to tolerate even the slightest doubt or offense. If he were to appear overly composed at this moment, it would only raise further suspicion. The original host would have revealed a trace of offended fury, and his chilling, corrosive inner energy would have surged, prompting him to question, "Did I not tear you apart that day? Why have you come to seek your own demise?" However, and he did not wish to act in such a manner. In the previous world, he maintained the original host persona out of self-preservation, particularly in the second world. But now, if he continued in that vein, would have been the purpose of his centuries of existence and growth. Was his extraordinary ability to be rendered impotent? Thus, and he refrained from responding to Ling Fengyao, instead posing a question. What? Does the young master need to explain himself to you regarding his intentions? Doing ligging me. What is your purpose in intruding upon my sect's sacred grounds? Ling Fengyao paused, gazing at him, the mirth in his peach blossom eyes deepening. He elongated his tone in a curious manner, as if he had stumbled upon something exceedingly intriguing, and suddenly stepped closer. And he remained still, observing Ling Fengyao's animated demeanor. As Ling Fengyao drew nearer, his gaze locked onto Yi's eyes, sweeping across his face. No, no, no. Ling Fengyao murmured to himself, his voice so low that only the two could hear. The eyes are not right. He tilted his head, his expression not resembling that of one observing a demon. The eyes from that day were murky and greedy, brimming with desire. Today, however, he paused, seemingly searching for the appropriate words. Cold they may be, yet they possess an exquisite clarity, akin to the icy lake atop a snow-capped mountain, concealing beneath it. Well, something rather intriguing. He suddenly let out a short, surprised laugh. Hey, you're not any at all, are you? This human mask is quite skillfully crafted. I almost failed to detect the flaw. And he let out a gentle laugh, his expression seemingly serene, yet devoid of any mirth. I am not an E. Could it be that you are? As I pondered, could it be a spy infiltrating the demonic sect? A master of disguise? It seems unlikely. This E possesses remarkable confidence. Am I the only one who finds Ling Fengyao's words rather peculiar? I, too, share that sentiment. Ling Yi, do elucidate what you find so intriguing. Such pristine clarity, akin to the ice lakes atop snow-capped mountains. Can such descriptions truly apply to an adversary? My education is limited. Do not deceive me. Such flamboyant tendencies. I'm rather taken aback. How absurd. Away with you. Suddenly, Ling Fengyao burst into genuine laughter. A stark contrast to the scrutinizing smile from before, as if he had stumbled upon a momentous occasion. He disregarded Yi's amassed internal energy, raised a hand to stroke his chin, and spoke with an upbeat tone. How fascinating, truly fascinating. Who would have thought that succumbing to madness could yield such remarkable effects? Had I known, the staunch traditionalists of the martial world should have been the first to experiment with this heart erosion technique. And he was momentarily taken aback by his utterly unconventional response. Is there something amiss in this person's mind? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Ling Fengyao's gaze flickered, and his left hand, which had been casually resting by his side, darted out with the swiftness of a specter, not to attack, but to seize Yi's wrist. And he maintained his composure. Had he been the original host, he would either have retaliated in fury or evaded. However, Yi's combat instincts remained intact, particularly honed by the exigencies of the apocalypse, etched into his very soul. Almost at the instant Ling Fengyao's fingers brushed against his skin, and Yi's wrist slipped away with a deftness akin to a fish gliding through water, executing an impossibly subtle maneuver that defied the sluggishness expected from one recently engulfed in madness, effortlessly eluding Ling Fengyao's grasp. The motion was so swift that it left only an afterimage, even conjuring a faint chill that was distinctly foreign to the heart erosion internal energy. Ling Fengyao's hand grasped at emptiness, suspended in midair, and he had retreated a half step, his garments fluttering slightly. Chapter 4. The fourth day in the martial arts novel. Ling Fengyao's smile gradually diminished, his ever-smiling peach blossom eyes narrowing, the glimmer within them sharpening and deepening. Akin to a hawk that has finally locked onto its prey, he slowly withdrew his hand, directing his gaze towards Yi's now naturally hanging hand, as if nothing had transpired, before gradually shifting his attention back to Yi's unnaturally placid countenance. The air around them seemed to solidify. This individual is certainly not an Yi, yet the internal energy flowing within him undeniably belonged to the heart erosion technique. Could it be? Countless familiar tropes from martial tales flickered through Ling Fengyao's mind. Twins, substitutions, internal strife, and the clandestine cultivation of a doppelganger, filling in an abundance of intricate details. Were he aware, he would likely roll his eyes at such a vivid imagination. What on earth? Since when didn't he become so formidable? That reaction speed, that agility, is this what one should expect from someone just awakening from madness? Ling Fengyao. Oh, dear. Is it a substitute, the kind that frequently appears, like a young master or a sect leader stand-in? Does this book still have such a setting? Perhaps he was merely pretending before. Ling Fengyao silently stared at him for a full 3 breaths. Suddenly, he let out a chuckle, as if the sharp scrutiny just moments ago had never existed. He clapped his hands, his tone reverting to a languid manner, laced with exaggerated admiration. Marvelous, truly marvelous. The heart-devouring art is indeed profoundly mysterious, enabling one who has just recovered from severe injuries to improve their agility so remarkably. I am truly in awe. It seems I have been rather ignorant, underestimating the divine skills of your esteemed sect. Ling Fengyao stepped closer, lowering his voice with a hint of meaningful mischief. Young master, and this unexpected surprise is truly astounding. Since I have intruded today, it appears you have recovered splendidly, thus I need not worry any longer. He smiled and clasped his fists, appearing ready to take his leave. And he chuckled. You come and go as you please? His motion to turn away halted, and he glanced back at E with a playful wink, his smile radiant enough to dazzle. Young master, do you intend to call someone to capture me? That would be splendid, allowing me to witness the hospitality of the Vui sect. With that, he laughed heartily, his figure swaying like a drifting cloud, and with a few agile leaps, he vanished behind the jagged rocks. Only an E remained standing alone, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had no intention of calling anyone to apprehend Ling Fengyao, for it would be futile unless he took action himself. He dismissed the thought, though it seemed this person had concluded that he was no longer the original in E. Even so, it mattered little, and E was indifferent. After sufficient reflection, he turned and made his way toward the Qinshin Hall where he resided. Each step he took was steady, his dark garments sweeping the ground without collecting any dust. The disciples he encountered respectfully made way, their heads bowed low, clearly indicating that the news of the young master's recovery had spread. Upon returning to the Qinshin Hall, the heavy doors closed behind him, sealing out the external world. And he approached the copper basin and gazed once more at his reflection in the water. On that excessively youthful and pale face, a profound calmness prevailed. In the days that followed, and he often took leisurely strolls outside, while spending many moments within the hall, diligently consolidating his cultivation. His extraordinary abilities operated silently, and within a few days, the severely damaged meridians from his previous turmoil had been mostly restored, even more resilient and unobstructed than before his injuries. During this period, the mysterious leader's father sent someone to inquire about his recovery. The tone was indifferent, revealing little concern, more akin to a routine confirmation. And he succinctly dispatched the messenger with a few words. Several elders and protectors of the sect also sent rare medicinal herbs, their words laden with subtle probing. And he responded with terse phrases like go away, or put it down, finding even a single additional word bothersome. This demeanor inadvertently led others to believe that the young master had become even more irritable since his ordeal, resulting in fewer people daring to disturb him. One day, as he was walking through a bamboo grove behind the hall. The comment section became lively once more. The male protagonist has appeared again at the outskirts of the Vui sect's black market. He is inquiring about news within the sect. Is he planning to delve into the demonic sect once more? He seems to be investigating the reactions within the sect following the last infiltration, with particular emphasis on Yi's movements. He even purchased a flask of drunken spring breeze, grinning like a suitor preparing for a date. What an absurd description. What does it mean to smile like a suitor? What is going on? Above, he headed towards the main hall, his pace leisurely, as if strolling through his own garden. And he halted. Here he comes again. Upon reflection, he surmised that this individual must be seeking information regarding the Book of the Abyss. Legends in the martial world suggest that the heart-devouring technique is derived from the fragmented remnants of the Book of the Abyss, yet it is highly incomplete, laden with flaws. This is the very source of the original owner's descent into madness. Throughout the ages, the leaders and elders of the sect have yearned to uncover the complete text, yet they have been plagued by a lack of leads. However, it appears that Ling Fengyao has miscalculated this time. If there were indeed precise clues pertaining to the Book of the Abyss within the sect, why would they have waited until now? The turning point will only manifest subtly in the latter part of the narrative. The bamboo grove was tranquil, a gentle breeze rustling through the leaves, producing a soft whisper, accompanied by a distant yet familiar aura. And he paused, refraining from turning around, and spoke with a voice as cold and clear as jade striking stone. Since when did the bamboo grove of the veneration of intense sect become a marketplace for anyone to come and go? As his words fell, the top of a dense bamboo stalk quivered slightly, and a figure clad in indigo descended gracefully to the ground. Silent as a bird, none other than the returning Ling Fengyao. The scarlet wine gourd at his waist swayed with his movements, and he wore that same nonchalant smile, as if merely passing through by chance. Ah, the young master has exceptionally keen ears. Ling Fengyao dusted off non-existent dirt from his attire, approaching with a cheerful demeanor. I merely found the scenery of this bamboo grove enchanting and could not resist lingering. I had no intention of disturbing the young master's tranquility. And he slowly turned, his gaze lingering on Ling Fengyao's face for a moment before falling upon his empty hands. Lingering to the extent of learning all the gossip from the black market surrounding our sect? Does the taste of drunken spring breeze still please your palate? Ling Fengyao's smile faltered momentarily, then blossomed into a broader, almost innocent grin, his peach blossom eyes shimmering with a hint of self-satisfaction, as if he had been exposed. So, the young master is this concerned about my whereabouts? How flattering. He paused, his tone growing more playful. The drunken spring breeze is satisfactory. However, drinking alone lacks excitement. Not as memorable as our previous encounter. Chapter 5. The fifth day in a martial arts novel comment section. This person is truly peculiar. What are you up to? Is the mention of drinking alone a hint at something? Facepalm. Does memorable refer to our near altercation? This interpretation must be correct, right? Doge emoji. Why does this dialogue seem increasingly off to me? And he frowned. Why was this person so overly flirtatious? Ignoring his probing and teasing words, he gazed at him calmly. Have you uncovered anything, or was it all in vain? Ling Fengyao shrugged, his hands raised in a gesture of feigned helplessness. Moving with an effortless, carefree grace, the young master is perceptive. Your teachings are as tightly guarded as a fortress of bronze and iron. After toiling for an entire day, I could only glean some mundane platitudes about the young master returning to form, exuding an aura even more commanding than before, which was utterly tedious. The young master seems aware of my intentions. With a subtle shift in his tone, he casually surveyed an inquiring whether the backlash from the heart-devouring art had been thoroughly resolved. It must be noted that without eliminating hidden dangers in internal cultivation, one is left with a looming threat. His question appeared rather abrupt, as if he were genuinely concerned. An ES gaze flickered. Was he trying to test him? He refrained from providing a direct response, simply stating, there is no need for concern. Ling Fengyao did not press further. Instead, he crossed his arms and leaned against a nearby bamboo, tilting his head to scrutinize an Sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows on his handsome profile, rendering his always smiling peach blossom eyes even more profound. A delicate silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the rustling of bamboo leaves in the wind. Rather than adversaries, they resembled two individuals who had fortuitously encountered each other in tranquility, each harboring their own thoughts. After a while, Ling Fengyao suddenly broke the silence with a light laugh. He straightened up and took a couple of steps forward, closing the distance to merely 3 paces from a proximity that breached the usual boundaries of safety, allowing them to distinctly sense each other's presence. His playful demeanor softened, replaced by an indescribable mix of curiosity, exploration, and a hint of impulsive daring in his tone. "I must ask, young master, and do you not find it stifling to spend your days in this gloomy headquarters, surrounded by those who either fear or resent you, mired in trifles of power struggles?" And he smirked. "I do not remain here all day. I often venture out to assert my dominance over men and women alike." Ling Fengyao was momentarily taken aback by his retort, but swiftly shifted his thoughts, leaning slightly closer and lowering his voice as if sharing a secret, adopting an enticing tone. "The clues to the Book of Yuan are not solely sought by the Fei sect amidst the vastness of the martial world. Rather than languishing here in vain, why not accompany me for a stroll?" After uttering these words, he paused, seemingly surprised by his own invitation. Yet his eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly added, as if justifying his proposal, "Consider a means to address the hidden threat of your heart-devouring art. If we could indeed locate the Book of Yuan, it might resolve your cultivation issues entirely. Would it not be a win-win situation?" And he turned fully to face him. The mountain breeze stirred the strands of his dark hair, brushing past his piercing, cold gaze. He met Ling Fenyao's bright, expectant eyes, which were unreservedly glimmering with anticipation and intrigue. This invitation was utterly absurd. Was he not a lone wolf? Upon hearing the proposal, and Yi's initial reaction was to decline. However, regarding the Book of Yuan, he too coveted it. Since his abilities could accompany his soul, could his internal powers not do the same? Accompanying the male lead would undoubtedly enhance his chances of obtaining the Book of Yuan, although it could not compare to his extraordinary abilities ever since acquiring spatial powers. And he had developed a penchant for accumulation. Treasures of such collectible value intrigue him immensely. As the words of refusal danced on Yi's tongue, they were ultimately swallowed back. Since he had entered the realm of martial arts, it was time to venture forth. And Yi did not respond immediately. He merely gazed quietly at Ling Fengyao. Ling Fengyao, in turn, did not rush him, instead smiling back with a patient demeanor, almost as if encouraging him to agree, suggesting it would surely be an exhilarating experience. After a considerable pause, and he subtly curved the corner of his lips, his tone remaining neutral, yet lacking in outright rejection. "Shall we journey together? Does young Master Ling wish to become a target for the entire martial world? Having not enough enemies already?" Ling Fengyao laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "Ah, that is an erroneous notion. Who would dare to lay a hand on me? Moreover," he winked mischievously, "with your serene and composed demeanor, a mere veil of disguise would render you unrecognizable. Perhaps others would mistake you for one of my newly acquainted reclusive masters." He stepped forward slightly, nearly bridging the gap between them, his voice laced with temptation. "What do you say? The world is vast, with ample fine wine. It is far better than solitary drinking under the moonlight." An ES smile faltered slightly. "Disguise? I shall not pretend. You may leave." Ling Fengyao blinked. "Oh, come now, what does it matter if you do not pretend? I was only jesting." He continued, "I hold no objections regarding your identity. I merely teased in response to your words. My apologies for my loose tongue. Do not take offense." And he lowered his gaze, seemingly lost in thought. His long lashes cast a small shadow beneath his eyes, obscuring the fleeting glimmer within. When he lifted his gaze again, clarity and determination shone within his eyes. "When shall we depart?" Ling Fengyao's smile blossomed once more, and he replied eagerly, "The sooner, the better. Tonight, at the stroke of midnight, beneath the cliff on the western side of the main hall, there lies a secret path. I shall await you there." And he regarded him with a sidelong glance. "Why the haste? Are there hounds pursuing you? Not at all. Young master is quite the tease. Ling Feng Yao paused for a moment, then added cheerfully, do we not resemble eloping lovers? And he replied, I shall not elope with someone I have met only thrice. Ling Feng Yao tilted his head, correcting him, but it is only twice. Having said this, he flashed a radiant smile at an E and, without lingering, slipped away like a gust of wind into the depths of the bamboo grove, vanishing from sight. And E stood alone, gazing in the direction of Ling Feng Yao's disappearance. The air seemed to linger with a hint of the crisp fragrance of spring wine, mingling with the sense of freedom that was so incongruent with the oppressive atmosphere of the voice sect. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Venturing into the martial world? It sounded quite intriguing, a different kind of life altogether. Midnight tonight? He turned and walked towards the Qinshin Hall, his steps seemingly lighter than when he had arrived. As he listened to the murmurs in the comments section, so, is this new in E the protagonist's companion? I knew it. Who would come to the male genre for bromance? You startle me. Clutch his chest. How can anyone be so sure this is new in E? Didn't you see that he didn't deny it when Ling Feng Yao mentioned it? Not denying it is tantamount to acceptance. Acceptance is acknowledgement. So, is this new and E truly the twin of the former young master, or merely a crafted substitute? Was it true that the leader of the demonic sect had perished in the throes of obsession? Perhaps. Might this character be intended to eventually submit to an E after he inherits the demonic sect, paving the way for the male protagonist to unify both the righteous and demonic paths? Is quite plausible. And E, you possess quite the imagination. Perhaps it is best not to speculate henceforth. Your thoughts are indeed fanciful. Chapter 6. The sixth day in the world of martial arts. The night enveloped the headquarters of the Fui sect in an inky darkness, quietly saturating every edge and corner. As the hour approached midnight, the patrolling guard appeared more vigilant than usual, their torches flickering in the night breeze, casting elongated shadows of alertness. Yet within the silent Heart Hall, an air of tranquility prevailed, and he had exchanged his ostentatious dark attire, emblematic of his status as a young master, for a simple white outfit devoid of embellishment. His ink-black hair was secured with the most unadorned jade crown. Standing by the window, he gazed at the silhouettes of the halls outlined by the flickering lights, feeling a flicker of anticipation for his ventures into the martial world. On the table lay a letter announcing his departure for training, with an uncertain return date. In truth, he harbored a strong dislike for this demonic sect. Unlike the protagonists in his previous life's novels, who were often conflicted souls within the demonic ranks, the majority of individuals in the Fui sect were genuinely malevolent, including the original owner of this body. In this martial realm, the demonic sect remained a demonic sect, while the righteous path was distinctly righteous. It was a clear-cut distinction. As the time drew near, he strode confidently outside, receiving bows of respect from the patrolling guards, which he disregarded. Channeling his lightness of foot, he became a wisp of smoke, seamlessly merging with the night as he darted towards the western cliff, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. The western cliff was remote. The wind howled fiercely, causing his garments to billow. Below, mist swirled, obscuring the depths. A narrow, almost concealed pathway, overgrown with wild grass and vines, snaked down the steep rock face, disappearing into the thick fog. Ling Feng Yao had long awaited his arrival. He remained clad in a cobalt robe of coarse fabric, facing away from the path while gazing into the undulating black mountains in the distance. Upon hearing the faintest sound of footsteps behind him, he turned around. Seeing an E arrive as promised, donned in a neat and unadorned attire that stripped away all vestiges of the young master's opulence and gloom, leaving only a cool demeanor and an indescribable focus. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Ling Feng Yao's peach blossom eyes, quickly transforming into a brighter smile. Punctuality in attendance suggested that the young master was determined to experience the tumult of the martial world. With a smile and a relaxed tone, he addressed an E, who approached the cliff's edge, glancing at the treacherous path before them, and chuckled, "Shall we proceed?" Raising an eyebrow, Ling Feng Yao said nothing more, swiftly turning and lightly stepping onto the narrow pathway, his form steady as a rock. He glanced back at an E, extending a hand in jest. This path is rather perilous. Would you require assistance? And he did not even glance at his hand. With a fluid motion, he silently landed beside him. Positioned a step away, standing firm as if he were a specter, not disturbing a single pebble beneath his feet. Ling Fengyao's hand paused momentarily in the air before gracefully retracting, brushing his nose lightly. A smile of both resignation and heightened curiosity gracing his features. It seems I've acted unnecessarily. The young master possesses remarkable agility. The two moved swiftly along the perilous path, one following the other. Ling Fengyao's movements were ethereal and fluid, while Yi's were even more enigmatic, often leveraging seemingly impossible positions through subtle manipulations of airflow and temperature, moving as though treading on solid ground. Occasionally, Ling Fengyao glanced back, witnessing Yi's effortless strides, which bore a rhythm of their own, intensifying his astonishment. This individual's martial prowess far surpassed that of the previous Yi. Why had the former been regarded as the young master? After approximately the duration of an incense stick, they finally set foot upon solid ground. Beneath them lay soft earth and fallen leaves, surrounded by dense foliage, completely severed from the realm of the sect stronghold. The night breeze wafted in, carrying the distinctive scent of the mountains and woods, mingled with a faint aroma of liquor. With a flourish, Ling Fengyao produced a vermilion wine gourd from his waist, uncorked it, tilted his head back for a hearty drink, and exhaled contentedly. He then extended the gourd towards Yi, his eyes twinkling with playful mockery to celebrate the young master's imminent foray into the martial world. Shall we indulge in a sip of drunken spring breeze to ease the nerves? And he cast a brief glance at the gourd's opening, responding with a gentle smile. No need. The implication of Ling Fengyao's words was clear. He evidently did not regard him as the original Yi, perhaps genuinely believing him to be a twin of the former master. After all, the original master had frequently wielded the power of the sect in the martial world, hardly a candidate for an impending entry into it. Seeing his refusal, Ling Fengyao did not press further, taking another swig himself and cheerfully inquiring, "What are our plans moving forward? We cannot wander aimlessly, can we? Though the children of the martial world follow their hearts, we must have a direction." And he fell silent for a moment, glancing at him. "Did you not summon me here? Do you have any leads on the clues regarding Yuhuanshu?" Ling Fengyao returned the wine gourd to his waist and shrugged, searching for a needle in a haystack. However, such treasures do leave traces in the world. Why not roam about and test our luck? It is certainly preferable to languishing in that mountain. He observed Yi, his eyes shining brightly under the moonlight. "What say you? Our first destination, Xuanyang City?" And he expressed no dissent, nodding with a smile. "Very well. Then it is settled." Ling Fengyao, in high spirits, glanced at the sky. "This place is not suitable for lingering. Let us find a spot to rest, and we shall resume our journey tomorrow." "Then why leave at such a late hour? On you question it." Ling Fengyao took the lead, stepping toward the forest's edge, and he silently followed, maintaining a distance of about a step. The night was thick and the forest path dim and treacherous. Yet Ling Fengyao appeared exceedingly familiar with such surroundings, his steps light and agile. After a while, he suddenly slowed his pace to walk alongside Yi. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of their footsteps and the rustling leaves stirred by the wind. Ling Fengyao suddenly spoke, his voice resonating with remarkable clarity in the stillness of the night. "Since we are traveling together, it seems rather inappropriate to continue addressing each other as young master or young hero, for such formalities might reveal our identities." He turned his head to glance at Yi, whose cold profile was illuminated by the moonlight, and playfully inquired, "May I call you Yi?" And he did not falter in his stride, nor did he lift his eyelids, merely uttering a few words. "We are not that familiar." Ling Fengyao feigned sorrow, sighing dramatically. "Why be so heartless? We are but wanderers of the rivers and lakes, unbound by trivialities, having ventured together into this world. Why maintain such distance?" And he offered a faint smile, as ephemeral as ripples on water. "Very well, as you wish." Ling Fengyao beamed, as if granted permission, and effortlessly proclaimed, "Yi, His voice was bright, the two syllables rolling off his tongue with an unexplainable tenderness, dissipating into the night breeze. And he remained silent, seemingly oblivious. Undeterred, Ling Fengyao continued, his tone light. Then you need not call me Ling Young Hero. It sounds rather awkward. Just call me Fengyao. At last, and Yi cast a sidelong glance at him, as if realizing he had never referred to him as Ling Young Hero. Yet he did not deny it, instead lightly uttering, Fengyao? His cool voice, though ordinary, caused Ling Fengyao's ears to twitch imperceptibly, as if he had perceived an exceptionally melodious note. Ling Fengyao instinctively replied, Ah. Chapter 7. On the seventh day in the world of martial arts, upon noticing this, a subtle glimmer of mischief crossed in Yi's eyes, and a faint smile graced his lips, but I suddenly wished to call you something else. He paused, and under Ling Fengyao's puzzled gaze, he slowly continued, How about I call you Shaolingzi? Ling Fengyao's smile abruptly faltered, giving way to an expression of bemusement. I.e., that seems rather inappropriate, does it not? It sounds akin to a title for a palace servant. And Yi's lips curled, clearly in high spirits. What is inappropriate about it? I find it delightful. Ling Fengyao observed his expression, momentarily taken aback, then could not help but chuckle, shaking his head. All right then, Shaolingzi it is. As the night waned, the horizon began to blush with the dawn, and the thoroughfare gradually filled with the sounds of carriages and pedestrians. And he languidly turned over in his bed at the inn, gradually sitting up. His morning ablutions were performed at a leisurely pace, and after sharing a simple breakfast with Ling Fengyao, the two took their time to set off once again. Their journey was not characterized by haste to reach a destination, but rather resembled a casual sojourn. They ambled along, pausing to admire the mountains and waters, savoring the local delicacies, and by the time they arrived at Xuanyang City, 3 months had passed. Despite the continuous travel, the two showed little sign of weariness. Ling Fengyao maintained his carefree demeanor, while an Yi appeared slightly less pallid, the warmth of spring lending him an air of tranquility. In the distance, the ancient walls of Xuanyang City emerged in the morning light. With a bustling crowd at the city gate, the sounds of the throngs subtly resonating. Ling Fengyao stretched his limbs and glanced at an Yi with his characteristic languid smile. At last, we have arrived. This city, with its bustling water and land ports, is a melting pot of various sects and trades, brimming with information. Perhaps we may uncover some intriguing leads. And he nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he replied, Indeed, it does appear lively. His tone was calm and courteous, and coupled with his refined features and slightly pale complexion, he resembled an elegant gentleman, perhaps not in robust health, yet possessing impeccable breeding. Ling Fengyao, observing him after 3 months of constant companionship, had long since dispelled any doubts about an Yi's true nature. He was no longer the infamous young master of the demonic sect. Moreover, an Yi seemed too relaxed to even bother with pretense, his serene composure revealing itself unabashedly. The two entered the city amidst the throng. Within Xuanyang City, the cacophony was indeed overwhelming, a blend of sounds and scents enveloping them. Ling Fengyao thrived in this environment, exuding an air of ease as his captivating eyes eagerly scanned the shops lining the streets and the passers-by, as if relishing the vibrant essence of urban life. And he walked quietly beside him, his gaze casually drifting over the array of shops and diverse pedestrians. Everything before him was undeniably intriguing. Although he had lived an entire life in the past, the two worlds bore significant differences. The martial artists here exhibited a more overtly boisterous demeanor, with swords and daggers in abundance, their expressions and conduct radiating an earthy vigor distinct from that of ordinary folk. In his previous world, such audacity would have likely landed one in prison. His keen hearing picked up snippets of unfiltered conversations drifting through the air. Things have been quite unsettled at Lord Lee's house in the west of the city. I hear they've sought out help, and the price is exorbitant. Shoo, keep your voice down. That matter is sinister. Best not to get involved. Did you notice? There are many unfamiliar faces around lately. It seems the rumors have drawn in all sorts of nefarious characters. Better to be cautious. Let's mind our own business. And he maintained an impassive expression, yet inwardly found the situation amusing. It seemed everyone on the street was discussing the same matter, akin to NPCs dispensing quests in a game. Whether ordinary folk or those of the martial world, is this not a specialty of the realm of chivalry? He had thought such matters ought to be investigated in taverns or tea houses, where fixed NPCs were present. Incidents like these were meticulously noted by him. He extended his hand, gently brushing the back of it against Ling Fengyao's forearm. "Hey, did you hear that?" Ling Fengyao naturally leaned closer to his ear, lowering his voice. Her breath warm. It seems that Xianyang City indeed harbors hidden currents. "What do you think, Yi? Are you interested in stirring the pot?" And he nodded. "It certainly sounds intriguing." Ling Fengyao then smiled. "Shall we first find a place to settle down, then take our time to deliberate?" And he instinctively tilted his head slightly, his smile unwavering, readily replying, "Very well, I shall follow your lead." The two sought out a clean establishment, a tavern named Yu Lai Ju, and requested 2 adjacent rooms. The innkeeper, with a white towel draped over his shoulder, courteously guided them upstairs. As they ascended, Ling Fengyao casually struck up a conversation, cheerfully asking, "Innkeeper, have there been any recent happenings in Xianyang City? As newcomers, it will be delightful for us to broaden our horizons." The innkeeper, being quite astute, upon hearing this, quickly lowered his voice, adding an air of mystery. "You two have inquired at the right moment. There is indeed something unusual at the residence of Master Li in the west of the city. They say something unclean has entered the house, but it is no ordinary thief. No gold or silver has been stolen. Rather, he exaggeratedly inhaled. In fact, some eerie occurrences have been manifesting. They have summoned several renowned martial artists, monks, and Taoists to investigate, yet none have uncovered the truth. Now, the whole household is in a state of panic. Rumors abound that the house is haunted. That thing is quite terrifying." Chapter 8. The 8th day in the world of martial arts. Ling Fengyao and an Yi exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of intrigue. And he gently offered the innkeeper a small piece of silver, his tone perfectly balancing curiosity and concern. "Is that so? This is truly unheard of. Thank you for the heads up." The innkeeper, pleased with his reward, left with a beaming smile. Once the door was closed, Ling Fengyao leaned against the doorframe, watching any leisurely prepare tea at the table. The glimmer in his peach blossom eyes sparkled with eagerness. "The residence of Master Li? Ai, do you think this strange occurrence is truly a haunting, or is someone orchestrating it from behind the scenes?" And he gently pushed a cup of brewed tea towards Ling Fengyao, his fingers slender and fair. He spoke slowly, naturally. "It is someone causing mischief." He lifted his gaze to meet Ling Fengyao's, his eyes calm and clear. "You seem intrigued and intend to join the fray? Those who birthed me are my parents. Those who understand me are Ahi." Ling Fengyao grinned as he accepted the teacup. "So, will you accompany me on this adventure, Ahi?" And he nodded succinctly. "Certainly." Ling Fengyao took a sip of tea, his smile broadening. "But there is no need to rush. First, let us nourish ourselves and gather our spirits. I know of an old establishment in the south of the city that serves exceptional crab soup dumplings and authentic eel noodles. Shall I take you to taste them?" And he nodded in agreement, a small curve forming at the corners of his lips. "Very well, let us go." In his heart, he felt that Ling Fengyao's passion for exploring the culinary delights of the marketplace remained unwavering and consistent. Over the past few months, he had accompanied this fellow on numerous gastronomic adventures. One afternoon, the two strolled leisurely through the city, taking in sights here and there. As they navigated the bustling streets, Ling Fengyao, with his innate sociability, quickly struck up conversations with the attendants of nearby tea houses and the proprietors of bookstores. In the midst of their jovial banter, he seemingly nonchalantly extracted a wealth of details regarding the peculiar incidents surrounding Master Li's household. The accounts varied widely. Some firmly believed in the haunting of vengeful spirits. Others speculated on the possibility of long-standing enemies seeking revenge, while whispers suggested internal treachery within the Li family, possibly motivated by greed for inheritance. The specifics remained elusive, indicating that further inquiry was necessary. The following morning, after breakfast, Ling Fengyao took an Yi by the arm and sauntered towards the residence of Master Li in the western part of the city. The Li estate, with its imposing crimson gates and towering walls, exuded grandeur, yet the expressions of the servants at the entrance betrayed a palpable anxiety. At the side gate, a considerable crowd had gathered, mostly comprised of wanderers in martial attire, wielding weapons and exuding sharp gazes, their temples bulging with anticipation. Clearly seasoned practitioners drawn by the allure of a lucrative offer. A middle-aged man, resembling a steward, stood on several steps above, his weary gaze sweeping over the crowd as he spoke with an unmistakable fatigue. "I appreciate your presence, noble heroes, in this endeavor. My master has requested your assistance, not for any other purpose, but to investigate the unusual occurrences within the estate and restore peace. Once the matter is resolved, the Li family will not neglect your contributions and will bestow generous rewards upon you." He paused momentarily, adding, "However, I must caution you. The situation is perilous. Those lacking true skill should refrain from overstepping their bounds. If any among you are interested, please identify yourselves or demonstrate your skills." At his words, the crowd stirred with excitement. Some, eager to showcase their prowess, leapt forward and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, eliciting scattered cheers. Others, more reserved, simply proclaimed their names, exuding an air of confidence. Ling Fengyao and Yi lingered at the edge of the throng, refraining from pushing forward. With his hands clasped behind his back and a hint of amusement gracing his lips, Ling Fengyao watched the spectacle with keen interest, occasionally leaning towards Yi to whisper in a hushed tone, "This display is rather superficial. While that fellow possesses a sturdy stance, he seems somewhat lacking in intellect." Yi merely smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent as he listened to Ling Fengyao's chatter. His calm gaze swept over the assembled crowd, pausing momentarily on a young man standing slightly apart from the others. The youth, appearing to be in his early 20s, was clad in a somewhat worn dark blue outfit, with a long sword at his waist, its scabbard of an archaic design. He stood tall, his features well-defined, exuding an air of maturity that belied his age. Yet, as Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, he sensed a stubbornness about the young man. The intensity of his aura was unmistakable. He stood quietly, not vying for attention like the others, but the refined energy surrounding him and the unmistakably distinguished sword at his side hinted that he was far from an ordinary practitioner. And he noticed a rather inconspicuous emblem at the corner of his attire, seemingly belonging to a prestigious sect renowned for its strict adherence to discipline and authentic swordsmanship. It appeared to be the Chongshao sect. At that moment, the steward had already invited a few of the rowdiest individuals inside with courteous gestures. Yet his expression betrayed a lack of genuine satisfaction, evidently failing to find someone truly capable. His gaze swept across the crowd, evidently having not found anyone truly capable. His gaze scanned the crowd and landed on a young man clad in dark blue, politely inquiring, "Might I ask for your name?" His voice steady and composed, neither servile nor arrogant. "I am Yu, a disciple of the Chongshao sect." A genuine smile broke upon the steward's face. "Ah, a distinguished student of the Chongshao sect. My apologies for the oversight." Around them, murmurs of admiration arose. The Chongshao sect had a resounding reputation, and its disciples were always the focus of attention as they traversed the martial world. However, Yu remained unfazed, maintaining his calm demeanor. "I have come down the mountain at my master's behest to gain experience and, having heard of matters concerning your esteemed residents, I am here to offer my assistance, albeit modest." The steward nodded repeatedly, stepping aside to grant him passage. "Thank you, young hero Yu. Please do come in." Just as the invitation seemed to conclude, Ling Fengyao suddenly nudged Yi with his elbow, playfully pulling him forward, and exclaimed with a grin, "Steward, do take a look at us too, brothers. I assure you we are far more useful than them." His brash declaration instantly attracted a wave of disapproving glances. He was about to step inside, halted, turning his head with a furrowed brow to scrutinize these two unexpectedly boisterous individuals. The steward appraised Ling Fengyao and Yi. Although Ling Fengyao smiled, his demeanor was not that of an ordinary wanderer of the martial world. Standing beside him, Yi donned a simple white garment, his gentle and handsome visage resembling that of a scholar, starkly contrasting with the surrounding atmosphere. The steward hesitated. "May I inquire who you two are?" Ling Fengyao waved dismissively. "Just nameless nobodies, hardly worth mentioning. My surname is Ling, and he is in. We may lack other skills, but we possess boldness and fearlessness of spirits." He deliberately elongated his tone, winking, especially adept at capturing those who feign mystery. And he observed Ling Fengyao's playful demeanor. Carefree demeanor, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, yet he stood by in cooperation. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he slightly nodded in tacit agreement with Ling Fengyao's words. Chapter 9. The ninth day in the wuxia narrative. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu's brow furrowed even more deeply as he could not help but speak gravely. "Gentlemen, the affairs of the Li residence are perplexing and should not be taken lightly. If you lack true skill, it would be wise not to overestimate yourselves, lest you invite trouble or even harm." And he glanced at him and smiled. "Thank you for the reminder." However, Ling Fengyao let out a hearty laugh. "We'll find out by trying, one Tiwi. You are Yin Yu, correct? Rest assured, if we encounter something we cannot handle, we will guarantee to be the first to flee." His flippant remarks elicited a few low snickers from those around them. Yin Yu's expression darkened, clearly perceiving this individual as slick and frivolous, rendering him incomprehensible, and thus chose to say no more, redirecting his gaze toward the steward. The butler, being astute, observed the peculiar demeanor of Ling Fengyao and the exceptional composure of an E. Although he found the two individuals rather odd, he recognized the necessity of their assistance at this moment. Thus, he nodded in agreement. "In that case, please enter together." However, he stipulated, "It is imperative to adhere to the house rules, and all actions must be taken with prudence, especially if there truly exists something extraordinary." "Agreed," Ling Fengyao replied with alacrity, pulling an E along as they followed the butler, accompanied by Yin Yu and several other selected martial artists, into the Li residence. The courtyard was deep and intricately designed, yet traversing its expanse, one could faintly sense an unsettling chill in the air, while the servants moved about in haste, their faces betraying anxiety. And he walked quietly beside Ling Fengyao, his gaze casually scanning the corridor pillars, rockeries, and floral arrangements, his demeanor remaining serene, as if he were merely a visitor admiring the opulence of the estate. Only he was aware that his mental acuity was akin to a delicate net, quietly unfurling to perceive every unusual energy flow within the mansion. Everything appeared ordinary, yet the direction in which the butler led them emanated a distinctly unusual resonance. Upon closer inspection, it resembled the chaotic pulsations of a martial artist's bloodline. Yin Yu of the Chongshao sect maintained a steadfast gaze, his steps measured, one hand poised on the hilt of his sword, reflecting a rigorous demeanor that starkly contrasted with Ling Fengyao's carefree attitude. Unperturbed, Ling Fengyao leaned closer to an E, whispering in a tone only they could hear, "E, don't you find that young master from a prestigious sect rather intriguing? So formal and rigid." An E cast a sidelong glance at him, the corners of his lips curving gently, his voice soft. "Those who abide by rules indeed reap their own benefits." Just as Ling Fengyao was about to respond further, the butler halted, his expression somber as he pointed towards a somewhat secluded courtyard, evidently well-maintained, and whispered, "Esteemed heroes, this is the place. Most of the recent strange occurrences have transpired near this courtyard." His words trailed off, yet the unspoken implications, coupled with the sudden drop in temperature, conveyed everything. The expressions of all present, including Yin Yu, turned serious. An Yi's gaze fell upon the courtyard gate, a flicker of understanding flashing in his gentle eyes. Listening to the murmurs emanating from the commentary around him, a slight smile graced his lips. Could there really be ghosts? Ghosts? This is a martial arts tale. This isn't a fantasy or a xianxia. Where would ghosts come from? What if the author's imagination has run wild? Then we can only pray. Pray indeed. It's evident that there is a conspiracy at play. That secluded courtyard stood deep within the Li residence, appearing somewhat austere compared to the surrounding splendor. The grass and trees were neatly arranged, devoid of disorder. Yet, One could now faintly sense a layer of dust accumulating, suggesting that after the incident, the courtyard had been neglected. The butler hesitated, fear etched on his face, pointing distantly towards the courtyard, his voice taut. That is the place, esteemed heroes. Exercise caution. Previously, the servants tasked with tending to this courtyard often encountered an array of unfamiliar women's jewelry, garments, and shoes, occasionally stained with blood. Initially, the master suspected foul play and expended considerable sums to hire numerous skilled individuals, fortifying the courtyard as if it were an impenetrable fortress. Yet perplexingly, no matter how stringent the outer defenses were, the mysterious items continued to appear within, as if conjured from thin air. The master reported the matter to the authorities, and several officers from the magistrate's office came to investigate, but despite their efforts, they were utterly baffled and could not ascertain the cause. The steward swallowed hard. For what was even more alarming was that individuals within the household began to fall ill, and upon summoning physicians, they attributed the ailments to an invasion of cold energy. But how could such a chill manifest in the midst of summer's heat? Alas, esteemed guests, please. With that, he expressed a desire to depart at once, hastily retreating to a distance to await developments. The chosen few from the martial world exchanged glances. Their expressions varied, some serious, others curious, and a few brimming with eager excitement. One could no longer contain himself and boldly pushed open the creaking courtyard door, striding inside. The rest soon followed suit. Yin furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the door and surrounding walls, seemingly searching for any signs of hidden mechanisms. He proceeded with utmost caution, refraining from entering immediately. Ling Fengyao, meanwhile, casually folded his arms, tilting his head to survey the desolate courtyard, a playful smile gracing his lips as he lightly nudged his companion in knee. What do you think? Does it resemble a haunted house from a tale? And he cast a nonchalant glance over the courtyard. His mental energy had already seeped into every corner like an invisible liquid, and the peculiarities he sensed earlier were now intensified. A faint yet chilling aura permeated the air, not of spectral malevolence, but rather akin to a unique cold attribute, internal force, or residual medicinal essence, mingled with the scent of decay and rotting vegetation. The outwardly alarming appearance did not necessarily reflect inner malevolence, and Yi's voice remained calm, devoid of any hint of tension. We shall discover the truth upon entering. Indeed, Ling Fengyao chuckled, naturally extending a hand in a protective gesture at Yi's lower back. I shall enter first. Do mind the threshold. And Yi sidestepped, subtly evading his hand, and replied gently, No need, I can manage on my own. With that, he boldly stepped over the threshold, his demeanor composed. Ling Fengyao's hand lingered momentarily in the air before he nonchalantly withdrew it, rubbing his nose and hastening to catch up. Observing this, Yin Yu also collected his thoughts, closely following them into the courtyard. Inside, the space appeared even more disheveled than from the outside, with dust accumulating in various corners. The earlier arrival from the martial world were rummaging about indiscriminately, stirring up clouds of dust. This is all an act. I suspect someone is behind this. A burly man with a thick beard kicked a stool in the corner, spitting in disdain. Another examined the doors and windows, muttering, I see no signs of any mechanisms. Chapter 10. The 10th day in a martial arts narrative, and Yi paid them no mind, his gaze fixed intently upon the tightly shut door of the main house. The faint, chilling energy seemed to emanate from behind it, and he walked slowly toward it. Ling Fengyao's gaze was fixed in that direction as well. Upon noticing, he immediately followed like a tail, leaning in to whisper in his ear, his warm breath brushing against the earlobe. Have you discovered something? There's something intriguing inside. And he replied softly, pushing open the door. With a creak, a wave of chilling air laced with the scent of mildew rushed out. The room was dimly lit, sparsely furnished, and coated with a fine layer of dust, while a pile of indistinguishable clutter lay in the corner. However, what captivated attention the most was the scattering of a few pieces of old women's jewelry on the floor at the center of the room. A faded golden hairpin, a cracked jade bracelet, and several rusted silver bells, all devoid of dust as if they had been recently polished. Some dried bloodstains adorned them. The presence of these items in this long-abandoned, uninhabited chamber felt particularly jarring and eerie. "Look, more has appeared," exclaimed a newcomer, a wandering hero, with astonishment. Just as the steward mentioned, these women's old belongings seemingly materialize out of nowhere. A burly man stepped forward, snatching the golden hairpin, scrutinizing it closely, only to realize it was fake. Bah, just worthless scrap. Who are they trying to scare? Yin quickly approached, his expression serious, as he took the jewelry from the man's hands, examining them carefully before raising his gaze to inspect the beams and surroundings. It doesn't seem like they were thrown in from outside. The doors and windows have been tightly shut for years. The evidence is undeniable. If this were done by someone, how did they manage to place them here? He pondered deeply, his brow furrowed in confusion. Ling Fengyao also picked up the cracked jade bracelet, spinning it between his fingers. His peach blossom eyes narrowing as he glanced at an E, his tone laced with jest. Could it be that a seductive spirit has indeed left behind a token for you, enchanted by your beauty? Is the male lead truly flawed? Why is he constantly flirting? Help! Why does he tease and eat every day? No, please. From previous descriptions, he was portrayed as a carefree character, strong and indifferent. Why is he now perpetually teasing? Has he broken character? Indeed, even if he enjoyed joking, it never crossed into this territory. He clearly understands boundaries. Author, please come out and explain. The scheming frog has been touching your belly. Clearly, an E is the CP arranged for the male lead by the author. I've said it many times, this is a male-oriented narrative. Can those shipping male CPs kindly step aside? Yes, please move away. I'm genuinely out of options here. He not leaving. And he dismissed the cacophony of comments in his ears, ignoring Ling Fengyao's erratic banter. His mental acuity had detected a faint energy fluctuation emanating from beneath the ground. He lowered his gaze, focusing on the dust-laden floor beneath his feet. Yin Yu, glancing at Ling Fengyao, then at an E, who bore the demeanor of a refined scholar. His lowered eyelashes, suggesting ignorance of worldly affairs, couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that this gentleman was coerced by this scoundrel to accompany him? With this thought, Yin Yu's gaze towards Ling Fengyao involuntarily shifted to one of scrutiny and disapproval. Without allowing him much time to ponder, An Yi's voice resonated through the room. There is something beneath. And he suddenly spoke. His voice, though soft, commanded immediate silence amidst the cacophony, redirecting all gazes towards him. Yin Yu was taken aback, following his line of sight to the ground below. Ling Fengyao raised an eyebrow and promptly crouched down, utilizing his internal energy to sweep away a patch of accumulated dust, revealing the underlying tiles. Finding no apparent difference, he rapped his fingers against it. The sound echoed hollowly. There's indeed an anomaly. Ling Fengyao chuckled, looking up at an E with a wink. E, your eyes are remarkably discerning. A female warrior, gripping her sword, inquired, could it be a secret passage? Is that how the miscreant infiltrated the estate? Whether it is or not, we shall discover upon entering, a burly man declared with a coarse voice. But how do we enter? Are there any mechanisms? Several individuals from the martial world hurriedly began to search around, yet yielded no results. The bearded giant, unable to contain his impatience, bellowed, "What does it matter? Just break it open." Before he finished speaking, he harnessed all his internal strength, and with a palm that swept through the air like a fan, he struck down fiercely upon the hollow-sounding tile. Boom! The tile shattered, revealing a dark, gaping hole, from which emanated an even colder breeze, laden with an indescribable stench of decay. The crowd leaned in to peer down, and it appeared to be a narrow, dark passage, devoid of light and filled with an oppressive chill. Indeed, there is a secret passage, the martial artists exclaimed in surprise. It seems someone has been using this hidden route for mischief, Yin Yu stated solemnly, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the opening. We must descend for an exploration. I shall lead the way, boasted the bearded giant, rubbing his hands together, ready to leap down. Hold on. And he suddenly interjected, blocking the entrance with his hand, smiling. Perhaps we should inform the steward first. The giant, displeased, retorted, "What? Are you afraid?" And he ignored him, maintaining his smile. It would be wise to notify the steward first. The giant pouted, ready to chastise him for being overly cautious. Yet upon seeing Yi's genial expression, he swallowed his words. Fine. He sensed that voicing his thoughts might yield undesirable consequences. The young man appeared rather effete, especially with Ling Fengyao beside him, arms crossed, wearing a bemused expression. Very well, I shall rise above and not hold it against him. One person swiftly went to summon the steward, and shortly thereafter, a throng of hurried footsteps approached. Before long, the ailing Li Yuanwei was supported by his son, trembling as he arrived, accompanied by a group of family members, each bearing expressions of bewilderment. Upon seeing the dark hole and the scattered belongings of a woman, Li Yuanwei's complexion paled further, and he sighed repeatedly. So there truly is a secret passage. Ling Fengyao stepped forward, his tones still languid. Li Yuanwei, do you know who the previous owner of this courtyard, or rather this residence, was? These items belong to a woman of no recent vintage. Li Yuanwei trembled, his eyes flickering as if burdened by unspoken secrets. Observing his hesitation, the crowd exchanged skeptical glances. Suddenly, an elderly maid beside him knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down her face. Master, at this juncture, what more is there to conceal? Must we wait until that entity claims our lives before revealing the truth? Under the tacit consent of Li Yuanwei, the old matron choked back tears as she recounted a long-buried tale. Chapter 11. The 11th Day in the Martial Arts Novel. It was revealed that this courtyard once belonged to a female hero surnamed Lu. In her youth, the Lu heroine was renowned for her martial prowess and fierce temperament, having shared a romantic entanglement with Li Yuanwei's father, the erstwhile young Master Li. Alas, the Li family held deeply entrenched views on social status, and the elderly patriarch insulted the Lu heroine, who retaliated by expelling him from her presence. Determined to seek an explanation from young Master Li, she found him too fearful to defy his family's wishes, avoiding her entirely. Ultimately, he acquiesced to his family's arrangement and married another, forsaking the Lu heroine. Heartbroken, yet unwilling to leave, she chose to retreat into this very residence, gradually succumbing to a state of madness and obsession. As time passed, others distanced themselves from her, and when she was eventually remembered, the Lu heroine had vanished, leaving her family name in obscurity. Li Yuanwei's father, consumed by guilt and fear, expanded the estate after rising to prominence, incorporating this courtyard into the protection of the Li family. It was neither inhabited nor repurposed. Rather, it was maintained periodically to prevent decay. Whispers circulated that the Lu heroine, betrayed by her heartless lover, had perished from grief and transformed into a vengeful spirit. The Li family, having dismissed these rumors as mere superstition, were taken aback by the peculiar occurrences that had since transpired. The mention of the Lu heroine and her madness caught An Yijing's attention as he captured the key phrases, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. The fragments of the Lu surname, her chilling inner strength, and her descent into madness rapidly coalesced in his mind. He recalled passages from the original work, fragments of the Yuan book, which spoke of a fortunate individual in the martial world whose prolonged exposure to its remnants had drastically altered their character, leading their martial arts to veer towards the sinister and the bizarre. Similar to the heart-eating technique, this Lu individual who had stumbled upon the fragments was said to have resolutely embarked on the pinnacle of martial arts after severing all emotional ties. However, the incompleteness of the Yuan book fragments resulted in her acquiring formidable skills while simultaneously descending into madness and losing her sanity. In the later stages, she would be besieged by righteous martial artists due to her brutal massacre of an affluent family during one of her frenzied episodes, even slaying those who came to aid. The sect that led the charge against her was the Chongshao sect, particularly outraged as one of their disciples had fallen victim to her wrath. Despite her formidable abilities derived from the fragments, many fell before her, resulting in significant casualties on their side. Ultimately, upon regaining clarity and understanding the horrors she had wrought, she divulged the truth, refraining from inciting further violence, and returned to the ancestral home of the Lu family to take her own life. The martial community interred her remains, and thus began a fervor surrounding the Yuan book, raising questions about the potency of mere fragments. Was it truly that formidable? It surpassed even the heart-eating technique of the Fu-Yi sect. After all, the latter was merely an offshoot of one fragment, yet it claimed supremacy in the martial world. What then could be said of the original text of the Yuan book? Previously, only the Fu-Yi sect and various martial factions sought the Yuan book. But in the aftermath of these events, the martial world erupted with fervor as everyone yearned to uncover this tome to dominate the realm of martial arts. Previously, some aloof individuals from the martial world, discontented with the demeanor of the Fu-Yi sect, expressed considerable dissent towards the heart-eating technique. However, following recent events, they humbled themselves and joined the ranks in the quest for the coveted Yuan book. As the most prominent faction associated with the Yuan book, the Fu-Yi sect found itself under relentless scrutiny from numerous martial practitioners, who incessantly sought trouble and clues, leaving them in a state of unrest. Could it be that this heroine, Lu, is the very same Lu from the original tale? And is it true that the slain wealthy individual and the disciple of the Chongshao sect are members of the Li and Yin families? He understood the implications, yet maintained a stoic expression. What a remarkable coincidence! Could it be related to his association with Ling Fengyao? Ling Fengyao exchanged a knowing glance with an Yi, both comprehending much of what lay unsaid. A smirk played at the corners of Ling Fengyao's lips, an enigmatic smile. As he leaned closer to an Yi and whispered in a tone barely audible to anyone else, "It seems we've stumbled upon a tale of unrequited love and lingering debts. Yet amidst this chilling atmosphere, there may be hidden treasures." His warm breath brushed past in Yi's ear, intermingled with a hint of jest, and he subtly tilted his head, evading the proximity, and replied with a calm demeanor, "Let us first address the matter at hand." Yet he felt a stir within, prompted by Ling Fengyao's keen insight. Though he appeared frivolous, his thoughts moved with remarkable swiftness. Yin Yu, observing from the side, furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with the Li family's betrayal of the heroine Lu. Nonetheless, he hailed from a prestigious lineage and recognized that the situation did not warrant a lethal response. Seeing the Li family members in a pitiable state, he felt compelled to intervene. He spoke gravely, "In that case, we must delve deeper to uncover the truth, for it may resolve this enmity and restore peace to the Li residents." Had he known his thoughts, he would likely have contested them immediately. The heroine Lu had long since cast aside any regard for young Master Li when he cowardly forsook her. Her sole ambition lay in reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, rendering the Li family insignificant to her. The troubles befalling the Li family were solely due to their incorporation of Lu's residence into their own. "Do stay close this time. It's dark below, and I fear you may stumble." And he cast him a glance, disregarding the man's frivolous banter. Several audacious martial practitioners led the way, followed closely by Yin Yu, who remained vigilant. Ling Fengyao gestured for an Yi to proceed, his smile languid. Yi, do keep close this time. The path ahead is dark, and I fear you may stumble." And he cast him a sidelong glance, disinterested in his frivolous banter. After traversing approximately 100 steps and navigating several twists and turns, they suddenly emerged into a spacious natural cavern. Ling Fengyao chuckled softly and promptly followed suit. The initial passage was exceedingly narrow, allowing only one person to pass, with the damp, cold air growing heavier. After descending approximately 100 steps and navigating numerous twists and turns, the path suddenly opened into a sizable natural cavern. In one corner of the cavern lay a rudimentary stone bed and stone table, upon which rested an unburned oil lamp and several scattered articles of women's clothing. She emanated an unstable, chilling aura, causing the temperature within the cave to fluctuate wildly. Upon hearing a disturbance behind her, she abruptly turned, stood with their back to the others, murmuring to a stone wall in a hoarse, fragmented voice, oscillating between despairing wails and tender whispers. It was none other than the maddened heroine Lu. She emanated an unstable, chilling aura, causing the temperature within the cave to fluctuate wildly. Upon hearing a disturbance behind her, she abruptly turned, her pale yet faintly familiar visage contorted, astonishingly untouched by the passage of decades, appearing merely as a middle-aged woman. Her gaze was vacant and frenzied. Who? Who seeks to steal my books? Is it you? I shall become the foremost in the martial world. No sooner had the words left her lips than, without further ado, she unleashed a powerful palm strike, her icy energy surging forth like a tidal wave, even more formidable than what had been sensed earlier on the ground. Several martial artists, practitioners of external styles, were caught off guard and were sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the stone wall, blood spewing from their mouths, clearly gravely injured. The crowd was struck with terror. How formidable,